Chapter 161 Finally meet. Lilith and the other two walked in. They were not as well-mannered as the Klein trio. In this case, forcibly breaking in was the basic operation. The members of the Red and White Society stared at Lilith and the others who suddenly broke in, somewhat at a loss. But with Klein, the team of the Jia Society, as a backing, the people of the Red and White Society were more confident. Their captain Nimitz was the first to ask, "Even if you are staying overnight, you should knock on the door." "Right, who are you?" However, Lilith ignored him at all, because Nimitz's aura was too weak and very frivolous. At first glance, he looked like he was overindulging himself. Such a person was not worth distracting. As the captain, after entering an unfamiliar environment, she first analyzed the existing things and situations. Her eyes first wandered among the members of the Red and White Society, a group of weak chickens, and then Becky and Eric, members of the Jia Society. Finally, Lilith's gaze paused on Klein. When she saw Perona clinging to Klein behind him, Lilith raised her eyebrows and retracted her gaze. Lilith stared at the three of them, and Klein and the others were the same, but neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Becky looked at Klein, then at Lilith. Becky was the one who knew the relationship between the two of them best. She once thought that Lilith and Klein were a couple, but after the Fire Blade cult mission, Lilith disappeared. Joe on the opposite side was the same. His eyes turned back and forth between his brother and the captain Lilith. He was not stupid. Seeing his brother staring at his captain, he would not believe that there was no story between them. But soon, someone broke the silence, and Nimitz said again, "Why don't you answer? Who are you? Why did you trespass here?" Lilith was different from Becky. Her personality was not so easy to talk to. Just like when she came to Shas, she was always more powerful than Hawkins. For other people, Lilith was a very proud woman most of the time, as Becky once said, and Lilith's mood was not very beautiful now. She was surrounded by bone-eating beasts, fighting bloody battles, and after seeing Klein, there was another inexplicable woman. Lilith, who was also a woman, took a look at Perona and knew that this guy had no good intentions towards Klein and was so close. These factors came together to make Lilith very irritable. Nimitz's questioning at this time felt a bit like hitting the muzzle of a gun. "What? Do you want to fight?" Amazing murderous aura emanated from Lilith. Not just her. When she released her own momentum, Qiao and Ingsan naturally followed closely behind. This was the tacit understanding generated by continuous fighting. The strong sense of oppression from the three people fell on Nimitz, and he remembered that the blood on the three people on the other side was no less than when Klein and the others came in. And even more, he felt that he had really lost his mind just now, and turned to Becky for help. Captain Becky? At this time, Becky naturally had to protect her mission target, although the pressure from Lilith was also great. "Lilith, our mission is to bring them back, so please stop talking." Lilith looked at Becky. This guy actually became Klein's captain, which made Lilith even more depressed. And her words were full of gunpowder. "I haven't seen you for a few months. Can a weak guy like you become a captain? Jiesha is still expanding too fast, and the personnel are mixed." Hearing this, and Becky did not refute immediately, Nimitz's forehead suddenly broke out in sweat. "So weak? Are you sure you were talking about Becky?" Becky looked at Lilith. Regarding strength, she was indeed a little powerless to refute. The gap between her and Lilith was indeed very large. Becky was also a little depressed. Although Lilith was arrogant before, she never provoked others inexplicably like this. Why did this guy seem to speak with a sense of resentment today, like a grudge? Lilith was the object that Becky had always pursued. Even the way of fighting, Becky was imitating the other party. At this time, she naturally could not show weakness. "Really? I also want to see if you have been standing still in the past few months." The two of them were very tense, as if a fight could break out at any time. At this time, Eric and Joe stood up. Eric knew the shadow combination of Lilith and Shadow 3. And Joe, because he worked under Esmond, knew Becky. "Okay. We are all family. We are all family. Let's talk nicely." "Yes, Captain. We are all from the same club. What are you doing, brother? You also say a few words?" The members of the Red and White Club were shocked when they heard this. "Family? From Jiesha? Are they here to save us too? Is the Red and White Society so rich now?" With the mediation of Eric and Joe, the atmosphere between the two teams has eased. Klein covered his face when he heard Joe calling him. Why did this bastard mention me? He deserves a beating. He looked at Lilith and said, Long time no see. Lilith. Lilith nodded. Yeah. Long time no see. After that, the topic between the two seemed to end, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Perona, who had been behind Klein, looked at Lilith and inexplicably felt a sense of hostility. This was a woman's intuition. This woman must have a relationship with Senior Klein. And it was not an ordinary relationship. Senior Klein looked at her differently. She looked at Lilith unconvincingly and puffed out her chest. Although she was taller than me and pretty, I had big breasts, size is justice, so. Although there was a big gap in strength, Perona was not afraid at all when facing Lilith. Lilith stared at Perona, who was sticking to Klein, and couldn't help nodding. She has a good figure. Klein, you have good taste. Anyone who is not a fool can basically hear the bad taste in Lilith's tone. After not seeing you for a few months, Klein has become much more handsome. No wonder he is so popular with girls. Klein raised his eyebrows. This woman. I haven't bothered you yet. And you dare to make trouble first? Of course he can't be afraid. Well, I'm scared of being left without telling you. I always want to get to know more people. Lilith's expression became even more stiff when she heard it. The two looked at each other for a while, and then fell silent again. Eric saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong again, and he spoke quickly. It seems that you have also encountered a group of bone-eating beasts. Right, or go wash up first. Nimitz also spoke immediately. He just wanted to go back safely. He had lost his mind just now, and now he had to make up for it quickly. Yes, you have also experienced the battle, and you must be very tired. Go upstairs and wash up first. Jessica, who was very close to Nimitz, reminded. Nimitz, there are not enough rooms. There are only 10 rooms in total. Before, it was enough for us. But after Captain Becky and the others came, they squeezed out 2 more rooms. And one was Perona's room. Now there are 3 more people. What do you think? Jessica's words reminded everyone that the villa with this room was not enough. At this time, Lilith pointed at Ingsan and Xiao and spoke. Give us 2 rooms. 1 for each of them, and 1 for me. This request was not too much. Seeing Lilith say so, Becky also said the same thing. Give us 2 rooms too. That way, if we squeeze together, the rooms will be enough for us to live in. Nimitz also nodded. Then let's decide it this way for now. After allocating the rooms, Klein turned around and looked at Perona, who had been following him. Hey, you won't follow me even if you sleep. Right? Hearing Klein's voice, Perona came back to her senses from a trance. She looked at Klein blankly. If I don't follow you, who will I follow? Klein saw Lilith staring at him intently, and his scalp suddenly tingled. Can't you sleep by yourself? Perona also felt a sense of crisis. It's over. My idol is going to abandon me. You said there's a ghost in this room. You saw it. I need your protection. I'm a man. And now I have to squeeze into a room with my teammates. He's a big pervert. If you're not afraid, you can come with me. If you're afraid of ghosts, you can live with our Captain Becky. She has the ability to protect you. Looking at Klein's resolute attitude, and then looking at the big pervert Eric, Perona had to nod. Okay. Eric looked at Klein with some resentment. Klein, are you serious about this kind of thing called a big pervert? Seriously? Okay. We're done. Joe whispered to Klein. Brother, our mission is to investigate missing persons. If you say any more, the captain will be unhappy. I'm going upstairs. Klein nodded. Although Joe usually likes to act cool in front of others, he is still quite honest in front of him. The Lilith trio went upstairs. At the last moment, Lilith looked at Klein. Lilith blinked unintentionally, and Klein also blinked in response. But neither of them spoke. Klein turned his head to look at Eric. What are you entangled with? Let's go! Eric looked at him with a sad expression. I'm not a big pervert. Okay. Okay. You are not a big pervert. Let's go! Everyone returned to their rooms one after another, and the villa returned to tranquility. Outside the house, a large number of bone-eating beasts began to surround the villa. They gathered more and more, and the number soon exceeded 10,000. This scale, even if Klein used all his strength, it would be a bit troublesome to deal with. However, these bone-eating beasts still did not cross the fence of the villa. They seemed to have received some kind of order, and were quietly waiting for something. Looking at the villa from the outside, The whole villa looks like a huge heart. The villa occasionally shakes in a trance. Just like the heart beating. Chapter 162 The Legendary Childhood Sweethearts. After Klein and Eric returned to the room, Eric laid down directly. Today's itinerary was indeed a bit tiring. As soon as Klein sat on the chair, he felt something was wrong. The chair under his butt was very strange. Here it comes again! He pulled out his Luochun knife and chopped the chair in half. The sound of chopping directly startled Eric and made him sit up. Brother, it's late. Please stop talking nonsense. We all have to go to bed. Klein frowned. Don't you feel that this room is a bit strange? I always feel that my desire is a bit out of control when I stay in this room. Eric rubbed his eyes. You mean to breed desire? I found it as soon as I entered the door. It's not a big deal. Don't be so surprised. It won't matter for a while. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you at night. After that, Eric covered himself with a quilt and fell asleep again. Klein didn't know what to say. What do you mean you won't do anything to me at night? What do you mean, however? Eric's answer still surprised him a little. This guy had already found something wrong when he came in. As a priest who could outlast 3 teammates from the GS Society, Klein certainly wouldn't be so naive as to think that Eric was a rookie talking nonsense. His perception ability was even better than his own. Since Eric said that nothing would happen for a while, he could understand this sentence the other way around. That means if you stay here for a long time, something will definitely happen. The question is, how long is considered a long time, with teacher Eric right in front of him? Klein chose to ask without shame. Eric, you said it's okay to stay here for a short time. So how long will it take for something to happen? Eric's confused voice came. 2 to 3 days. Everyone's physique is different. Maybe it will be different. We will leave tomorrow. Don't worry. 2 to 3 days. How long have those members of the Red and White Society been here? About 10 days. Eric said casually. Then do you think something will happen to them in 10 days? Eric seemed to be annoyed by Klein and sat up again. Something must have happened. But they are the targets of the mission. You can't just chop them all off with a knife now. Right, relax. Follow the procedure. It won't be a big problem. So that's it. Looking at Eric who fell asleep again, Klein nodded. It seems that this guy has found a lot of problems. And he seems to be waiting for something. Eric said so. So just keep waiting. This night, Klein still has a lot of things to do. The matter of the Red and White Society members is just a small episode. Since we decided to move, let's start with the chair he just chopped off. Klein put the chair on the ground into the synthesizer without saying anything and clicked on the synthesis. Incomplete chair, strange item, plus incomplete chair, strange item. High probability of getting a rare item. Low probability of getting a rare item. The materials are all free. And Klein doesn't care about what's in this room. Synthesizing. Please wait. You get childhood sweetheart, strange item, write it. It will take you to jump. Except that it's a little stupid. Everything else is fine. Klein's face darkened. Although he had synthesized another idiot, it was a genuine wonder. This also showed that the things in this villa were effective and the synthesizer could be used. This experimental result made Klein somewhat happy. He took out the bed foot that he had cut off in Perona's room before. In his heart, an idea that was both inflated and bold grew. He walked to the foot of the bed, pulled out the Luochun knife, and chopped it down. The light of the knife and the sound of the chopping scared Eric so much that he jumped up from the bed again, looking at Klein with a face full of grievance and anger. Klein, you're going too far, Klein said in a strange tone. Go to sleep. I didn't touch you. Eric extended his index finger and pointed at him tremblingly. You are getting more and more outrageous. You didn't sleep in the middle of the night. And you ran to my bedside to brandish a knife and a gun. You even chopped off the foot of my bed with a knife. Who are you trying to scare? Don't think you are great just because you can make some medicine. Eric, don't believe in this today. I can't live without you. I'm telling you today that even if Eric, starve to death, die outside, or jump off the cliff of Jiesha, I will never take a bottle of medicine from you again. Understand? Looking at Eric's resolute look, Klein suddenly felt that what he said just now seemed to make sense. And he was a little too much. Okay. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going out. Klein walked out of the door a little embarrassedly with the chopped bed foot. He took out a piece of bed foot, stood at the edge of the corridor, and cut the wood into small pieces with a knife. The thinner the slice, The more exciting it was. With slice, strange item no effect, hee, I'm rich. A block of wood was cut into more than 20 pieces by Klein. And each piece was a rare item. If he wanted, he could continue to cut. This was Klein's bold and inflated idea. Putting 2 pieces of wood into the synthesizer. Klein clicked the synthesis again. You got a piece of wood, a rare item no effect. Looking at the result, Klein took out the piece of wood and put it in his hand. And fell into deep thought. He tried again with some reluctance. You got a piece of wood, a rare item no effect. It was still not clean. So he put the 3 pieces of wood together to synthesize. You got a piece of wood, a rare item no effect. Fuck, too much. The synthesizer is too much. They are all rare items. Why do you always give me wood? After a long while, Klein sighed and threw a pile of wood pieces on the ground. It seems that I thought too much, but the chair just now can work. What's going on? Klein looked at the childhood sweetheart in his bag. This thing is a genuine rare item. Even if it is a piece of trash, it can be used as a synthetic base material in the future. After thinking for a while, Klein laughed again. He casually placed his hand on the flower pot on the left. Sure enough, the synthesizer has no information. This thing is also a living thing. Puff! The bone blade stretched out from his palm and pierced the flower pot directly. Then Klein stood there and watched the flower pot bleed. A person poked the flower pot there, and the flower pot was bleeding. If someone saw the scene, it would be so weird. It was not until the blood in the flower pot dried up that Klein received the prompt from the synthesizer. Broken flower pot, strange item no effect. Then, Klein laughed again. A grown man, laughing with a broken vase in the middle of the night. The picture became weird again. Hee. Without saying anything, Klein put the broken flower pot directly into the synthesizer. Broken flower pot, strange item, plus broken flower pot, strange item. Synthesizing. Please wait. You got the camouflage bottle, strange item as long as you put it on your head. Others can't find you. It's useless. But it seems to be a little useful. It's a little silly to say it's useful, Klein muttered while holding the camouflage bottle in his hand. Pay attention. He was holding it. This thing is 12 nanofeet high. If it is on his head, with substantial gains, Klein was full of motivation. He walked slowly to the side of a mop and raised his hand to cut it. Then he walked slowly to the broom. Puff! The bone blade pierced through. After looking at the handrail of the stairs and thinking about it, he still felt that this thing was too big and the noise would be a bit loud. So he went downstairs. Looking at the 16 chairs in the living room downstairs, Klein's eyes lit up slightly. And he silently started a massacre. The monsters and strange things in this room were ruthlessly harvested like lambs to be slaughtered in front of Klein. Not long after, there were only 4 chairs left. Klein clapped his hands. Leave some. It would be a bit unreasonable if there were no chairs at all. Although he said so, looking at the 4 chairs in front of him, Klein was still a little dissatisfied. It's still too much. Reduce 1 more. After a while, looking at the only chair in front of him, Klein stopped talking. Isn't it a bit too much? Forget it. I'll keep you. Klein patted the chair and finally walked away. The bonfire in the living room of the villa reflected Klein's reflection. The reflection had a pair of red eyes, but the look it gave Klein was always timid, not to mention stretching out its claws like it did to Perona. Klein continued to scan the living room, and when he saw the mural in the center of the living room, he smiled kindly again. The people in the mural glanced at Klein from time to time. The mural, which was originally a bit scary and weird, gave people a weird feeling. If a few drops of sweat could be painted on the foreheads of the people in these paintings, it would be more vivid. Chapter 163, Skipping romance and getting straight to the point. Standing in front of the mural, Klein has already collected rare items with a bone blade. Collecting rare items is fun, but it is not a good way to make money, because the price of rare items is too varied. He spent more than $10 on the mural. Seeing that the mural had basically stopped, he stopped. In fact, his purpose is far more than just collecting all the items. For example, it is impossible to sell more than the childhood sweethearts before. In addition to collecting rare items, another purpose of destroying these furniture is to test the attitude of this room. Will his destruction have an impact on this room? Will this room attack him? These are all things Klein wants to know. But he has tested it until now, and still hasn't gotten the answer he wants. He tore down the mural roughly, and threw it into the ring. He didn't synthesize it first. These things are also rare items. It's a waste to synthesize 2 items. It's not very safe here. It's better to wait until a safe place and synthesize 3 items. After taking another look at the living room, Klein saw that there were only a few decent pieces of furniture left. He nodded in satisfaction and walked upstairs. The fire in the fireplace flickered, and when Klein turned around, his shadows seemed to be slightly relieved and returned to normal. Although Perona is very talented and powerful, this Klein is too indifferent to conscious life forms. When passing through the corridor on the 2nd floor, most people had already fallen asleep. Of course, there were also people who went crazy for the last time this night, such as the members of the Red and White Society. Klein didn't know why he suddenly had an impulse. Knock. 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 He knocked on the door of the room with the loudest sound and said, "Hey. Young people should know how to restrain themselves." 2 weak voices came from the room. Got it. After doing good deeds, Klein slowly walked to his door. Standing at the door, he could still hear Eric snoring. His hand was already on the doorknob. But Klein hesitated. He paused at the door for a full 5 minutes without going in. Finally, he put his hand down and slowly walked away. But as soon as Klein left, Eric opened his eyes and sighed with some resentment. "You've been out for half the night, and you don't want to come back. That's enough. You left me alone in the empty bed. But you went to meet a woman secretly. Klein, this guy is really a beast." "Oh, how can I spend the long night?" In Lilith's room, she was sitting in front of the window wearing only a half-length pajamas. The breeze gently blew her green hair, and her smooth long legs reflected the moonlight, looking particularly white. She had been sitting here for a long time, and no one knew what she was thinking or waiting for. Squeak! The door was opened, but Lilith did not look at the door. She still stared out the window and said softly, "I'm here." "Yeah." Klein stopped and looked at Lilith in front of the window. Her loose green hair made him miss the peaceful time in the dormitory 502 of the academy. That was when he was weakest. And it was because of Lilith's constant companionship that he was spared most of the harassment from the Black Cross and the Skull and Bone Society. But this does not mean that Klein is not angry. Even if he is seriously injured, he should be well after such a long time. Why is there no news? Is it fun to leave without saying goodbye? And Myra's matter. He also wants an explanation. Or rather, he hopes Lilith will explain it to him. Lilith turned her head and could feel Klein's somewhat wanton gaze, but she didn't mind at all. And she was dressed like this on purpose. Even if a large number of strange objects were destroyed, the source of the weirdness was still the house itself. The power of desire in the villa still exists, and everyone who stays in the villa will be continuously affected, including Lilith and Klein. Both of them are looking forward to something. But at this time, neither of them will say it first. Klein took a deep breath, suppressed his somewhat irritable mood, and his eyes regained clarity. "Tell me about the spy case." Lilith's expression was obviously stunned for a moment. "You already know that it was me that day?" Klein nodded. Lilith was silent for a while. She had prepared all kinds of excuses and explanations for Klein before, but at this moment, she seemed to be unable to say them. "I'm sorry about Mira. If apologies are useful, why do we need the security department and the Black Cross? If apologies are useful, then why do we need to improve our strength?" Lilith took a deep breath and seemed a little angry about Klein's attitude, but she still explained, "Before carrying out that mission, I didn't know that Esmond's test target was you." Klein listened to Lilith's explanation, but he was relieved. As long as there was a reason, it would be fine. He admitted that he had selfish motives, and he hoped to get Lilith's explanation, which would make him feel a little better. Some people like to say that there is no reason for doing things, but they don't know that the statement of no reason is the most hurtful and irreversible. "Tell me about the cause and effect of that spy incident in detail." Lilith was silent for a while, but this time, she was organizing her words. "That incident was ordered by your father Esmond. It was a multi-purpose, long-term execution plan. After learning that the real Catherine was a spy of Granock, this plan was launched. At the beginning, I and Ingsan arrested Catherine. After catching Catherine and obtaining specific spy intelligence, let me disguise myself as Catherine and carry out a series of follow-up plans. There are 3 purposes for this plan. First, Esmond doesn't like Fanster, and Mira has basically established a relationship with Fanster. So your father Esmond decided to make Fanster disappear from this world." Just hearing this, Klein's eyes shrank. In his previous life, He had seen many situations where parents were not satisfied with their children's dating. But this is Tarila. Even the textbooks clearly describe the promotion of free love. Even many large families are like this. Moreover, Thanster's character, identity, and family background were all good in his eyes. Why? Just because he didn't like Thanster's relationship with Mira. He killed him. Klein didn't know how to describe this behavior. Unscrupulous, disregarding human life, father's desire for control, like the feeling of controlling other people's life and death, don't like Thanster. Don't tell Mira directly, but choose to kill directly. Is this something a normal person can do? Lilith saw Klein's anger, but she didn't stop and continued. Second, your father Esmond and the Floor family achieved some unknown goals through this incident. Yes, it's Thanster's family. Thanster's death was also agreed by them. But I don't know what purpose they achieved. Hearing this, Klein was speechless. His father Esmond has done a lot of things like pitting children. Although he doesn't know Esmond's specific purpose. At least, he hasn't reached the point of killing his own child. But what's the situation with the Floor family? Sacrificing their own son because they need to achieve a certain goal. The object of cooperation is actually the person who killed their own son. Which is even more outrageous than Esmond's behavior. This made Klein sigh. It seems that my understanding of this world, and the so-called families in this country needs to be changed. Please continue. Lilith's tone slowed down a little. Third, it's about you. Esmond wants to test your hidden strength. He knows that you like to hide. And ordinary people can't force you to take action. So, while killing Thanster, you can use Mira to force you to take action. Which is a two-pronged approach. As a tester, Lance is known as the most perfect artificial man in Jiesha, and a capable subordinate of Esmond. His strength is also sufficient. Lance couldn't escape from Esmond's control. And because of Marion, he could only follow Esmond's orders. The specific target of the mission was you. And I didn't know until I arrived at the hotel. Sorry. After this mission, I investigated why Esmond wanted to test you, and found a plan of the Jia Society. It's called the Ancient Miracle Plan. And Klein, you seem to be part of this plan. Or in other words, you are the Ancient Miracle. Ancient Miracle. Joe had told him about this before. But not as precisely as Lilith said. Klein was silent for a while, and put this matter behind his mind. After slightly adjusting his mentality, Klein stared into Lilith's eyes. Why is it you who is the executor of this task? Lilith rolled up her clothes, revealing her back. Klein was stunned for a moment. And then, he saw a spiral mark on Lilith's back. This mark seemed to be more than just a pattern. When he stared at it carefully, Klein even felt that it was rotating. And his spiritual world seemed to be rotating with it. Klein, do you still remember how I fought the flame demon at the Fireblade cult's base? Klein nodded. The impression at that time was too deep. How could he forget it? Of course I remember. You transformed into, well, a form similar to that of a demon beast. Lilith nodded. This is called the Chaos Mark, which is the inheritance of my mother's lineage. Of course, some people also call it the Black King Mark. Those who have the Chaos Mark and Chaos Blood can activate the Chaos form, which is the form you have seen. The Black King? Klein was slightly surprised. Yes, the Chaos Mark is what the first generation of the Black King left behind. Lilith paused and continued. Your father, Esmond, has a Chaos Blood in his hand. And this Chaos Blood is my mother's. He promised me that as long as I complete this task, he will give me my mother's Chaos Blood. Chaos Blood is not only my strongest trump card, but also my mother's relic. No matter what the price, I must get it. This reason is enough. After saying that, Lilith did not continue to look at Klein, but turned her eyes to the window. She was a little afraid to look directly at Klein. In this mission, the complicated situation shown by the Alex family was even more outrageous than their family. The father who plotted against his son and killed his daughter's boyfriend. Klein who had been kept in the dark. And the injured Mira. All made Lilith a little worried. Shadow 3 is no longer trustworthy. Now Lilith seems to have returned to the helpless state she once was. The atmosphere was silent again. Klein closed his eyes, thinking about a question. Was there another reason why his father asked Lilith to do it? With his father's ability, he should know that his relationship with Lilith was not ordinary. Was he doing it on purpose? Klein looked at Lilith, who was only half wearing pajamas by the window. And his heart was in turmoil again. No one spoke for a long time. Just when Lilith's mood was sinking, Klein spoke. Well, it's a good reason, but... Just then, Lilith suddenly felt Klein coming to her side. And before she could react, he hugged her by the waist. Klein. This guy. Hugged me? And from behind? Klein's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Although the reason is good, I am not satisfied. So you need to be punished? The voice so close made Lilith's heart beat faster, and her ears turned red. But Lilith's strong character. How could she surrender so easily? Moreover, in the past, she was always the first to take the initiative to Klein. So how could she be weak at this time? She turned her head and said directly around Klein's neck. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few months, you have become more capable and courageous. Tell me, what do you want? What kind of punishment? Lilith paused a few times while speaking, and her seductive voice made Klein suddenly feel strange. He was a little puzzled. It was obviously me who took the initiative. So why didn't the other party panic like in the novel? Klein said with all his strength. What do you think? The atmosphere became ambiguous, and the effect of breeding desire in this villa made the eyes of both of them a little blurred. If it were normal times, Klein and Lilith would definitely restrain their desires. But now, the opposite side was Lilith/Klein, looking at Lilith who was so close. Klein felt helpless. It seemed that none of the sarcasm, blame, and angry words he had thought of before were used. I always laugh at Lance's dog licking. But sometimes I think that I am not much better than Lance. Lilith was even more surprised. She had thought of many bad results before, but fortunately none of them happened. And Klein's subsequent behavior was beyond her understanding. He actually took the initiative to touch her. Is this Klein? Lilith put her hand on Klein's chest. The dark fighting spirit melted Klein's coat and said seriously, I'm sorry about Myra's matter. It won't happen again in the future. I promise. What do you promise? Lilith suddenly laughed. Men are really easy to coax. What compensation do you want? I promise you. Listening to Lilith's teasing words, Klein entered the state of seemingly calm expression, but panicking in his heart. His eyes were a little evasive. We just met. And our progress, isn't it a bit too fast? Lilith pulled his neck and moved closer. Klein, I don't know how to fall in love. And I don't want to fall in love. I think we should skip this stage. Klein's scalp was numb. But he really had no experience. He should have asked Eric before coming. You said it. Don't regret it. Compared to Klein's entanglement, Lilith was much more calm. Love me. Klein's face gradually approached. And when there was still a distance between him and Lilith, Lilith suddenly took the initiative to stick to him. Just like in the dormitory of the college. Between them, Lilith was always the one who took the initiative. Linger kiss. Long-lost reunion. Perhaps it was the effect of amplifying desire in this villa. Or perhaps the two people had been looking forward to the arrival of this day, no longer caring about the candle demon, nor considering any tasks. At this moment, there was only each other. This time, they did not restrain. Lilith hugged Klein tightly and whispered, Klein, I should have told you that I am very corrosive. Klein bit Lilith. I have the physique of a second-level warrior. Chapter 162 has been censored. I have revised it, and will release it later. Chapter 164, Plan to Overthrow Jesha. In the morning, Lilith and Klein had both gotten up. At this time, Klein, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly became a little serious. Lilith, meeting you this time has given me an opportunity. Listen carefully. From now on, our relationship is completely broken. I know that you did what happened to Mira, and I have not forgiven you. And you, because of your stubborn character, have a falling out with me. After returning to Jesha, we will go our separate ways. If necessary, I will contact you. Lilith was surprised at first, and then looked at Klein strangely. What do you want to do? I have a lot of ideas, but the one I want most is to change the president of Jesha. Lilith's pupils shrank slightly. She already understood the meaning of Klein's words, but the difficulty of this matter was too difficult. Jesha is not an ordinary club. Your father, Esmond, is an unfathomable guy. Overthrowing Jesha is not just playing house. Klein nodded. Of course I know this is very difficult, so I need your help. How about it? I'll give you a chance to become my accomplice. Come on. Lilith knew what accomplice meant. She smiled. We are already in this relationship. How can I say no to you? Klein laughed, and then took out a bottle from his arms. It may take a very long time to overthrow Jesha. My plan is within 5 years. And this is the beginning of overthrowing Jiesha. Lilith looked at the bottle in Klein's hand. A little confused. A bottle? Yes. A bottle. Next. Let's witness the moment of miracle. Miracle? Klein handed the little man Lance in the bottle to Lilith. Just when Lilith wanted to take the bottle suddenly slipped from Klein's hand. Lilith wanted to reach out and grab the bottle, but was stopped by Klein. She watched the bottle fall to the ground and shatter. A little man like a doll crawled out of the broken bottle and began to expand and grow. This process was like the process of a newborn baby growing rapidly into an adult. It didn't stop until he restored his original appearance. Lilith looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. Is this person Lance? Lance was a synthetic man made of blood. She knew that Lance's blood was too complicated. When he was carrying out the task of testing Klein, he was already close to the limit. Then he went through several battles, overdrawing his bloodline to the limit. Logically, even if Esmond did it himself, he couldn't save him. But now, Lance was standing in front of her alive. That night, after she left, what did Klein do to Lance? Lance looked at Klein in a daze. Not only Lilith, but even he himself felt it was too incredible. He had a confused and confusing memory before he died, and the whole process of being absorbed into the synthesizer by Klein. During the synthesis process, Lance could feel his body being broken, decomposed, and reorganized. He had a vague memory of the whole process of rebirth. It was precisely because of this that he could understand the power of this force, which could give him a new life. Something that even Esmond could not do. This was an ability that had already surpassed the rules of the world and the limits of magic. Lance looked at his palm and clenched his fist. He could feel that this was a healthy body. The heart was beating strongly. The blood was rushing in the blood vessels. The muscles were closely connected, and the whole body was full of strength. I originally thought that everything I felt before was just my obsession after death. But I didn't expect that I was really resurrected. Klein patted his shoulder. You are resurrected, Lance. Lance's eyes gradually regained their spirit. He finally had a healthy body, which meant that many things he wanted to do, but didn't dare to do before could now be tried. He turned his head to look at Klein. Klein's blood was flowing in his body. Everything he had now belonged to Klein. Lance knelt on one knee. Master Klein, thank you for giving me a new life. Your will is my will. Lilith on the side always felt that something was wrong. So she pulled Klein. I always felt that something was wrong. He looked like he was subjected to some kind of cult ritual by you. Do you think I'm the kind of person who believes in evil gods? Well, not really. Klein laughed, looked at Lance again, and said to Lilith seriously, if you want to overthrow Jiesha, it's definitely not possible to rely on the two of us. And Lance is the first step of our plan. You use the evil energy first. Lance was a little confused. He stretched out a hand, and green evil energy appeared in his hand. Normal and correct. Very good. From now on, you are no longer called Lance. Your new name is Alan Longfellow. Your new identity is a shadow swordsman wandering on the border. You must remember this. My name is Alan Longfellow, a shadow swordsman. But I don't know shadow spells. No. You can. You can try it yourself. Lance heard this, and began to try to drive his magic power. Not long after, black flames appeared in his palm. Looking at the shadow flames in his hand, Lance felt a little incredible. Klein's power shadow? Klein nodded. Now, you are a shadow swordsman, and you will meet Lilith by chance. In a battle, you helped Lilith. Lilith saw that you were outstanding. Although you were unruly, you had great potential. After a detailed investigation of your identity and background, she invited you to join Jiesha. As for the rest, after you join Jiesha, you just need to climb up honestly. You don't need to have any contact with me. And now, what you have to do is to hide first, and wait for a chance to meet Lilith. After saying that, Klein took out his endless wine pot, and threw it to Lance. This is called the endless wine pot. It will automatically produce a bottle of wine every day. In the future, if you are free in front of others, just drink a sip. A traffic swordsman will definitely have some bad habits. Lance did not question Klein's request, but just nodded. Yes, I understand. Even after being reborn, Lance still has too many traces of the past. And being too self-disciplined is one of them. A self-disciplined magician can't drink. But a wandering magician is different. This is the new label Klein created for Lance. Lance looked at the endless wine pot in his hand. He didn't expect that there was still a chance to return to Jiesha. Although it was no longer in his original identity, Lance still had some expectations in his heart. After explaining to Lance, Klein looked at Lilith. Lilith, Lance's specific identity must be forged by you personally. You are much more professional than me in this aspect. It depends on you whether he joins Jiesha. Lilith looked at Klein with a complicated look. Her man was a little careless. She thought seriously for a while and nodded. Okay. Leave it to me to rejoin Jiesha. Klein touched Lilith's green hair with a very gentle look. Originally I thought of many other ways, but none of them are as fast and effective as you. It's almost time. We should go down and see if this strange house has killed any people from the Red and White Society. What do you mean? Lilith was a little confused. This room is an interesting place. If I'm not mistaken, one of the parts of the Candle Demon should be hidden here. Okay. Forget about this room for now. Lilith. Next. It's time for us to quarrel. Next door. Becky, who had woken up, looked a little embarrassed. These guys, none of them are quiet and don't know how to restrain themselves. It's really too much. Is it necessary to do this? And this room is also full of weirdness. Let's find a way to leave quickly. Perona, who was sleeping next to her, was silent. She got up and dressed woodenly, sighing as she washed. Alas, I have to leave today. And I didn't have a beautiful encounter with Senior Klein. What a pity. Should I find a way to leave my contact information to him today? Yesterday, that green-haired guy was flirting with Senior Klein. Perona, you can't lose. Becky looked at Perona, who was muttering all the time, and was also speechless. As a girl, can you be more reserved? Just then, she suddenly heard some quarrels. From the sound, it was Klein and Lilith. Have you become arrogant as your strength has increased? Your business is a business. But mine is not a business? Lilith's angry voice came from next door, making Becky prick up her ears. Lilith, you make me feel a little strange and scary. I don't know what you have been through in the past few months, but there are some things that cannot be done. As soon as Becky went out, she saw Klein walking downstairs with a gloomy face. Becky looked at Klein thoughtfully, then turned to look at Lilith, who was standing in the aisle. As soon as she set her eyes on Lilith, the other party shouted at her angrily. What are you looking at? Be your captain. Bang! With a sound, the door was closed by Lilith. Becky raised her eyebrows. This is a bit interesting. What exactly did Klein and Lilith quarrel about? What did Lilith do that was unforgivable, cheated, impossible? After becoming teammates with Eric, the direction of Becky's brain circuit began to become strange. But this matter is a very valuable information, which needs to be reported to Esmond. Perona, who had been behind Becky, also poked her head out at this time, her eyebrows jumping, and her face was full of joy. Senior Klein quarreled with that green-haired guy. Great. Green-haired? Becky was slightly stunned. As a paladin, she never gave anyone a nickname. But the name of green hair seems to be good. Becky nodded secretly and said to Perona, Your name is Perona, right? It's not good to give people nicknames, but the name of green hair is good. On the other side, Lilith, who was leaning against the door, breathed a sigh of relief. She had done this kind of acting and pretending more than once. But when acting with Klein, I always feel that I can't grasp the degree. But Becky looks stupid, so it shouldn't be a problem. I feel that my performance is okay. It should be okay. Right? There was no trace of Lance in the room, and only Lilith was left there talking to herself. Chapter 165. There shouldn't be secrets between us. When Klein reached the stairs, many members of the Red and White Society had already arrived. A member of the Red and White Society named Crocker stood in the middle of the hall, muttering and complaining constantly. As for why everyone was standing, it was because there was really no place to sit. Who is so wicked? Moved away all the chairs, even if the space ring is big. You can't do this. Right? Are you still a human being? The black-faced man Semo pulled Crocker. Say less. Both teams are not easy to mess with. Klein walked down the stairs slowly with a calm expression, glanced at the living room, and then frowned. Chairs? Where to sit without chairs? Who did it? Moved away all the chairs so wickedly. Are you asking us to eat standing? Klein spoke righteously, and there was nothing wrong with it. The members of the Red and White Society looked at him with a suspicious expression. This guy. His expression was too exaggerated. I didn't steal it. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? being justified and confident. The first element of lying is to accuse the wicked first. At this moment, Klein felt that his lying ability had improved, although he was stared at by everyone. Klein was not panicked at all. Anyway, I would not admit that I stole the furniture. I didn't steal it. I was obviously right. And I helped you clean up these monster furniture. You should thank me. Thinking of this, Klein felt that the red scarf on his chest was brighter. After saying that, he ate his bread by himself, burning the magic Ouchyoung brand. The taste is great. Other members of the GS Society also came down from upstairs one after another. Becky glanced at Klein and Lilith, and found that they had no communication at all. So she stopped being suspicious. Eric came to Klein quietly. Master, give me some food and drink. Klein pointed at the members of the Red and White Society opposite, and said with a pout. It's right across the street. Go get it yourself. Why are you asking me for it? The table was one of the furniture that Klein didn't move, because he thought that everyone would have to eat here this morning, and it would be a bit too much to move the table. So he didn't move it. The table was already full of bread and water, which were made by Ian, the arcane female mage of the Red and White Society. Seeing the conversation between Klein and Eric, Ian pointed to the bread on the table timidly. Please feel free. It's okay. Eric waved his hand, and said in Klein's ear. Long nights. Alone in an empty bed, with only Miss Wu to accompany me. Klein, do you know how hard I've been, and you went out to rob and cheat, and didn't come back all night, and even went on a tryst. Wu! Eric took out the bread that Klein had stuffed into his mouth, and ate it happily. Can the bread that Klein made be the same as the bread that Pujia made? It's definitely different. Even if the taste is the same, the status is different. The same coffee is sold for 2 rila on the street, and 2 tel in Jiesha. This is the level of luxury. But he soon couldn't eat it anymore, because Klein kept staring at him expressionlessly, with a bit of murderous intent in his eyes. This made Eric feel that the bread in his hand didn't smell so good anymore. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because I know your secret, and want to kill you to silence you? Klein didn't say anything, just nodded. Eric suddenly frowned. Don't, brother. I'm tight-lipped. You know, I've given you the magic weapon. Can't I just not drink the soup? Forget it. Tell me, what did you get last night? Klein suddenly asked. He really didn't believe that Eric would really sleep in the room all night. Speaking of this, Eric's expression suddenly became wretched, his eyebrows jumping. Not to mention how cheap he was. Of course there was. Last night, I couldn't sleep after you left, so I went to check every room. Klein was a little surprised. Every room? Check? Thinking carefully about Eric's words, Klein's expression became a little strange. He had been in the hallway and the living room in the first half of the night. So where was Eric? You went to every room to check? Which rooms? Of course. Every room except the ones in our GS Society. Where else can you go? Eric said, as a matter of course. Klein blinked and asked tentatively. Including those female members of the Red and White Society? Eric nodded shyly. Seeing his expression, Klein wanted to hit him. Fuck. You are too good, Eric said embarrassedly. You said that only uneducated people would always say fuck. You see, I rarely say it now. Klein swallowed his saliva. His expression was unusually rich. You went into the room, and then explored what? Eric was lost in thought. Of course I did some of my job. I am a pastor and a doctor. The male members have been under so much mental pressure recently, and are so tired every night. So I let them sleep, and have a good rest. The female members are also very hard-working. After all, there are fewer women and more men in this group. So I help them relax, and let them experience a different kind of happiness. Of course, they don't know it's me. I do good things without leaving a name. Klein's mouth twitched. 3 in one night. Can you handle it? Eric waved his hand. You don't understand this. Although I am a pastor, my physical fitness is still acceptable. Klein rubbed his temple. It turned out that the big noise last night was caused by Eric. He originally thought it was someone from the Red and White Society. He could only silently give a thumbs up. I admire you, but don't tell me that you only did this last night, Eric said, looking at the group of Red and White Society members. Of course, there are other gains. After I took their blood, I found that several people had problems with their vitality. But I'm not sure about the specific situation. I'm not sure whether some of them are dead or alive. Taking blood? Are you a blood mage or a vampire? Of course I'm a blood mage. I'm a real human. I made them so happy. Shouldn't I charge a small fee? Klein nodded. Eric didn't need to tell him that he was a blood mage. He said this just to make himself feel at ease. Even if you don't tell me this, I won't really do anything to you. No. 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 Klein, if I know your secret, and you don't know mine, then our relationship will be in danger. Both of them narrowed their eyes and laughed in tacit understanding. At this time, Lilith and the other two had packed up, and they looked at Becky. Our mission is over. Your mission is to take them back? Becky nodded. Yes, to take them back to the Red and White Society. Then let's go together, Lilith said. Although she was a little surprised, Becky definitely had no objection to Lilith's suggestion that the two teams go together. Okay, I'll let the people of the Red and White Society get ready. Even if they are very strong, it is not a sure thing to force their way out of the beast tide. And Lilith and the others should think so too, although they are carrying a lot of burdens. If the two teams are combined, with the blessing of Eric, the priest, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. The members of the Red and White Society had almost finished their breakfast. Nimitz frowned and looked at Jersika beside him. Why didn't Cavallo come down, Semir? Cavallo didn't come with you. I'm not sure. I saw him sleeping in bed this morning, so I didn't call him. At this time, Becky also noticed that there were fewer members of the Red and White Society and spoke up. Do you need help? No. There's just one member who didn't come down. Maybe he slept late. Nimitz looked at Jersika and asked her to go up and check on Cavallo. Becky always felt something was wrong. She looked at Klein and Eric's playful and expectant expressions and felt that something was wrong. These two guys must know something. But they didn't tell her. She was really frustrated as a captain. I'll go with you. Nimitz looked at Betsy and finally nodded. Jersey said to Betsy, Captain Betsy, please follow me. Watching Betsy and Jersey go upstairs, Klein and Eric looked at each other. The things in this room seemed to be a little different. I wonder how many people will die. Who knows? Betsy and Jersey came to the door of Cavallo's room. After knocking on the door, there was no response. Betsy drew out her sword and said to Jersey, Get out of the way first. Jersey looked at the sword in Betsy's hand, and an inexplicable look lit up in her eyes. Bang! Betsy kicked the door open, holding the sword, and walked in. The room was so messy that it was a bit surprising. Where was the original appearance of the villa? Chaos, decay, and stench were overwhelming. Becky walked over slowly and lifted the bed sheet. Cavallo was lying on the dirty bed in the room, his face pale and motionless. He had been dead for a long time, just like Grover described by Perona. Half of Cavallo's body was bitten to pieces by some monster, and his heart was dug out. And it seems that he died not for a short time. Who was the person who appeared last night? Captain Becky. Cavallo is dead. Hearing Jersey's voice, Becky's face was slightly cold, and she clenched the sword in her hand. Miss Jersey, you don't seem to be surprised. He should have died a long time ago. Why should I be surprised? Becky turned around after hearing this, only to find that Jersika showed a somewhat intriguing smile. It seems that Miss Jersika and Mr. Cavallo's relationship is not very good, so what are you going to do next? Becky raised the great sword in her hand and pointed it at Jersika. Jersika looked at Becky. Her expression slowly became ferocious. She suddenly stretched her hand towards the wall, and the wall in front began to soften. A weapon exactly the same as Becky's great sword appeared in Jersika's hand. Jersika rushed towards Becky with the great sword, although her speed was not slow. In Becky's opinion, her whole body was full of flaws and could be easily defeated. She had no intention of swinging the sword, but was ready to capture the other party alive. Just as Becky's hand was about to touch Jersika's great sword, Jersika laughed. Her great sword suddenly melted in her hand, changed its shape, and stabbed into her body in the opposite direction. When Becky reacted, it was already a little late. Puff! Watching the sword pierce into Jersey's chest, Becky secretly thought it was bad. She had been prepared to fight back, but she didn't expect that the other party had no intention of attacking her at all, but chose to commit suicide. Then, Jersey's tragic scream came. Ah! At this point, Becky also understood that there was no need to do it. Suicide? What's the point of doing this? Jersey looked at Becky with some amusement. Captain Becky, I'm so sorry. I just want to leave this damn place. Originally, I just need to wait a few more days. I didn't expect you to come and disrupt all my plans. So I'm sorry. Captain Becky. I can only be more eager for quick success, and buy myself some time. Instead of asking me these questions, you might as well think about how to explain it to them. Jessica. After saying that, he fell straight to the ground, and the great sword in his hand began to melt and merge back into the house. Klein shrugged when he heard the shouts from upstairs. It looks like something has happened. Let's go up and take a look. Eric spread his hands. Let's see if there are any dead people up there first. Let's go up and see if there are any dead people first. On the Lilith team side, Joe glanced at Lilith. He always felt that the captain was glowing today, and he didn't know if he was wrong. Captain, do we have to go up and take a look too? Lilith frowned. It was a bit unexpected that this happened before she left. Let's go up and take a look. If Becky and the others don't finish the matter, it will be more troublesome for us to break through alone. Ing San suddenly spoke. If we team up with Becky and the others, we have to bring these burdens with us. It may not be better for us to act alone. Lilith shook her head. As long as there are 3 stable fighters joining, it will be fine. I know Eric. He is a very powerful priest. With his assistance, it will be much more stable. Moreover, if they are really in danger, they will not care about these red and white society members. Chapter 166, He is a thinking magic weapon. Almost everyone went upstairs. Only Perona stayed behind. And the strange thing was that everyone seemed to ignore Perona naturally at this moment. Even Klein was no exception. Perona, in the eyes of everyone, seemed to be non-existent. But Perona's own situation was a little special. It was not that she didn't want to follow Klein, but she didn't know what they were talking about at all. She entered a strange trance state when she just went downstairs. Sometimes she couldn't even hear the surrounding sounds clearly, and her mind couldn't stop thinking about it. Thinking that the green-haired guy was not much older than her. But her tyrannical strength was even better than Captain Becky. Looking at herself again, she was a little transparent. Except for her appearance and the size in front, she had almost no advantages, which made her feel like a waste. After going out to see the outside world this time, Perona has understood that background, talent, appearance and so on are not important. What really matters is one's own strength. And the gap between her and Green Hair's strength is so great that it makes people despair. She regretted it a little, because whether in the academy or in the club, everyone praised her for her talent, which is a rare dual talent of life and metal. At this time, she realized that the dual talents were useless. If she fought head-on, she would definitely be killed by Green Hair. If she meditated more seriously, she might be a formal professional, and would not be so weak. Oh, I'm too weak. I really want to be stronger. Just as she was complaining about herself, a voice appeared in her heart. You want to become stronger? I can help you. Perona was startled, and came to her senses. Who was talking? She looked around. Where are the people around? Did I not sleep well last night? Just when she thought it was an illusion, the voice in her heart appeared again. Don't you think you are weak? I can make you stronger. Perona didn't know if she was under some magic or evil spell, so she could only ask quietly in her heart. Who are you? My name is Trisis, the heart of the candle demon. You can also call me Lord Candlewick. Candlewick? Candle of Candle? Seeing that Candlewick didn't respond to her for a long time, Perona continued quickly. Lord Candlewick, what should I do? There is a burning rope in the bonfire of the extinguished fireplace. Find it, and hold it tightly. Perona walked slowly to the fireplace, and looked at the bonfire in front of her. A little hesitant. Just take it? Won't it burn your hands? No. Take it. Juwick, I'm not angry. Ah. You won't lie to me. Of course not. Juwick, I'm really not angry. Who knows that after Perona hesitated for a while, she continued. Are you tempting me? Why do I feel like you are a demon or an evil spirit? Trisis seemed a little angry. How could there be such a stupid guy? Can't you feel the magic power in your body is constantly increasing? What kind of host did I find? He suppressed his anger and spoke slowly. The evil god will not tempt a weak guy like you. If I were an evil spirit, you would have died long ago. Well, it turns out that the evil god doesn't like me. Perona stretched out her hand towards the bonfire, with some sadness, and began to search. On the second floor, Nimitz looked at Jessica in front of Becky, and rushed up immediately. Jessica? What happened to her? Several members of the Red and White Society also stepped forward and asked. Becky looked at the corpse at her feet, and said lightly, Dead? What else can happen? Nimitz looked at the huge wound on Jessica's chest. This kind of wound can only be caused by the big sword in Becky's hand. He looked at Becky, angry and a little afraid. At this time, the 6 members of the GS Society could easily kill them all. So even if he was very angry, he didn't dare to show it directly, and could only suppress his anger and ask, "Why?" Becky frowned. It was too troublesome to explain the situation. Just then, several members of the Red and White Society walked out of Cavallo's house. "Captain, Cavallo is dead too. And it seems that he was also killed by that kind of large weapon." At this moment, everyone in the Red and White Society was a little excited, and they looked at Becky and the others with unfriendly eyes. Looking at the faces of the members of the Red and White Society, Becky was a little annoyed. If she brought such a guy back to hand in the mission, she didn't know how to discredit them. So, although it was difficult to explain, Becky still had to explain. She set her eyes on Grover, who was standing not far away. "This Jessica is fake. Just like that Grover. A person who was created by this room and resurrected from the dead." As soon as Becky finished speaking, someone immediately refuted her. "Why should we trust you?" Klein on the side had slowly pulled out the Luochun. If talking couldn't solve the problem, then force would be the only way to solve it. Klein blew on his blade. "Anyway, the Red and White Society just wants them to go back alive. Not to say that they can't get hurt. The Red and White Society's pharmacy and medical care are very advanced. Even if their limbs are broken, they should be able to be cured. It's not a big problem. Don't you think?" "Eric!" Klein began to speak seriously, making the Red and White Society members' scalps numb. And Eric on the side also nodded. "Don't talk about breaking limbs. As long as there is enough money, you can cut them into sticks and live. Don't think that the two of them are singing in unison, like telling a crosstalk." Becky looked at their eyes, and knew that they were serious. At this time, Crocker of the Red and White Society stood up. "You have killed people. Why should we listen to you? We, the Red and White Society, paid the money, but you killed our members. Are the people in the GS Society crazy?" As soon as Crocker said this, Nimitz secretly thought that it was not good. These guys were stupid at ordinary times, but they were really stupid at this time. The people in the GS Society abide by the rules, but they are really only within the scope of the mission. These guys don't really think that the people in the GS Society are all good men and women. Right when Crocker finished speaking, Nimitz had already sensed the murderous intent in Becky. Before he could persuade her, Becky had already made a move. She suddenly grabbed Crocker's arm and gently bent it. Crack! The broken bone immediately pierced his skin, and the pale broken bone leaked out from his forearm. Before Crocker screamed, Becky kicked him on the knee again, breaking his knee on the spot. "Ah!" Looking at Crocker lying on the ground and howling, the people of the Red and White Society were a little scared. They were too strong and had no room for resistance. After such a long career in the executive department, Becky's style of doing things was no longer as immature as it was during the first Fire Blade cult mission. "Our mission is to bring you back alive. The key is to stay alive, not to protect you. As long as you don't die, it's fine. As for why, just because I am stronger than you. Is this enough?" Lilith, who was standing aside, looked at Becky, who acted decisively, and raised her eyebrows with great interest. I didn't expect Becky to have made some progress. After Becky broke Crocker's hands and feet, the people of the Red and White Society seemed to realize something they had just overlooked. The people standing next to Grover began to slowly move away until Grover stood there alone. He first had the same frightened expression as the members of the Red and White Society, but when he saw that everyone was starting to distance themselves from him, his expression returned to normal, and he spoke in a very unfamiliar accent. "These people in the Red and White Society are really heartless and timid. They don't even dare to save their own members. They are really a bunch of trash." "Grover, what are you talking about?" The people in the Red and White Society were a little surprised, but those who had brains had already guessed something, such as Nimitz, who suddenly looked at Betsy. "Captain Betsy, are you serious?" Betsy ignored Nimitz and continued to stare at Grover. "Your Excellency did all this just to delay for a little time. Did you achieve your goal?" Grover shook his head, revealing an expression that seemed unsatisfied. "I guess so. Congratulations, Mr. Villa." After finishing the conversation with Becky, Grover set his sights on Klein. "Mr. Klein, I originally liked you more, but you were too cruel. I was afraid that I would die if I fell into your hands, so I changed to someone else. Klein didn't like to hear this. Come on. Sit down and tell me. Where am I cruel? Isn't it cruel enough to not even let go of the murals? Grover made Klein autistic with just one sentence. Eric on the side was shocked and looked at Klein with suspicion. Klein, tell me if you have any troubles or problems. There are plenty of girls in Palomia. You don't even spare the murals. I can't stand it anymore. Get lost. Klein didn't bother to pay attention to Eric. He stared at Grover and said tentatively, Trisis? When Klein called out this name, everything in the villa suddenly froze. It seemed that only he and Klein could move. Needless to say, Klein also knew that this should be Trisis's unique world. And there were candlesticks. If I tell you now that I have chosen Perona as the host, will you kill Perona? After that, the two returned to normal from the freeze. At this moment, Klein felt that after Grover finished talking to him, the magic power in the surrounding strange objects and furniture was disappearing, and the direction of the magic power loss is all in one direction. Downstairs, Perona, just when Klein was confused, Grover had already looked at the others. This body will die soon. Instead of tracking me down, you should think about how to deal with the bone-eating beasts outside with these red and white society trash. At the end of his words, Grover's body began to collapse. Just like what Perona saw before, a lot of his flesh and blood were torn off. At the moment Grover died, the villa began to shake violently. Lilith rushed down first, followed by Ingsan and Joe. It's going to collapse. Go quickly. Becky and the others also began to rush out with Becky, who had already taken the red and white society's Chongyuan. Only Klein stopped. In this room, the truly valuable things are not those strange objects, but a part of Trisis. Klein recalled the conversation with Grover just now, closed his eyes, and quickly filtered all the details in his mind, and immediately rushed to the first floor. When everyone went to the second floor, Perona, who got the rope, entered a very strange spiritual space. The rope made of the heart of the candle demon was wrapped around her body, and she was a little at a loss. Master Candlewick, what should I do next? The Candlewick was originally the incarnation of Trisis's heart, the place of freedom and desire, the sole magic weapon Candle Demon Heart. But he was also a magic weapon with independent will and very strong independent consciousness. Although he was also a part of Trisis, Candlewick had no idea of merging and rebirth. He is who he is. He is Trisis. But he is also Candlewick. What he has to do is to find a suitable host and take him away from this hellhole. After the fusion and rebirth, will he still exist? Candlewick knows without thinking that at that time, the five consciousnesses will definitely merge together, and the real Trisis will be resurrected, and he will no longer be independent. Without the fusion of independent consciousness, only a few other fools will do it, and he doesn't want to do it. At the beginning, the host he chose was Perona. For this, he had made preparations and let Perona see the corpse and witness his power. But later, Klein and the others arrived, and everything changed. After meeting Klein, Candlewick discovered that Klein's brilliance completely overshadowed Perona's brilliance. He is the person who has mastered the power of arcane, the most perfect host. However, Candlewick did not act rashly. He was cautious and chose to observe Klein first. But Klein's subsequent actions were completely beyond his expectations. This guy is too cruel. Klein had discovered the existence of the life of the strange objects long ago, but his choice was to kill and collect them. From this point, Candlewick saw Klein's character. He never treated the life objects as life, but as strange objects. Just ordinary objects. There is no difference between Candlewick and the life objects. He also knows that if he falls directly into Klein's hands, let alone autonomy, it would be generous of Klein to be able to retain his will. In fact, Candlewick's guess is correct. Klein has almost killed Candlestick. He chose Perona and escaped. If it were a bit more miserable, Klein would directly erase his will and turn him into an ordinary magic weapon again, which would be miserable. So, Jushin changed his way and chose Perona, a girl with almost zero danger. If Klein could not suppress his desire and kill Perona, then Jushin could naturally rely on the power of controlling desire to deal with Klein. And it was hard to say who would win at that time. If Klein did not kill Perona, then he would not suffer any loss. At least, he could still preserve his main will in Perona. For Jushin, retaining his own will was more important than anything else. Even if Klein was a perfect host, he was unwilling to sacrifice himself. However, Jushin looked at Perona in front of him and felt powerless. This guy was too stupid. Her talent was obviously very good, but her execution and brain seemed to be very stupid. It felt that the direction of development was completely wrong. Jushin was a little helpless. Such a host had to be taught by hand, and had no opinion at all. It was too tiring. Prepare to sacrifice your talent. Sacrifice your talent? It sounds terrible. I won't die just like that. Will I? Looking at Perona's innocent eyes, Candlewick felt confused. It's too hard for me. He is just the heart of Trisis. He feels that he shouldn't bear the pressure that a complete human should bear. You won't die. This is a process of evolving your abilities. Get ready to start. Perona looked at Candlewick, who was perfunctory. She felt a little wronged. Master Candlewick didn't seem to want to pay attention to me. She slowly stretched out her hands, and 2 light balls, one gray and one green, appeared in her hands. Candlewick nodded. Let's get started. When Klein arrived at the first floor, Perona was standing there blankly. Her eyes were empty, and Klein couldn't guess what happened to her. I have chosen Perona as my host. Will you kill Perona? Trisis' words echoed in Klein's mind. What did this guy mean? Does he want him to kill Perona? He walked in slowly, and just as he grabbed Perona's arm, Klein suddenly felt several extremely strong desires rising from his heart. This time, it was not just lust. Inexplicable anger, hatred, killing, greed, all came out of his heart, filling Klein's mind. If it was the previous Klein, he would have been hit. But just last night, he had just had sex with Lilith. Lust had long been obtained, released. Anger and hatred mainly appeared in Esmond. He also had a detailed plan. Can restrain. Only killing and greed began to grow wildly in his heart. Looking at the weak Perona in front of him, Klein wanted to break her neck and take away the candle demon accessories on her body. When Klein hesitated, Perona suddenly turned around and looked at him. But just one look. Klein knew that she was not Perona herself, and the one in front of him should be Trisis. Why are you hesitating? You have already got a part of my body. If you get me, you will get more powerful. If you want to get it, just do it. A bewitching voice came from Perona's mouth. Klein looked at Perona, and the tip of the bone blade had emerged from his palm, and he might attack at any time. Candlewick was a little excited. He felt the strong desire in Klein. If Klein really killed Perona and possessed the heart of the candle demon, he would have the power to control the other party's killing and greed. At this moment, a piece of wood fell from the collapsed roof and hit Klein's head. Although it didn't hurt, the dust that fell still fascinated one of Klein's eyes. After blinking a few times, Klein's mind became a little clearer. He simply closed his eyes and calmed down for a while. When he opened his eyes again, Klein had regained his confidence and clarity. If you want me to get you so much, why do you use such a roundabout way? It's just a magic weapon. You think too highly of yourself, Trisis. And even if I can't get it, it doesn't mean I can't use it. My ability is beyond your imagination. Klein is no longer the Klein he used to be. The power of the synthesizer is truly superior to everything. It not only has functions such as synthesis and strengthening, but also extension and things in the bottle. If the opponent's power is really strong, he can just wait for 300 days for the main will CD, and then capture Perona to synthesize the little man in the bottle. He has plenty of ways to deal with it slowly. Candlewick was slightly surprised. A power beyond his imagination? Bragging. At the moment when Candlewick was distracted, Klein pressed his palm on Perona's neck, and the shadow power slowly penetrated Perona's skin. The pain brought by the shadow power stimulated Perona's senses. When Perona looked a little struggling, Klein suddenly shouted, "Perona, wake up!" Perona suddenly woke up, and Trisis's will disappeared. Senior Klein? She looked around the collapsing villa and was a little surprised. What's going on? Looking at the confused Perona, Klein smiled charmingly and said gently, "The house collapsed. Let's go!" Chapter 167. The Candle Demons with their own thoughts. As soon as Klein and Perona went out, they saw a shocking scene. A huge number of bone-eating beasts, like a dark red ocean, densely surrounded the villa. After the Candlewick merged into Perona's body, the villa no longer had the power to deter the bone-eating beasts. Now, the damaged villa has been surrounded by bone-eating beasts. There are more and more bone-eating beasts. But whether it is the aftermath of the villa or for some other reason, these bone-eating beasts have no intention of attacking for the time being. Eric smacked his lips. Wow, this number will take a long time to count, let alone kill. Lilith, who was on the side, was about to talk about her action plan when her eyes accidentally glanced at Klein. After seeing Klein holding Perona's hand and Perona's chest pressing Klein tightly, Lilith was immediately furious. She forgot the battle plan she had just thought of. She walked towards Becky and deliberately brushed past Klein. With the fastest and most amazing speed among all the people, Lilith pinched Klein's waist without leaving any trace. The pain immediately distorted Klein's expression. But at this time, he had to hold it back. A barely audible voice appeared in Klein's ears. "When I saw her last night, I knew you had a story. And you were philandering." Klein was stunned. Out of thin air? Klein didn't know how strong Lilith's hand was, but he was sure that he couldn't bear it with his current physical condition. Perona looked at Klein strangely. Her eyesight could not see clearly what happened between Lilith and Klein. But at this moment, the voice of Candlewick sounded in her mind. "She is Klein's woman." "What?" Perona's scream attracted everyone's attention. And Perona said weakly, It's okay. I had a brain seizure. Don't look at me." At this time, Candlewick's voice appeared again. "I said, she is Klein's woman. They are flirting." Perona was suddenly sad and asked in her heart, "Lord Candlewick, how did you know?" "They did it in front of me." "How could I not know, however?" "You'd better not tell anyone. They are both hiding it." Perona nodded dully. "It's over. The male god was slept with. And I'm cold." With resentment, she stared at Lilith's chest fiercely, using this aspect to cheer herself up. "Humph, I'm obviously much bigger than this green-haired guy. If you want to get Klein back, you have to get stronger." "Yes, I want to get stronger." Then, Perona thought of the difference in strength between the enemy and us, and suddenly lost her strength. This green-haired guy is stronger than Becky, and it seems that she has no chance. No. It doesn't matter if I'm a nobody. But I have the help of Master Candlewick now, Candlewick, who has been hiding in Perona's spiritual space. Sighed. He has laid so much groundwork. And this silly girl finally thought of him at this time. It's really embarrassing that a magic weapon that awakens the spirit has become so useless that it can only be used by women to fight for their favor. Lilith came to Becky's side. "What do you think of this number?" Lilith looked at the members of the Red and White Society beside her. One of them was seriously injured, with the scale of the bone-eating beasts now. It was good enough for them to walk by themselves, let alone bring people. Although Lilith didn't say it clearly, Becky understood the meaning in her eyes. In this case, these people are not easy to lead. But after thinking for a while, she still didn't plan to give up these people directly. After all, they are all mages. And they are all mages of the Red and White Society. Maybe they are weaker than the people of the Jez Society, but they are definitely not a bunch of salted fish. Maybe they performed very poorly in the villa, and Lilith didn't look down on them at all. But that was because of their identity and environment. Sometimes, give the mages a little space and distance. They can do much more than close combat. Becky glanced at the members of the Red and White Society. "We will break out to the north. You try to follow us. With this number, no one can protect you. And I hope you understand." As soon as Becky finished speaking, the members of the Red and White Society were slightly agitated. With Crocker's previous experience, no one would blindly refute Becky at this time. Two of the Red and White Society members, who supported Crocker, slowly put him down. Crocker, who had broken his hands and feet, was suddenly a little panicked. "What do you mean? What about me? What should I do? You just abandon me like this? No. Please. I'm sure I'll die with so many bone-eating beasts." "You bastards. Come back. You are a bunch of bastards. The people of the Jez Society are bastards. And Nimitz and you are too." No one paid attention to Crocker's roar and insults. Not even the other members of the Red and White Society. This person seemed to be automatically ignored by everyone. Nimitz, the captain of the Red and White Society, nodded to Becky and Lilith and said, "Captain Becky, Captain Lilith, you can go ahead. We will try our best to catch up. We also understand this situation. If we really don't rush out, it just means that we are not strong enough." Klein heard this and glanced at Nimitz. This guy is a smart man. Although the word sounded good, he was the only second-level member of the Red and White Society. In mobile warfare, his escape ability must be the strongest, and his first-level members could only become cushions behind him to block attacks. Not to mention the members with no fighting power like Perona and Ian the Arcane Mage. Although Klein could see this kind of thing, there was no need to say it. He just felt ridiculous when he saw the members of the Red and White Society were united. Klein took out the accompanying map, looked at the scope of the ruins, and said, "I think it's better to break out to the south than to the north." "Tell me about it," Becky said. "If I'm not mistaken, these bone-eating beasts will only attack people who enter the ruins. According to the map, if we continue to go south, the distance away from the ruins is less than that of going north, although it's only a few hundred meters. But with the number of bone-eating beasts and the distance of a few hundred meters, I think it's better to go around in the wild than to rush directly to the north." Becky and Lilith looked at each other and nodded. "Then go south." Lilith summoned the shadow armor directly, and Becky also drew the great sword. With 2 knights as the vanguard, the group began to move southward. The bone-eating beasts still did not attack. They just circled around the team, as if they were afraid of something. Lilith and Joe looked at Klein calmly. Are these bone-eating beasts afraid of Klein? This was her previous guess. When the two of them were sleeping last night, Lilith forgot to ask. "Go faster." Lilith's pace quickened because she felt that the circle of the bone-eating beasts was shrinking, and their number was still increasing. No need to think. It won't be long before these bone-eating beasts will overcome their previous fear with the advantage of numbers and attack them. Klein also frowned slightly. Is it time to use another big move? No. There are too many people. It is too inconvenient to use. And with this number, a skeleton stab can't solve it. Klein suppressed this dangerous idea and decided to wait and see. Becky and Lilith were in front of the team, so Klein decided to stand at the end of the team, on the top of an old ruin. Jason was looking at the team moving slowly forward with a blank expression. He sank his will into the spiritual world, and the magic pool at this time had turned into a blood pool, exactly the same as the one in the basement. Jason had completely merged with the candle demon limb. This symbiotic method was more like the fusion of Perona and the candle wick, and it was also the correct way to use the candle demon accessories. Only people like Klein would throw the magic weapon to the ground, then step on it to humiliate it, and beat it until the other party was obedient. In this regard, it was indeed wise for Candlewick to choose Perona instead of Klein. Jason looked at his magic pool, which had turned into a pool of blood, and said, "Are you sure they have 2? A human figure slowly rose in the blood pool and gradually turned into the appearance of Trisis. "I feel that one of them is the head, and the other is the heart. If you get them, including the candlelight, you will have 4. And my rebirth will not be far away." Jason's face could not tell whether he was happy or angry. After merging with Candle Wax, he felt more and more that the power of Candle Demon was too outrageous. And although he did not feel that his will was being controlled, everything seemed to be developing in the ideal direction of Candle Demon's limbs, and he did not know whether it was good or bad. Jason did not want Candle Demon to revive. He just wanted to get Candle Demon's power. And the 2 Candle Demon magic weapons he had now were already very good. If the magic weapon was out of control, he would rather not have it. Candle Wax had indeed never influenced his will. But this time, facing Candlewick and Candlestick, who were about to leave, Candle Wax could not help it. Jason has his own little thoughts. And so does the Candle Wax that has its own will. Not only him, but also the Candle Wick and the Candlestick have their own ideas. They are all part of Trisis, but they all have their own independent will. In fact, the Candle Wax doesn't care whether Jason can win or not. If Jason kills Klein and the others, that's great. He can influence Jason subtly and promote integration. But if Jason dies in battling Klein and the others get the Candle Wax and Candlelight, he won't be unacceptable. The fact that the other party can get the candle magic weapon only shows that the other party also has great potential. What he wants is just resurrection. As for who resurrects him, it doesn't matter at all. Jason didn't hesitate for too long. He nodded towards the blood pool, agreed to Candle Wax's request, and then exited the spiritual space and made up his mind. He was not a person like Klein, who had the confidence of the Synthesizer. After seeing the powerful power of the Candle Demon magic artifact, the temptation of 2 Candle Demon magic artifacts was indeed hard to resist. Staring at Klein at the end of the team, Jason murmured, "We meet again. Klein, go south. If it were normal, I might really let you go. But this time, no matter where you go, I will not stop. Because you have Candle Demon in your hands." A man taller than Kisen asked hesitantly, "Sir, Lilith is here too. If she dies here, the leader will be furious. It's come to this. Kage, is there any need to dwell on this? As long as you give me enough time." I may reach that point in the future. Besides, Lilith died at the hands of the bone-eating beasts. What does it have to do with us? After saying that, Jason smiled grimly, and the scar on his face twisted. Seeing Kaguya nod, Jason patted his shoulder, then took out a dozen soul fragments and handed them to Kaguya. Most of these fragments are blood-colored, and only a small part is black. These are the rewards for this operation in advance. No matter what, we must kill them all and bring back their bodies. As long as we kill them all, there will be more rewards like this in the future. Soul fragments are just the beginning. As long as we succeed, we can easily get soul stones. As long as we are given enough time, we may even have a chance to become an organization that surpasses the Skull and Bone Society and become a rising star in this world. I don't need to say more about the rest. Right? Jason's subordinates behind him included Black Cross's confidants and Skull and Bone Society's subordinates. At this moment, they looked at the soul fragments in their hands with some excitement. The soul fragments and Jason's words have already inspired their ambitions. Following Jason, they can not only obtain the power of the Soul Stone, but also the prospects for the future. For many people, becoming a veteran of a new organization in the future is more attractive than the Soul Stone. A dozen men in black said in unison, "The will of Lord Jason is our will, and we are willing to die for him. Go." Yes. After the men in black dispersed, the voice of Candlewax rang in Jason's mind again. Why don't you do it yourself? I don't think they are the opponents of those people below, I know. But there was a person who killed more than 2,000 bone-eating beasts before. I don't know if he is among these people. For safety, I have to let someone try. And you seem to be a little impatient. Candlewax. Zhu La did not reply to Jason's words. He also knew that for a person like Jason, his desire for control was the most important thing. Excessive urging would only backfire. Chapter 168 Magic is a killing skill. The distance between the bone-eating beasts and the team was less than 5 meters. And some of them were looking at Klein at the end of the team with suspicion. Obviously, some of them recognized him. However, most of the bone-eating beasts here had never seen Klein kill. There was only instinct and command between them. And there was no exhortation or communication. So, when the number of bone-eating beasts reached a critical point, the first bone-eating beast suddenly rushed up and pounced on Klein. With the first one, there was naturally a second one, until there were endless bone-eating beasts, all of which pounced on him. Klein had already prepared for the battle. The bone blade on his back stretched out like a sharp tail whip, easily cutting off the bodies of several bone-eating beasts. A lot of blood fell on Klein and several members of the Red and White Society. The battle started very suddenly, but it was also expected by everyone. Klein pulled out the falling pole and swung it gently. With the effect of the falling pole, he cut off the heads of the 2 bone-eating beasts without much effort. As the blood of the bone-eating beasts slid down the sword, Klein turned his head and looked at the members of the Red and White Society. "What are you in a daze about? I'm a mage. Aren't you? We're in a battle now. Can you stop slacking off? Where's your magic?" After Klein's reminder, the members of the Red and White Society came back to their senses, and fireballs and ice arrows shot out from their hands one after another. After all, they are students of the Imperial College and members of the Red and White Society. Perhaps after experiencing the incident at the villa, they have some problems with their character. But this does not mean that they are useless. They just lack combat experience and their combat thinking is not mature enough. But in terms of hard power, they are all official members of the Red and White Society after all. So there is absolutely nothing to say. The members of the Red and White Society just lack actual combat ability. But they are not without advantages. Almost all of them have sufficient magic power. Not only that, his combat resource reserves are also extremely rich, including magic potions, various magic tools, scrolls, and inscriptions. The current concept of the Red and White Society is to use money as much as possible to solve problems. Magic tools, scrolls, potions, etc. as much as possible, with Klein blocking behind. Under certain guidance, their combat power is actually good. Boom! A fireball exploded next to Klein, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The power of this fireball was quite strong, killing 5 to 6 bone-eating beasts. It can be seen at a glance that a lot of magic power was injected. The next moment, a ray of freezing light shot through several bone-eating beasts in the gap where Klein's knife was drawn, and froze them into ice cubes. Under the trampling of a large number of bone-eating beasts, The bone-eating beasts that were frozen into ice cubes were soon trampled into ice slag. At this moment, a large group of bone-eating beasts pounced on Klein. Klein's Hellfire Ball was ready to go. But the group of bone-eating beasts actually hit a rock wall and stopped. The rock wall blocked and allowed more bone-eating beasts to gather. Klein smiled slightly. This method of gathering monsters is not bad. Boom! 4 Hellfire Balls were ejected. The green energy absorption instantly melted the bone-eating beasts. The evil fire burned in the crowded group of bone-eating beasts, causing a large number of deaths. Klein stood with a knife. One knife. One bone blade. Plus 6 members of the Red and White Society actually blocked a large group of bone-eating beasts, which was really unexpected. Lilith and Becky, who were at the front of the team, had also entered the killing rhythm. Naturally, they heard the sounds of fighting and magic explosions at the back of the team. Becky looked at the end of the team from time to time, but Lilith didn't even look at it. This was the difference between the two of them. Lilith trusted Klein. She was relieved that Klein stood at the end of the team. But Becky couldn't do it. She always had to look at it from time to confirm the safety of the back. However, this would definitely delay the rhythm of the battle in front. After a long time, Lilith couldn't stand it. Becky, do you always desert like this in battle? I know what to do. And you don't need to remind me. Becky listened and restrained herself a little. She stopped being distracted and continued to look at the group of bone-eating beasts in front. Suddenly, when she swept her sword and cut several bone-eating beasts in half, a bone spear suddenly shot over in the gap between the old strength and the new strength. Be careful. Becky was kicked away by Lilith, and the bone spear shot at her hair. Becky was shocked and broke into a cold sweat, reminding everyone, there are people. At this time, not only her, but also Xiao, Ingsan, Eric and Klein at the end of the team found that there were several men in black standing in the group of bone-eating beasts. They were staring at Klein and his men. Perona, who was standing aside, looked at the men in black standing far away and asked silently in her heart, Master Candlewick, why are they not attacked by bone-eating beasts? Is there any need to ask this? These bone-eating beasts must have been created by them. Will your dog bite you? What is a dog? Fuck. How long have I been sealed? There are no dogs in this era, Master Candlewick. I want to help Senior Klein. Didn't you say you would give me power? Where's the power? Didn't I give it to you? What else do you want? Give it to me. When? How do I use it? Faced with Perona's 3 consecutive question marks, Candlewick was defeated again. Why is there such a stupid host? It's so hard for me. While Candlewick was instructing Perona, Klein had already stretched out his 5 fingers. He wanted to deal with those men in black. He had to quickly clean up some of the bone-eating beasts first. Driven by magic, the finger bones gradually stretched out from the skin and turned into small sections. Extend the skeleton. 5-finger gun. Thump, thump, thump. The flying finger bones shot at the body of the bone-eating beast like bullets. Every shot would cause a cloud of blood mist to burst out from the part of the bone-eating beast that was hit. Klein didn't want to cause penetrating damage, but to make the bone-eating beast lose its ability to move with one blow. So the finger bones he fired were all round-headed, not conical. The skeleton stretched under the compression and spray of magic, and the ejected force would carry huge kinetic energy. When a single finger bone hit the bone-eating beast, a big hole would be instantly blown out at the moment of kinetic energy pouring out. Although such an attack could not kill the bone-eating beast, it would definitely make them lose their ability to pursue, which was enough in such an environment. Klein's left hand was holding the finger bone gun, and his right hand was not idle either. The power of shadow began to gather at the tip of his knife. Dark cutting lightly cut, and the black shadow thread floated in the air. The sharp thread and the decay of the shadow killed a large number of bone-eating beasts. Although Klein did not use his full strength at this time, his attitude towards the battle was absolutely serious. So almost in an instant, he slaughtered all the bone-eating beasts in front of him. This amazing fighting power made the members of the Red and White Society behind him stunned. Some members looked at Klein, and then looked at their captain Nimitz. They were both second level. Why was the gap so big if their captain also had this strength? They might not have fallen into such a situation. Nimitz naturally felt the gazes of other members. He also knew that this was a contrasting gaze, which made him a little angry. What are you looking at? Be serious? There are so many bone-eating beasts. Is it time to be distracted? Don't you want to live? Klein also heard his words inside. If nothing else, Nimitz has never been inferior to anyone in terms of using reason to divert people's attention. What he said really made sense. With so many bone-eating beasts, it was not the time to be distracted. After clearing out a large number of bone-eating beasts, Klein stared at the black-clad man opposite him and raised his left hand. 3 bone cones extended and gathered on his arm, forming a spear-like shape. Although it was still the magic of Bone Spear, the bone spear in Klein's hand had been strengthened by arcane magic, triple amplification by burning magic and candle magic, and the shape and size seemed a bit amazing. The 2 black-clad men opposite him, one did not move at all, and the other was also gathering bone spears in his hand. He looked at Klein with disdain in his eyes. Klein looked at him. His mouth curled up slightly for no reason. He liked this kind of self-righteous enemy. If the enemy was too cautious, it would be difficult to kill him. Swish. The black-clothed man's bone spear had already flown over, and its speed was so fast that it was far more powerful than an ordinary bone spear. But Klein was not slow either. He stretched out his left hand suddenly, and the bone spear broke away instantly. Bang! It was fired out with a sound. This kind of firing sound was not like a bone spear at all, but like firing a cannonball. The black-clothed man on the opposite side looked at his bone spear confidently and explained. Bone spears are not powerful just because they are big. The hardness and impact of bone spears are the foundation of this magic. I have been practicing bone spears for 7 years. This is my most proud magic. Moreover, my bone spear has soul fragments. He couldn't say anything before he finished speaking. Bang! When the 2 bone spears collided, an invisible shock wave was generated around them. After a slight pause caused by the collision, the soul-strengthened bone spears were crushed into powder like biscuits run over by a truck. The bone spear with 3 bone blades gathered by Klein flew towards the enemy's black-clothed man like a cannonball. The skull and bones mage immediately knew that the situation was not good. He wanted to ask for help, but his companions had already retreated. Nonsense. I would rather die than die. He is a member of the Black Cross, not a member of the Skull and Bones. Although they are all Jason's subordinates, it does not mean that they will have a close relationship and block knives for their teammates. What's more, even if they are all members of the Skull and Bones, will they definitely save their teammates? There were few black soul stones to begin with, and if more people died, there would be less to share. The necromancer in crisis had no choice but to crush the soul fragments in his hand, forcibly sacrifice one of his palms and a large amount of vitality, and summon the arm of the Skeleton King. With the strength of the 2nd level, the price to pay for using the 4th level magic is too high. The skin of the necromancer visibly shrank, and even the broken arm did not bleed a drop of blood. Boom! A huge skeleton arm emerged from the mud and tightly grasped Klein's bone spear. Although it grasped the evil spirit bone spear, the arm was still shaking, which showed how terrible the impact of Klein's bone spear was. The 7 holes of the necromancer were all oozing blood. He looked at the bone spear held by the Skeleton King's arm in doubt and gasped. Is this still a bone spear? Are you sure? The necromancer was heartbroken to use up the soul fragments so easily. Not only that, the soul fragments would also cause great pollution to him in the process of breaking and activating. In addition to the fact that he had sacrificed a lot of his vitality before, it can be said that Klein's attack basically cut off the necromancer's retreat. He stood up unwillingly. But how could Klein's moves be just as simple as impact? The bone spear held by the Skeleton King's arm made a series of vibrations of beep, beep, beep. At first, the necromancer didn't notice it. But when he took 2 steps, he suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of magic coming from Klein's spear. The skeleton shield had just risen from the necromancer's feet, and the shadow power and skeleton fragments contained in Klein's bone spear had already exploded. Boom! The bone fragments scattered, and the powerful impact instantly tore the necromancer's skeleton shield apart. Like a violent storm, the dust cleared, and the necromancer trembled as he put down the broken skeleton shield. I survived? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a little pain in his chest, and his clothes seemed to be wet. But he couldn't see the specific situation on the black clothes, so he could only try to touch it with his hand. With a light touch, the blood had dyed his palm red. At this time, he felt that his chest hurt more, and he quickly pulled open his clothes, but saw that there were a lot of small holes on his chest that were pierced by bone fragments. These small holes were still oozing blood, but because they didn't penetrate his body, the blood didn't flow so fast. Oh! This bone spear is really powerful. He hasn't used the necromancy yet. He hasn't used the shadow spell. And he hasn't enjoyed the power brought by the soul fragments. Looking at the 5 bullet holes at the heart position, the necromancer laughed miserably and fell to the ground unwillingly. Chapter 169, Lance's appearance. The death of the necromancer was just a small episode for Klein. What really gave Klein a headache was not these men in black, but the bone-eating beasts that continued to attack. However, Klein was very satisfied with his performance for being able to kill a threatening enemy with one blow. Compared with the recklessness of the Skull and Bones wizard, the remaining Black Cross member was much more cautious. His idea was simple. Anyway, there were a large number of bone-eating beasts, so he just had to consume them slowly. Klein's tyrannical strength had already been seen, and he didn't want to touch this brow. Compared with Klein, Lilith and Becky were under much greater pressure. A total of 6 men in black appeared in front of the team. Each of them was a second-level elite, and with the increase of soul fragments, their strength was even more rapid. A swordsman holding 2 swords had rushed to Becky, and the sword shadows were intertwined, and one sword was faster than the other, which made Becky a little breathless. With the bone-eating beasts rushing around, Becky immediately had several more wounds on her body. This guy holding 2 swords was also a member of the Skull and Bone Society. The conflict between the Skull and Bone Society and the Jia Society has not stopped for decades. Seeing Becky showing weakness, he mocked her. Huh? Are the people of Jia Society so weak? Becky held the big sword in one hand, and the holy light began to shine around the sword. The holy light made her arm and the big sword have a faint connection. Whether the people of Jia Society are weak or not is not up to you. Suddenly holding the sword, Becky threw the big sword out, and the swordsman of the Skull and Bone Society was stunned for a moment. Throw away your weapon? Have you lost your mind due to the pressure I put on you? The swordsman easily dodged the flying sword. But just as he dodged, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. The holy light on Becky's arm connected with the thrown sword. In this medium and long distance situation, she seemed to have grasped the sword again. The flying sword stopped in the air and turned to cut towards the Skull swordsman. Dang! The blazing holy fighting spirit made the swordsman only able to use double swords to parry and barely block it. But at this time, Becky had come behind him, and the hand knife with holy light penetrated the swordsman's chest. Becky suddenly grabbed the opponent's heart and pulled it out with force. Ahem, Paladin. Will you attack others from behind? Why not? The sword returned to Becky's hand with the holy light. She held the sword in one hand and the enemy's heart in the other hand, which was quite cruel. After the swordsman died, the red crystal in his hand also fell in front of Becky. It was a red soul stone fragment of 7 or 8 grams, also called a bloodstone fragment. Becky looked at the fragment in surprise. Is this thing a bloodstone? Soulstone fragment? Becky picked up the bloodstone fragment. The obvious soul pollution impacted her holy light power, and made Becky sure that this thing was actually a soulstone fragment. No wonder these guys are so strong. It turns out that they use something. She looked at the corpse of the second-level swordsman, thinking. She was not self-deprecating. The Paladin was originally the most powerful combat profession. In addition to the Warlock, Death Knight, and Wizard, the Paladin's professional superiority was undoubtedly the highest. And she herself worked hard enough and improved fast enough. Among the second-level members of Jiesha, she was not the best, but definitely not a mediocre one. With her strength, in a one-on-one situation, an ordinary swordsman on the other side could suppress her in some cases. Although there were a lot of harassment from bone-eating beasts, this situation was still abnormal. Becky, who discovered this, immediately shouted to Lilith. They have soul stone fragments. Be careful. At this time, Lilith didn't want to pay attention to Becky at all. And she didn't have time to pay attention to Becky, because she was besieged by 5 enemies at the same time. This was not her being arrogant, but the battle plan she and Becky made was that she would hold back a large number of enemies, and Becky would defeat them one by one. There was no other way to do this, because if Becky held back 5 people, Becky would definitely be dead. She could only defend and Becky would make point-to-point breakthroughs. After a sudden sweep, forcing back 2 necromancers, Lilith turned around to resist the remaining 3 melees. Lilith struggled to block the 3 long swords that were slashing at her. It was still difficult for her to fight 1 against 3. Not to mention that the opponent had the amplification of the soul stone. At this moment, a bone spear suddenly attacked, catching Lilith off guard and piercing her arm. Are there other enemies? A guy holding a skull appeared at the far end of Becky and Lilith's view. Lilith frowned, shook off the 3 enemies in front of her, and held her arm. This strength is level 3. Lilith frowned. If the level 2 enemy already has a soul stone, then the level 3 must also have one. And it may even be stronger. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with this 3rd level enemy, Becky screamed from the side. A tall man in black punched Becky's sword, and the huge force blasted Becky and her sword away. Master Kurger. The other men in black said respectfully. This man named Kurger was shirtless, and his body was so strong that he didn't look like a human. Every inch of muscle on his body was as sharp as steel, as if it would explode at any time. At this time, Kurger stared at Becky and the double-sword swordsman killed by Becky, and said, "The people of the Skull and Bone Society are just unreliable." Just as Kurger finished speaking, suddenly, a bone spear shot at him, but he caught it with one hand. Are all the attacks of you Skull and Bone Society members so soft, Strick? The man holding the skull in the distance slowly walked to a distance and stopped. Oh, you are so arrogant. Have you grown so much muscle that it has filled your brain and made you unable to speak if you want to die? I don't mind turning you into a skeleton. The skull in Strick's hand flashed with black light, and he confronted Kage. The eyes of the two collided in the air, as if a civil war might break out at any time. Becky looked at the 2 3rd-level warriors and her face darkened. With her strength, she might not be able to deal with 2 2nd-level warriors holding soul stones at the same time, let alone 2 3rd-level warriors. On the other side, Lilith was already supporting herself with one hand. Her teeth had gradually deformed, and she began to slowly increase her strength. At this moment, Kage, the strong member of the Black Cross, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, let's talk about our affairs after we complete the task assigned by the adults. Stryker also smiled, and turned his eyes to Lilith. After all, it was the order of Master Jason. I have the same idea. Keege's figure suddenly disappeared. He was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast. In a flash, he was in front of Lilith. Boom! The strong impact scattered the smoke and dust under the feet of the 2 people. But Keege's huge fist was blocked by Lilith with a scythe. Keege was slightly surprised. A 2nd-level professional has this power, you know. His power is much greater than that of an ordinary 3rd-level professional. And he has the increase of soul fragments, which is far beyond the reach of an ordinary 3rd-level warrior. Thinking of this, Keege exclaimed, Lilith is really worthy of it. Do you know me? Lilith's expression was slightly stern. What she meant by knowing was naturally that someone knew her background and her identity. But knowing her identity, and still daring to take action can only mean that the other party has made up his mind to kill her. Kage didn't answer Lilith, but responded with his fist. This time, Lilith didn't give in at all, and covered her right arm with dark fighting spirit, and resolutely punched forward. Boom! The strong air wave blew away the members of the Red and White Society behind her, and the ground around them shattered layer by layer. Lilith's fist was evenly matched with Kage's. This made Kage say in disbelief, Your strength? How is it possible? Strick on the side laughed. Kage, your attack is weak. Such a big fist can't suppress such a little girl. Although he said so, Strick had already prepared for the raid. 2 undead black knights suddenly appeared from the left and right of Lilith, and the iron swords in their hands pierced Lilith's ribs. And Lilith, who was wrestling with Kurger, was immediately in danger. At this time, at the end of the team, Klein was a little angry when he saw Lilith in danger. He said in his heart, although I didn't expect that the rescue opportunity one was waiting for would appear so easily. But, Lance, you bastard, are you eating shit? Don't you see Lilith's current situation? If you don't come out, I will do it myself. Just as Klein was roaring in his heart, several shadow arrows flew from the side. When the tip of the sword was less than 1 meter away from Lilith, it was shaken away by 2 shadow arrows. A figure suddenly appeared beside Lilith and stopped the Black Warrior. This person was Lance. Lance kicked Kurger's arm with a sudden kick. The power of the demon bloodline was originally comparable to the 3rd-level Black Cross elite. With the addition of the bottle power, Lance was already a 3rd-order SS-level disaster. Even Kurger, who held the Soul Stone, could not resist his power. Kurger's huge body was kicked away by Lance, and it broke a tree half the thickness of a man before it barely stopped. However, such an attack did not cause any substantial damage to Kurger, who was physically strong. He quickly stood up, shook off the dust on his body, and looked at Lance. "Who are you?" At this time, Lance had messy hair draped over his shoulders, a slender figure, a long sword hanging on his waist, and a face full of stubble with his unruly eyes, which made him look like a wandering swordsman. Lance took out Klein's endless wine flask, took a sip, burped, and then slowly said to Kaguya, "Such a beautiful lady should not be treated like this." After that, Lance turned his head again, looked at Lilith, blinked, and said softly, "This beautiful lady, I like your green hair very much. My name is Alan Longfellow, and I am a wandering shadow swordsman. Can you tell me your name?" These words were actually taught by Klein. If Lance said it himself, he might not be able to say it in his lifetime, because Lance can only write those extremely poisonous earthy love words to Marion in his little notebook. Klein, who has been observing Lance, is very satisfied with his image. This kind of unruly appearance is in line with the personality of a wandering swordsman. Lilith's brows were furrowed. Although she had known this process for a long time, she looked at Lance at this moment and recalled the gentle and elegant appearance in the GS Society. The contrast was too great, making her feel a little bit full. I'm full, but she knew that this was all arranged by Klein, so she could only bite the bullet and cooperate, saying a little stiffly, "My name is Lilith." "Oh, what a beautiful name. Miss Lilith, please wait a moment. I will help you deal with these scum right away." Lance drew the long sword at his waist and pointed directly at Kaguya and said, "These bone-eating beasts were created by you." "Right, haha. As a member of the Black Crusaders, you actually associate with monsters and raise monsters wantonly. You bastards should not live in this world." These lines were added by Lance himself, and they were stiff and real, but ordinary people really couldn't tell. Looking at Lance, who forced himself to add drama, Klein was a little speechless. Well, he has an additional identity as a messenger of justice. Lance raised his hand and fired a shadow arrow, and Kaguya was already prepared and punched him. But when he touched the shadow arrow, he found something wrong. This shadow arrow had no power at all. Fake. No. Be careful. Strick. When Lance came, he had already observed these two third-level masters. The other party had the increase of soul fragments, and even he didn't dare to be arrogant. One was a strong melee fighter, and the other was a necromancer who had been standing in the distance. In this case, you don't need to think about which one to deal with first. If you don't kill Strick first, let alone his own strength, just say that the necromancer's annoying summons are enough to give people a headache. When Kurger reminded the necromancer Strick, Lance's figure had already come behind Strick like a ghost, although the long sword in his hand only slid lightly. The shadow power on the sword had an unparalleled momentum. Strick was secretly surprised. At this distance, he couldn't dodge at all, but he was not without a way to deal with it. The skeleton in Strick's hand lit up with black light, and his body immediately exchanged positions with a black warrior, pulling away from Lance. Lance's long sword easily cut the black warrior into two pieces. Although it was a third-level summon, the summons of the necromancer system were all of the same character, almost the weakest of the same level. Although the black warrior was also a third level, it started at D level and couldn't be higher. Compared with the SS level Lance, it was as weak as dregs. Looking at the black warrior under the sword, Lance raised his eyebrows. The secret technique of the Skull and Bones Society. Shadow transfer? Haha. How could the people of the Skull and Bones Society be mixed up with the Dark Crusaders? After all, the Black Cross is official, but they are actually united with the cult? Stricker clenched the skull and whispered, "Since we came here, I am no longer a member of the Skull and Bones Society, and he will no longer be a member of the Dark Crusaders. You can call our current organization the Candle Demon. Shadow Swordsman Allen. Right now, you can die." The skull in Strick's hand opened its mouth, and Lance immediately felt that his whole body was like a layer of shackles. If he didn't have the powerful shadow resistance of the demon blood, this move would have made him unable to move. Weak curse. According to Strick's curse, Kaguya had also rushed up, turning his fist into a hand knife, and the black fighting spirit covered the hand knife, piercing Lance's back. Chapter 170 Candlewax's host. On the roof of the ruins in the distance, Jason watched Lance fighting below and nodded secretly. Is that the hidden guy? He is indeed very strong. But a top-level third level is just SOSO. Are you ready to take action? Candlewax's voice sounded. Jason shook his head. Have you forgotten that although I am a fourth-level warrior, I am also a 4th level necromancer. As a necromancer, why should I rush over and fight them head-on with the soul stone? Why can't I use bone-eating beasts and summons to slowly kill them? This place is far enough from the basement, and the effect of candlelight on undead creatures is already very small. There are so many bone-eating beasts surrounding it. Even if there is a powerful 3rd level, it will be useless. Listening to Jason's words, Candlewax shook his head secretly and didn't continue talking. In his opinion, Jason is not an excellent host. He has too many shortcomings. Suspicious, selfish, timid, and most importantly, lacking the vision and responsibility of a strong man. Although he is strong and has a certain amount of power, he is not a wise leader. In his daily conversations with Jason, Shula could feel that Jason was always afraid of one person. Their leader. The source of the plague, Kukasero. This person had a great influence on Jason. Jason not only wanted to get rid of Kukasero's shadow, but also wanted to retaliate against Kukasero. Shula didn't know how terrifying Kukasero was, and what he had done to Jason. But he could see the fear and hatred in Jason's heart. The fear that Kukasero brought to Jason was also the main reason for Jason's overly cautiousness. Being cautious is a good habit in many cases, but sometimes it is not. That is, when fighting for benefits. When eating cake, only 2 people eat the most. The strongest person and the first person to eat the cake. The rest of the people can hardly eat as much as these 2 people. Or even nothing. The same is true for fighting for benefits. Excessive caution will only lead to missed opportunities. In Juwa's opinion, Jason has missed many opportunities. But Juwa has no choice. Except for Jason. He has not met a better host. It can even be said that the performance of others is not as good as Jason. Jason has a pretty good strength and a good brain. Using the split of the bone-eating beast to feed the soul of the candle demon is indeed a method that Jason came up with himself. Shua also admires this. But this does not mean anything substantial. If Jason really has the ambition to become a strong man, he would have touched the candle flame long ago. Instead of trying all kinds of ways to use the aftermath of the candle flame to create soul stones. 1 year. A whole year. A year of wasted time. Jason only made 2 soul stones and 20 or so fragments. Soul stones are indeed precious. But which titled strongman really relies on soul stones to advance? Zhula, who once stood at the top, knew very well that Jason's character would not be able to achieve great success. And Jason never understood that one person could not do everything. In his opinion, this act of sacrificing loyal subordinates was extremely stupid. People are always more important than things. Therefore, Zhu Wax is looking forward to Jason finding all the candle demon parts and merging them under his influence to revive. He is also looking forward to someone with more strength and potential to kill Jason and let him change a new host. Jason knows nothing about what Zhu Wax is thinking. He is still preparing his summoning technique. The 4th level dead summon is not weak. After all, it is the 4th level, and it has been qualitatively changed from the 3rd level Black Warrior. 6 summoning arrays appeared around Jason, and 4 Fear Knights walked out of the 4 underworld gates in front of him, and 2 skeleton wizards appeared in the 2 underworld gates behind him. All 6 dead creatures are 4th level dead summons. Maybe their strength is still not strong in the 4th level, but when dealing with a bunch of people below, 6 4th level ones are simply overwhelming. However, even Jason could only summon 6 4th level beasts with the help of the soul stone. He was a little tired at this time, panting slightly, and began to recover his magic power. He said to the candle wax in his mind, I want more bone-eating beasts. This time, you have to pay a little. 20,000? No. 30,000? No. Just make as many as you can and continue to consume them. As long as the matter is successful, I will recover time later, and I will compensate you well at that time. Candle Wax was silent for a while. I didn't know whether I should continue to help Jason. Just when Jason was about to lose patience, she spoke. Okay. After getting the response from Candle Wax, Jason laughed, as if victory was in sight. He was extremely looking forward to getting more candle magic weapons. Klein, who had been standing at the end of the team, suddenly looked up at the ruins in the distance. Although the distance was too far for him to see, he could feel that the magic fluctuation was very strong at this moment. Perona came to Klein and said in an inexplicable tone, He's there. Klein paused slightly. This tone? Is it the candle wick? He? Perona, whose will was replaced by the candle wick, was very calm. The limb of the candle demon Candle Wax He should have found a host. He has the ability of split blood. These bone-eating beasts should be created by him. Klein nodded. The limb of the candle demon, candle wax, should be the third part he saw. The ability to control bone-eating beasts. It looks pretty useful. I just felt a strong magic fluctuation. This guy is very powerful. Can killing the host of candle wax solve the tide of bone-eating beasts? Perona nodded. Yes. This time he attacked for the same purpose. He also wanted to get the magic weapon of the candle demon. And kill all of you, by the way. You have a total of 5 magic weapons of the candle demon. Does each of them have their own independent consciousness? Klein took out the candle demon stand. He felt that the will in his candle demon stand was very weak. It was not as smart and clever as Perona's candle wick, which spoke nicely and would chat with people. Klein didn't know if the candle demon stand was stupid because of his beating. Now thinking about it, he regretted a little bit whether he had hit too hard at that time. So, he was a little envious of the candle wick in Perona's body, and he really wanted other candle demon magic weapons. Perona's eyes lit up when she heard Klein's words, and she immediately encouraged him. The 5 of us are all part of Trisis, but each part has developed an independent consciousness. What? Want a new candle magic weapon? What do you think of me? Do you want to consider killing Perona again? As long as you kill Perona, you can get my power. If you get my power, you will be more confident in dealing with Candle Wax and his host. Klein looked at Perona, and it always sounded a bit strange to let others kill him. What's so good about me? If you like me so much, why don't you follow me from the beginning? What's wrong with Perona? Do you dislike her so much? Perona's expression suddenly became a little desolate. This was the true feelings of Candle Core at this time. Klein felt that he was about to cry. I don't know if you are good or not, but Perona is a girl. I really can't say anything. From your tone, is Perona that bad? Klein looked doubtful. Klein, Perona suddenly shouted. If you had obtained me, would you be like Perona and let my main will act on your behalf when necessary? Klein already understood what Candlewick wanted, but he shook his head and said with certainty, with me, there will never be a time when you are talking about being necessary. Candlewick nodded. He looked at Klein and said with some relief, I understand. Klein killed the surrounding bone-eating beasts with a knife and looked at the dark red beast tied in the distance, his heart sinking slightly. Without counting, you can tell that there are over 10,000 of them, and now they are outdoors. So even if they use the skeleton thorns, they can't be dealt with. He doesn't know how many bone-eating beasts are behind this group of beasts. He has a lot of magic power, but the magic power is not infinite. This number may really kill all of them. Klein stared at the place where the magic power fluctuations came from before and murmured, if you want to survive this time, it seems that you really have to go there in person and kill the host of this candle wax. After making a decision, Klein spoke to the candlewick again. I will let Lilith protect Perona, but you have been paddling for so long. Isn't it time for you to do something? Candlewick said innocently. I have wanted Perona to help you for a long time, but she is too stupid. I will try my best. Klein nodded. In this case, he needed to show some of his strength. He rushed towards the black-clothed man at the end of the team. First, he punched the sword of the Black Cross member. Before the opponent could react, more than a dozen bone blades appeared from different corners and pierced him from all directions. Almost at the first sight, he killed a second-level Black Cross member holding a soul stone fragment. After Klein killed him, the more than a dozen bone blades behind him shattered on the spot, turning into strands of silk threads fixed in place, forming a dead bone chain trap. All bone-eating beasts that touched these silk threads would be cut in half without knowing it, blocking a large number of bone-eating beasts. After taking away the opponent's ring and soul stone fragment, Klein returned to the team, and the skeleton spear appeared in his left hand again. Bang! After the muffled sound like artillery fire, Joe, who was fighting with 3 men in black, immediately felt very dangerous. At the same time, Klein's voice came from behind Joe. Joe, use the skeleton shield with all your strength. Ah, got it! Joe's skeleton shield had just been erected, and the skeleton spear exploded again after shooting a man in black's head. Countless bone fragments were scattered like shrapnel from a bomb. The dense and strong impact made it hard to defend. Joe could only rely on the defense of the reinforced skeleton shield to hold on. Klein did not stop, because a bone spear was enough to tilt the situation here for Joe. Joe could deal with the remaining enemies by himself. After another advance, Klein had come to the side of Lilith, who was fighting with Kaguya. For bone blades pierced Kaguya's thighs and calves respectively, fixing Kaguya in place. Even if they were shattered by Kaguya's fighting spirit, the bone blades would form dead bone threads after shattering, restricting Kaguya's movement. The two of them, one in front and one behind, easily suppressed Kaguya. At this time, Klein's inaudible whisper came to Lilith's ears. "I'm going to deal with the leader of these people. Please help me take care of Perona. She is very important to me." Will Lilith be happy to hear this? She frowned immediately and whispered while fighting with Kaguya. "You dare to let me help you take care of Xiao San? What if I don't agree? Do you want me?" Klein was a little speechless. "You are still in the mood to joke at this time. Be good, dear. I feel a few strong breaths coming. I'm not here this time. Be careful." My dear. It's okay. But I've experienced more battles than you, so I don't need you to teach me." The two of them talked in a low voice, and people far away couldn't hear it. But Kaguya in front of him could definitely hear it. "You guys were flirting with me while fighting. Not to mention showing off your affection in front of a single guy. You're going to kill him now. Is that appropriate, two beasts, at this moment?" The shadow flame had gathered in Klein's hand, and was stuck to Kaguya's back by Klein. Kaguya also realized that something was wrong. This power was too dangerous. He wanted to evacuate, but his arm was held tightly by Lilith, and he didn't let go. Shadow flame impact. Boom! The shadow power instantly pierced Kaguya's chest, and a clearly visible hole appeared on his chest. Black flames burned fiercely on Kaguya's body. Sure enough, when the dog died, no couple was innocent. The second-level power killed the third-level master with one blow. Even Lilith was surprised to see this power. Klein and Lilith did not talk too much. He was going to find candle wax now. The number of bone-eating beasts was increasing. When the number reached a certain level, it would cause a qualitative change. The bone-eating beasts must be dealt with. Klein stopped and whispered when he passed by Eric. "This time, you have to do something." Eric raised his eyebrows. "My brother? Isn't that just a matter of your words?" Klein was a little helpless. If he didn't make it clear, Eric would probably just keep paddling until everyone died. "So," he whispered again, "help me take care of Lilith." Eric shook his head again. "Isn't medical insurance a matter of money? Easy to say. You really can ask for money blatantly." Klein threw a bottle of ethereal potion to him. "That's enough." Eric nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "That's enough. That's enough. Boss, take care. Your medical insurance won't be for nothing. If Lilith loses a hair, I'll commit seppuku to apologize." Klein stopped talking nonsense with Eric. Some things just needed to be said. As for the enemy and the candle hidden in the distance, he suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 171 The Mastermind. In front of the team, Strick released 6 shadow arrows at Lance. Lance, who was suffering from the weakness curse, could not dodge and could only reluctantly activate the shadow protection barrier. However, Lance's shadow magic was still very unfamiliar, and the defense of the shadow protection barrier was only average, and it was difficult to defend against 1 or 2. Soon, it was pierced by Strick's shadow arrows, and the shadow arrows that pierced the protection accurately hit Lance. Lance suppressed the idea of activating the demon form and chose to use his body to resist. Boom! After the violent explosion, the airflow with shadow particles scattered around. Lance's upper body was already charred, and his pupils lost their luster. He looked like he was seriously injured and dying. Haha. The wandering swordsman is about to become a wandering dead soldier. While Strick laughed, he took this opportunity to attack, and 2 bone spears flew out and flew rapidly towards Lance. Just like the necromancer who had fought with Klein before, Strick's bone spear was also strengthened by soul fragments, and it was extremely fast and had strong penetrating power. Even if Lance turned into a demon, he couldn't resist this kind of bone spear, and Strick's skull was too weird. So, Lance was ready to play a trick. Although he couldn't create something out of nothing, it seemed that it was okay to sneak in. Just when the bone spear touched Lance's body, the blood splash that Strick expected did not appear. The bone spear passed through Lance's body silently, as if it hit the air. Strick immediately felt something was wrong. His reaction was very fast. He wanted to pinch the skull in his hand to transfer it, but Lance was faster than him. Much faster. A blurry figure gradually appeared under Strick, and a sword shadow went up from bottom to top, piercing his arm. Strick watched his arm and the skull fly up. "Shadow attack? You are not a member of the Dark Crusaders. How did you do it?" Lance waved his hand and said casually, "Such a simple move. I learned it after watching it for 2 times." Although he said this in a pretentious way, Lance was really just stating a fact, not bragging. As the best artificial man under Esmond, Lance's talent is the integration of many geniuses. And it is difficult for normal humans to have such a talent. He can really imitate the ordinary moves of the Black Cross after watching them a few times. At this time, Strick had already woken up and protected his body with a skeleton shield. Because although Lance was talking to him, the long sword in his hand never stopped. The bone shield barely blocked Lance's sword, and Strick retreated quickly with the impact force. Lance grabbed the skull floating in the air and smiled. "It's actually a magic weapon. Not bad. Not bad. But unfortunately, it will be mine in the next second." While holding the skull magic weapon, Lance suddenly thought of one thing. That is, his ring is still with Klein. And Klein never mentioned it. So he now has strength but no suitable equipment. Klein didn't give me the former demon sword, Doom Watch, and amulet. I don't know if he gave them to Marion. After this matter is over, I have to find a chance to ask him. Klein, who was on his way, suddenly sneezed and felt strange. Was someone cursing him? Lance had already come to Strick with a long sword in his hand. Strick said unwillingly, "Why can you move so quickly?" Strick couldn't figure out this problem. His curse was level 3, and it was strengthened by soul fragments. Under normal circumstances, Lance should be weakened for at least 20 seconds. But the duration of the weakness curse just now was not even 5 seconds. Why is the duration of the weakness curse so short? Why was Lance not seriously injured when the shadow arrow hit him? This is something Strick couldn't figure out. Lance laughed. "Because my magic resistance is relatively high, higher than you can imagine." Strick would not understand that although Lance did not transform into a demon, the strong magic resistance in his blood would not be lost. Strong physical fitness, magic resistance, excellent combat skills, and high-intensity magic abilities such as evil energy. The combination of these abilities has created the title of the strongest second-level Jiesha. High magic resistance? Isn't that an ability only possessed by dragons and demons? Yes, you are knowledgeable and talented. But there is no point in telling you this. Anyway, you will die soon. Lance's figure disappeared again, and his speed was too fast for Strick. Strick, who had lost his magic weapon, had no qualifications to fight with Lance. Lance's swift figure swung a sword with shadow power and slashed at the opponent. Strick suddenly felt dizzy and felt as if he was in the sky. Before he lost consciousness, he saw his headless body. Klein had already left the team and was running in the direction of the magic fluctuations. A large number of bone-eating beasts rushed towards him. After getting away from the crowd, Klein no longer needed to restrain his strength. Dozens of bone blades stretched out from behind him, killing as many bone-eating beasts as possible. Every swing of the bone blades would take away the lives of several or even dozens of bone-eating beasts. Klein, running on the road, was like a human meat grinder, passing by with a rain of blood. Klein's idea at this time was very simple. As long as he killed as many bone-eating beasts as possible, the pressure on Lilith would be less. Suddenly, Klein felt 6 powerful auras approaching, 2 of which were magic, and the other 4 auras were unknown. Very strong, and very fast. Here they come! From a distance, Klein saw the Fear Knights running towards him. He knew that these undead creatures must have been summoned by the previous magic fluctuations. If Lance did not transform, he would definitely not be able to deal with 6 4th-level creatures. Even if he transformed into a demon, he might not be able to deal with them. And Klein knew very well that according to Lilith's strong character, since he said to hide Lance's identity, she would definitely do her best. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would definitely not let Lance be exposed. Therefore, Klein needed to reduce the pressure on Lilith. The best way was to kill 1 or 2 of them. Klein selected his target from a distance. Although the skeleton mage was definitely more vulnerable, its highly toxic characteristics and the defensive power of various bone spells were very disgusting. It's not that he can't fight, but if he chooses the skeleton mage, it may take a long time, and he doesn't have that much time now. He must kill at least 1 of them in a short time to reduce the pressure on the team. Compared with the skeleton mage, the Fear Knight is fast and powerful, and its strength is consistent with that of an ordinary 4th-level warrior. Although its defense and invulnerability make it difficult to deal with, Klein still decided to intercept the Fear Knight. The reason is also very simple. That is, The Fear Knight is really just an ordinary 4th level warrior, without the skeleton mage's poison and bone shield. The attack Fear Knight can basically only rely on dodging, blocking, and hard resistance to fight the enemy, which just meets Klein's attack conditions and is heavy enough. Silently took out the candlestick, turned on the burning magic, the strong, and the magic power, and the skeleton spear appeared on Klein's left arm. Looking at the Fear Knight who had appeared, Klein posed in a posture ready to launch the bone spear at any time. What surprised him was that after seeing him, these 6 4th level creatures actually chose to disperse. They had no intention of fighting with Klein, and continued to rush towards Lilith and the others. Taking a look at this formation, Klein knew that the person holding the candle had ordered to attack the team. He couldn't delay here, but he didn't want these undead creatures to pass by so easily. So, he took action, and the bone spear was fired again like a cannonball. Bang! The huge bone spear was blocked by the opponent holding the hilt with one hand and the sword with the other hand. The body of the Dread Knight was cut back and stopped. The power of the 4th level, even the undead creatures, is far beyond the reach of the 2nd level professionals. The skeleton spear, which had been invincible in attack before, was blocked just like that. Although it was not easy, it did not cause any substantial damage to the Dread Knight. But the effect of the skeleton spear was not just that. After the impact force gradually dissipated, the skeleton spear made a beeping sound. Boom! The spear exploded in front of the Dread Knight, and the close-range impact instantly tore the Dread Knight's armor apart. Taking advantage of this gap, Klein put his hands together, silently cast a spell, and instantly, 10 2nd-level skeleton warriors appeared around the Dread Knight. Although these skeleton warriors were not the opponent's opponents at all, the Dread Knight swung the great sword, and the skeletons were immediately chopped into piles of bone slag. But this was exactly Klein's purpose. The skeleton warriors that were chopped into pieces by a sword continued to collapse, and gradually turned into floating broken bones. Klein's battle plan was very simple, which was the dead bone chain. Between the broken bones, the magic linkage began to be established, and strands of silk appeared between these broken bones. It was because of the strength of the Dread Knight that Klein had to spend a lot of magic power to summon so many skeletons at once, which consumed more magic power to create more dead bone chains. Dead bones can only be created by dead skeleton creatures. Using summoned creatures to create dead bone chains is a huge waste for others, but Klein can afford it. This method allows him to create enough chains as quickly as possible to control the enemy. Just like what he saw before him, the dense silk threads tightly stretched the body of the Dread Knight. Klein walked in front of the Dread Knight, and the other party's empty eyes flashed with soul fire, staring at Klein. Brother, your posture feels like Asian bondage. Forget it. You don't know what Asia is. I'll kill you first. The skeleton spear gathered on his left arm again, but this time, it was covered with shadow flames. Klein wanted to ensure that this attack was enough to kill the opponent, so he did not hesitate to consume magic power. Go! Jason, who was meditating to restore his magic power, suddenly woke up. One died. It's so soon. It shouldn't be. What's wrong, Jason? The voice of Candlelight sounded in his mind. Jason did not plan to tell Candlelight that the Dread Knight had died, because he and Candlelight had developed an inexplicable distrust because of this incident. Although they both knew the barrier between them, they did not say it, because the most important thing at the moment was to get Klein's candlestick and Perona's candlewick. Jason shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and changed the subject. It's okay. How's the bone-eating beast? I consumed nearly half of the candle wax, and I can probably split 40,000 to 50,000 of them. Is this enough? That's enough. Thank you. I will definitely compensate you after the matter is done. Before thanking me, you should deal with this guy in front of you first. Jason was startled, and before he could react, a bone spear had already shot out. But Jason's strength was not like those of his subordinates. He was a genuine 4th level professional, and a rare warrior and necromancer dual professional. He grabbed this particularly huge bone spear with one hand. It's a very powerful bone spear. But so what? As soon as Jason finished speaking, Klein's voice came out. Haha, naive. Boom! The bone spear exploded on Jason's face, and the shock wave immediately threw him away. At this distance, even he would be injured. Jason looked at his bloody palm, angry and surprised. Why did the bone spear explode? Because it was hit hard? The voice appeared again. Hard? Yes, because hard work can make miracles happen. Jason followed the voice and turned his head to look at the corner of the ruins, only to find that Klein was squatting on the wall, leaning down in a somewhat weird posture. The bone spear just now was fired by him. Klein didn't speak because he was really tired. He dealt with the bone-eating beasts and killed the 4th level Fear Knight in a row, and then rushed over again. Finding Jason here not only consumed a lot of magic power, but also consumed a lot of physical strength. But after seeing Jason, Klein relaxed a little. A necromancer who had just summoned 6 4th level creatures should not have much magic left. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to take a good rest and recover some strength. But looking at the other person's face, Klein was a little surprised. He actually knew him. A face full of scars, a tall figure, and a strong aura of death. Although he had only met him once, these characteristics left a deep impression on Klein. What's his name? Captain Jason of the Dark Crusade. The Palomia branch. Right? My memory is okay. I think I should be right. Jason laughed, and the scar on his face twisted together with his smile. He walked slowly towards Klein. It turns out to be Mr. Klein. We meet again. It's fate. I just don't know when you can return my soul stone to me. Klein's pupils shrank slightly. He bought the white soul stone with his own money. Jason must not be talking about that one. Then, corresponding to the same skull and bone society, the same dark crusaders, the same dead heir, and the same necromancer. The person behind Hector should be Jason. It seems a bit coincidental, but it is inevitable. I didn't expect Jason to get the candle wax that can split organisms. If the information given by the Dark Crusaders to the security department is false, then it must be Jason's manipulation. Is the disappearance of the population here a play directed and acted by Jason himself? What is his purpose? Where do so many soul fragments come from? Klein has many questions. But now is not the time to ask questions. I didn't expect that Hector's soul stone was actually Captain Jason's. If I had known in advance, I would have returned it to you long ago. But I'm really sorry that I accidentally ate the soul stone. So, regarding the soul stone, I guess I can't return it to Captain Jason. Suddenly, Klein felt the candlestick on his waist tremble, warning him. At the same time, the sound of candle wax rang in Jason's mind. The candlestick is on his body. I feel it. Hearing the words of candle wax, the smile on Jason's face became more twisted and more hideous. Ha! It's just a soul stone. It doesn't matter. Mr. Klein, you have something more valuable than the soul stone. Give it to me, and I'll let you go. What do you think of my proposal? Klein didn't know how Jason could say such a criticism. Let me go! Even TV dramas don't dare to play it like this. If the author wrote it like this, he would be criticized to death in minutes. Captain Jason, are you talking about the candle magic weapon? Of course. Valuable things, like candlesticks, should be kept well, and can't be shown to others casually. If you want it, it depends on Captain Jason's strength. As he said that, Klein took out the candlestick provocatively, and weighed it in his hand. Jason looked at the candlestick with greed in his eyes. It seems that you want to resist, Mr. Klein. Although I can't feel your magic power from your performance just now, you should not exceed the 3rd level. Although your fighting style is amazing to me, the gap in rank cannot be made up by fighting skills. Besides, after continuously releasing magic, your magic power should be very little. Right? You saw through it, Captain Jason. Then, are you ready to attack me? Uh-huh. Mr. Klein, you are joking. You must be very tired from the continuous fighting before. I will give you a chance to let you rest for a while. Just after Jason finished speaking, the sword appeared in his hand, and his figure instantly merged into the darkness. Like a black arrow wave quickly moving in front of Klein. The Dark Crusaders often use the charge skill, shadow attack. Klein was a little nervous. He didn't want to do it at all. Jason was not only a necromancer, but also had a very strong melee ability. This momentum was several times stronger than those 4th level Fear Knights just now. The blade, with the intense wind pressure, had already arrived in front of Klein. At this distance and speed, Klein could not dodge at all, and could only forcefully open the static stance. Buzz! The sword chopped on Klein's static stance and paused slightly. The strong vibration caused Klein's eardrum to rupture instantly. And then a huge impact force broke through the defense of the static stance and knocked him out. Cough cough. Klein hit the roof not far away and spit out a large mouthful of blood. He slowly took out Luo Chun and looked at Jason on the opposite side with a serious face. super speed, super strength, and super skills. It's really not easy to deal with a battle of 2 levels. Looking at Jason, who was holding a knife and coming again, Klein decided to strike first. Several bone hands had stretched out from different angles, stabbing Jason with Luo Chun placed in the corner. However, Klein's first move did not surprise Jason. The blade turned slightly and cut off Klein's bone hand. Luo Chun lost the support of the bone hand and seemed to lose direction. Although Jason was overly cautious and sometimes even timid, it did not mean that he was weak or had little combat experience. After a face-to-face test, he had discovered that although Klein's ability was very strange, he was definitely not as good as himself in terms of hard power. He only needed to crush him openly. Looking at Jason, who was running straight at him, Klein's palms came out at the same time, and 2 shadow flames erupted at the same time. Although this move was powerful, the speed was not up to standard in such a long-range attack, and Jason blocked one and dodged the other. Jason's figure had already taken advantage of this gap to advance quickly. In a few breaths, he had arrived in front of Klein, and the sword slashed again. Goes slash. So fast. Klein leaned down and dodged the sword. The bone spear appeared in his hand and faced the blade that Jason chopped again. Bang! The bone spear that was extremely hard before was easily broken like a dry twig in the collision with Jason's sword. Klein had to detonate the broken bones at close range, trying to use the explosion and the extended dead bone chain to delay Jason's steps as much as possible. The dark fighting spirit of the Dark Crusaders appeared on Jason's body, and the surrounding bone fragments were instantly shaken away. Klein didn't even have the opportunity to establish a dead bone chain. Mr. Klein, do you think our fighting styles are similar? We are both mages who can fight in close combat. However, your close combat ability is somewhat insufficient. It doesn't seem very wise to fight with me like this. Klein's heart sank slightly. Dual professions are indeed troublesome. Although such people are rare, they are not uncommon. Just like his sister Mira, an assassin warrior, and his mother Katie, a swordsman mage, are both dual professions. However, Klein originally did not intend to kill the opponent in a head-on confrontation. Now he just needs to drag it out. If Jason is just a warrior, then Klein, who is not fully prepared, has almost no chance of winning. But the key is that Jason is a warrior and a mage, which gives Klein an opportunity. He can rely on the burning demon heart to cause disordered arcane energy pollution, thereby causing a huge arcane explosion. This arcane explosion will only have a huge impact on creatures with magic power. If Jason is not a mage, then even if Klein's arcane explosion can cause damage, it will not kill the opponent. But sometimes, the goddess of luck always favors him. Jason is a mage, so Klein has the conditions to kill him. This is the wild, and it is open enough. There are enough magic beasts as basic fuel. If successful, he can not only defeat Jason, but also kill most of the bone-eating beasts instantly. Moreover, he can use the vitality of a large number of bone-eating beasts eroded by arcane pollution to allow his arcane talent to complete the second evolution and break through the 3rd level. This is Klein's ultimate goal. 1 idea, 3 goals, although it is a bit dangerous. But at this moment, it is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Captain Jason is really amazing. You can do magic and martial arts. Listening to what you said, I feel that I am dead. Klein stepped back and smiled and distanced himself from Jason. Chapter 172, Lilith's Invincible Power. On the other side of the battlefield, Jason's undead summons had come to the front of the team. Although there were only 5 of them, they began to form a 5-corner formation and surrounded everyone. Lilith and the others looked at the skeleton knight and skeleton mage not far away with a solemn expression. And they also understood what the danger was that Klein had mentioned before leaving. 4th-order creatures. Not only her, but even Lance frowned. The gap in rank was no longer something that could be made up by hard power. What's more, the rank itself is the hardest strength. It's hard to say how high a 2nd-order master is. Klein's is just an alternative. But a 4th-order summon, even the weakest, is stronger than the strongest 2nd-order. Joe on the side looked at the 4th-order skeleton mage, hesitated for a moment, and spoke. I can find a way to hold one back, but I guess I'm no match for it. Lilith looked at Ingsan, who said in a hoarse voice after killing several bone-eating beasts. Not only these 5 4th-level creatures, but also the group of bone-eating beasts cannot be dealt with. Haven't you noticed that they are increasing in number? Even if we can deal with these undead creatures, We can't deal with these bone-eating beasts. So, I don't recommend fighting them. We should save our strength to break through. That is the only chance. Lilith didn't say anything, because what Ingsan said was not the answer she wanted. If you run away at this time, you can survive. Ingsan looked at Lilith and finally said, okay. I can also hold one back, but only hold it back. Lilith nodded and looked at Lance again. Mr. Allen, what about you? Lance looked at Lilith and understood what she meant. Lilith was asking how many he could deal with without exposing his strength. He joined in this battle, and his identity and image have been well established, at least in the eyes of some people. So Lilith didn't want him to be exposed. I should be able to deal with one. When I say deal, I mean kill. When Lance said deal with one, he meant not to reveal too much. If the demon form is fully activated, he should be able to kill more than 3 4th level ones. After saying that, Lance winked at Lilith, expressing the idea that he could fight with all his strength, but was automatically ignored by Lilith. Klein repeatedly asked Lance to enter the GS Society, and it must be completed no matter what. So Lance must not be exposed. Although her chaos blood was rarely displayed, it was no longer a secret in the GS Society. 3 is enough. You try to hold them back. Leave the rest to me. Becky, who had been silent, glanced at Lilith. In this situation, she seemed to be useless. Lilith also saw Becky's questioning eyes, and knew that she was asking what she could do. The bone-eating beasts must also be taken care of. Becky, try to clean up as many bone-eating beasts as possible. Let's get rid of these undead creatures first. They are more threatening. While the few people were talking, the leading Dread Knights had already rushed towards them silently. They were undead summons, without emotions, without thoughts, only Jason's will. Lilith took out the bottle of chaos blood she got from Esmond and drank it without hesitation, absorbing the power in it. Just like last time, the bright green hair began to turn into dark green. Fangs protruded from the mouth, and the originally fair skin had turned black with magic patterns. From the neck to the back, black scales could be seen faintly. The claws grabbed the scythe, and 2 streams of white air blew out of the nostrils. Lilith's appearance at this time was stronger, taller, and more ferocious than last time, and even after the transformation, she could still maintain her sanity. But her voice had become like rubbing metal. Very harsh. I will kill 2 of them as soon as possible. And the rest, you do your best. The others rushed straight to their opponents. Lance and Joe each dealt with a skeleton mage, and Shadow 3 dragged another Dread Knight. Holding the scythe, Lilith's figure turned into a black shadow, and quickly approached the Dread Knight. Her mother Anna's chaotic blood was too fierce, and she could only maintain this form for about 3 minutes. So she needed to fight quickly. After losing the combat power of the members of GS Society, the people of the Red and White Society immediately felt a huge pressure. Only Becky and Eric were struggling to support them. They were like a small fishing boat in the stormy sea, and it seemed that they would capsize and sink at any time. Perona said to herself anxiously, Master Candlewick, how do you light it? I don't know how. Point to living things. Do you understand living things? Alchemy doesn't ask you to point stones. Have you read too many fantasy novels? But Master Candlewick, I don't have any living things? Do you want me to kill my teammates? Fuck. I give up. Isn't the bone-eating beast a living thing? Hey, is this okay? Tell me why it doesn't work. Oh, then I'll try it. On the other side, Lilith, relying on shadow escape, had already come to the side of the Dread Knight. The Reaper's scythe suddenly emerged from the shadows, and slashed at one of the Dread Knights. The surprise attack in the shadows really worked. This Dread Knight didn't notice Lilith's arrival. With a flash of black light, the scythe slashed upwards like flowing water. When passing through the torso of the Dread Knight, Lilith felt the resistance brought by its hard bones. But the impact of the black scythe was greater. Lilith succeeded in one strike, and cut off half of the Dread Knight's body on the spot. However, as undead creatures, the Dread Knights will never die as long as their soul fire is not extinguished. The Dread Knight stabbed Lilith with a single sword. The tip of the sword was the dark fighting spirit of the same origin as Black Lilith, and was blocked by Lilith's raised hand. On the other side, the second Dread Knight had already jumped and slashed over, and the heavy sword broke through the wind and tried to split Lilith in half. Lilith suddenly opened her mouth and began to roar. Ah! She blocked with her left hand holding the sickle, and her right hand began to swell. The twisted muscles and blood vessels together with the dark fighting spirit, formed a huge arm, pinching the first Dread Knight she chopped. This is Lilith's exclusive secret technique. The Hand of the Exile. The arm tightly grasped the opponent's body. Even if the bones of the 4th level undead creature were very hard, they gradually broke under Lilith's grasp. The gap between the 3rd and 4th levels is even greater. Not to mention that Lilith is only at the 2nd level, and she is not Klein. In the previous fight, she had already figured out some of the opponent's details. Even if she transformed into a chaos beast, if it was just a normal fight, her strength was slightly weaker than that of the Dread Knight, and she was only slightly faster in speed. With this kind of strength, it is impossible to kill 2 Dread Knights within 3 minutes. Klein had killed a Dread Knight quickly before, relying on information asymmetry, countermeasures thought of in advance, and massive magic suppression. But Lilith did not have these conditions, and the only thing she could rely on was her own fighting skills and desperate efforts. There are still 2 minutes. It's too troublesome to fight 2, so I can only deal with 1 first. The Exile's hand tightly grasped one of the Dread Knights, and Lilith injected all her strength and fighting spirit into it, even giving up the defense against the other Dread Knight behind her. Staring at the Dread Knight whose half of his body was chopped off, Lilith picked up the Reaper scythe again, and the sickle blade gradually stretched in her hand. 6th-style ghost. Not only the sickle in her hand stretched, but even Lilith's body began to become narrow and long. Another Dread Knight behind him raised his sword and slashed with it, with a strong sword energy rushing straight at him. Lilith didn't dodge or evade, and swung out the ghost strike to look at the Dread Knight trapped by the Exile's hand. She wanted to take this opportunity to resist the sword energy and kill one. Just as the sword energy was about to fall on Lilith, a layer of golden shield appeared on Lilith's body. This was the priest's holy shield. Before Lilith could react, the 2nd layer, the 3rd layer, and up to the 10th layer of shields were put on Lilith's body layer by layer. And the shape of these shields actually began to change, from eggshell-shaped all-round defense to shield-shaped directional defense. Not far away, Eric wiped his sweat and murmured, "Hey, are young people so reckless now? You rushed up when I wasn't paying attention? I just boasted decline. And you cheated me like this. How much magic power does 10 layers of shields take? This medical insurance is a loss." The sword energy arrived as expected, and the shield-shaped holy shield on Lilith's body shattered layer by layer, until the sword energy passed through the 10th layer of shield. The impact force was so small that it was like a breeze blowing on the face. And Lilith's ghost attack also arrived as expected, cutting off the head of the Dread Knight. The head with the soul fire was grabbed by Lilith's exile hand, and the skull was crushed into powder with a tight grip. Without the protection of the skull, the soul fire of the Dread Knight was finally extinguished. Lilith smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of fangs. It seems that Klein's teammates are not as useless as Becky. With Eric's help, Lilith turned around to block the iron sword of another Dread Knight, and pushed her fighting spirit to the extreme. With a scythe, she swung and knocked the opponent back. Finally got rid of one. 1 minute left. Lilith raised the Reaper scythe, and the Exile's hand gradually returned to normal, looking at the 2nd Dread Knight. Next. It's the 2nd one. As soon as she finished speaking, Lilith was already holding the scythe and rushing towards the 2nd Dread Knight. During the charge, Lilith glanced at Eric and found that Eric's attention was indeed on her, and she smiled secretly in her heart. Eric is a reliable guy. Although she didn't know what kind of dirty PY deal Klein had with Eric, Lilith now had an idea in her mind. That is, Eric would help her. So she was more prepared to fight more unrestrainedly this time, attacking with all her strength, and completely giving up the defensive posture. Eric on the side was speechless. Looking at Lilith's look, he knew what the other party was going to do. Touching the ethereal potion Klein gave him, Eric gritted his teeth. The boss is paid, so be a decent person. If it doesn't work, just ask him to pay more. With this idea in mind, Eric began to cast one buff spell after another on Lilith as if it was free. Holy Shield. Resist all damage. Word of Truth, Toughness. Enhance physical fitness. Word of Truth, Comfort. Reduce damage received. Word of Truth, Touch. Enhance strength and agility. Quick recovery. Quickly restore physical strength. Quick healing. Continuously restore life. Healing prayer. Restore some life immediately after receiving damage. Inspiration armor. Enhanced defense. Strong shadow resistance. Enhanced shadow resistance. In a flash, Lilith has 9 more buffs from Eric. The key is that this guy cursed while giving Lilith buffs. If you come back and sell your medical insurance again without adding money, I will be a dog. I'm losing money. But then again, this woman is really a big shot. I don't know how Klein, a virgin, hooked up with her. With Eric's buff, Lilith became more brave and resisted the great sword of the Dread Knight. Puff! The sword cut through Lilith's body, taking away a lot of blood. But the injury will be healed by the two magics of healing prayer and quick healing immediately. With the holy shield and damage reduction spells to reduce damage, Lilith traded her injury for her life. And every move was aimed at the opponent's head. After being hit by 6 swords, Lilith finally found a gap in the opponent's attack and urged the remaining little fighting spirit. Second style soul splitting. This is one of the few moves in the Dark 10 styles that can directly attack the soul fire. The Dread Knight's great sword has pierced Lilith's abdomen, and Lilith's scythe has also pierced the Dread Knight's head with a hook, shattering the soul fire. The second one, there are 20 seconds left. Lilith pulled out the iron sword in her abdomen and threw it on the ground. Eric's healing effect allowed her injuries to recover quickly. The injuries, the decline in physical strength, the exhaustion of fighting spirit, and the pain caused by the strong side effects of the chaos blood made Lilith breathe a little. But she didn't plan to stop. There were still 20 seconds left. She wanted to make good use of these last 20 seconds, picked up the scythe, and entered the battlefield again. Chapter 173 Trisis Body of the Candle Demon. Joe's battle was extremely difficult. He struggled to block the bone spear of the skeleton mage. The gap between the second level and the fourth level was like a chasm. He was not Klein. Even if there were ancient ruins and ancient magic, he could not make up for such a gap. Joe had killed many third-level military professionals of Grandok. He thought that even if there was a gap between him and the fourth level, it would not be very big and should be within an acceptable range. Then, "Paw!" Reality gave him a loud slap. After a battle, he was completely suppressed by the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage's poison had already invaded his arm. Even if he didn't need to fight, he couldn't hold on for long. The skeleton mage controlled the corpse of the bone-eating beast to float up slowly, and the corpse exploded in front of Joe. The corpse explosion spell was simple and brutal, but the key was that it was powerful. Joe, who was in a very bad state, could not resist it at all. At this time, he could only rely on the extension of the skeleton to support himself and barely avoid being killed by the opponent. The skeleton mage had come to him with a bone cone, and green liquid was dripping from the bone cone. Joe had already suffered from this poison. The two looked at each other, and the skeleton mage's skull flashed with green light, and the poison began to spread around its body again, and the bone cone pierced straight down. Joe had just dodged, and the skeleton mage seemed to have expected it long ago. Green light burst out from his body, and the poisonous star soon floated towards Joe. Even the defense extended by the skeleton could not stop the spread of the poison. Just when Joe was a little desperate, a black light flashed from behind him, and the black sickle attacked, and the skeleton mage's hand bones flew up in response. Lilith grabbed Joe's arm and threw him out of the range of the poisonous nova. Ing San, who was standing by, looked at Lilith, who was still fighting, and frowned under his mask. "Lilith, it's been too long. With his current strength, if he continues to fight like this, the blood of chaos will not be suppressed. By then, I'm afraid we will all die." Ing San shouted to Lilith, "You could almost get rid of the chaos form. Otherwise it will go berserk." Lilith didn't look back, and the black sickle in her hand had already cut through the air, leaving a somewhat hoarse voice. "Joe can't die. And no one knows my physical condition better than me. Others don't say anything. But Joe, she must be saved. She has hurt Klein's sister. Although she doesn't mention it, it doesn't mean she won't make up for it. Ing San is already very tired to fight against a Fear Knight by himself. At this time, he has no way to continue to persuade Lilith, so he can only continue to entangle with the Fear Knight helplessly." Joe fell to the ground, and although he fell hard, he got up immediately and looked at Lily with some gratitude. "Captain, thanks. Let's talk about it after you survive." Lilith could feel her physical strength rapidly declining, and her head was dizzy. The side effects of chaos blood were very serious, and the 3 minutes were exceeded. But she couldn't fall down yet. Lilith knew that she couldn't hold on for long, so she had to continue to use a straightforward fighting method to deal with the skeleton mage. But this way of fighting requires Eric's help. "Eric, help me." Eric covered his face. "Please be a human being. For the last time. Alright. Stop talking. I'll just treat it as a scam. Although Eric said this, his holy shield was already on Lilith. Lilith put all her last fighting spirit into the sickle, drew a straight line with the black sickle, closed her eyes, and locked the position of the skeleton mage with her chi. Bang! Lilith rushed out with a sound of stepping on the air, as her feet rubbed against the air. She passed through the poisonous fog of the skeleton mage, and with Eric's treatment and shield, she withstood several shadow arrows from the opponent without dodging. After breaking the skeleton shield, Lilith finally came to the front of the skeleton mage, and with a stroke of the black sickle, she launched the final dark harvest. The black silk thread seemed slow, but it could not be dodged or resisted. The skull that was crossed by the black line was instantly shattered, and the soul fire was extinguished on the spot. Looking at the extinguished soul fire, Lilith laughed. At the same time, Chiel was helping Ing Sen fight the last Dread Knight, and Lance, who had already dealt with another skeleton mage, also joined the battle. The three of them joined forces, and the battle situation immediately tilted, and soon the last Dread Knight was killed. On the other side, the members of the Red and White Society were dead or injured, and only Nimitz, Perona and Semer were left. But after killing the undead creatures, victory seemed to be just around the corner. But just when they felt that they were about to usher in a glimmer of hope, Lilith, who had killed 3 4th-level undead creatures in a row, began to recover her body. She stood still and was in a trance for a while, and fell to the ground. Lilith's strength before gave everyone an illusion that Lilith was so strong that she would definitely be able to take them out. Now that Lilith had fallen, everyone's temporary spiritual sustenance was instantly shattered. Looking at the endless bone-eating beasts around them, they began to be at a loss, and despair spread again. Looking at the bone-eating beasts getting closer and closer, Perona stretched out her hands to a bone-eating beast corpse with some nervousness, and said in a panic, "Master Candlewick, is this how it is? Hurry up. Okay. That green-haired guy has fallen. If you don't succeed, we will all be dead. Are you stupid?" Perona gritted her teeth. It will definitely succeed this time. Golden light appeared in Perona's hands, and all her magic power, together with some of Candlewick's magic power, began to flow into the bone-eating beast corpse under her. The corpse began to mutate in Perona's hands. The metallic light gradually covered the whole body of the bone-eating beast, and then all its limbs began to break and reorganize, turning into a mechanized metal body. Suddenly, the bone-eating beast's fingers moved, making a metallic friction sound like Chiwu. Baba! And the mechanical bone-eating beast stood up. Perona looked at the mechanical body in front of her and said in surprise, "Master Candlewick, I succeeded. Are you not happy? Your stupidity has shocked me after trying so many times. What should I be happy about?" The mechanical bone-eating beast in front of her is the ability of Candlewick, a mixture of talents. Perona sacrificed her life and metal, 2 rare magical talents, and obtained a rarer, even unprecedented ability, life machine manufacturing, giving a life a mechanized body, or giving a machine the power to bring life. This is Perona's new ability. "Master Candlewick, I feel like my magic power is all gone." "How much magic power can a low-level wizard like you have?" "All the magic power you used was accumulated slowly by me in the villa." "Does this spell consume a lot of energy? I feel dizzy now. Is this thing powerful?" "How do I know if it's powerful? Can't you try it yourself?" When Perona was worrying about how to control the mechanical bone-eating beast, a spiritual connection appeared between her and the bone-eating beast. She felt like she could command the other party. A living mechanical bone-eating beast? How amazing. I'll give you a name. You keep making a BBA sound and it's mechanical. How about calling you Little Machine Ba? Perona? I feel that this name is not good. Let's change it. Why? Master Candlewick? No reason. He is made of iron. Forget about calling him Ta. No. Ta is too unremarkable. Not as good as Zayajiba. It's mine now. So I'll call it Perona Mechanical Guard Number 1. Number 1. You have to earn some face for your master. That green-haired man was so strong, but he fell. If you don't live up to your expectations, your master, will be in trouble. The mechanical bone-eating beast seemed to understand Perona's order, and stopped in front of her. It stretched out its claws and waved lightly, cutting off the bodies of several bone-eating beasts. Perona's eyes lit up when she saw the scene. So strong, Zayajiba. Awesome. The mechanical bone-eating beast rushed into the beast hide, Its hard body was completely unharmed by the first-level bone-eating beasts. It was precise, accurate, and fast. Each strike had no extra movements, and each strike killed at least 2 bone-eating beasts. This was a real killing machine. Lance, who was standing by, looked at Perona's mechanical bone-eating beast and was slightly surprised, because it was also the first time he had seen this ability. Metal summons, similar to Magic Mecha? After killing dozens of bone-eating beasts again, Lance fell into deep thought. Lilith had fainted. Joe was poisoned. And Ingsan was not in good condition. In this case, if Klein didn't deal with it, he really couldn't hide. At this time, Becky could only try her best to kill the bone-eating beasts. Her strength, in this situation, was somewhat unable to get a word in, and she was a little at a loss. Eric looked at the incomplete formation helplessly, and then looked at the beast tied around him. Finally, he turned his eyes to Lance. But he didn't say anything in the end. He could see that the man who called himself Alan was hiding his strength. Because in Eric's perception, Alan's blood was as hot as magma. This kind of person can't be a pure shadow swordsman. If he is said to be a hell swordsman, Eric would believe it. However, the other party is not from Jesha. No matter what the purpose is, it is good that he is willing to help them. Since he is unwilling to expose his hidden strength, Eric has no choice. He can't just slack off and force people outside the company to help. Moreover, he has already promised Klein to look forward to Lilith. And he has received a lot of money. So he is really embarrassed to continue slacking off. If nothing else, he is a person who at least executes the saying that the customer is God will. So, Eric stood up and took over Lilith's command. Now that Lilith is unconscious, we shouldn't go south anymore. There is a square not far to the west. Let's try to break through there. Becky looked at Eric in surprise. It was really unexpected that this lazy king would speak at this time. But Becky always felt that Eric was giving blind commands. So she interrupted him. We are about to leave the ruins. Why do we have to go to the west, Eric? Are you talking in your sleep? Is it because I didn't apply for treatment subsidies for you that you are retaliating against me? It's not appropriate for you to do such a thing at this time. Right? Eric felt a little angry and embarrassed by what Becky said. There are so many people. How can you say that to me? Are we still not on the same team? He retorted. Do you think I look like someone who cares about that little treatment subsidy? Becky nodded naturally. Like. Eric looked at his captain and was a little speechless. Oh, it's really hard to be a rookie. Is my image so bad? But now the situation is urgent. He is too lazy to argue with Becky and directly explain the reason. Looking at the number and posture of these bone-eating beasts, they will not let us go even if we leave the ruins. This is inevitable. If it is just to drive them away, they don't need to send so many bone-eating beasts. And the Dark Crusaders, and the Skull Society with soul stones. Let these people come to attack us. Just to keep me. Or kill me. The terrain here is too rugged. And the square on the west is flatter, and more suitable for us to fight for a long time. Listening to Eric's well-reasoned analysis, Lance, Ingsan and Joe all nodded, which was considered to be approving of his method. But the question was how to go in this situation? Just as they looked at each other, Eric took off his priest's robe and threw it aside, revealing a red floor-length dress inside. Although it was very strange for a man to wear a long skirt. Looking at Eric at this time, everyone did not feel a sense of disobedience. As if he should have been like this. Eric wearing a priest's robe or a doctor's uniform would give people a sense of vulgarity. But wearing this red dress would not. Don't look at them. I will try my best to stop them. You break through. Lance and Ingsan heard the words, nodded each, and began to clear the way in front. Becky looked at Eric with some embarrassment, turned around and left, and stayed behind with Joe. Eric pointed at Perona. Big tits. Big tits, slut. Are you talking about me? When Eric heard the word slut, his heart ached. Even though he had improved his status so much, he couldn't get rid of these 2 words that Klein had branded him with. They all have to fight. Lilith is in your hands. When Perona heard that she was asked to take Lilith away, she was furious. Let me take green hair? How is that possible? She is my... I can't say. It's impossible in this life anyway. If Lilith hadn't gotten rid of those 3 undead creatures, we would all have died. Do you have a sense of public morality? No. Perona carried Lilith on her back indignantly, and the mechanical bone-eating beasts stayed by her side, helping her to clean up the approaching bone-eating beasts. Humph. This green-haired girl. She didn't feel anything on my back when I carried her on my back. She's so small. I don't know how Senior Klein likes her. Should I secretly paint her face and say she fell? No. That's too vicious. After all, she saved us. Just as Perona was complaining about Lilith. The unconscious Lilith moved her fingers. Eric was alone. He looked at the tide of bone-eating beasts and felt a little helpless. This number is really amazing. It seems that I have to use my ultimate move. But I don't know how much of this number I can eat. Eric put his hands together. And a red ball of light gradually condensed in his palms. He held the red ball and raised his hands high. The light ball began to slowly rise into the air. Blood melt. This red ball of light seemed to have an attraction. And the surrounding bone-eating beasts began to be pulled by the red ball involuntarily. The closer they got, the greater the pulling force. As the bone-eating beasts approached, their skin began to be torn. And the blood in their bodies seemed to have found a breakthrough. Gushing out and being sucked dry by the blood ball in an instant. 1, 2, 1 to dozens. Hundreds of bone-eating beasts were sucked dry by Eric's blood ball. And the blood ball became bigger and bigger. Eric's pupils turned blood red. And the blood energy was all over his surroundings. The surroundings were already filled with the dry corpses of bone-eating beasts. There were hundreds of them. And the number was still increasing. The diameter of the blood ball on the top of his head had reached more than 1 meter. And the strong blood energy also attracted the surrounding bone-eating beasts to come. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Eric's forehead. It can be seen that it was still very difficult for him to control such a blood ball. The surrounding bone-eating beasts were getting denser and denser. And Eric finally couldn't hold it anymore. He clenched his hands and his magic power surged out instantly. Blood explosion. Boom! The red ball above his head exploded in a circular manner. First a red halo. Then a bloody air wave. And finally a bloody rain. Hundreds of bone-eating beasts around were shaken into a bloody mist on the spot. Not only that, the blood explosion sprayed out a large number of blood beads, flying around. After the blood bead shot into the body of the bone-eating beast, the body of the bone-eating beast would swell again and explode. The blood explosion was like a blood-red firework, blooming around Eric. In the drifting blood mist, a trace of blood gathered around Eric and was swallowed by Eric. This taste is too bad. I still like the blood of an 18-year-old girl. His belly was getting bigger and bigger, gradually expanding like a ball. It's over. It's over. I can't eat anymore. Lilith. Becky. You guys are on your own. Becky and the others came to the center of the square of the ruins. The old fountain no longer sprayed water, and the towering statues were already in ruins. But the environment here was indeed much flatter and more suitable for them to fight. Lance, Ingsan, and Xiao guarded 3 directions respectively, and Becky and Perona's mechanical bone-eating beasts guarded the remaining direction. They could also see the blood mist in Eric's direction. Becky didn't know what Eric had done and where Klein had gone. But she knew that even if she asked, no one would tell her. The longer they were in contact, the more Becky felt that she knew nothing about these 2 teammates. The original idea of suppressing and monitoring them now seems even more ridiculous. Maybe Eric and Klein have laughed at me behind my back. As the number of bone-eating beasts decreased, Becky felt a slight breath. And she leaned on the statue beside the pool to recover her strength and fighting spirit. I feel your unwillingness. And want to gain power. The power to destroy everything in front of you. Becky was shocked and murmured. This? Is it the whisper of the evil god? She did not doubt that she had hallucinations. Because the paladin itself rarely had hallucinations. No. Of course I am not an evil god. I am just a weapon that can make you stronger. Becky frowned. Looked at the family heirloom sword in her hand. Stroked the burn marks on the sword. And chuckled. Weapon? Oh. No need. Becky's tone was very sure. And the previous whispers no longer appeared. More bone-eating beasts came one after another. And everyone fell into the quagmire of fighting again. Originally, everyone's physical strength, magic power and fighting spirit were almost exhausted due to continuous high-intensity combat. The sudden increase in bone-eating beasts at this time made the group feel more pressured. Lance glanced at the direction where Eric was cutting off the rear and spoke. It should be that Mr. Eric can't hold it back. Lance's words made everyone's heart sink a little more. Everyone killed the bone-eating beasts numbly. But everyone's movements were getting slower and slower. Only Lance's side was slightly better. From time to time, someone had a few more wounds on their body. Ingsan. Xiao. The same. Perona's mechanical bone-eating beast had returned to her side. trying its best to clean up the beasts that kept coming. Suddenly, Samoa the Red and White Society was caught by a bone-eating beast by the calf and dragged out. If it was before, Becky would have intercepted him slightly in his position. But now, Becky really has no strength left. Not only is she out of strength, but she has also completely used up her fighting spirit. She can only watch Semo being grabbed and torn into pieces. And the others are not much better. They have no physical strength and are about to die. Becky looked at Lilith, who was unconscious beside her, struggling in her heart, and then smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems not bad to die in battle. At this time, the previous whisper came again. There are still tens of thousands of bone-eating beasts. You are going to lose. Hearing this voice, Becky's eyes suddenly flashed with determination, and she made a decision in her heart. Yes. What about the evil god? If you are the evil god, then now, give me your power. We are all going to die. What does it matter whether you are the evil god or not? I can give you power. But you need to pay a price. By the way, I emphasize again that I am not an evil god. Becky nodded. Got it. What should I do? Discard the sword in your hand. Then hold the sword in the hand of the statue behind you. And offer your piety. Becky heard this, looked at her family sword, and was silent for a while. But this silence did not last too long. She closed her eyes, threw the family sword aside, and decisively grabbed the broken sword on the statue. But the statue did not give any response. What's going on? I said. I want to offer your piety. Becky frowned slightly. Her piety? Is it holy light? The only remaining holy fighting spirit was injected into this broken statue by Becky. Anyway, it was already desperate. And these fighting spirits could not change anything. Haha. The power of the paladin. Very good. With the injection of holy light, the statue began to vibrate and shatter. Others also discovered the abnormality of Becky. But the pressure of the bone-eating beast made it impossible for them to ask any questions. The rubble peeled off layer by layer until the sword held by the statue shed its stone skin and revealed what was inside. This is a strange, cylindrical weapon with a hilt. But the sword body seems to be a slender cone. Becky slowly grasped the hilt with doubts. At this moment, she felt that all her flesh and blood energy, fighting spirit, and vitality were being absorbed by this sword. Ha! Becky wanted to let go, but found that she could not do it at all. She could only watch the sword take away her life. The sword stopped pulling out until Becky's entire right arm, right leg, and even the right half of her face had all turned into shriveled and stiff limbs. The whisper came again, and this time, Becky felt that the voice came from the sword. Very delicious body. I am very satisfied. Let me introduce myself. My name is Trisis Candle Demon Body. Becky looked at her broken body and said with gritted teeth, I hope your power will not let me down. How could it be? I am the candle handle of the candle demon. The most powerful weapon. Becky nodded and held the candle handle. The free energy around began to gather on the candle handle involuntarily. And these energies became more and more, until the candle handle became a real sword. The candle demon sword emitting holy light. Looking at this somewhat dazzling weapon, no one could imagine that it would devour the vitality of the holder with a holy appearance. Holding the candle handle, Becky felt that the other party was controlling her, not her controlling the sword. With a gentle wave of his arm, a surge of energy erupted, and a 10-meter wide energy slash was launched. Everything in its path was razed to the ground. The power was so great that not only the team members were horrified, but even the surrounding bone-eating beasts slowed down their attacks. Becky looked at the candle demon sword in her hand, then looked at her aging and withered body, revealing an intriguing smile. This sword is good. Raising the candle demon sword again, Becky swung the second slash. Wherever the sword shines, it's like the end of the world. Chapter 174. Jason is dead. The beast tide has retreated. Klein stood on the roof of the ruins, trying to use his bone hand to get back the knife. But Jason obviously didn't give Klein this opportunity. All the bone blades released by Klein were cut off by him. Jason stepped on the blade of Luochun, slashed out more than a dozen blade beams to force Klein back, and then spoke. Why don't you use the soul stone, if the soul stone is with you? Now is your last chance? I still have a hammer soul stone, Klein thought. But the words changed at the end. Do you think now is the time for me to use the soul stone? Hee hee. If you don't use the soul stone again, I will really beat you to death. Taking advantage of the opportunity to speak, Klein could delay for a while, waiting for the disordered arcane particles in the sea of spirituality to split. Because his magic power and control power have increased too much. The disordered arcane particles this time have reproduced and polluted more slowly. But it is also relatively easier to control. He knew that only when the disordered arcane energy reached a threshold, the disordered arcane energy would completely explode. Klein felt the progress of the disordered arcane particles' contamination, and he estimated that it would take at least another 5 minutes. So, Klein entered the rhythm of fighting and pulling again. Captain Jason, can you give me back my Fallen Tune blade? This knife looks good, and it has a delicate name. Fallen Tune. Right? The scattered tune flowers are really beautiful. At this time, Jason's voice suddenly changed, becoming gloomy and hoarse. Putting tune flowers on Mr. Klein's tombstone must be a good match. Klein wanted to delay time, but Jason didn't give him another chance. He picked up Klein's Luochun sword, held the object with his left hand, held his own sword with his right hand, and rushed towards Klein again. Before he arrived, 2 slashes had already broken through the wind and were blocked by Klein's bone spear. Looking at Jason holding Luochun, Klein's mouth curled up slightly. Just as Jason approached Klein, Luochun in his hand suddenly burst into a shadow flame, and the handle of Luochun and Jason's arm burned together. The power of the shadow flame could not be ignored even at the 4th level. Jason wanted to use the shadow power to dispel the shadow flame, but he didn't expect that his shadow power would be immediately swallowed up as soon as it touched Klein's shadow flame, making the shadow flame more vigorous. What kind of ability is this? Jason was both surprised and annoyed. So he could only let go of Luochun and activate his fighting spirit to suppress the shadow flame. Klein, who was standing by, had already used his bone hand to retrieve the Luochun that was being burned by the shadow flames. He chopped it off with more than a dozen bone blades together with the Luochun. My knife is not that easy to take. The secret door of Luochun was designed by Klein a long time ago, so that one day it could be used as a trap, or someone else could take away his weapon, and then he could use the knife to counterattack. At this moment, this secret door was just right for it to work. Although Luochun had excellent magic conductivity, it could only withstand ordinary shadow power, and could not withstand the overbearing shadow flames. Klein was going to let it make the final attack and break in the battle, which was the best fate for a knife. Jason extinguished the shadow flames with his fighting spirit and calmed down again. He had no reason to be anxious. Whether in terms of strength or speed, he was superior to Klein. Even if Klein took advantage of him because of some mistakes, it didn't matter. As Jason approached, Klein seemed to see the ghost entangle behind him, and Jason chopped him with a knife. Ghost slash. Jason rushed towards Klein again with surging power and impact. His knife came with absolute killing intent. Boom! Luochun and Jason's knife collided. No matter how strong the shadow flame was, it could not match Jason's fierce fighting spirit and was chopped into pieces by the ghost slash. After Luochun broke, the erupting shadow flame burned Jason's body and burned his shirt to ashes. But the 2nd level shadow flame was quickly suppressed by Jason's fighting spirit. Jason revealed his naked upper body, with entangled scars all over his body. I don't know what he had experienced in the past. Now your knife is really gone, Mr. Klein. Before Jason finished speaking, he leaned over and rushed over. Although he was tall, his speed was not slow at all. Looking at Jason rushing towards him, Klein sensed the time again. His heart sank slightly, and he had to resist. Bone fragments began to gather around Klein, and he was ready to defend. As long as he could hold on for a while, it would be fine. Bang! The 2nd ghost slash chopped on Klein's skeleton shield. His shield was made of bones that had been strengthened by skeletons and burning magic, and was much stronger than ordinary skeleton shields. But even so, Jason's attack still broke Klein's 4 layers of bone shield. Before Klein showed his head, Jason's sweeping leg had already kicked on the shield, kicking Klein and his shield off the roof of the ruins. Klein fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding bone-eating beasts had begun to surround Klein, and Jason also jumped from the roof and chopped at him. Bang! The sword chopped the ground, and the flat ground suddenly broke into pieces. Klein could only dodge it with great difficulty, rolled to the side, and sighed slightly. Level 4 is still strong. I feel that I have no power to fight back. I originally wanted to save some magic power to save my life, but it seems that it won't work. A large number of bones stretched out from Klein's back. This time, he released hundreds of bone blades. The overwhelming bone blades stabbed at Jason. But a layer of skeleton shields rose around Jason, blocking the bone blades one by one. Very powerful magic. But the attack power is not enough, and you forgot that I can also use skeleton magic. Jason rushed towards Klein again. Although his level was much higher than Klein, his shadow power would be restrained by Klein's shadow flames, and the strength of the bone spell was not as good as Klein's skeleton. Therefore, close combat is the fastest and most effective way to deal with Klein. The Dark Crusader's close combat moves are very domineering and fierce. Jason's every slash will cut off a large number of Klein's bone blades. No matter how much magic power Klein has, he can't withstand his slashing. Just when Jason was close enough to Klein retreated quickly, and the tip of the knife swept across Klein's nose. Just a little bit. Although Klein dodged thrillingly, Jason also revealed a flaw because of this radical slash. A large number of bone blades were nailed to Jason's feet one by one, forcing him back. Klein half knelt on the ground, panting. It was really difficult. Jason was a little annoyed. Klein's ability was really annoying, and he really couldn't understand why Klein's magic power hadn't been used up when he used skeleton magic on such a large scale. How much magic power did he have? Jason stopped and slightly changed the order to the surrounding bone-eating beasts. Go! After giving the order to the bone-eating beasts, Jason didn't attack again, but hit in the group of bone-eating beasts. Watching the group of bone-eating beasts consume Klein, waiting for the loopholes in Klein's defense, and launching a more deadly surprise attack. This kind of combat method, which is obviously stronger than you, but you still have to fight and consume while using the power, is absolutely correct under normal circumstances. This way of fighting will not give the opponent a chance to counterattack. In Jason's opinion, this is the safest way for him to kill Klein. It's not that he doesn't want to kill Klein by force, but the ability of this guy in front of him is too weird. He can explode the bone spear with shadow flames, the ancient magic skeleton extension, and very powerful shadow arrows and shadow impacts. Jason couldn't take down Klein after a long time of attack, and he didn't feel any violent magic fluctuations on Klein. He had been waiting for Klein to release a big move, but it didn't appear. So, Jason let go of some of his vigilance against Klein's big move, and changed his fighting style, choosing to be cautious again. But what Jason didn't expect was that this cautious fighting style gave Klein the most desired and precious thing: time, while killing the surrounding bone-eating beasts. Klein let the bones begin to combine in his body, brew, and then extend again. Klein's power skeleton. Endless bone spurs spread around Klein, killing a large number of bone-eating beasts again. This time, Klein did not retract the skeleton, but used the burning demon heart to burn off the connection with these extended skeletons, detonating all the bones. Boom! A large number of bone fragments burst outward, and pieces of bone-eating beasts fell. But more bone-eating beasts pounced on Jason's command. Klein's hands were covered with shadow flames, waiting quietly. Soon! Suddenly, after Klein killed several bone-eating beasts with shadow arrows, Jason's sword suddenly stretched out from behind the beasts. This blow was accurate, fast and fierce, and Klein had no time to react at all. Puff! The sword accurately pierced Klein's chest, and the dark fighting spirit ravaged his body. The huge impact caused Klein's sternum to dent. Klein spit out blood and grinned. Jason, I've been waiting for you for a long time this time. Haha. Last words before dying? Jason laughed. He was a little excited because once Klein died, the candlestick would be his. Klein shook his head and rarely spoke the truth. Surviving is not the only way to survive. Sometimes, being reckless is also a way. If you were more aggressive, you would have too many chances to kill me. But your personality is totally inconsistent with your appearance. From the test during the college period, I knew that your personality was too weak. Captain Jason, weak personality is a kind of weakness. The candle wax in Jason's mind slightly praised. In his opinion, Klein's performance was too amazing. Such a person is the perfect host. He wanted to see what Klein, who said these words, would do next to turn defeat into victory. What does it matter if I'm weak or not? Killing you will be the end. Jason clenched his sword, but found that the sword seemed to be stuck by something. It was the disordered arcane energy that was decomposing his weapon. Klein raised his arm and made a gesture of snapping his fingers. The ancient books of the Jez Society explain in detail that arcane is the true meaning of this world. So, you're gone, Jason. Snap. As Klein snapped his fingers, Strong disordered arcane particles began to erupt from Klein's burning demon heart. This time, there would be no more restrictions on the explosion. The iconic bluish-white light of arcane began to ripple on Klein's chest and began to spread outward. Looking at the sword being decomposed by the disordered arcane energy, Jason murmured, "What did you do?" As he spoke, he could already feel his body gradually stiffening, and arcane energy began to contaminate his body, enter his fighting spirit core, and invade his magic pool. The magic power in Jason's body, without attributes, will be directly converted into arcane energy, and the shadow power will be first decomposed into attributeless magic power, and then continue to be converted into arcane energy. The viral contamination began again. Jason wanted to struggle, but his body was completely stiff, and he could only speak reluctantly. Energy contamination. You will die too. Don't worry. You will die. But I won't. Klein was also in a stiff state. His smile gradually fixed on his face, and his expression was frozen. The surrounding bone-eating beasts didn't know what happened at first, and they still rushed towards Klein one after another. But when a bone-eating beast was contaminated by disordered arcane energy, its body also became stiff. Why are Warcraft called Warcraft? Because each Warcraft has primitive magic in its body. Their chaos and disorder are just the most ideal breeding ground and nutrients for disordered arcane energy. The disordered arcane particles began to spread like a virus. The dark red body of the bone-eating beast will gradually turn bluish-white after being contaminated by arcane. The arcane energy continues to spread outward with their bodies as the base point. In the end, it turned into a bluish-white silent killing. Although the bone-eating beasts have low intelligence, their intelligence is not brainless. Seeing their fellow beasts gradually stiffening and turning into bluish-white, they also began to react and were a little scared. However, the speed of arcane energy contamination is getting faster and faster. They use it as a springboard to shuttle between the bone-eating beasts, corroding all the magic around them and all magical things. The herd of bone-eating beasts finally couldn't stand this silent death, and the herd began to collapse. Becky held the candle magic sword in her hand, stood at the front of the team, numbly and continuously swinging the sword, killing a large number of bone-eating beasts with each strike. The team behind her no longer felt the pressure brought by the bone-eating beasts, because most of the bone-eating beasts were killed by Becky alone. Her expression was very strange, as if she was enjoying and intoxicated with the current state, but also a little painful and struggling. Lance stood behind Becky calmly, because he felt that Becky's mental state was problematic. Although she was helping the team kill the bone-eating beasts, no one could be sure whether she would suddenly turn against them. At this time, the sharp-eyed Perona seemed to have discovered something, and she pointed at the beasts in the distance and said, "They don't seem to be coming towards us. They seem to be running away." Perona's words reminded everyone, and everyone looked at the direction where the bone-eating beasts were running. Sure enough, even if they were not intercepted, they would no longer attack the team. It seemed that something terrible was happening behind them. Lance stared at the bone-eating beasts in the distance, and suddenly, he found that a bluish-white color appeared in the bone-eating beasts. This bluish-white color shuttled between a large number of bone-eating beasts, as if it would be contagious. The bone-eating beasts that were infected with this energy would quickly stiffen and fall to the ground, and their bodies would gradually turn bluish-white. "Back off! Hurry up and back off!" Not only him. Everyone noticed that there was something wrong with this bluish-white wave, and quickly got up and ran in the opposite direction. Lance was the last one left. Perona rode the mechanical bone-eating beast and took Lilith with her, and the others also ran to avoid the blue-white waves. Only Becky, one of her legs had been sucked dry by the candle magic sword, limping and moving too slowly. Lance wanted to help her, but was rejected by Becky. "Get out of here. Don't touch me." Becky's refusal was somewhat inexplicable. Looking at Becky's eyes, Lance seemed to understand some of her thoughts, because he had the same thoughts. Determination to die. When everyone had already run away, only Becky stood there holding the candle magic sword. "Why don't you leave?" The sound of the candle handle entered Becky's mind. "Although I have violated too many knight's codes, I also understand that people like you should not exist in this world. Foolish. Ignorant. With me, you have the power to stand at the top of the world, no need. I don't like my body being like this." Becky touched her right face. The dry and wrinkled skin made her uncomfortable. It is a woman's nature to love beauty, and she is no exception. She slowly closed her eyes and waited for death to come. The bluish-white arcane energy gushed in, and just when Becky was ready to die, The wave of energy stopped. After a long time, Becky slowly opened her eyes and looked at the arcane energy so close. She was a little surprised. It stopped. You didn't die like this? It seems that your plan has failed. Becky didn't speak. When facing death but not dying, a person's mentality will change again. And so will she. Becky was silent. And I don't know what she was thinking. Arcane energy began to flow back. And the bone-eating beasts and various magical items that had been corroded by the arcane energy began to break and disintegrate, becoming part of the energy torrent and returning to the previous direction. The magic power in each bone-eating beast is actually not much, because the bone-eating beast itself is a melee monster. But there are tens of thousands of bone-eating beasts that have been polluted. And when they are gathered together, it is an astonishing number. Arcane pollution will only stop when enough magic power is gathered, which is why this arcane pollution can kill so many bone-eating beasts. These energies re-enter Klein's spiritual world, and when the disordered arcane particles return to the burning demon heart, they will be transformed into attributeless magic and enter the burning demon heart. The burning demon heart gradually grew larger, cracked, and then revealed several sharp corners, changing from a spherical shape to a regular uneven shape. All the magic power returned to Klein's body, and the second baptism of arcane energy began. Klein's magic power began to grow wildly, pouring out, purifying, and growing wildly again, repeating this way, until all the magic power polluted by the mountain of Okurgan was completely absorbed. After a long time, Klein's fingers moved. Can you move? Klein slowly opened his eyes. The wound on his chest had been completely healed, and Jason's sword had been broken into powder. When Klein moved his body, Jason in front of him suddenly moved. Are you awake, Captain Jason? Jason clenched his palms, as if he was feeling something. Disordered energy pollution is a phenomenon that only occurs occasionally after the death of a superclass strongman. How did you do it? Klein was a little puzzled. What happens after the death of a superclass strongman? It sounds very powerful. But so what? Captain Jason, the winner has been decided. Do you have any last words? Jason subconsciously touched his head. He really had no magic power at all. The magic pool was destroyed, and the mental space became a blank. The sea of chi in his chest was completely annihilated, and the core of the fighting spirit turned into slag. It was gone. Everything he had was gone. Jason looked at Klein for a long time before he spoke. I don't want to die. Klein was slightly stunned. He thought Jason would say a few tough words, like the gangster boss in the TV series in his previous life after his death. But he didn't expect that the last words were the most meaningless. I'm not a saint who forgives all beings. I've always been a person who takes revenge when I have a grudge. And I do things according to my own preferences. This is my principle. So I won't let go of any of my enemies, especially those without principles like you. Klein didn't give Jason a chance to speak again, and broke his neck. A top master of the 4th level dual profession, the captain of the Palomia Black Cross, eventually died at Klein's hands. After Jason died, a ball of red liquid came out of his mouth, which looked like more viscous blood, making Klein feel a little sick. It seemed that because of the pollution of arcane energy, this liquid looked very weak, as if it would die at any time. He said a ray of consciousness to Klein. I didn't expect that you actually defeated Jason. Very good. You have the qualifications to become the host of the Candle Demon. A truly complete Candle Demon host. Klein looked at the pool of liquid. Hee hee. Candle Demon host. Do I want it? He said expressionlessly. Just you? Where's the candlelight he mentioned? Seeing that Klein seemed to be difficult to talk to, and that he was very weak now, Candlelight suddenly became a little timid. For some reason, he was a little afraid to refuse to answer Klein's question. Candlelight is in Jason's basement. I'm very weak now. Can you swallow me and let me recover? Klein looked at the liquid. You just came out of Jason's mouth, and now you want me to swallow it? Are you kidding me? Brother? You're too disgusting. I can't swallow it. Klein grabbed Candlelight, which was sticky and even more disgusting. Now, take me to Jason's basement. Candlestick, Candlelight, and the candlelight in Jason's basement make 3. If Perona's candlewick is counted, it's exactly 4. The current limit of his synthesized items is 4. The synthesis of 5 items is too far away. As for becoming a Candle Demon host, it's a joke. How could he let these things run into his brain, following the guidance of the candle wax? Klein walked towards Jason's basement, feeling a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Chapter 175 True Arcane Disintegration. Klein walked while checking the synthesizer. Host, Klein. Profession, Mage, Level 3, Constitution, 25.8. Agility, 29.1. Strength, 27.3. Magic, 315.4. Talent, Arcane, Arcane Brilliance. Star, Burning Magic. Bone, Skeleton Strengthening. Skeleton Extension. Shadow, Shadow Extension. Arcane Brilliance, I've been promoted. Klein seemed very calm during this promotion. He stretched out his left hand, and a bluish-white brilliance floated in his palm, which frightened Candle Wax beside him, because he was robbed by this energy. Yes, it was robbed. This energy would assimilate his magic until he was drained. Although he had seen many arcane masters before, this kind of arcane ability was unheard of. Walking on the way to the basement of the ruins, the bone-eating beast was basically invisible. They were originally solitary monsters, and the reason they gathered together was the effect of the candle wax. Now that Jason is dead, the candle wax is contaminated by arcane energy, and it will not be able to control those bone-eating beasts for a while. Looking at the silent Klein, the candle wax began to feel inexplicably scared. As a candle magic weapon, he never worried about who would get it, because whoever got the candle magic weapon would use his power. But Klein was different. Except for asking for directions, he didn't seem to have any interest in him. He always looked indifferent to him, as if he didn't care about his ability at all. He had been secretly trying to establish a spiritual connection with the candlestick on Klein, but he had never succeeded. This made the candle wax more and more panicked. What was this person going to do? Then how do we go? Klein's voice interrupted Juwa's thoughts, and Juwa responded quickly. The room in front has a basement below it. Klein could naturally sense Juwa's panic, but he didn't plan to explain anything. He already had his own ideas about Jumo's magic weapon. Instead of letting a magic weapon with thoughts act as a time bomb on his body, it would be better to merge it directly, turning him into it, and let it be a tool honestly. Klein didn't need the old man, nor would he allow the old man to speak in his mind. So after getting Juwa, his fate was doomed. Klein followed Juwa's instructions, and came to the door of a building. He felt the magic power in his body, looked at his left hand, and suddenly became interested. Try that? Klein opened his 5 fingers, and the arcane energy gushed through his palms. The bluish-white light flickered, and the magic power dropped as fast as running water. But the wall in front of him was pulled by some force and instantly shattered, breaking into pieces that floated in the air. Klein clenched his left hand suddenly, and the pieces in the air immediately gathered and compressed, turning into a large sphere mixed with stones, iron blocks, and soil. Looking at the missing wall and the reassembled sphere in front of him, Klein's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad. However, he was not the only one who saw this scene. Juwa was speechless when he saw this ability. If it was a magic bombardment such as arcane missiles, arcane shocks, and arcane explosions, he could still understand it. But what Klein did just now was obviously more exaggerated than ordinary arcane magic. An ability to decompose matter and reassemble it. What is this ability? Candle Wax finally couldn't help but ask. Klein smiled. He liked to share secrets with others, especially those who were dying. This ability was originally called Arcane Decomposition, but I felt that the name was not appropriate enough. So I planned to merge it with an old idea of mine. It's called Arcane Disintegration. Arcane Disintegration. Just as Klein was happily pretending to be cool in front of Candle Wax, a voice interrupted him. Who is it? The voice came from the basement. It was Paco, the soul repairman who helped Jason forge the soul stone. Klein ignored Paco's questioning and walked straight inside. There are other people? You didn't tell me. I was so surprised just now that I forgot about him. Klein slowly appeared next to this person, looking at the candlelight floating in the barrier and the soul fragments around Paco, and narrowed his eyes slightly. There are so many. Around Paco, there are more than a dozen soul fragments. Although they are relatively small, there are really many of them. Klein crushed the outer cover of the soul fragments and reached out to grab them. Don't use your hands. They are soul fragments. Paco saw that Klein wanted to grab them directly with his hands, thinking that the other party did not understand the pollution of the soul stone, and hurriedly reminded him, at least you should wear gloves. This thing is very polluted. Klein actually cared about a stranger, looking at Paco with interest. This guy is also Jason's subordinate. The candle wax held by Klein seemed to see Klein's doubts and explained. This person is called Paco. He was captured by Jason to make a soul stone for him. He is not Jason's subordinate. Klein nodded. Soul repairman is a rare profession. But making a soul stone is indeed a bit shocking. He first ignored Paco's surprised look and directly collected the soul fragments with his hands. And then set his eyes on the candle. This thing is a little different from the other parts of the candle demon. It looks a bit holy. Is the soul stone made of this thing? Klein was asking Paco and Candle. Jason has never obtained Candle. He is just using Candle's ability to help him make a soul stone. Klein nodded and looked at Paco again. Jason. Is he dead? Paco looked at the candle in Klein's hand and finally reacted. Yes. Dead. Paco looked at Klein inexplicably. And Klein actually saw a hint of excitement and ambition in his eyes. Have you developed some unrealistic ideas because you have worked for Jason for too long and have come into contact with some extraordinary things? Before Paco could react to what Klein meant, Klein's fist had already hit him in the stomach. The ambition is totally inconsistent with the ability. Bad review? Paco lay on the ground, twitching slightly. Damn. I didn't say anything. You punched me and said I was ambitious. You are crazy. Klein's bone blade, with a shadow flame, directly pierced through the barrier set by Jason, exposing the candlelight again. As if it had a sense of the heart, the small flame slowly floated in front of Klein, flickering slightly. You can't hold this thing directly with your hands. Paco reminded Klein again, which surprised Klein. I should be considered his enemy. And I punched you. You are not angry. This guy is actually a good guy, which is rare. It is obvious that Klein will not listen to Paco's advice and directly hold the candle with his hands. The soul energy burst out instantly, and the rich soul power is no longer gray, but a blazing light like daylight. Although Klein's left arm was shaking, his hand showed no sign of relaxation. The prompts from the synthesizer have continued to come. The synthesizer has obtained new soul energy. Extension 3 has been turned on. Extension 4 has been turned on. Extension 5 has been turned on. Soul energy overload. Please improve your strength at this time. The gushing of soul energy gradually stopped. Klein looked at the properties of the candle and was slightly shaken. Candle Demon Soulthalysis. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Soul Attraction. Naturally attract all wandering souls around for your own use. Effect 2 Soul Fire. Consume a soul fragment and release a soul fire. The power is determined by the size of the soul fragment. Effect 3 Soul Guardian. Thalysis accompanies you and is immune to soul attacks below level 5. Effect 4 Thalysis Chant. Extinguish the candle demon soul and release the strongest soul fire to all creatures with souls around. Introduction. Thalysis, the most beautiful soul singer in 50/50, was eventually imprisoned in the candlelight. The name of the candlelight is Thalysis, not Trissis. Klein does not think that the synthesizer will have typos. There is only one author named Night Chicken who often does such a to-be thing as writing typos. She is still a candle demon, but not Trisis. According to the introduction information, she is a prisoner, the soul singer of 5050. The amount of information is a bit too much. How long is the history of this thing? How long is the history before the disaster? Okay, it's not 2020 anyway. Miracle item. And the effect is too outrageous. This attribute makes Klein reluctant to merge her. What if it is rubbish? Wouldn't it mess up his mentality? Just when Klein was hesitant, a special voice appeared in Klein's mind. If there is anything special, it is that this voice is too good to hear. Soul energy. Is it enough? Klein knew that the other party was talking about the soul energy he obtained, and nodded. Enough. But how do you know I need soul energy? Enough is good? I can feel the thirst of your soul. Can you feel the thirst of my soul? Is it so powerful? Klein asked again. Why do you want to help me? I can feel that you are different from them. You are full of malice towards me. You want to kill me, not use my power. That's why I am willing to help you. Klein was stunned. What is this routine? I want to kill you, and you still want to help me? However, I felt your greed and hesitation just now. Have you changed your mind? Klein was silent for a while. The other party seemed to know what he was thinking, so he simply admitted it. Yes, your power and effect are too strong. I wanted to destroy you before, but now, I am a little hesitant. Don't hesitate too much. I won't let you use my power. So please don't change your mind. Please. Did they say that you can't use it? What a temperamental piece of equipment. Can you tell me why? Why do you want to die? I see that the other candle demons all look like they want to be resurrected. He is him. I am me. As long as I don't die, Trixie will definitely be resurrected. He is not someone who is willing to be a weapon. Besides, I have been imprisoned for nearly 1,000 years. Please let me be free for the sake of my health. It is impossible for Trixie to be resurrected. Klein will not let this happen. But as for letting Candlelight be freed, after thinking for a while, Klein finally nodded and agreed to Trixie. Okay. I promise you. Klein did not try to forcefully crack Candlelight's idea. The opponent's power level was too high. Jason didn't even dare to touch it. And it was clearly said that he couldn't use it. Why bother himself? The synthesizer may not be bad. Klein held a candle and turned on the synthesizer. The power of the synthesizer began to pull the candle. But this process was much slower than that of ordinary objects. At this time, Theresa's voice came again. I feel it. This is really a great power. I already know your name. Thank you, Mr. Klein. The candle was finally sucked into the synthesizer and firmly fixed in the first synthesis position. Chapter 176 Fixed Synthesis. Zhu Wax, who had been observing Klein, suddenly panicked because he felt that the candlelight was gone. Really gone. Not isolated or separated, but really non-existent. The candlelight is the core of the candle demon. Something that is irreplaceable. Once the candlelight is missing, he will never be able to revive. What did you do to the candlelight? Klein looked at Zhu Wax and blinked. Where do you get the courage to talk to me in this tone? She is free. What's wrong? You want to avenge her? Free? You? You're next. Before he could react, Klein grabbed Zhu Wax. This thing was originally sticky, and now it was covered with dust. It looked like snot mixed with dust. It was a bit like the legendary slime, which was really disgusting. I don't like disobedient things. Klein's palm flashed with the light of arcane, and Zhu Wax seemed to feel that he was being pulled by some force. Bang! The tearing of the arcane suddenly broke out, and the candle wax was instantly torn into pieces, turning into wax beads floating in the air, and reunited with Klein's palm. The candle wax was squeezed tightly together again, getting smaller and smaller, until Klein compressed the wax liquid from dozens of kilograms to the size of a normal candle. And then it stopped. After Klein's arcane ravages, the candle wax was unconscious. Klein picked up the wax stick and put it into the synthesizer. Then he pulled out the candlestick from his back and put it in as well. It's done. There's one spot left. Klein thought about Perona and how to take the candle wick from her. At this time, Paco's groan interrupted Klein's thoughts. He looked at this soul repairer and found it difficult to deal with. He has experience in making soul stones. He is a talent. The key is how to use it. He didn't have the time and energy to restrict Paco's actions. Jason's method of house arrest would definitely not work. Then, he could only use curses and spells. Paco, right? You like the research work of soul stones very much? Yes. I have found the meaning of my life. Are you afraid of me? What am I afraid of you for? Nothing. Work for me. What to do? You should be very familiar with soul stones. So let's start with the standardization of soul fragments. After saying that, Klein walked over with his hand swinging. Looking at Klein approaching, Paco was a little at a loss. What are you going to do to me? I have no self-discipline, and I'm not very good at managing my subordinates. So I have to give you some insurance. Klein took out a soul fragment, crushed it directly in his hand, and then began to draw magic patterns on Paco's body. Language curse, doom curse, life curse, aging curse, pain curse. More than a dozen curses, still made of soul stones as materials. Paco was sweating profusely, because if Klein was not careful, he would sprinkle the soul stone powder on him. That's no joke. Klein put 18 different curses on him, and then nodded with satisfaction. Well, it should be fine. I'm just an ordinary soul repairer. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to curse me like this? Exaggerated? Get used to it. Don't worry. I'm much easier to talk to than Jason. Except for betrayal. Then, follow me. Paco looked at Klein's back, a little speechless. This guy will be the new boss in the future. The two slowly walked out of the basement. After a few steps, Klein stopped again and looked back at the building. Paco asked with some confusion. What's wrong? There are too many traces in this place. And it's too close to the imperial capital, so it has to be dealt with. This time, Klein stretched out his hands and pointed at the building in front of him. The arcane energy suddenly burst out. Like the hand of God appeared again. And this time, it was even more outrageous. The whole building quickly separated under the decomposition of the arcane energy, gradually drifted away, and turned into small pieces under the traction of the energy. This situation is really spectacular. Paco swallowed a mouthful of smear. Not knowing what to say, Klein put his hands together, and everything that was broken together gathered into a sphere, which was pressed into the ground by Klein's magic. The ability of arcane disintegration is good, and it is easy to use, but it consumes too much magic. Looking at Klein, who had already walked away, Paco followed him. Here in the team, Lilith has slowly woken up. The strong fatigue and pain made her want to continue resting. But now is not the time. Looking at the somewhat broken team, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was broken, but at least no one died. The bone-eating beast retreated? Lance nodded to Lilith. Thank you, Mr. Allen. You're welcome, Miss Lilith. It's my duty to help a beautiful lady. Lilith nodded. Lance didn't reveal his strength, so her efforts were not in vain. Lilith's eyes moved to Becky, and her pupils shrank slightly. Becky seemed to feel Lilith's gaze, turned around and looked at her with her shriveled eyeball. Wake up, Lilith. A strong killing intent appeared in Becky's body, and the candle demon sword began to respond to Becky's killing intent, surging with more powerful power. Lance came to Lilith calmly. He had already found that Becky's situation was wrong, but now it was more obvious. Miss Becky, your killing intent is very dangerous. Becky suddenly laughed. Her voice was a little strange, and her mind seemed a little unclear. What? Are you afraid that I will attack you, Lilith? When did you become so cowardly that you need to stand behind a man? Lilith glanced at the sword in Becky's hand and slowly stood up. Cowardly, Becky. Did you make a mistake? If you want to fight, do it now. But after Lilith finished speaking, Becky did not attack immediately, but stopped with her head covered. Go. Don't you want to kill her? You can kill them all now. Becky's expression was a little painful. Shut up. She suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword and swung it at Lilith. Energy passed through the tip of the candle demon's sword, and the slash appeared again. But this slash did not fly far before it was stopped. Captain, you have a bad temper. Klein finally arrived. His pale blue hand grasped the slash. And this scene, except for the difference in energy strength, was almost exactly the same as what Esmond did when he grasped Katie's slash. Becky's slash gradually decomposed in Klein's hand, turning into ordinary energy particles and dissipating. Klein looked at the sword in Becky's hand. His eyes lit up. Just now, there were 3 people missing one. And you gave me a head. Whatever you need. You get it. You are such a good person. Becky wanted to swing the sword again, but Klein had already flashed to her side, with a slight force on his palm with the power of shadow. He broke Becky's already fragile hand bones, and the candle demon's sword fell to the ground. Without the power of the candle demon, Becky's body immediately became extremely weak. Her right hand and right leg began to break and shatter one by one until she could no longer stand and fainted. At this time, Eric, who was dressed in a red robe, just came over and happened to see Klein bloodbathing Becky. It was over. Klein killed the captain, and he immediately covered his eyes. Oh! I was splashed with bone-eating beast blood just now, and I can't see anything at all. Fuck. The blood of bone-eating beasts is too corrosive. Let's go back to the Imperial capital quickly. I need treatment. The hands covering his eyes showed a crack, and looking at Klein standing in front of him, Eric let go of his hands helplessly. Brother, you know, I always keep my mouth shut when doing things. Can you not kill me to silence me? I feel that Captain Becky can still be saved. Don't you think so? Eric looked at Becky doubtfully. Her life force was almost exhausted. Save her with her head. How do we save him? Klein pointed at Perona. Have you seen her? Whether we can save the captain depends on her. Just help her. After talking to Eric, Klein turned to the crowd and said, the bone-eating beast has subsided. Let's take a rest first, and then prepare to return to the Imperial capital. Klein's return was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. Xiao and Ing-sen had some guesses about his whereabouts before, but if Klein didn't say it himself, no one would ask. Everyone also took a rest. Klein glanced at Lilith, but found that Lilith pretended not to see it at all, which was much more cruel than him. Klein didn't continue to talk to others, but walked to the side of the candle demon's sword and directly grasped the candle handle. At the moment of touching the candle handle, Klein felt that the other party wanted to absorb his vitality crazily. Becky should be like this because of this thing. Right? Klein smiled. It is impossible to give vitality. Arcane energy is enough. The bluish-white energy flowed in along with the absorption of the candle demon's sword. More and more. Until in the end, it was no longer the candle demon's sword that was absorbing, but Klein who was forcing it in. Enough. Enough. Let me go. Klein curled his lips. These guys, except for the candlelight, seem to be of the same character, and they have to be tossed around before they obey. Klein put the candle demon's sword filled with arcane energy into the synthesizer, and finally it was complete. He glanced at Perona and the mechanical bone-eating beast beside her. Heh. This guy is lucky. If it weren't for Becky, Klein would definitely have to use Perona's candle wick to start with. But with the candle handle, he escaped a disaster. Klein looked at the synthesizer. Soul of the candle demon, miracle, plus limb of the candle demon, magic weapon, plus skull of the candle demon, magic weapon, plus body of the candle demon, magic weapon. Get the incomplete candle demon miracle. There is no high probability. Nor is there a low probability. The synthesis of 4 items must be a candle demon. It is very clear. After Klein removed a candlestick and added a magic pocket watch, the synthesis result returned to the usual situation. Probability of getting a miracle item. Probability of getting a magic weapon. And a very small probability of getting a miracle item in this case. It is just an ordinary synthesis, which is meaningless. Klein put the candlestick back. He was a little skeptical that if 5 items were synthesized, the candle demon would be resurrected directly. But this was just a guess. He would not give the candle demon a chance to revive. Click to synthesize. Synthesizing. Please wait. You got the incomplete candle demon, miracle, incomplete candle demon. Grade, miracle. Effect, corrupts people's minds. Introduction. He is incomplete and cannot exert his due power. After obtaining the candle wick, the candle demon will be reborn. Oh! You have no chance of rebirth. Old man. After the experience of synthesizing the incomplete candle demon, Klein knew that some synthesizers were not completely random. When certain conditions were met, it would produce fixed items. This reminded Klein of the synthesis of the demon pendant and the evil spirit gloves. This situation was somewhat similar to the synthesis of these 2 magic weapons. So, according to this idea, Klein took out many of his own strange objects and magic weapons, and arranged and combined the 4 items with the incomplete candle demon one by one. Sure enough, after various combinations, 2 fixed results appeared. Incomplete candle demon plus soul protection amulet plus tiny flying pig plus arcane essence. The soul demon candle will appear. Incomplete candle demon plus ingenious pen plus floating book plus arcane essence. The Klein book will appear. So the question is, which one to combine? Chapter 177 Klein's Magic Book. Of course it's Klein's book. Is there any need to think about it? Among all the things named after me, are there any weak ones? Just look at the introduction of Klein's power and the object in the bottle, and you will know that the one with a name is awesome. No matter how much you brag. I'm sorry. I still choose the one with a name. Although the Chiosi pen has been with me for many years, and has made great contributions. But the towering building is built from the ground. Brother of the pen. You should still contribute to my strength construction. When I become a big boss in the future, I will build a monument for you. With such an idea that is completely in line with his own interests. Klein made a breakpoint to synthesize. Incomplete candle demon plus Chiosi pen plus floating book plus arcane essence. Synthesizing. Please wait. You get Klein's book exclusive. Klein's book. Grade, Klein exclusive. Effect 1 magic light secret words. Record up to 12 of your magic. With the same effect and power. And no magic consumption. Effect 2 calm and calm. Your next random magic will become instant. With a cooldown of 1 hour. Effect 3 soul absorption. After killing any creature, the soul will be absorbed by the Klein book. And up to 3 soul stones will be converted. Effect 4 soul watch. Consume a soul stone to summon the soul chanter Thelysis. Effect 5 power of destruction. The power of all your magic is increased by 20%. Introduction 1. The Klein book will float around you. Of course, you can also close it and put it away. Introduction 2. The great power of Thelysis' 1,000-year soul is forged. And it has the power comparable to the candle demon. Hiss. Klein wiped his saliva. Then looked around. Well, Fortunately, he was not looking at people. Equipment is something outside of the body. How can you drool over a piece of equipment? That would be too embarrassing. Klein's book floated beside him. From the feeling of spiritual connection, it seemed similar to the previous floating book. He held the book in his hand and flipped through it. It was blank. Klein thought about something casually, and the book showed specific words accurately. When he wanted to erase these thoughts, the words on the book disappeared again, completely obeying his thoughts. Floating magic book. Follow it first. Okay, Lord Klein. Klein was slightly stunned. This voice, Thelysis? Yes. Thank you for giving me freedom. Is your situation also considered free? It seems that I just transferred you from the candle demon to the book. No, Lord Klein. As long as you get rid of the shackles of this you are truly free. Okay. As long as you feel good. A magic book floating beside him is really cool, which greatly improves Klein's status at this time. He walked around the crowd a bit bored. Well, I won't say anything. I just want others to see my top quality equipment. Klein's current mentality is just like the rich man in the previous game who got a set of top quality equipment and stood on the street in the main city to show off. Looking at the curious eyes of the crowd, Klein felt a little happy. If the top quality equipment is not used to show off, then these equipment will become meaningless. Well, it's enough to show off. You still have to be low-key at ordinary times. He closed the Klein book and hung it around his waist. In fact, it's better to say that the Klein book is attached to it rather than hanging it. Klein put away his excitement, walked to Perona's side, and spoke. Wick. Senior Klein? Perona looked at Klein, first surprised, then confused, and gradually dazed. Wick replaced Perona's will, and he looked at Klein with some suspicion. I can't feel the other parts. Even the candle flame is gone. Did you do it? I guess so. There will be no candle demon in the future. You just need to be your candle, Wick. Wick's expression became a little regretful, but soon it turned into a look of relief. Thelysis should thank you. Right? She is finally relieved. In fact, I am the same. I should thank you. Klein nodded. Among the 5 parts of the candle demon, if you want to say who is the most normal, it should be the candle Wick. Even if it is Thelysis. Her personality is a bit extreme, and her thinking is not normal. Only Candlewick, who is also the only part of Trisis that does not want to be reborn, has his own completely independent thoughts and will, and is also very cowardly. If you want to thank me, do me a favor. Seeing the danger flashing in Klein's eyes, Candlewick suddenly regretted it. He remembered the scene where Klein stabbed those strange creatures in the villa. I thank him for nothing. This guy has done very few human things. Candlewick asked cautiously. Tell me what it is first. I just learned about the new talent you gave Perona. It's a life machine. Right? Is there any limit to this ability? Candlewick looked at Klein with some caution. What do you want to do? Perona is weak and has no ability. With your strength, there is no need to target her. Right? Klein raised his eyebrows. Didn't you dislike Perona's stupidity before? Why do you seem to care about her now? Zhu Xian took a step back. No matter how stupid she is still my host. And she gave me absolute freedom and authority. This is the difference between Perona and you. Klein shook his head helplessly. He knew that Zhu Xian had misunderstood him. Don't worry. I don't mean to take her away. I want you to help her. Klein pointed to Becky lying on the ground not far away and laughed. Zhu Xian frowned and looked at Klein. What do you want to do? Klein rubbed his hands. The book on his waist seemed to feel his excitement and flew up with the pages fluttering. I haven't given my father a gift for more than 20 years. I feel ashamed. But my father is so good to me. We are a loving father and a filial son. I feel that as a son, I should give my father a gift. So I want you to make a gift for me. How about it? A gift for my father? Candlewick looked at Becky, chewed on the meaning of Klein's words, and nodded. Okay. I promise you. When? She's dying. So now. Klein turned to look at Eric. Eric, come and help. Okay. Paco, come over too. As Klein called, a young man came over with some caution. Everyone was a little surprised. This person looked very weak, as if he had no fighting power at all. In this wilderness, I don't know where Klein found this person. Klein and his men walked to Becky's side, and under the gaze of others, they simply set up a small tent. In the tent, Klein, Paco, Candlewick, and Eric began a very strange operation on Becky. Becky's consciousness was very vague. She could feel her body being dissected, and her chest and skull were opened. But she was already in a state of dying. So even if someone was dissecting her, she had no way to resist. Klein? She seems to have woken up. It doesn't matter. The operation continues. We are saving her. She should thank us. Becky's thoughts paused for a moment. Klein and the others. Are they saving me? At this time, Klein's voice came again. Eric, keep her alive. I feel she is dying. I saved her life bit by bit. For free? Eric's angry voice came. I'll give you 2 more bottles of ethereal potion later. Hearing Klein giving money, Eric immediately became a coward. Okay, whatever the boss says is right, enough vitality. After hearing this, Becky couldn't hold on any longer, and she fainted again. And Klein and his team were still operating. Paco, prepare the soul guidance hints and fill them up for me. The content is as follows. Listening to the soul guidance content that Klein requested, the 3 of them felt a little numb on their scalps and looked at Klein with strange eyes. Paco didn't dare to disobey Klein's order and could only nod. Understand? Eric maintained Becky's vitality while Paco gave the soul guidance hints. After all the work was completed, Klein turned to Perona, also known as the Candlewick, and said, It's your turn. Do a better job and don't be stingy with your magic. Jewick nodded. I know what to do. Perona put her hands on Becky's body. The right side of Becky's body, which had been crushed by Klein, began to show layers of metal structure frames. And then magic began to fill the structure of the mechanical body. Because Klein's requirements were relatively high, and he wanted it to be as close to the human body as possible, this operation became particularly difficult. It was not until the afternoon that the operation was over after Klein came out of the tent with Perona in his arms. Perona seemed to have been promoted to a formal mage. But her magic was still too little. Even with Zewick's magic. After the operation, she still fainted. What did you do to Becky? Lilith suddenly asked. And the others also gave him a puzzled look. Klein smiled. This was a tacit understanding between the two. Perona's ability can save Becky. So let her try. And it seems to be successful. Lilith walked to Becky's side, looked at her body, and nodded. Is it mechanized? But being alive is good enough. Yes. Klein nodded, slowly walked in front of Lilith and said, It's basically safe now. I would like to trouble Captain Lilith to bring Captain Becky, my new friend Paco, and our remaining 2 mission targets, Perona and Nimitz, back. Lilith frowned. What does that mean? What is this guy going to do? Are you not going back with the team? I still have some things to do, so I won't go back with you. Seeing that Klein had made up his mind, Lilith nodded and stopped talking. Klein deliberately walked in front of Lance again and stretched out his hand. Klein Alex? Lance laughed. Alan Longfellow. Our captain is seriously injured. So on behalf of our Captain Becky, I would like to thank you for your help this time. If it weren't for your joining, this battle would really be hard to say. Klein said sincerely. But Joe always felt that he was weird. Lance waved his hand and maintained an approachable and polite attitude. Clearing monsters is what every Tarila person should do. Mr. Klein, you don't need to thank me. I only took action because of Miss Lilith. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Joe on the side looked at the two nervously. In this situation, they wouldn't fight. Right? Klein took a few deep breaths, as if he was calming himself down. Then where is Mr. Allen's destination next? I feel that the Imperial City is nice, and I was thinking of going there. Miss Lilith is also going back to the Imperial City. She is injured, and I can just accompany her back. Lance's tone was full of concern for Lilith, and it sounded like the truth. Klein's expression was a little unclear. He glanced at Lance, then at Lilith, and nodded. So, you are going back with Captain Lilith. That's great. I wish you a safe journey. Ingsan looked at Lilith, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Joe ran to Lilith's side secretly. Captain, my brother seems angry. You guys? Lilith covered her face on the side. In her opinion, Klein and Lance's rural duo act was too exaggerated. It's just that no one really thought of them in the same direction, so others would think it was the same as the truth. She covered her face, because she was really afraid of laughing. Lilith whispered after slightly adjusting her mentality and expression. No need to say more. Let's go back to the Imperial capital. Chapter 178 The Romance of the Mage Pyroblast. Before leaving, Klein walked to Joe again and handed him a notebook. Joe looked at Klein with some surprise, took the notebook, flipped through it, and it seemed to be a magic notebook. Brother, what is this? This is called shadow extinction. Even in the books of GS Society, there are very few records and developments. Take it back and study it carefully. You only have the ability of skeleton extinction. For this mission, you should feel your lack of combat power and shortcomings in ability. Right? Joe nodded silently. If it was just skeleton extinction, the ability was indeed a bit single. He also has the talent of undead will. But the shadow system has not been well developed. The shadow extinction can make up for your lack of attack power. If you practice well, you can make up for your own shortcomings. If you don't understand something, just study it slowly by yourself. If it still doesn't work, just practice blindly. I don't have time to explain it to you anyway. You should be able to practice until you are immortal. What a great saying that you should be able to practice until you are immortal. He is really worthy of being my brother. However, Joe is still really grateful to Klein for giving him a magic notebook. Thank you, brother. I will practice well. When the group and Klein separated, Joe always looked at Klein from time to time, and then looked at Lance and Lilith. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. Are you sure you don't want to follow? What if the captain is snatched away by this Allen? But Klein didn't care about his interest at all. How could Lance, the ultimate dog of Marion, be interested in such a small-scale Lilith? Turning around, he walked deeper into the wilderness. His purpose of going out had not yet been accomplished, so he took this opportunity to go out and deal with it himself. 2 days later, in the medical department of Jiesha, in the imperial capital, Becky woke up slowly. She subconsciously moved her right hand, which was cold and stiff, but it was real. She could feel the movement of her fingers, but the touch was not obvious. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of mechanized friction appeared on her right hand, and Becky moved her right hand in front of her eyes. Looking at her right arm, Becky's eyes narrowed. This is a brand new, completely mechanized arm, with a streamlined design and full of beauty. Then, Becky first touched her right face with her palm, which was also cold, stiff, and had the same metallic texture. Then she lifted her quilt and saw her whole body. Naked body can no longer be called a complete human being. Her right half of the body is made entirely of a special metal. There was no analysis of the connection with the flesh, as if the flesh and the machine were perfectly combined together, which reminded her of the mechanical bone-eating beast summoned by Perona before. Was it done by the person named Perona? Getting off the bed, Becky felt a bit of an indescribable feeling in her heart. Although she was saved, anyone who went from a complete human to what she is now would have a complicated mood. Not to mention that she was still a woman. A once beautiful woman. After activating her own chi, the right side of her body could actually transmit the sacred fighting spirit very well. And the power on the right side was much greater than before. And the metal body, needless to say, is much harder than her original body. She picked up the hospital gown beside the bed and put it on, and walked out of the medical room. Walking on the stone walkway of Jiesha, Becky carefully felt the touch of her right body. Although it was very cold, it did not deprive her of her senses. At this time, Becky's mechanized right brain connected to her original brain, and her mind, will, and soul all felt some pain. Her mechanized right eyeball flashed a large number of magic patterns and marks, and emitted some bluish-white light slightly. Becky's eyes began to become dull, and she muttered in her mouth, "The reason for becoming like this now is Esmond's order. He destroyed everything I have. I was saved by Klein. He helped me selflessly and gave me a new life. I am the servant of Lord Klein, the mechanical paladin." Becky. Until she finished speaking, the magic pattern in Becky's right eye stopped rotating, and her expression gradually returned to normal. "I have to report to Lord Esmond first." Esmond looked at Becky in front of him. He was surprised that a beautiful paladin turned into this. The ability of this mechanized life form sounds incredible. It is a technology that the GS Society has not mastered yet. "Thank you for your hard work this time." Becky shook her head and began to describe the process of this mission in detail. "It doesn't matter. Although the price paid is high, a lot of important information has been obtained. The disappearance of people in the southern suburbs was jointly created by some people from the Dark Crusaders and the Skull and Bone Society. They also carried a large number of soul fragments. But the enemies that appeared had been cleared by us. The bone-eating beasts in the southern suburbs were finally repelled by me with a candle magic sword. And my body became like this because of the corrosion of the candle magic sword. I don't know much about what happened afterwards. But I just know that my life should have been saved by Perona of the Red and White Society. As for the abilities shown by Klein, I currently know that there are bone spell extensions, very powerful shadow abilities, and good melee abilities. He has only shown these abilities so far. Everything Becky said is true, without any falsehood. Klein has no restrictions on Becky in this regard. Esmond nodded to Becky. Very good. Your report is very detailed. Which is enough. By the way, there is one more thing. It is about the little wizard Perona of the Red and White Society. I heard that she summoned a mechanical life form. Then you said she used this mechanical life form magic to save you. So Becky, I want to hear your own views on mechanical life form technology. Is it acceptable? Apart from anything else. Esmond is really concerned about the development of Jiesha. And he is really interested in mechanical life forms. No problem. Sir, everything I have belongs to Jiesha. Becky stretched out her right hand, and the sacred fighting spirit appeared on her right arm. I feel that my strength and physical strength have greatly improved, and the mechanical body does not affect the transmission of fighting spirit. But in terms of combat, it is almost perfect. Esmond touched Becky's right arm and nodded. Can I invite this Perona? Sir, I'm afraid the Red and White Society won't let her go so easily. Esmond nodded again. I understand. You can go back. Yes. After Becky left, Esmond turned his magic ball and pondered. I don't know if it's a mechanical life form, or if it's a mutation, or a unique talent. It seems that I have to fight for this Perona. Where did Klein go after not coming back for so long? In the suburbs, near the Sky Province. Klein stood in front of a pile of corpses of the Fireblade cult and finally breathed a sigh of relief. For more than 10 days, this is the third wave of Fireblade cult strongholds he has wiped out alone. Except for some scattered property and absorbing some souls with the Klein book, he can almost say that he has gained nothing. During the journey, he basically synthesized some flowers and plants every day and made some ethereal potions, which was really too boring. Damn it. It's really not easy to find a suitable fire mage. Looking at the guy in front of him, Klein couldn't help but swear, because it wasn't until he killed the so-called genius of the Fireblade cult that the synthesizer finally sent a prompt. The soul stone of the fire mage has been obtained, comparing the difficulty of obtaining the fire soul stone. Klein couldn't help but sigh. The necromancer Hector he killed before was really a genius among geniuses. A second-level necromancer has magic weapons such as the undead bones, and spells such as the banshee's howl. No wonder he can absorb souls. Compared with Hector, these Fireblade cultists are simply brothers among brothers. Klein killed hundreds of them before he barely found one that met the requirements. The condition for this soul absorption should be the talent for practicing ancient magic. Only those who meet this talent are qualified to become special soul stones. New soul extension can be obtained. Lord of Flame. Whether to extend, looking forward to the stars. Looking forward to the moon. Isn't it just this? Still hesitating. Extend. The emotions, thoughts, memories, and spirits in the flame soul stone are all filtered out by the synthesizer, leaving only the purest part. The soul talent of ancient magic, infused with soul power. Your magic power increases significantly from 315.4 to 317.9, so-called significant increase. Is this 2.5? Well, maybe 2.5 magic power is already a significant increase for normal people. Soul Extension 3, Lord of Flame, Effect 1 Flame Mastery. You have the elemental system. The qualifications for flame spells. Effect 2 Burning Stimulation. As you inject more magic power, the power of your flame spells will increase significantly. Effect 3 Pyroblast. When your fireball spell exceeds the threshold of 10 magic points, it will be transformed into Pyroblast, which will ignore the stability of the world and cause a strong explosion. Huh? It's Pyroblast at just 10 points? Not bad. Klein let out a long sigh and silently turned off the synthesizer. His own combat system was finally formed. Extension 4 and Extension 5 can be put aside for now. After having the ability of fire magic, he currently has no obvious shortcomings. If there is still some shortcomings, it is the ability to move. It's almost time to go back. Just as Klein was rolling a piece of bread for himself and preparing to take a break, an invisible mantis-like monster pounced from behind him. Puff! But before its arm could chop Klein's head, more than a dozen bone blades had already penetrated its body. Klein dragged the monster in front of him with his bone hand and lifted his chin. TSK. A rare species. A cloaked mantis. But I don't know if it can retain its stealth ability. Don't close it. Klein put his hand on the head of the cloaked mantis. In terms of destroying will, shadow is still much better than fire. Directly setting fire can only burn the opponent to death, and cannot achieve the effect of destroying will. Under the destruction of Klein's shadow, the cloaked mantis slowly lost its will, and its body was gradually sucked into the synthesizer. You have obtained a powerful creature, sickle monster. Looking at the synthesis result, Klein looked constipated. Powerful level. The mantis was originally powerful level. So this is considered a failed synthesis? The sickle monster in the bottle. Grade, magic weapon. Effect, break the bottle and release the sickle monster in the bottle. Level 3A powerful. Attribute, Klein's power flame. Introduction, a powerful creature with a camouflaged skin that can hide in any environment and a small amount of Klein's blood and power. It doesn't look very strong at all. Fortunately, the hiding ability is retained. Otherwise it would be a real loss. Klein smashed the bottle without saying a word, and then waited for the sickle monster to recover its body and lay on its back. He really couldn't stand walking in the wild environment. When he wandered alone in the wild, he would always be attacked by various monsters. Although Klein was not afraid of these monsters, he was annoyed. Summoning a level 3 sickle monster. At least the monster pressure can deter other small monsters and insects and birds. Let's go to the nearby city first, the sickle monster. The sickle monster pressed down its legs, and its insect-like structure gave it a strong jumping force. It jumped suddenly and flew into the sky like a cannonball. Then it glided in the air with the help of a pair of wings. This is how the sickle monster flies. Klein originally wanted to lie on the other's back and have a good rest. But after the sickle monster jumped, he sat up honestly, supported the sickle monster's back, and began to comfort himself. It's just a little bumpy. You'll get used to it. Chapter 179 Meeting with Nick Fury. On a train from Moses to the imperial capital, Klein was sleeping. He was very tired after the long journey. Riding a sickle demon to fly in a jumping manner was too bumpy. The experience was really terrible, and there was no comfort at all. So Klein chose to take a car. At this time, the 10 security guards on the train had gathered together. The train conductor stood on the roof, looking at the things in front of him, a little speechless. After the train entered the suburbs of Moses, they clearly felt the speed drop, from about 25 kilometers to less than 24. Although the drop was not much, the magic power train was a very precise thing, and its speed was strictly regulated by the Royal Academy of Sciences. Without human interference, a speed of 25 plus or minus 0.5 kilometers is considered a normal speed. Now the speed has obviously slowed down, which can only mean that there is something wrong with the train. After some inspection, they found the monster in front of them on the roof of the train. A magic beast. A magic beast that looks a bit like a rare species of robe mantis, but much larger than a robe mantis. It was because it was lying on the train that the train's speed decreased. But the problem now is that this thing is not easy to deal with. The garrison soldiers on the train are all first-level soldiers. How to deal with this thing? Attack the other party? It feels like it is asking for death. Ask for support? Where can I find support in this wilderness? It is far away from the imperial capital in Moses. Then let a monster lie on the top of the train and do nothing? Isn't this disregarding the safety of the lives of everyone on the train? The sickle monster seemed to feel the gaze of the train conductor and looked at him with a pair of protruding eyes. Seeing the slightly trembling expression of the train conductor, the sickle monster turned his head away with disdain and continued to lie. With its master in the car, it can only lie here. The train conductor found that the sickle demon seemed to have no hostility towards them, but just wanted to lie on the car. So he breathed a sigh of relief, hesitated for a while, and said to other train attendants, "Pretend that nothing happened. At least it has no intention of attacking us now." "Sir, why is he lying on the car?" "Maybe it wants to go to the imperial city, and is tired of flying, so it needs to use our train. In any case, write a report first, and when there is a communication signal near the imperial city, contact support immediately." In this way, the train towed Klein's sickle demon, and Klein, who didn't want to ride the sickle demon to the imperial city. When they arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city, the train members wanted to contact the imperial city security department for support, but found that the sickle demon on the roof had gotten off the car at some point. After arriving at Palomia, everyone breathed a sigh of relief without any danger. Late at night, in the Imperial City Security Bureau, the underground Dark Crusaders branch, Nick Fury was handling the case at hand. The report on the missing persons in the southern suburbs sent back from the GS Society said that some members of the Dark Crusaders were found to have connections with members of the Skull and Bones Society. And they brought back some very substantial evidence, which was almost ironclad. The news that the Black Cross and the Skull and Bones Society were colluding with each other suddenly changed the situation, causing several bigwigs to focus on the Dark Crusaders. In addition to the previous missing persons incident in the southern suburbs, many people speculated whether this incident was done by the Dark Crusaders themselves. And the person in charge of the southern suburbs area was Jason. Everyone was waiting for Jason to come back and give them an explanation and an account. Nick was not only annoyed by Jason's matter, but also had another thing that was even more troubling to him. Recently, someone had told him more than once that something called magic spirits was circulating in the aristocratic circle, although Tarila claimed that there were no aristocrats and everyone was equal. When wealth, power, and strength reached a certain level, this class would naturally be divided. Children of big families would definitely play with people from big families. As for the story of a commoner girl marrying into a wealthy family, it could only be regarded as a fairy tale. This thing called magic spirits had been spreading wildly in the aristocratic circle in the past few months. It was said to be a kind of energy block that could be inhaled. It was very addictive. Once infected, it was difficult to quit. Many of the powerful descendants and family members were infected with this thing. It was said that after inhaling magic spirits, the body itself would produce a strong sense of pleasure, and it would make desires and minds confused, causing some more unspeakable things to happen in the already chaotic aristocratic circle. The matter of the demon spirits was originally handled by Jason, and he did a pretty good job, finding some clues from time to time and seizing a batch of demon spirits. Although the overall source was not found, there was still progress. But now Jason is not here, and the higher-ups are anxious about the progress of the demon spirit case. So this matter naturally fell on Nick. What made Nick anxious was that he had no clue at all, and Jason had never exchanged information with him. He felt that it was very difficult to take over this case, and there was no way to get started. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots who can only urge. Nick was a little overwhelmed by all kinds of troubles. He lit a cigarette, leaned back in his office chair, closed his eyes, and pressed his temples to relax. Mr. Nick, you seem to be very troubled. It's really hard to work so late. Nick was shocked. How did the other party get in? Did the guard eat shit? He was already angry, and the sound added fuel to the fire, because it was late at night and the other party was hiding in the dark. Nick didn't know the other party's intention for a while, and didn't act rashly. This is the Dark Crusaders branch. Your Excellency has violated the Imperial law by trespassing without permission. If everyone's strength is the same, then the law may really have some effect. But the strength gap in this world is too large, and the law will naturally become a tool for managing the weak. Nick Fury frowned. Your Excellency, you came here in the middle of the night just to tell me this, then I'll tell you now. I know. The cell of the Black Cross is also ready for you. After not seeing you for a few days, Mr. Nick has become more and more majestic. I'm not here to make sense, but to tell you something really important. Klein gradually walked out of the shadows and stood in front of Nick, looking at Nick's slightly surprised expression. He said slowly, Mr. Nick, how are you? Nick stood up. Klein Alex, tell me what you want from me. Originally, Klein didn't leave a deep impression on him, but the fact that he killed Lance left a deep impression on Nick. Or rather, Lance himself left a deep impression on Nick. From the last contact, Nick clearly understood that Klein was very different from the description in his profile. Although this person was very young, he gave people a very dangerous feeling. Klein put Jason's broken knife on the table, because most of Jason's things had been contaminated by disordered arcane energy before, and the space ring and some equipment were broken, and Klein was unable to dig up the body and loot. Therefore, the only thing that could clearly indicate Jason's identity was this broken, magic-less sword. Does Mr. Nick recognize this? How could Captain Jason's knife be in your hand? If I tell you that Jason will never come back, then in the future, should I change my name to Captain Nick? Nick's pupil shrank. He was a little unbelievable. Jason was a 4th level master, although there was still a long way to the top of the 5th level. but he had been immersed in the 4th level for many years, and his strength was definitely extraordinary. He's dead? Nick didn't ask if Klein had killed him, since he had come to tell him about it. There was no need to ask who had done it. He just wanted to make sure if Jason was really dead. Yes. Why did you tell me? Although Nick felt that he was very capable, he didn't think he was better than Jason. There was a gap in both strength and power. Klein waved his hand, took out some documents, and put them on the table. Jason's death was just a gift. I said before that I had a good impression of Mr. Nick. This time, I just wanted to remind Mr. Nick to be prepared. These are the really important things. Captain Nick can take a look first. Nick heard this, and began to look through the materials Klein put down. There were all kinds of evidences that Jason used magic weapons in the southern suburbs to conduct magic beast experiments, kill humans, and cause a large number of people to disappear. Not only that, there were also detailed information on Jason's alliance with the Skull and Bone Society, as well as a detailed list of all Jason's Black Cross members. Nick's eyes were a little complicated. He certainly understood that if Jason died, it would be his best chance to take the position. And with this evidence, his taking the position was basically a foregone conclusion. He must get this information. What do you need me to do? I want to cooperate with Mr. Nick. Klein stated his purpose. Cooperation? This is only our second meeting. Right? Nick knew very well that all cooperation must have a bond to maintain the relationship, and no cooperation can be achieved overnight. Klein laughed. As long as Nick did not directly refuse, it would be fine. Of course, at the beginning, we couldn't trust each other, so we needed to sign a contract. Contract? Even if it is a magic contract, I can find someone to crack it. No. 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 Mr. Nick may not understand us. People in Jiesha never worry about others breaking the contract unless the other party really wants to die. Nick touched the ring in his hand, thought about it, and nodded. Okay. I promise you. Klein took out a scroll, cut his finger with a bone blade, pressed a fingerprint, and then handed it to Nick. It's your turn, Captain Nick. Nick glanced at the contents of the scroll, which were fairly normal, but the punishment for violating the contract was described very vaguely. Will the curse in the contract erupt? What curse? If Captain Nick is sincerely cooperating with me, then what curse is in the contract? What does it matter, as long as we always cooperate in a friendly manner? Then the curse will never be triggered. Nick nodded and also pressed his fingerprints. The moment he pressed his fingerprints, the scroll suddenly ignited, turning into dozens of light spots that entered the bodies of the two. Next. What do you need me to do? I don't need you to do anything, Mr. Nick. You just need to go all out and become the captain of the Imperial Capital Black Cross branch. Nick wanted to say something, but Klein's body had already begun to gradually disappear in the darkness. Shadow transfer? Are you from the Skull and Bone Society? How is that possible? The Skull and Bone Society, and I have a deep hatred. This magic is just my trophy. I am not very proficient yet. Goodbye, Mr. Nick. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. After Klein left, Nick looked at the broken knife on the table silently and put it into the storage ring silently. Become the captain of the Palomia Black Cross. Nick lit another cigarette for himself. After smoking it silently, he opened the information Klein gave him and began to sort out Jason's evidence. Klein stood in the night and walked towards the direction of the Royal Academy. The palm of his left hand was already full of light spots. These were the curses that he had isolated in the contract. He said to the magic book floating beside him, "If you don't know magic, why sign a contract with someone? Isn't this just like buying insurance without understanding the contract in the previous life? These people are so ignorant." Klein felt no guilt for tampering with the contract. Magic contracts are meant to cheat people. What the master said is correct. The voice of Felicis came from the magic book. As a former soul singer, her voice was really touching, although it's a bit blunt. I like it. Chapter 180, The Will of Jiesha. The next day, Royal Academy. Perona sat in the cafeteria and ate with several classmates. Perona, you actually put on makeup? Why? I can't put on makeup, although I am already a 9-point beauty. I think I still have room for improvement, both in appearance and strength. Full score of 100? A girl said weakly. I'll kill you. Although Perona was timid in front of Klein and the others, she looked like a boss among a group of young sisters of the same age. After all, she became a formal professional in just 2 to 3 months after entering school. It was really fast. It's only such a short time to reach a formal professional. Perona, you are really amazing. We don't know when we can be promoted. I heard that you broke through after fighting in the wild. Is it dangerous in the wild? While eating, Perona played with a mechanical watch. This watch was very modern and somewhat out of tune with the style of watches in this world. Listening to the words of the sisters, Perona was distracted, thinking about her contact with Klein. She laughed strangely. Hee. In the wild, it is indeed dangerous. But if there is a chance, I would like to go again. What happened? You are laughing like a pig. You are like a pig. Just when Perona was playing with a few classmates, a familiar figure appeared in front of Perona. Half of her face was covered by a black cloth, and her arms were also covered by long sleeves and long pants. The remaining half of her beautiful face showed a charming smile. It was Becky. Hello, Perona. Looking at Becky, Perona suddenly shuddered, and the watch in her hand immediately turned into a small robot. As if sensing the excitement of its owner, the robot rushed towards Becky. Becky's fingers accurately pinched the small robot, and the crushing force made the small robot unable to move at all. At this time, the robot sensed Perona's order, stopped, and turned into a watch again. Becky handed the watch back to Perona. Nice little thing. Perona? Who is she? The little sister next to Perona asked. A senior. You guys hurry up and go to class. I have something to do now. Perona sent away several of her classmates and nodded to Becky. Captain Becky. She was excited just now. Not because she was excited to see Becky, but because she felt that she could actually control Becky's half of her body. Just like controlling the small robot and the mechanical watch. Her first reaction just now was to control Becky's right half of her body. But fortunately Candlewick stopped her in time. I came here to thank you. I heard from others that you saved me. Perona panicked. She didn't know what she had to do to save people, so she could only ask Candlewick for help. Master Candlewick, did you save her? Just admit it when she put the blame on you. Half of her body is controlled by you. Why are you panicking? Okay, Captain Becky, you don't have to thank me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to come back alive. Oh, by the way, is Senior Klein back? Becky shook her head. Not yet. I don't know where this guy is gone. Without him, our team is not strong enough to carry out the mission normally. Is that so? Perona was a little sad. She had no chance to see him in the academy. Now she is back in the academy. She is in the Red and White Club, and Klein is in the Gia Club. She doesn't know if she will have the chance to see him again in the future, let alone develop a deeper relationship. Just when Perona was a little sad, Becky suddenly spoke. Perona, have you ever thought about joining our Gia Club? Your ability is very unique, and our Gia Club needs talents like you. Join Gia Club? Perona's eyes lit up immediately. Joining Gia Club means more opportunities to get close to Klein in this battle in the southern suburbs. The quality and combat effectiveness of the Gia Club members formed a sharp contrast with their Red and White Club. Their captain Nimitz could not be the opponent of any second-level member of Gia Club, and there was no comparison at all. If you want to increase your strength quickly, joining Gia Club is definitely much better than staying in the Red and White Club. I have no problem with it. But it seems that it is not easy to quit the Red and White Society. Becky nodded. It's not easy, but it's very difficult. This situation is not only the Red and White Society, but other clubs, including our Gia Club, find it difficult to quit. Doesn't that mean I have no chance? No, there is still a chance. Although Gia Club is not as rich as the Red and White Society, Gia Club's emphasis on talent is definitely the highest among all organizations. You just need to agree, and leave the rest to me. Becky accidentally revealed her right face. The metal face was no longer as stiff as before, but became much softer, which made Perona stunned. Okay, I agree to join. When? Now! At the headquarters of the Red and White Society, Nimitz looked at Perona in front of him with a complicated look. 9 people died in this so-called field survey, and only he and Perona came back alive. When they returned to the club to report, they concealed a lot, such as the chaotic relationship between Nimitz and the female members in the villa. He has always been a little worried that Perona will expose him. But Perona doesn't seem to care about his affairs at all. And now, the other party has chosen to leave the Red and White Society completely. Perona, are you really leaving? Yes, I'm really leaving. It's good to leave. Thank you, Nimitz. for taking care of me. Although you didn't take care of me, I still have to thank you. If I hadn't gone to the southern suburbs, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet Senior Klein. Nor would I have had the opportunity to join the GS Society. Listening to Perona's thanks, Nimitz was a little speechless. At this time, Becky had come over with an elderly red and white society wizard. Then please trouble Master Barber to help Perona remove the mark. Yes, stretch out your hand. Perona did as she was told. And the old wizard Barber also removed the red and white mark for Perona as promised. Okay. Then we'll say goodbye first. Because GS Society had paid enough. Becky didn't say anything or greeted her, and walked straight out of the red and white society with Perona. From then on, Perona no longer belonged to the red and white society. Nimitz looked at the backs of Perona and Betsy going away, and asked the old wizard beside him, Master Barber, what price did they pay for Perona? Old Master Barber shook his head. The price that the group of people above couldn't refuse. Just like when they took away Marion and Moose before. Marion? Nimitz was very impressed by the woman with surging breasts. Because with such a figure, she would attract attention wherever she went. Master Barber, can I ask what exactly the GS Society gave? When they took away Marion and Moose, they gave them 10 forbidden potion formulas and magic power train technology. And this time they took Perona away. They also gave her 10 forbidden potion formulas and magic mecha technology. Magic power train. Magic mecha. It sounds like an offer that cannot be refused. Master Barber, why is the GS Society willing to pay such a high price to exchange for a first-level mage? Just like Marion in the past and Perona now. I remember that Marion was not a formal mage when she left. But our red and white society is unwilling to spend the price to keep them. Perona was not the only one who was touched by the experience in the southern suburbs. Nimitz also felt the great difference between the GS Society and the red and white society. The first is the combat effectiveness of the GS Society people. Almost everyone has mastered secret arts and secret methods. Chaos blood, ancient magic, shadow tactics. These abilities, that can only be seen in history books and extracurricular books, were demonstrated one by the members of GS Society. They fought against each other as easily as eating. Especially Lilith, who was able to kill 3 4th-level undead creatures with forbidden techniques. If Nimitz hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that others were talking about the Book of Heaven. In addition to combat effectiveness, the importance of talent is also important. Once a special and rare talent is found, Jiesha's pursuit of talent truly interprets the words at all costs. Let's not talk about the magic power train. Just look at its popularity. The magic mecha. That is a war weapon that played a huge role in several Warcraft wars. Any club that gets it will keep it as the most core secret. No one can imagine that in exchange for Perona, a newcomer who has just been promoted to a formal mage, Jiesha will directly take out the magic mecha technology. The old mage Berkey laughed. Because the people of our red and white society are short-sighted. What other reasons can there be? Mage Barber? Barber's tone was full of dissatisfaction with the current senior management of the red and white society. In just 20 years, Jiesha has grown from a small, unknown society to one of the most powerful societies today. It was even given the title of Royal Academy of Sciences by the royal family. The red and white society has been around for nearly 150 years. And no one calls us the Royal Pharmacy Academy. This is the difference. Their eyes are not on the same line as ours. Moreover, have you ever seen Jiesha do something that will put you at a disadvantage? Something that will put you at a disadvantage? I don't know much about Jiesha. 2 years ago, they took Marion away. And Jiesha had the technology of magic gathering beverages. An ability that seemed insignificant at first. But after a period of development, when Jiesha's magic gathering beverage technology could allow all of Jiesha's magic systems to restore an extra double of magic power every day. And it did not conflict with magic potions. Our top management began to regret it. Then the next year, Jiesha announced that the magic power core of Nova was successfully developed. And the magic power train was about to enter a new era. The technology we got has become something from the old era. Do you think Jiesha made a profit or a loss? Nimitz didn't know how to answer. But the previous magic power train technology should still be usable. Right? Of course. When you learn the 2nd level ice arrow, you can also use the 1st level ice arrow. But the question is, if you really fight, which one will you use? The same reason. Jiesha used the magic mecha technology to exchange for Perona. Maybe in a few years, the magic mecha we developed will still be like the iron lump it is now. And Jiesha's new products can already hang up our magic mecha and beat it. Nimitz found it difficult to accept. Can a Perona bring such a change? Old Wizard Barton sighed. That depends on what Jiesha found out from Perona. When Perona came back, we also saw her mechanical summons. But we just regarded her as a special summoner. But in Jiesha's eyes, no one can know what those mechanical bodies mean. Chapter 181: The Gap in Welfare. At the headquarters of Jiesha, Esmond was looking at the report from his subordinates. Alan, a wandering third-level shadow swordsman, is 28 years old, and was born in a civilian family in Skyrim Province. He once practiced at the Sword Hammer Academy, and has excellent experience as a pharmacist. He is strong and has the ability to fight against 4th-level undead creatures. In the South Suburbs mission, he saved the 2 teams of Becky and Lilith, and once expressed his affection for Lilith. Gwen stood beside him and asked. His background information has been checked. There is indeed such a person. And the reports of several people who came back this time are basically true. If others deliberately falsify, the truth will not be found out for a while. The research department is not as good as the execution department. But such talents should be invited first, and someone should be observed. Oh, by the way, the information says that he showed affection for Lilith. Does Klein know? What was his reaction? According to the statements of Eric, Ingsan, and Xiao, Klein and Alan had a language conflict. Esmond smiled. Didn't you do it? It's a pity. Gwen looked at Esmond strangely. What does it mean? Is it a bad taste for her son? Becky has successfully invited Perona. We paid a great price. Is she so valuable? Esmond picked up Perona's materials. Perona's value lies in biology and materials science, not in the so-called mechanical creatures. They are all staring at the magic mecha. It's really a bit ridiculous. What's the use of those scrap iron lumps, at best? It's only level 5. And the cost is so high. There is no cost effectiveness at all. Apart from the GT9600 Highlander that guards the door. Have you ever seen our Jiesha use the magic mecha? We don't sell all of them to the military. And the Highlander is also placed at the doorstep for people to see. Unless Perona can improve the cost of the magic mecha, Jiesha will never make this thing for use. The sports armor that can fit the body completely, and the mechanical simulation prosthesis that can integrate with biological organisms are more valuable than the magic mecha technology. Gwen pushed her glasses. Mechanical fusion form like Becky? Yes. If the mechanical prosthesis technology was perfect, Lance would not have died before. Esmond looked at the biological laboratory at his feet, and felt a little emotional. This biological laboratory is one of the secrets of Jiesha. Humans with tubes inserted in them lay quietly in the culture tanks. After Lance's death, Esmond once wanted to give up this technology. But it seemed that God was blessing him. He saw Becky and learned about Perona's ability. The perfectly integrated life machine was simply created to make up for the flawed artificial human technology. Okay, Perona, give her the highest authority support, and don't give her any restrictions in terms of knowledge. Also, let her figure out the research direction in the first half of the year, and see what she thinks. Every so-called genius has his own unique ideas. Try not to interfere. Maybe they can do better than we think. When Esmond was talking about Perona, his so-called genius, Perona was studying the magic mecha at the door of Jiesha. GT9600 Highlander. Becky had taken Perona around the GS Society before, and left after giving her 5 tokens and some basic information about the GS Society. Perona didn't know that she had been valued by Esmond. Master Candlewick. This thing is so big. Backward technology. Such a crude thing. What's so strange about it? But Captain Becky said it has the strength of level 4. It's already very powerful. Okay. Candlewick didn't want to pay attention to her anymore. He had already mastered the ability of mechanical life. But he was still making a fuss like a retard, which was really embarrassing. The development model of this GS Society is very interesting. Giving members high authority. Master Candlewick also think this place is good? I said. It's okay. Just as Candlewick and Perona were talking, magic fluctuations appeared at the door of GS Society. And Highlander bowed to the door, and spoke in its unique metallic voice. Welcome back, Mr. Klein. Klein looked at Perona next to Highlander, and was stunned for a moment before he spoke. Why are you here? The Red and White Society invaded the GS Society? Perona was a little excited. Klein himself was one of the reasons why she joined the GS Society. Senior Klein, I have also joined the GS Society. We will be members in the future. You are my real senior. Please take care of me in the future. Looking at the somewhat excited Perona, Klein scratched his head. He naturally knew that Perona's ability was very valuable. Not to mention the existence of Candlewick. And the potential value was definitely enough. But his original plan was to wait for a while, and then find a way to invite the other party. But he didn't expect that someone would invite Perona first. Who invited you to join Jiesha? Perona thought for a moment. It was Captain Becky. But she said that I was specially invited by Jiesha headquarters in exchange for magic mecha technology. Our Jiesha still has vision, and can see that I am a genius. Candlewick. Special invitation? Genius? Okay. Genius. Klein thought that although Perona's talent was very special, her brain didn't seem to be related to genius. However, since it was a special invitation from Jiesha headquarters, it must be a must. Maybe his father felt that Perona's talent had some special effect. For Klein, if Perona grew up, she would naturally be a very good helper. He is now determined to take over Jiesha. So talents like Perona must not be let go. Klein handed Perona a card. I just came back, and have some things to deal with. Let's talk next time. I live in 105 of the potion area, and the communicator number is 1228. If there is no mission, I should be there. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, you can come to me, or contact me using the Jiesha communicator. Okay, Senior. After Klein left, Perona took out the card and shook it in her hand. Master Candlewick, the address of the male god has been reached. Psychopathic host. Mentally retarded female pervert. Klein first returned to the door of his room. This mission was very fruitful, and also improved his rank. He had to sort out the magic he currently had, and develop new abilities. Also, as the object in the bottle, he had sensed the existence of Lance nearby. It seems that during his absence, Lilith has arranged Lance's affairs, and is very efficient. Klein put his hand on the door of room 105, and the band on the door made a beep sound. He tried again, but found that it was still the same. What the hell, It seems that the rent is due. I am the son of the vice president of Jiesha, but I am not exempted from the rent. Jiesha is really rubbish. Renewal must go to Marion, which makes Klein very difficult. Now there is no way to tell her that Alan is Lance. It is still a bit embarrassing to go there to renew the rent. But now I am waiting to sort out my abilities, so I still have to go and see where Lance is. Just when Klein was about to renew the rent, Perona happened to come to his room, which was in sharp contrast with Klein's situation. Wow! It's so big. Gia Society actually provides such a big room for free. Wow! Magic cold storage. And monster meat set meal. I'm just hungry. Just eat a piece first. There are also gyms, meditation rooms, and lounges. Wow, it's so awesome. Thinking back to the place I lived in the academy, it was so small that I wanted to cry. There are fixed tequila drinks every day. And so many magic potions. No restrictions on use. It's really considerate. If I had known that Gia Society's benefits were so good, why would I join the Red and White Society? Perona didn't know about the treatment of other people, and thought that Gia Society's benefits were all at the same level. So she was very surprised. This environment is really good. Even Candlewick had to admit that Gia Society's benefits for Perona were indeed very good. They give you such good conditions. They must give you something in return. What can you give them in return? I don't know anything anyway. If I'm exposed, I'll just be carried out. What do you mean? It depends on you. Master Candlecore. If you don't help me, a loser, will definitely be carried out by Jiesha. And I will never live in such a good place again. I admit that I'm a loser. Why did I find such a loser? Master Candlecore, please help me. You are so powerful. Just reveal some technology to them, and I will take off. The rules of this era are different from ours. There must be something that can be shared. Like that magic mecha. Didn't you have it in your era? That's true. After a series of events, Perona also found out that she was a waste. But it didn't matter that she was a waste. She had Candlewick. And flattery never wears out. If Master Candlewick doesn't help me, I will be abandoned by Jiesha and despised by Senior Klein. From then on, I will be alone and helpless, and eventually starve to death on the street. I am stupid, but I learned from Master Candlewick what true intelligence is. So please, Master Candlewick, didn't you say that your family is rich? The money at home is not my money. You said you are an only child. Master Candlewick heard it wrong. I usually don't hear it wrong. It's useless to say so much. Right? In one sentence? Just say whether you will help or not. Okay. Help. Chapter 182 The Clock of Life. Klein walked towards the rest area of the medicine shop. The closer he got to the rest area, the closer he found his spiritual connection with Lance. Is Lance in the medicine area? This guy just came back, and he ran to be a dog again? As soon as he entered the rest area, Klein saw Lance sitting at the bar in the rest area, talking to Marion. Your eyes are beautiful. But my eyes are more beautiful. Miss Marion. Do you know why? Why? Because I have you in my eyes. Lance, this guy, can finally say those earthy love words he wrote to Marion without any scruples. Psychopath, get out of the way. Don't stop me from wiping the table, Marion said coldly. At this time, Klein came over, took out a token and put it on the table, looked at Lance, and then looked at Lance again. Marion, I'll renew the room fee. Marion put away the token and injected new magic into Klein's executor mark. Okay. Klein nodded when he saw that Marion was not targeting him. He looked at Lance with a smile. He was going to continue to play a trick with Lance here to confirm the rumors that the two of them were not in harmony. Isn't this Mr. Allen? Why? You can't catch up with Lilith. So you turn to Miss Marion again. You really have a wide range of interests. Competing with Klein was the tone set before, and Lance naturally knew what to do. Klein club member. Right? You don't have to target me so much. I just admire Miss Lilith as a warrior. True love is for Marion. Do you know what true love is? People like you definitely don't. Marion listened to the two people talking, smiled, and didn't interrupt. That expression seemed to say, please start your performance. The two people ridiculed each other back and forth, except for not swearing. They basically said everything that should be said. At this moment, Marion suddenly lowered her body. Marion glanced at the two and whispered, what are you two acting in front of me? Lance and Klein's pupils contracted at the same time. What's going on? Lance covered his head, turned his face away, looked at Klein, and said with his mouth, she seems to know? What should I do? Klein also said with his mouth, how should I know? How did you act? You must have been exposed. Klein raised his head and looked at Marion. Marion, I don't know what you are talking about. Marion first glanced at Lance, smiled disdainfully, and then looked at Klein. Is there a doom clock in your trophy? I think it's a more practical magic weapon. You should not have thrown it away. Right? Klein narrowed his eyes, nodded, and took out the doom clock from his ring. Is there anything wrong with this doom clock? Klein had carefully examined this doom clock before, and did not find anything special. Marion did not answer Klein's question, but took out a similar clock. This is called the lucky clock, and it is a pair with the doom clock. Klein had a bad feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something. Marion said again, Klein, remember our conversation the last time you came to my place? Conversation? Klein carefully recalled the scene at that time. At that time, Marion said that Lance would not die. With that tone and that environment, everyone would think that she was unwilling to admit Lance's death. Even Klein was no exception. But if Marion was sure that Lance was not dead at that time, then her previous words would have a different meaning. Marion. You? At this time, a pharmacist came and interrupted the conversation between the three people. The pharmacist put 45 ter on the table. Give me a glass of tequila. Okay. Wait a minute. Marion stood up again and skillfully mixed tequila for the other party. Her expression was calm, and there was no emotional fluctuation. It seemed that Marion had no intention of exposing the two. After making sure that the pharmacist had left, Marion lowered her body again. Marion placed the lucky clock in front of Lance. In the lucky clock, there is a trace of Lance's soul power as the power. If Lance dies, the lucky clock will stop. And in the bad luck clock, there is a trace of my soul. If I die, the bad luck clock will stop. Do you understand, Junior Klein? Klein was silent for a while, which means that Marion's watch can tell whether Lance is dead or not, while his watch is Marion's. Didn't you say that you are not in a relationship? Why do you have a token of love? Klein stared at Lance with a bad look. At this time, it seems that he can't hide it anymore. Such an important thing. Why don't you say it? Lance spread his hands innocently. I don't know at all. She gave me this thing. I thought it was just an ordinary magic weapon. Marion shook her head again. Klein, do you think it's really because of the lucky clock? Look at his face. Even if there is no lucky clock, I may not be able to find it at the first time, but as long as I get in touch with him a few more times, I will still know his identity. Klein frowned. Why? Because his eyes, and some of his unintentional little movements are enough to show his identity. He also discovered this problem when he first came to this world. Klein nodded. And when he was about to take back the doom clock, Lance took the watch back before him. Why are you looking at me? This watch was originally mine. Klein put his hand down halfway. Okay. These days, the things in the bottle know how to resist. Marion stood up again, mixed a glass of tequila for Klein and Lance, and pushed it in front of them. Besides me, the only person who knows him best is President Esmond. So, if you don't want Lance to be exposed, try to make him change his eyes and habits before he comes into contact with President Esmond. These 2 glasses. I'll treat you. Klein nodded. He really neglected these details. Thank you, Marion. Marion shook her head. I should be the one to thank you. Thank you, Klein. I'm not completely ignorant of his affairs. Our relationship ended before it even began. But you gave him a new life. So, thank you for saving him. And thank you for bringing him back. And for letting us really start. Klein was a little embarrassed by what he said. You're welcome. I always do good things. Lance, who had been silent, was about to speak when he was interrupted by Marion. Shut up. Don't talk. Oh! Lance lowered his head again. Marion looked at Klein again. Okay. If you continue to stay here, it will arouse other people's suspicion. You can leave. The next time is our time. Klein was stunned. Are you so quick? Luckily, I'm not a single dog. Otherwise I would be dragged in and killed. He looked at Marion, who seemed to be smiling, and whispered, You guys, slow down. Don't do it too fast. It feels unreal. Marion poured a cup of coffee into the cup. I know. And acting should be done in full. To act like it, there must be action and conflict, so that it will leave a deep impression on people. When Klein was about to ask how to act, the coffee in Marion's hand had already splashed on his face. This big move naturally attracted the attention of others. Marion looked at Klein coldly and said, I said, you are not welcome here. Klein was confused. Women's acting skills are really innate. Okay. Let's go. They are really a pair of dogs and bitches. Klein left the pharmacy rest area with an angry expression. I believe this scene will soon reach Esmond's ears. Back in his room, Klein felt that he was still lacking in some aspects. If Marion hadn't reminded him today, maybe his father Esmond would have really discovered that something was wrong with Lance. Thinking about what he might have missed, Klein shook his head and sighed. I still have to pay attention in the future. Klein summoned a black warrior. Although he was wearing armor, the black warrior's inner body was still a skeleton. He was going to strengthen his skeleton. The third stage. Although this process was painful, the skeleton strengthening was not only to improve his physical fitness. After strengthening the bones, his skeleton extension strength would also increase. So this strengthening was necessary. After almost preparing, Klein locked the door. The third stage of skeleton strengthening begins. Perhaps it was because Klein's body had experienced 2 arcane baptisms. Or perhaps his tolerance for pain had increased. This time, the skeleton strengthening was not as painful as he imagined. Klein gritted his teeth and persisted for a while before he got through it. Bone strengthening, level 3. Your physique is increased to 29.1. Your agility is increased to 31.8. Your strength is increased to 31.3, because after 2 baptisms of arcane energy, the attribute improvement is not much. But Klein feels that the hardness of the bones at this time is enough for some of his previous magic ideas. This hardness should be enough to support an exoskeleton or gigantism. Klein recalled the second-level necromancer who caught his bone spear in the battle in the southern suburbs. The hand of the Skeleton King should be the secret art of the Skeleton Society. If there is a chance, I have to capture a few mages of the Skeleton Society and ask them. Recalling the battle scene at that time, a bone appeared from Klein's back, gradually expanding and extending, turning into a huge skeleton arm. He moved the arm for a while. Although it was already very big, Klein was still not very satisfied. This scale is still too small. A little bigger. Burning Demon. Under the blessing of Burning Demon, the bone was extended and expanded again, and the skeleton arm had filled his entire room. This time, it felt better than ever before, and a flash of black flashed across Klein's eyes. Shadow power. The black shadow power covered the entire skeleton arm. And the skeleton arm that had been against the wall immediately caused damage to the room. The fingertips of the phalanx poked the door of the room. And the back of the hand inadvertently crushed the lights in the room. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shrill alarm sounded. And Klein's skeleton arm collapsed at the same time. And the experiment ended in failure. Looking at the broken bones on the ground, Klein frowned. After the skeleton is enlarged, it is difficult to maintain the skeleton structure. Unfortunately, it was almost successful. Forget it. Let's start with a small one. Just as Klein was about to continue the experiment, a voice came from the communicator. Mr. Klein, based on your damage to the room and the resources lost by the magic power recovery system, please go to Miss Marion before the end of the month and pay a fine of 780 tel. I just broke a few lights, a few mats, and a door. And it costs 780? The Black BGS Society is hopeless. Chapter 183. The leader of the team. Although Jiesha is very shady, life is something that you have to continue even if it is green. Let alone shady, brother. Versus. Prepare to record the data of the skeleton giantization magic experiment. Okay, master. Klein sat in place, and the giant skeleton hand stretched out again. Skeleton giantization combat experiment. The second time. Ready to start. Once Klein entered the experimental state, he was a little crazy. Until the third day. Skeleton giantization combat experiment. The 51st time. Ready to start. This time, a giant skull appeared in Klein's room, completely covering his body. Although it was a bit stupid to conduct experiments in his own room, Klein seemed to have no better choice. At least here, he could drink Marion's tequila every day, and the environment was relatively safe. Except that the room was a little narrow, and it would be easy to pay a fine if he didn't do it well. There was nothing wrong with it. Klein had originally planned to spend 10 or 8 days on this magic experiment, but he didn't expect that he would receive a message from Becky after just 2 days apiece. Is Klein there? I am. Get ready now. The security department has entrusted us with a mission to destroy the Eye of Gorilla Base. Go now? The mission was given so quickly? I just rested for 2 days. You feel that the mission was issued too quickly because you haven't been back for more than 10 days before. Counting this time, it has been 20 days. Klein thought about it, and it seemed that what Becky said was right. He returned to Palomia after more than 10 days in the wild. Okay. Where shall we meet? Let's meet at the entrance of the academy. Klein packed his things helplessly, and ran to Marion to pay the fine. He then ordered a glass of tequila and drank it, keeping himself in a state of rapid magic recovery before leaving Jiesha. Walking in the academy, looking at the hurried academy students, Klein was a little emotional. When he was in the academy, his strength improvement speed could only be said to be average. Perhaps it was fast compared to other mages, but compared to some elites of Jiesha, it was just average. And that was because he got the 4th level mysterious potion. Even so, the 4th level mysterious potion did not allow him to break through the 2nd level. And now the reason why his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds to the 3rd level is because of Jiesha. There are too many ancient books in Jiesha. Relying on the ancient arcane secret book of Jiesha, he has made a breakthrough improvement. Knowledge is power, which is fully reflected in this world. Otherwise, even if he had the mysterious potion and the synthesizer, he would probably be hovering at the door of the 2nd level. In just a few months, he has reached the 3rd level, and has opened up a huge gap with ordinary college students. When Klein looks at these college students now, his first feeling is that they are so weak. Maybe the masters had the same reaction when they looked at me before. You can sigh at a few students. You are really a great philosopher. Eric's mocking voice came from behind. Klein looked back and frowned. Why did you gain so much weight? Eric had indeed gained weight at this time. Logically speaking, they had not seen each other for only 20 days, and such a big difference in size seemed very abnormal. You have to know that they are all professionals, not ordinary people. Even if they were ordinary people, they should not gain so much weight after 20 days of overeating. When I was in the southern suburbs, I ate too much at one time. I have been digesting and absorbing it recently. I really can't absorb it all at once, so I stored it first. Don't worry. You will lose weight after a while. Eat too much, bone-eating beast? Because of the time and place. Klein did not see the scene where Eric's red skirt was cut off. Yes, that thing doesn't taste very good. At that time, the team was in a desperate situation, and I was the one who cut off You don't know how dangerous and tragic my situation was at that time. In order to protect them, I paid a huge price in that battle. Klein waved his hand impatiently. Okay. Stop bragging. Tell me what you want to tell me in human language. Borrow some money. No money. Goodbye. We're done. When the two arrived at the entrance of the academy, Becky was already waiting for them. Becky looked at Klein and nodded. Klein raised his hand to stop Becky from bowing. Don't do this in the future. Just stay normal. Understood. Eric looked at Becky, then at the smiling Klein. Damn. It seemed like he knew some incredible secrets again. Klein said before that he had only performed an ordinary operation on Becky. But now looking at Becky like this, it didn't look like an ordinary operation at all. That is to say, how can the spells and magic patterns that Klein carved for others be used to save people? This guy must have done something to Becky. Klein is a bitch who is trying to trick me again. Brother, please don't mess with me. Okay, I don't have many secrets. And I don't want to know what secrets you have. I just want to live a simple life. Please don't mess with me. Okay? Klein patted Eric's shoulder. What are you talking about? We are teammates. Teammates should trust each other. If there are secrets, they must share them. Don't you think so? Becky? Becky nodded. Klein is right. Eric had a bitter face. I'm afraid you will kill me one day. Klein shook his head. No. I had a very hard time after I came back from the Fire Blade mission. You helped me at that time. I remember. Eric breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. I knew you weren't the kind of unreasonable person. Klein. Yeah. If I thought you had a problem, I would at most chop off your 5 limbs and cut off your tongue. I can't do anything more extreme. MMP. Is that human language? Eric looked at Klein with resentful eyes. Maybe I'm not a human. But you're a real dog. You're flattering me. You're flattering me. Eric pulled open his sleeves with some resentment, revealing the red magic pattern on his arm. I'm not just a priest. I'm also a blood mage. Most of the time, I have to rely on the blood of living creatures to practice. Becky on the side curled her lips. Heretics. It's even more extreme than necromancers. Suddenly she shut up again. Because Klein was a necromancer. But Klein, who was standing by, was very interested in Eric's identity. Blood mage. This is really a rare profession. So you became a priest and a part-time doctor? When you save fallen women. Do you also suck a sip? Occasionally. Your taste is too strong. You suck all kinds of blood? Fuck. I didn't say that. You have a strong imagination. Although it was just a conversation like chatting. Klein's coercion and Eric's compromise have been going on silently. Klein wanted to get complete freedom in this team. Not only Becky, but also to establish enough trust between him and Eric. So he used Becky's surrender to force Eric to compromise. After learning about Eric's identity as a blood mage, this kind of secret equality between each other was enough. And trust was truly established. Klein said to Becky. Almost done. Let's talk about the mission. Betsy took out her mission book. Jarila's Eye is a folk cult organization. They often claim that some attacks are theirs. But it is rare to see them carry out large-scale attacks like the Burning Blade. Generally speaking, the Eye of Grilla is not as powerful or influential as organizations like the Burning Blade and the Skull and Bones Society. This mission is to clear the Eye of Grilla's stronghold in Soda City. Klein took Becky's report and took a look. It was very detailed, with a table listing each event. He liked such simple and clear mission reports. It's just a 1 to 2 level base in the urban area of Sodas. Even if there are no Dark Crusaders in the area, there will be basic security guards. Can't you handle such a thing? Another copy of Lesha's? Becky explained. The situation in Sodas is still very different from Lesha's. Currently, due to the gradual escalation of border friction with Grandok, Sodas is too close to the east, so most of the troops have been transferred to the front line. And not only these border cities. Just a few days ago, the military recruited 15,000 students from the Royal Academy. Eric on the side also sighed. 15,000 war recruitments. There are only tens of thousands of graduates every year. And I don't know how many will come back after going to the battlefield. Klein has not been to the war zone yet. And he is not very clear about the situation on the battlefield. He closed the mission report and handed the notebook to Becky. Don't think about it. Just deal with the mission first. Set off. Soda City. 2 days later. Because clocks are very expensive. Not every family has one. So every city in Tarila has the tallest building, the clock tower. At this time, Klein and Eric were standing on the clock tower of Soda City, overlooking the eye of Jarilla's stronghold in the city. There are still people coming in and out. It doesn't look like a cult stronghold at all. It feels like a vegetable market. Klein also agreed with Eric's complaints. Indeed, with so many people coming and going, it doesn't look like a so-called cult stronghold at all. But let's wait for Becky to come back. Not long after, Becky finished her investigation and returned to the clock tower. According to my investigation, this so-called Eye of Grilla stronghold is more likely to be set up by the local public office. It is possible that the mayor of Sodus is also involved. The public office does this kind of thing? The mayor is also involved in the cult? When Becky opened her mouth, the content was a bit explosive. It's not a cult. But they use the cult to take the blame. The municipal departments and public offices of Soda City have joined forces to cover the sky with one hand here. Before, they took advantage of the extreme shortage of staff in the Security Bureau and organized a group of people to rob this year's taxes. And then killed all the people in the Security Bureau. These people in the public offices are all those rich and powerful people in the local area. They killed or bribed all the people sent by the imperial capital. Now these people have resources and strength. Now without the support of the Security Bureau, they say whatever they want, and no one can challenge them. The functional departments of the imperial government are so corrupt that it is really sad and ridiculous. Who entrusted this task? The local Security Bureau is not without people. They reported to the imperial capital, but the imperial capital can't spare any manpower now, so they can only entrust us. Is the imperial military department so miserable now? Fortunately, I didn't go to the military department. Eric looked at Klein. Now their team has become the real boss. Klein has become. Chapter 184. Say sorry, and then use fire explosion to smear your face. Klein, what should we do now? This place is like a puddle of mud. If we investigate further, there are too many things to pull out. There is no end at all. Klein did not comment on Eric's statement. He shrugged. What the hell are you investigating? Why should I investigate? Becky on the side was also a little surprised. The municipal administration here is so rotten. Why don't you investigate? Klein smiled. Do you think the security department doesn't know that this is a puddle of mud? You think the Black Cross doesn't know the situation here? Think about how the Black Cross did things when they went to Shaw's. Our mission is to clear the Eye of Grilla's base and investigate the municipal department of this place. That is the business of the security department and the Black Cross, and has nothing to do with us. But there is no Eye of Grilla's base at all. Those are people from the public office. And even their mayor seems to be in it. Becky said. The mission objective given by the Imperial Security Department is to clear the Eye of Grilla's stronghold in the Soda City area. And the location of the stronghold is here. The security department has said it is. Why should we refute it? Isn't it better to execute it? Eric suddenly widened his eyes. Do you want to do it directly? We are just a few ordinary members of the GS Society. We are neither the royal family of Tarella nor the official of the Empire. We can only represent ourselves. The politics here are very corrupt. And the civilians here are also very hard. I sympathize with them. But these are not things we can solve. We are the executive department of the GS Society. We have accepted the task from the security department. So we must do it well. We must clear it out as promised. The Eye of Grilla's stronghold is there. So we have to flatten it. Becky had understood what he meant, and calmly took out the great sword. Are we going to charge in? Eric on the side said in surprise. Fuck. Becky. What are you doing? There are ordinary people in there. Becky looked at Eric and shook her head. During an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. And these people are the same. Klein didn't expect Becky to say such a thing. He glanced at the two of them and waved his hand. No need. Just here. He took a step forward and stood at the corner of the bell tower. A wisp of flame began to appear in his slowly raised right hand. As Klein injected magic power into the flame, the wisp of flame soon turned into a fireball. Fireball spell? Aren't you a necromancer? And at this distance? You are going to fire a fireball to warn them, but it seems to be useless. Klein smiled at Eric. Watch carefully and learn well. He silently activated the burning magic. Ao Chong. And the magic of Klein's book began to be injected into his body. The rising magic made Klein's hair begin to flutter. And he achieved true windless automaticity. The time in the clock tower has reached 11:59. And there is still 1 minute left before 12 noon. The fireball in Klein's hand has reached a diameter of about 2 meters. which is really amazing. However, the fireball is no longer increasing at this time, but the heat in it is still rising. The flames accompanied by the rolling heat made Becky and Eric couldn't help but step back a few steps. At this time, Eric couldn't say anything joking, because he felt that if this fireball hit him, he would definitely die. The Book of Klein floated up from his waist and began to turn pages automatically. A magic pattern of fireball began to be recorded on one of the pages of the magic book. When the Book of Klein recorded this magic, the fireball in Klein's hand began to shrink gradually. It might not be right to say shrink, but it would be more reasonable to use the word compression. When it was compressed to the size of a wash basin, the shape of the fireball finally stabilized and floated in Klein's hand. At this time, the fireball could no longer see obvious flames, but quietly glowed and heated, like the sun in the palm of the hand. The time in the clock tower was also approaching 12 o'clock. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Klein looked at the fireball in his hand with satisfaction. He had practiced it several times before returning to Jesha, but he had never injected so much magic power. This scale of fire explosion was also the first time he used it. I'm sorry, ordinary people in the Eye of Grila's stronghold. Although you are ordinary people, you cannot be said to be innocent. I'm sorry, civilians in Soda City. I really don't have the ability to save your city. I'm sorry, some smart bosses in the Security Bureau. We didn't carry out the mission as you imagined. Sorry. The clock struck 12, and the fireball in Klein's hand erupted at the same time. Fire explosion. The blazing fire explosion was like a meteor that cut through the daylight, flying towards the so-called Eye of Grila's stronghold. Achyung, what are you looking at? There is a meteor. Meteor? You lunatic. Where does a meteor come from in broad daylight? There is a meteor, flying over there. Just as the man was about to go over to take a look, a loud noise came from the direction where the meteor flew. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the center of the Eye of Grila's base. In an instant, everything in the center of the base, whether it was people or buildings, disappeared under a burst of white light, immediately followed by a powerful shock wave, instantly sweeping across the periphery of the entire base, destroying almost all visible buildings. Achyung patted the man on the back with a smile. I told you, there was a meteor. And the man who was looking at the Eye of Grila's base was shaking all the time. Mayor Minas seems to be still there. The Minas family is going to be finished. Fuck. Shit. Eric looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance and was a little amazed. But no one could help but be amazed by such magic and such power. Such a large base was wiped out in an instant. Is it so powerful with just one strike? The fire elemental mage is so powerful. Not only Eric, but even Becky was shocked speechless. Is this something a second level mage can do? Even if it's a third level or fourth level mage? It's unlikely, right? Looking at the two people with shocked faces, Klein was very satisfied with his magic. This kind of momentum and this kind of effect were very cool. To achieve this kind of attack, it's not as simple as you think. Klein was telling the truth. If it was just fire, it wouldn't have created such an effect. The real reason why he could destroy the base of the Eye of Grela with one strike was the characteristics of the fire explosion. The fire explosion technique is to make the power of fire ignore the rules of the world when it explodes, and produce a strong light and heat explosion, which is not something that ordinary fireballs can achieve. Klein injected 300 points of magic power alone, which is the total magic power of a middle-level, fifth-level mage. Klein fused all 300 points of magic power into a fire explosion, and added the burning magic amplification, arcane enhancement, and the destructive power of Klein's book. All these factors combined together to achieve the effect of this attack. Just like Klein used the disordered arcane power to create arcane crystals, ordinary people simply cannot do what Klein did. Eric, do you have a cigarette? Don't you smoke? I think, in this situation, I should light a cigarette for myself as a reward. Okay, take it. Eric lit a cigarette for Klein, who took the cigarette and sat on the corner of the building, looking at the fire in the distance, smoking the cigarette in his hand, and didn't know what he was thinking. He was actually tired and wanted to rest for a while. After all, pouring out 300 magic power at once was a huge burden on his body. And sitting here, I can wait for the souls of those who were killed. Klein will not kill people wantonly just because the magic book can absorb souls. But since people have been killed, he will not be merciful to these souls. After waiting for a while, wisps of blue smoke formed by souls entered Klein's book and were stored. After finishing the cigarette in his hand, Klein suddenly felt a sense of boredom. His physique and his spirit were no longer the same as before. Smoking no longer had the same taste as before. And it was a bit boring. Becky. This looks like the mission is completed. Right? Becky nodded as she looked at the blazing fire in the distance. The Eye of Grera base has been destroyed. So the mission is of course complete. Does that mean we can go back? This is so cool. Eric rubbed his hands happily. Klein shook his head. Don't go back yet. You guys go around and go back in a few days. I don't want to be on a mission all the time. So I'll delay it for a day. That's fine too. I haven't saved any fallen girls here yet. Eric took out a handful of money from his pocket and muttered to himself. This is for tonight. This is for tomorrow. And this is for tomorrow night. Becky on the side was a little speechless. And turned to Klein and said, since you're not going back for the time being, I'll go practice first. And gather here in a week. And then go back. Okay. Klein nodded. And after Becky and Eric left, he also stood up. Alas, this kind of magic is powerful. But it can only record 12. What a pity. What a pity. Klein said inappropriate words while turning over his magic book. On one page, the pyroblast was already printed on it. And the surrounding area was covered with dense magic patterns. The same page. There are 11 more pages in Klein's book, although the functions of Klein's book of magic amplification, soul absorption, summoning thelysis, etc. are very powerful. What really makes his combat power qualitatively changed. It is still the two effects of spell replication and calmness. One is to deal with protracted wars, and the other is to deal with encounters. These two effects that are really aimed at mages will enhance his advantages to the extreme. If he really stores 12 pyroblasts of 300 magic power after a period of reserve, then he can use this strategic level magic unscrupulously. And if he encounters a strong enemy and engages in an encounter, calmness can also allow him to burst out all his magic power in an instant. Instead of standing still and reading magic for 1 minute, this ability allows him to turn the tables in an instant when facing an enemy stronger than him. Closing the magic book, Klein walked downstairs. 7 days. Even if it's not enough, it should be enough. Chapter 185. Synthesize a new weapon. Klein walked down the clock tower, ignoring the chaotic streets caused by the explosion, and turned to walk towards the weapon store in Sodas. Sodas was already dominated by the local small noble circle and local snakes. There was no one in the security department. Even if someone saw that the fire explosion that destroyed the base was emitted from the top of the clock tower, no one would come to investigate Klein. And Klein didn't care much. As long as the Dark Crusaders didn't take action, almost no one in this place could pose any threat to him. Not to mention that he came with a mission from the security department. Even if it was the Black Cross, there was no reason to attack them. Walking on the street, there were many people watching the excitement. Klein could see the pleasure of the base being destroyed in the eyes of the civilians. But no one dared to discuss it. The combination of the municipal government and the public office has brought too much oppression and harm to the city. The civilians seemed to have no hope here. Klein didn't know whether his attack could bring some changes to Sodas. But a city that was so corrupted to this extent, no matter how bad it was, it couldn't be much worse. The crowd kept flowing, and Klein's back gradually disappeared on the street. Boss, the weapons here are just ordinary standard weapons. I want them all. Give me a cheaper price. The owner of the weapon shop took a look at Klein and carefully confirmed whether he was looking for trouble. However, Klein did not look like an ordinary person. Although he did not have a staff or robe, the magic book on his waist did not look like an ordinary thing. The boss slightly dispelled some of his doubts and just asked, Master Mage, are you sure you want all of them? This will cost a lot of money. Klein laughed. Is money a problem? Obviously not. Yes, I want all of them. So please give me a cheap price. The owner of the weapon shop hesitated for a while, as if considering the issue of quoting to Klein. Master Mage, if you want all of them, the standard long sword is 9 tires. And the standard long sword is 20 tires. What do you think of this price? Iron is worthless. The price of the sword is more than twice that of the knife. It is entirely due to the manufacturing process. Because the sword needs a certain strength and needs to be opened on both sides. The fire mage needs to pay more magic power, which leads to the price difference between the two weapons. However, Klein was still slightly surprised when he heard the price. It was not expensive, but too cheap. He remembered that when he and Lilith went to the professional store in the imperial capital to buy weapons, the standard long sword was 70 tires, and the knife was 35 tires. Even if there are some differences in craftsmanship and materials, they are all ordinary standard weapons. How big of a difference can they be? But the price of weapons in the two cities is so big. 3 to 4 times the price difference. Which is a bit outrageous. I don't know if the economy here is too bad, or the prices in the imperial capital are too high. The boss saw Klein's surprised look and thought it was expensive. So he quickly spoke. Master Mage, if you are not satisfied with this price, we can discuss it again. Can it be cheaper? Klein listened to the tone of the weapon shop owner and hesitated a little. He didn't know whether he should give in to this owner to continue to lower the price. He could afford the price now. And it was easy. So there was no need to bargain anymore. However, after some consideration, Klein still chose to let the owner of the weapon shop quote a new price. Although he could be a good man, since the other party had given this price, it must be acceptable to the other party. So why should he force it? Many people need help, not charity. Buying so many weapons at once was a great help to the owner of the weapon shop. Boss, if you have inventory, you can also sell it to me. Oh, okay, I'll go and get it. In the end, Klein bought 350 long knives, 500 long swords, and 20 various special weapons at the price of 8.5 telephones per long knife, 19 telephones per long sword, and 30 telephones per non-standard weapon. After paying, Klein looked at the enthusiastic smile of the owner of the weapon shop, shook his head, and continued to go to another weapon shop. The process was similar to the previous store. Klein bought a large number of weapons at very low prices. He stopped only when he had spent all the cash in his ring and found a hotel to stay. That's enough. After informing the store owner not to disturb him, Klein took out several space rings and prepared to start his weapon synthesis plan. These rings were all spoils of the previous battle in the southern suburbs. The valuable things in them had been transferred to his own rings. The remaining rings were used as warehouses for materials. Klein began to dump the items in the first ring. They were all knives, swords, and melee iron weapons, which he had just purchased. After that, the second one was the same. Still swords, and some non-standard special weapons. Until all the rings were emptied, Klein poured out nearly 2,200 swords, and 200 other types of melee weapons. The fallen cypress was broken, and he now lacked a handy weapon as a melee auxiliary. Although the bone blade can also be used, the bone blade is far inferior to the real weapon in terms of sharpness and solidity. Melee weapons can give the enemy a good illusion, and are very flexible at times. Especially excellent magic transmission weapons, which can extend his shadow power. This is a very comfortable way of fighting. His current strength has entered a new stage, and he needs some accumulation of resources. For this accumulation, Klein is going to start with weapons. Klein's current magic power is as high as more than 300. This magic power limit has already met the conditions for specializing in a synthesis direction, according to his own ideas. As long as the remaining 100 or so magic power is used to prevent possible battles or dangers, the rest of the magic power can be used for synthesis, and the efficiency will be very fast. However, if you are in Jiesha, you can drink Marion's tequila, and the efficiency will be even faster. According to Klein's estimate, taking into account repeated synthesis, loss and various unexpected situations, 200 rare items, and about 100 weapon rare items can probably synthesize a relatively ideal magic weapon level melee weapon. Of course, the premise is ideal, not random synthesis. If the value of magic power is taken into account, the cost of such batch synthesis is much greater than direct purchase. Because Klein's magic itself has a high hidden value, whether it is synthesizing the heart of elements, arcane crystals, or ethereal potion, it will produce greater value than synthesizing magic weapons in this way. But it is really not that easy to buy a weapon that suits you. You can afford it, but there are few magic weapons, and even fewer excellent magic weapons. If you want to buy a weapon that suits you and is powerful, it is not only a matter of money, but also luck. Klein felt that he was not very lucky, so he chose to use a somewhat stupid method of batch synthesis to make a weapon that suits him. Okay, the preparations are almost done. Let's start. Iron sword plus iron sword. High probability of getting ordinary items. Low probability of getting rare items. Synthesizing. Please wait. You get the iron sword, it was a very ordinary synthesis. For this, Klein lost 1 point of magic. 19 tier. There will be many such cases in the future. So Klein was very calm, and the synthesis had to continue. In this way, Klein continued to synthesize until 9 o'clock in the evening, relying on vanilla stones to restore magic power and drinking magic potions to restore mana. He synthesized 284 times in total. 26 rare items were produced, with a success rate of more than 9%. But even if all weapons were used, only 10 real weapon-type rare items were produced. Most of the other rare items were some strange things related to weapons, such as the one in Klein's hand, heartless small scissors, rare item when cutting a certain part of a man. The sharpness value increases by 5 times. Fuck. How can such a thing stay in this world, even if it didn't harm him? It would be bad if it harmed other male compatriots. There are also some boring things that have nothing to do with weapons. Super sharp razor. Strange item, the shaving effect is significantly improved. And it will not scratch the skin, how to say it. It seems to be somewhat useful. But Klein wants a weapon, not a razor. In addition to these relatively lame things, there are of course some good weapon-based materials. Ice dagger, strange item attack with cold damage, a standard elemental attribute attack weapon. Very practical. If you sell it, it should be able to sell for a good price. Flesh trimmer, strange item, a very sharp axe. Double the attack power when cutting meat, double the lethality to the flesh. Such a thing is called a weapon. What the hell are those heartless little scissors? It consumes more magic power. And Sodus does not have a night market like the Imperial capital. And it is closed at 9 o'clock. Moreover, as a game geek in his previous life and a magic geek now, going to bed at 9 o'clock is too much. So Klein decided that tonight, he would be the champion of staying up late, meditation to restore magic, and continued synthesis. Klein persisted until 6 o'clock the next morning, and finally collected 60 rare items, including 21 weapon-type rare items, which was considered very popular. With strong mental strength and physical fitness, Klein didn't feel anything after staying up all night. If he was in Jiesha, he would have eaten bread in all likelihood. But now that he was out, he had to change his taste. The hotel owner arranged the most expensive breakfast in their store, and yesterday's local newspaper. Klein ate and read while enjoying it. The front page of the newspaper described the incident of the destruction of the Eye of Grela stronghold by him, yesterday at 12 o'clock noon. The base of the evil cult Eye of Grela was hit by a meteorite. Mayor Minas, who was negotiating with the local leader of the Eye of Grela, was killed in the meteorite bombardment. But the Eye of Grela was also destroyed by the meteorite bombardment. This newspaper will continue to report on this matter, so please pay attention. Chapter 186, The Legendary Magic Addiction. On the other side of the newspaper, there was a magic photo, which showed the base after being bombarded by his pyroblast. The fire had been put out, but the entire building had been completely destroyed, and some houses and walls outside had collapsed. Being hit by a meteorite sounds like it. But the question is, where did you find a meteorite? But Klein was overthinking it. The municipal circles here had become so corrupt that they could call a horse a zebra. In order to steal tax money, they could kill people from the security department and then blame the Eye of Grela. For something like a meteorite, you can just find a stone to deal with it. Klein finished his breakfast and closed the newspaper. He was too lazy to care about the situation in Soda City, and he couldn't care about it. Besides, there were many cities, like Sodas in the current Tarila. The empire had become so corrupt. Why hadn't it fallen apart? Klein was really curious. Why is it that Tarila has been as stable as a rock until now? Although the cities are corrupt, people are having fun and making trouble, and they don't seem to have any intention of rebellion. Cults and extreme organizations are emerging one after another, but no one dares to talk about rebellion or the establishment of a new country. Everyone seems to have tacitly agreed. Klein really wants to know this question, but he has no place to ask. Maybe his father Esmond knows. But Klein can't ask him. Hey, let's continue to combine my weapons. After Klein's almost sleepless meditation and synthesis, he finally collected 200 rare items and 130 rare weapons on the 7th day. Next, it is to use the rare weapon as the base material and add the junk rare item as the synthesis material to synthesize 3 items. There is a small probability of a magic weapon appearing in the synthesis of 3 rare items, although the probability is only about 1%. A magic weapon is a magic weapon and is very rare. This synthesis method is still the most cost-effective synthesis method, with more than 100 rare weapon-based materials, and more than 200 rare synthetic materials. Klein estimated that no matter how bad he was, he should have something good. Let's get started first. Combine this thing that is a scourge to our male compatriots. Ice dagger, rare item, plus heartless small scissors, rare item, plus super sharp razor, rare item. High probability of obtaining a rare item. Very low probability of obtaining a magic weapon. Synthesizing in progress. Please wait. You obtained a serrated sword. Rare item, a long sword with additional cutting properties. Although it is a good rare weapon, it is still garbage to me. Continue. You obtained a golden scallion. Rare item, a golden scallion that can be used as a stick, with additional critical strike properties. You obtained a scarlet moon. Rare item, a dark red long sword with the effect of absorbing magic power. This knife is interesting, but I don't know what the specific effect of this ink absorption is. Let's put it aside for now and continue. The synthesis continues. The magic power consumed by the synthesis of 3 items has reached 10 points. So even if Klein consumes all his magic power, he can only synthesize more than 30 times. What's more, now that we are in a place like Sodas, it is still necessary to retain 100 magic points. So even if Klein added the magic potion, he could only synthesize 21 times. Next, it was his last synthesis. You got the silent steel ball, rare item. When the steel ball falls to the ground, it will absorb the surrounding sound and cool down for 1 hour. This thing. Looking at the silent steel ball, Klein was somewhat interested. This kind of thing usually has some special functions. He did not continue to synthesize the steel ball as a weapon, but threw it directly into the ring. Although the synthesis of 21 rare items did not produce a magic weapon, some useful things were calculated, such as the silent steel ball and the scarlet moon. Although I still want to continue to hang out outside for a few days. Today is the 7th day, and the time to meet up with Becky and the others has come. Klein must go to meet them. If I don't go back to Jiesha and don't make contact, Jiesha will judge it as a missing member. Back to the clock tower. Becky was still the first to arrive and wait there, while Eric was still the same and didn't come. Eric didn't come? Yeah, wait a little longer. Klein said hello to Becky and sat aside to meditate. When his magic power recovered to 110, he merged again. You got the automatic fruit cutting knife, unique item. When you cut the fruit, it will automatically divide the fruit into 4 equal parts. Fuck. Rubbish. Hearing the voice, Becky looked at Klein strangely. Did she do something wrong? I'm not scolding you. I just got a rare item, but the effect is too rubbish. Just like my master key. Becky nodded. She remembered Klein's master key. It could hardly open any lock. It was really rubbish. At this time, Eric arrived. Seeing his appearance, Becky wanted to step forward and scold him. She didn't scold him for being late, but he looked so embarrassing now. At this time, Eric was still wearing a very ill-fitting woman's skirt. There were lipstick marks on his face. There were several strawberries planted on his neck. He looked like he had nothing left. Seeing Becky walking towards him, Eric waved his hand quickly. Hey. Don't bother me. I did a serious job these days, and got very important information. Becky choked and looked at Klein. Did a serious job? Isn't your usual job just hooking up? And you got very important information. How important is it? But this time, Eric didn't seem to lie. He rummaged in his arms, and handed something to Klein. Do you think I'm a liar? This time I really found something? And it's not just an ordinary discovery. Klein, take a look at this. Klein took the object from Eric's hand, took a look, and frowned slightly. This thing is similar to the mysterious potion he made. They both look like jelly, feel soft, and look very appetizing. I want to take a bite. Klein looked at Eric. What is this? Where did you get it from? Eric took out a small stool from his space ring and sat down, and began to vividly talk about his experiences in the past few days. I need to explain this in detail. Didn't Sodas die in recent days because of that mayor? The one who was killed by the Klein flame explosion. His daughter was very scared and came to me to pray. Don't roll your eyes. I'm a pastor and there's nothing wrong with her coming to me to pray. After I listened to her complaints, we got to know each other and had a deep communication for a few days. Becky interrupted at this time. In-depth communication? Physical communication? Isn't that just a one-night stand? Or a few-night stand? Eric's face was tense. Women should be more reserved when speaking. Especially you are a paladin. Klein waved his hand. Go on. Perhaps it was because she trusted me after the in-depth communication yesterday. She brought me to a small gathering in their circle. I originally thought it was just a gathering of the local aristocratic circle, but I didn't expect that this gathering was very problematic. The members of the party were both men and women, all wearing masks, but they seemed to be familiar with each other. After drinking some wine and talking for a while, the key point came. They took out something called magic addiction and inhaled it. Oh, yes, it's the one in your hand. After inhaling this thing, they will enter a very excited state. I was a newcomer, and was soon surrounded by two of the women. It was said that they were a pair of twins in the local aristocratic circle. The taste was, wow, it was soft and moist. And then, Klein automatically ignored Eric's later words. He looked at the jelly-like thing in his hand. Magic addiction. This was the second time he had heard of this thing. Last time when he met Nick Fury, he had mentioned that magic addiction was in the aristocratic circle of the Cholera Imperial capital. Because of magic addiction, many chaotic and unspeakable things happened, and the source could not be found. Unexpectedly, there was also this place. Have you eaten this thing? Klein looked at Eric. Eric shook his head immediately. Although I am a playboy, I have always been self-disciplined and very careful. How dare I eat something like this casually? Becky said sarcastically. You are called self-disciplined? I feel shameless is more suitable for you. Bullshit. Although I am a priest, I am also a wizard. I still understand this truth. Klein nodded. It was meaningless to guess. He used the synthesizer to check the information of magic addiction. Addiction potion. Grade, wonderful item. Effect, makes people enter a state of extreme excitement and stimulates lust. Introduction, a special ancient potion with strong addictiveness that will only make people crazy. Klein narrowed his eyes. The magic potion of addiction. He took the magic potion and gradually approached. At this time, Eric and Becky stopped him at the same time. Do you want to try it? Is it too dangerous? Yes. Klein. There is no need to take risks. Klein waved his hand. If he wanted to know the specific situation, it was useless to just look at the information of the synthesizer. Although he could observe the situation of others, he could only understand the actual experience by trying it himself. He carefully picked a small piece of magic potion and put it in his mouth. The magic potion was the same as the mysterious potion he had taken before. It melted in his mouth. But when he felt that this magic potion turned into a kind of energy and was about to enter his body, part of it was actually assimilated by the disordered arcane energy around his burning magic heart. The rest of it was not good at all, and it even felt a bit unpalatable to Klein. Klein was a little depressed. Didn't you say it was very good? Why didn't I feel it at all? Is my pleasure point too high? Chapter 187 Xian Ning Jiufei. Klein pondered for a while. It was not right to say that his pleasure point was too high. He felt that his pleasure point was quite low. So why did this magic addiction have no effect? He took off another piece and prepared to try again. Becky on the side hurriedly stopped him. Klein, you still eat it? Could it be that this thing is addictive so quickly? Klein's hand froze in midair. Addicted? I'm really not addicted. The amount just now seemed too small. Except for a smell of shit. I didn't test anything else. Really? Shit smell? Under Becky and Eric's suspicious eyes, Klein put the second piece of magic addiction into his mouth. But the situation was exactly the same as before. Fuck. It's really disgusting. It feels like burnt chili oil and then smeared with shit. Ugh. Klein covered his stomach and spit out a ball of liquid, which was a colorful oily liquid. Now he was sure that it was not that his pleasure point was too high, but that it was really unpalatable. Looking at the remaining magic addiction, Klein already had some idea in his mind. Part of the ingredients of this thing would be neutralized and absorbed by his arcane energy, which was a bit strange. What exactly is this thing made of? Since he couldn't do it by oral test, he had other ways to test it. Holding the remaining magic addiction tightly, Klein turned on the magic burning state, and bluish-white arcane energy began to appear in Klein's hands. He didn't use the arcane power. If it was double strengthened, the arcane energy was too unstable and couldn't be tested properly. Under the disintegration of the disordered arcane energy, the magic addiction gradually began to change, from the original jelly-like thing to two ingredients. Part of it was an oily, colorful liquid, the same as what Klein had just vomited. Although the color looked good, it really smelled like shit. The other part caught Klein's attention. It was a bluish-white powder. Klein didn't know what the liquid was, but he knew this bluish-white powder too well. Arcane dust. Arcane dust was the initial formation of fixed arcane particles. When Klein was making arcane crystals, the first thing that the disordered arcane energy was transformed into was this arcane dust. This thing still had a long way to go before it could become a first-order arcane particle. But it was a solid, solidified arcane energy. In the potions that Klein made, whether it was the mystery potion or the ethereal potion, arcane crystals were used, which was somewhat similar to the addiction potion. The only difference was that the number of arcane crystals required for his 2 potions was much higher than that of the addiction potion. So a little bit of powder can make a large piece of magic addiction. If I sell my own arcane crystal to the other party, will I make a fortune? Klein had a crazy idea in his mind, but he quickly rejected it. He couldn't conspire to make something like drugs, even if it was profitable, because he was still a person, as someone who had been educated under the red flag in his previous life. Drugs were the thing he couldn't accept the most. This was also the first time Klein saw someone other than him make an arcane crystal. Knowing the composition of magic addiction, Klein roughly understood why he had no effect after taking magic addiction. The effect of the mysterious potion is far stronger than that of the magic addiction. He is experiencing the stimulation of disordered arcane energy all the time. And a large part of the pleasure of the magic addiction depends on the stimulation of disordered arcane energy. After speculating these, Klein's first reaction is that this magic addiction may be made by his father Esmond. Esmond's public identity is an ordinary professor of the academy, but his real identity is the vice president of GS Society. From the breath he felt, his father's strength should be more than a 5th-level title strongman. He was originally a professor of the arcane department, and GS Society has a large number of ancient arcane books. Even Klein himself learned a lot of arcane magic from GS Society's books. Klein can understand that a master like his father Esmond has broken through the limitations of ancient arcane and has the ability to create arcane particles. However, Klein is not completely sure that it is his father, because he still remembers one thing. That is, when he just joined the academy and asked the then arcane teacher more about the materialization of arcane energy. Moore told him that someone had asked the same question as him. One of the generals of the empire. Hermann, generals must be powerful and have the ability and strength to execute this matter. A person who has asked this question naturally has a greater probability of doing this matter. Klein is not interested in magic addiction, what effect this thing has, and how many people it has harmed. He doesn't care. He cares about the person who can create arcane dust, and how far the other party has reached in the research of arcane crystals. He wants to know all these. He was walking too lonely on the road of arcane. If there was a chance to communicate, no matter what kind of person the other person was, he would want to ask the other person's thoughts. Klein put the powder and liquid into different potion bottles, raised the colored bottles, and asked the 2, "Do you know about this colored liquid?" Becky shook her head. She was a dedicated combat member, and she basically couldn't talk about potions and other research. "I haven't seen it." The same was true for Eric. Although he had a wide range of knowledge, he didn't touch on this kind of liquid. "Eric, have you asked where the magic addiction came from?" "Of course I asked. But how could they tell me about this kind of thing?" "As a newcomer?" Klein nodded. There was nothing wrong with what Eric said. A newcomer really had no reason to know, and they no longer had time to continue investigating this matter. "Okay. Pay attention to the magic addiction. This thing is very unusual, and may cause some problems in the future." "Understood. Shall we go back to the Imperial City now?" "Okay. Let's go back." After some simple repairs, Klein and his team boarded the train back to the Imperial City. On the train from Sodas to the Imperial City, Klein continued his magic weapon synthesis work. But more than a day had passed, and the whole process was not smooth. He had synthesized more than 100 times. According to the 1% probability, at least one magic weapon should have been produced. But it didn't. Even the hard-working Emperor can't say the unlucky, "God, please give me some luck," because he couldn't directly take things from the space ring to the synthesizer. Klein would take out 3 weapons from time to time and put them into the synthesizer to synthesize. However, this behavior, in the eyes of those who didn't know the situation, was a kind of pretense, because he took out 3 different strange objects every time, and it had been many times. This behavior was like a child showing off in front of others. "You see, I have these 3 toys. You see, I also have these 3. And these 3. Hey, I just won't show them to you. You'll be mad." Other people don't know what the mentality is. Anyway, the big brother sitting opposite Klein thinks so. Originally, he was chatting happily with his schoolmate. But since the man in front of him got on the car, the schoolmate's eyes were completely attracted to him. How could he bear it? The man knocked on the table in front of Klein. Hey, sir, you don't need to show off like this even if you have money. Right? I know you have a lot of strange objects. Can you be quiet for a while? Klein looked at the synthesizer and was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the person sitting opposite him. Showing off? He thought about his previous actions and realized that if he thought about it from another angle, he was indeed showing off. Sorry, sir. I was sorting things out and didn't expect to disturb you. Klein spoke very politely. This attitude made Eric and Becky look at him sideways. Why did this guy suddenly change his personality? Klein didn't change his personality. But when he was mumbling just now, the other party interrupted him. After accidentally clicking on the synthesis, it really came out. Trimmer, strange item, plus automatic fruit knife, special item, plus white scale sword, special item. You have obtained the axe of destruction, magic weapon, axe of destruction. Grade, magic weapon. Attack, 10 to 85. Effect 1 armor break. Your attack will ignore 20% of the opponent's defense and shield value. Effect 2 bone cutting. Every time you cut a bone of the opponent, all your attributes will be +1. Up to 5 times. And will last until the end of this battle. It is a very good weapon. But unfortunately, it is too heavy and has no magic conductivity, which is not suitable for him. But overall, Klein is very satisfied. Just now, as soon as the opponent talked to him, he succeeded in merging. This is his 102nd synthesis. Originally, he thought he would be black and black all the way, but he didn't expect that because of the sudden interruption of the opponent. It turned out to be a magic weapon. So he was in a particularly good mood just now. And he spoke to the opponent in a good tone. According to the principle that the mysterious can save the non-existent, and the Krypton can change fate, he can deliver the goods. Maybe it is the other party's breath of fairy spirit just now. So Klein is going to be polite to the other party. The man sitting opposite did not expect Klein to be so easy to talk to. Klein said sorry. So he didn't say anything. It's okay. I just said that. Mainly to remind you. If you really want to organize, then organize. After the two people finished speaking, they began to organize their course materials on the train. Looking at the information on the table, Klein roughly guessed the identities of the two people opposite. They should also be students of the Royal Academy. But their strength is very weak. The man in front of him should be an elemental mage. And the woman next to him should be a warrior. Unlike Klein and others who have reached the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level before graduation. These two are real ordinary students of the Royal Academy. Neither of them has become a formal professional yet. And the theories taught by the Academy teachers are difficult to understand. Which is also a portrayal of most students in the Academy. Chapter 188 Krypton Can Change Fate. Klein looked at the other party's notes and frowned. Because he felt the problem in the other party's notes. The principles of various spell models were very rough. And there were even obvious errors in some places. It can be seen that these notes should have been copied by the other party. There are so many errors and omissions. It is most likely the problem of the college teacher. Although I am not an earth magician, your theoretical structure of earth magic seems to be wrong. Right? These two magic nodes should not coexist. Right? Although Klein is not an earth magician, he can easily understand the entry-level elemental system structure. What's wrong? If you don't understand, don't say anything nonsense. Okay? This is what the teacher taught. In fact, my level and your teacher's level should be similar. In some aspects, maybe I am a little better. After listening to Klein's words, the students on the opposite side looked at him suspiciously. Looking at their age, they are about the same age. It's okay to show off just now. Can you brag about something reasonable now? You are bragging like this. Klein touched his chin. If he could become an assistant teacher at the 2nd level and a teacher at the 3rd level, he should be able to be a teacher at the academy now. Is that right? He was not talking nonsense. Change this, and try again. Why do you want to change it? Just give it a try. It won't be worse than your current spell model anyway. Klein pointed out several problematic points in the opponent's spell model. He changed it based on his own theory of combining ancient magic. Except for the slightly higher mana consumption. There was absolutely no problem with the rest. The male student opposite was skeptical, and began to try to construct a rock magic in his hand. After trying it, he was surprised. It seems to be more useful. But the magic power consumption is a bit high. Thank you. Senior, are you also a teacher in the academy? What department? I can go to your class when I have time. Klein originally wanted to say that he was also a student. But after thinking carefully, he nodded. Yes. I am the arcane teacher of the academy. Klein. Betsy and Eric turned their heads with questioning in their eyes. But Klein did not explain to them. In the previous life, although there were differences between people, they were definitely not as big as this world. If someone couldn't survive, he would buy a dagger and stab to death those who were better off than himself and disliked him. Many murderers were like this. This is because there was no difference in individual strength in the previous life. Or the difference was not big. The biggest difference was nothing more than the difference between ordinary people and fighting champions. Knives and weapons could make up for it. If the difference in strength is not big, the distance between people will not be big, and everyone can still get along with each other. But this world is different. The difference in individual strength is too big. The gap between ordinary people and professionals is like a natural chasm, which will make people feel very distant. If Klein told the other party that he was a student, it would only make the other party lose his confidence. This feeling is like in the previous life. Some people said that I can only make 50,000 to 60,000 a month and can't do it anymore. In some people's ears, it sounds like a mocking word. Although the one who earns 50,000 to 60,000 may really think that 50,000 to 60,000 is not much. For more ordinary people, they basically don't like to have too much contact with such people, especially classmates. Klein felt that the student opposite was quite good, and meeting on the train was also a fate. So why should he undermine his self-confidence? Teacher Klein is so young. I am Hart, a third-year elementalist. Please give me more advice. He is in the 3rd year, so he is my senior. But Klein still nodded and continued to chat with Hart until entering the Palomia station. Klein suddenly stretched out his hand to Hart. Hart, I believe in luck. I feel that my luck is better after meeting you. Blow and share some of your luck with me. Okay? Hart was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Of course. No problem. Huh? Thank you. Klein calmly opened the synthesizer again and put in 3 exotic weapons. Fear Moon, special item, plus Wave Fong, special item, plus Wind Iron Rod, special item. Synthesizing. Please wait. You have obtained the Light of the Brilliant Moon, magic weapon. Klein raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Sure enough. Saving the non-African still depends on metaphysics. This guy is really a fairy. Light of the Brilliant Moon. Grade, magic weapon. Attack 10. Effect 1 Moonlight. The magic power is extremely transmitted. No matter how much power you use, as long as you touch the opponent, you will cause at least 50% damage. Effect 2 Extension. The Light of the Brilliant Moon is a lightsaber. With the injection of magic power, it can be extended to 20 meters at most. As the length increases, the toughness and power will decrease. Effect 3 Absorbing Magic. When the light of the brilliant moon pierces the body of another person, it will absorb the opponent's magic power and feed back 20% to the holder. Introduction. I allow you to run 19 meters first. 3 Attribute High-level magic weapon. As expected, metaphysics is the best way to improve equipment. Magic weapons have 2 to 3 attributes. Generally speaking, 3 attribute ones are stronger than 2 attribute ones. Klein was very satisfied with his weapon. He turned to Hart and said, Hart, thank you. This is for you. Don't refuse. Just take it as a thank you for your luck. Klein handed Hart a short sword. He could afford this kind of thing now. Hart was stunned. This was the 2nd time Klein thanked him and gave him a priceless weapon. He was a little confused. That's right. In the eyes of ordinary students like Hart, a weapon of the priceless level is already priceless. Coming out of the train station, Hart clenched his fists as he watched Klein and the other 2 leave. Hart, is the other party really a teacher? You look so young. Hart shook his head and smiled. I believed it before. But then I thought, how could such a young man be a teacher? He said he was a teacher just because he didn't want us to feel bad. After the 3 of them returned to Jia Society together, Klein ordered, disband. In Jia Society, if there is no very important matter, the 3 of us should not have any contact. Let's improve our strength first. Okay. After Eric and Becky nodded, they separated. Klein came to the pharmacy rest area and confirmed with Marion that Lance had been developing steadily during this period. And then he felt relieved. Klein was already very satisfied with the current situation. What they needed to do now was to settle down and accumulate in Jiesha. Back in his room, Klein took out the Light of the Moon. Initially, the Light of the Moon was a magic lightsaber with a hilt of about 3.5 nanofeet and a blade of 12 nanofeet. But if he injected more attributeless magic into the Light of the Moon, he could extend the length of the Light of the Moon. In his room, Klein extended the Light of the Moon to 5.5 meters at most, greatly extending his attack range. The strength of the light blade at this length was pretty good, and he felt it was already very awesome. As for extending it to 20 meters, Klein felt it was a bit too exaggerated, and the length of the room did not meet the test conditions. Klein felt the length, and he felt that if he used it to cut people, a blade length of 16 to 18 nanofeet would be the most comfortable. The Light of the Moon has many advantages, but it also has disadvantages. As a magic weapon, the biggest disadvantage of the Light of the Moon is that its basic attack is too low. Its basic attack power is constant at 10, which is even worse than some ordinary standard weapons. Without the blessing of magic, the Light of the Moon can hardly play its role. If a warrior uses it, it can only be said to be a large fluorescent stick. So this sword is a genuine mage sword. The Light of the Moon is okay. I give it 82 points for its coolness. The remaining 18 points are distributed in the form of 666. Klein held the Light of the Moon with satisfaction. Because the previous two weapons were knives, he was still a little uncomfortable with holding a sword. However, lightsabers are used for cutting anyway, so there is no difference between them and knives. He also has an axe of destruction, which has good properties, and he doesn't have the money to buy magic weapons now. It's a waste to use magic weapons to synthesize them, but he can't use them. As for Lilith, she has a Reaper scythe, so she definitely won't need the axe of destruction. Lance could have used this heavy weapon, but he is now a shadow swordsman, so he must use a sword. Shadow swordsman sounds fine, but shadow axeman is weird, and the axe of destruction has no magic conductivity, so it is not suitable as a mage weapon. Becky might be able to use it here, but it's also weird for a paladin to use an axe. And Becky herself seems to prefer a sword, which is not very suitable. He doesn't seem to have a muscular man who is good at using an axe. Is a magic weapon going to be thrown in his hands? It's a bit of a pity. Forget it. Let's see first. Klein put other things aside, and decided to strengthen various equipment first. He had never used the strengthening function before. Not because the strengthening was useless. Once he wants to strengthen, the first problem he faces is that the resource consumption is too high. When he is not strong enough, all the resources must be used to improve his strength. Now that his strength has improved, he has the energy and resources to improve his equipment. The second problem is that the equipment is updated too quickly, and the replacement of rare items is still too fast. Moreover, the rare equipment is too fragile. If it is broken or damaged in battle, it will be even more painful. For example, his broken fallen cypress was not strengthened before. Otherwise it would be a big loss. But now it is different. Many of his equipment are magic weapons. Things like the Light of the Brilliant Moon are already qualified for strengthening. The third problem is the problem of strengthening materials. It was not until he was promoted to a third-level mage that the synthesizer opened its sixth function. Don't ask why it was not introduced before. It was there before, but the author forgot to write it. Decomposition. Decompose the same magical items, and get the corresponding magic item fragments according to their value. Klein had decomposed several strange items before. He looked at the worst ones, and found that he could decompose 3 to 4 strange item fragments. And the slightly better ones could decompose 6 to 10 fragments. Only with enough fragments can the items be strengthened. So only after having the decomposition ability, Klein can be considered qualified to strengthen items stably. Although strengthening items can significantly improve the strength of equipment, the consumption is also huge. Klein has decided to strengthen it, because he believes that Krypton Gold can change fate. Chapter 189 Enhancement plus 10. Although the enhancement function has been around for a long time, it is still unfamiliar to Klein, because he has only used it once before. Putting the Brilliant Moonlight into the synthesizer, Klein checked the materials required for the Brilliant Moonlight Enhancement. Ordinary Enhancement, Magic Fragment *2. Arcane Essence *1. Advanced Enhancement, 5th Level Elemental Heart *1. Super Level Magic Crystal *1. Arcane Crystal *30. Original Arcane Crystal * 3. Soul Stone * 3. Okay. There should be applause here. Black like a snake's skin. If the black of Jiesha is to take advantage of you in various ways, then the black of the synthesizer is to rob you blatantly. Not to mention anything else. For the 5th level elemental heart, Klein calculated according to the ratio of the 4th level improvement. The mysterious potion synthesized by the 5th level elemental heart can at least increase the magic power by more than 100 points. Even if he has been baptized by arcane energy twice, the magic power is only more than 300 points. More than 100 mana, which is something that an ordinary person may not be able to accumulate in a lifetime. You just ask for one. I believe I don't need to explain how wicked you are. However, from the perspective of material requirements, there are also class divisions among magic weapons. The Light of the Moonlight should be a relatively advanced magic weapon. If a magic weapon like the Moonlight is further upgraded, it should be a miracle. When he tried to strengthen Lilith's weapon before, the materials needed were only level 3. And there were only 2 attributes. With this idea in mind, Klein tried the Axe of Destruction again. Axe of Destruction Enhancement. Ordinary Enhancement, Magic Fragment * 2. Earth Essence * 1. Advanced Enhancement, Level 3 Earth Heart. Earth Crystal * 10. Earth Essence * 3. Arcane Essence * 3. The upgrade of the Destruction Axe is quite reasonable, and is basically the same as Lilith's Reaper. But it is basically impossible for Klein to produce a level 3 elemental heart to upgrade an axe that is not used. And now there are no subordinates or friends who can use this axe. So he plans to sell the destruction axe. After all, it is a magic weapon, and the price must be very expensive. Weapons are more expensive than other equipment. No matter what level of items, it is basically the same. I can sell the destruction axe, and buy a few junk magic weapons to disassemble, which is much more cost-effective than disassembling the destruction axe directly. But before that, Klein has one more thing. Let me see the enhancement of Klein's book. Can you let me give up? The grade of Klein's book is exclusive, and there is no very clear classification. But Klein thinks that the 5 powerful attributes are at least a miracle-level item. Originally, the effect of Candlelight was a miracle, but it only had 4 attributes, and the attributes of Candlelight were far behind those of Klein's book. So Klein's book was at least a miracle. Klein's book enhancement. Normal enhancement, Miracle Fragment * 2. Arcane Crystal * 1. Advanced enhancement, Heart of God * 1. Eternal Arcane Crystal * 3. Lucky Apple * 1. Klein looked at the items needed for enhancement, and immediately lost interest, sighing, "Goodbye." Forget about the enhancement of Klein's book for now. He had never heard of the advanced enhancements, the Heart of God and the like. Just from the name, it's not an honest thing. You want me to kill a god and get his heart now? Aren't you driving me to death? Don't joke with me. Brother, even if it's ordinary enhancement, there is no possibility of execution at present. If he has a miracle item, he will definitely use it first. Klein is not rich enough to decompose miracle items. Even magic weapons are in short supply now. But the difficulty of obtaining magic weapons is much lower than that of miracle items, and they can be purchased with Krypton gold. Klein doesn't plan to synthesize magic weapons himself for the time being. Magic weapons should be sold in Jiesha. If you really want to strengthen the Light of the Moon, just buy it directly. It's easy and pleasant to synthesize some small things, but it's too tiring to ask him to synthesize magic weapons. Since you are ready to strengthen with Krypton gold, let's set a small goal first, and strengthen all the equipment that can be used on your body to +10. Klein didn't know how many magic weapon fragments were needed to strengthen a magic weapon to +10. Even if 2 pieces were needed each time, 10 pieces would be 20 pieces. But it was impossible to strengthen such things continuously. The strengthening of magic weapons was put on hold for the time being. Klein decided to strengthen the rare items first. Now, the thing he lacked the least was the rare items. Even if the rare items in his hand were used up, he could quickly synthesize and manufacture them. At this time, most of Klein's equipment was magic weapons. The only 2 rare items left were the vanilla stone ring and endurance slippers that had been with him for many years. Strengthening the rare items first would also give him a rough idea of how many fragments were needed to make an item +10. Begin decomposition. Decompose the Nutshell Destroyer, wonderful item. Obtain 8 wonderful item fragments. Decompose the Smiley Bookmark, wonderful item. Obtain 3 wonderful item fragments. Decompose the Solar Light, wonderful item. Obtain 4 wonderful item fragments. After decomposing a bunch of garbage, Klein had more than 80 wonderful item fragments in his hand, which should be enough to support him for 1 round of synthesis. To strengthen the vanilla stone, you need wonderful item fragments *2. Arcane crystal *1. High probability of strengthening +1. Low probability of strengthening failure. Extremely low probability of strengthening +2. Strengthening in progress. Please wait. The vanilla stone has been successfully strengthened to +1. Klein took a look at the properties of the vanilla stone. Unlike the weapons that changed after strengthening, the vanilla stone did not react after strengthening. But it didn't matter. Continue. After 3 strengthenings, the vanilla stone was stabilized at +3 by Klein. But the properties of the vanilla stone at this time still did not change. When Klein was ready to strengthen again, he found something different. To enhance vanilla stone +4, you need 3 item fragments. 1 arcane crystal. The price has gone up. It's really a Kryptonian. He is only enhancing items now. If it is a magic weapon, 3 item fragments would be a bit of a rip-off. If he fails a few more times, he will be disappointed. But there is no other way. The small goal has been set. Let's continue. Failed to enhance vanilla stone. Enhancement materials disappeared. Fuck. Klein was a little helpless. Although he had expected failure, he could only feel the pain when failure really happened. Continue. Continue. High probability of enhancement +1. Low probability of enhancement failure. Extremely low probability of enhancement +2. Strengthening. Please wait. Vanilla stone has been successfully strengthened to +4. Vanilla stone. Grade, rare item. Effect recovery. Slightly improve your mana recovery speed, and restore an additional 1% of mana per hour. Introduction. It exudes the fragrance of purple-blue grass. Klein's eyes lit up slightly. Strengthening +4 finally brought additional properties, and restored an additional 1% of mana per hour. This sounds small, but things like mana recovery have always accumulated little by little. So this further strengthened Klein's idea of strengthening the equipment to +10. After +4. Although it still shows a small probability of strengthening failure, this probability should have increased a lot. Maybe it will not reach 50%. But it is definitely much higher than +1 +2. Klein failed again in stage 456 before successfully strengthening the vanilla stone to +7. And when it was upgraded from 6 to 7, the success rate has become half and half. Probability of strengthening +1. Probability of strengthening failure. Very small probability of strengthening +2. Vanilla stone has been successfully strengthened to +7. Effect recovery of magic. Slightly improve your magic recovery speed, and restore an additional 2% of magic value per hour. 2%, which is equivalent to doubling the effect. An additional 6.3 magic is restored in 1 hour, which is not a small amount. It is equivalent to 1 more bottle of small magic potion per hour. Good job. Keep going. +9 failed twice. And when 9 went to 10, the strengthening probability was reduced again. And there was no option to strengthen +2 when it went to 10. Small probability of strengthening +1. High probability of strengthening failure. High probability of failure. Come on. Failed to strengthen vanilla stone. And the strengthening materials disappeared. Fuck. Failed to strengthen the vanilla stone. The strengthening materials disappeared. Fuck. The vanilla stone has been successfully strengthened to +10. Finally. It took 3 consecutive attempts to succeed. And Klein felt that his hands were very black. If this was a magic weapon strengthening, his heart would probably bleed. Vanilla stone +10. Effect recovery. Slightly increase your magic recovery speed, and restore an additional 3% of magic value per hour. Effect awakening. Immediately restore 20% of your magic value, with a cooldown of 1 day. Fuck. The properties of +10 vanilla stone are enough to rival magic weapons, and can even be said to be more powerful than some garbage magic weapons. 20% of magic recovery may not show a very powerful effect in the hands of ordinary mages. At best it is just a bottle of free blue medicine. But Klein is different. 20% of the magic is more than 60, which is not an effect that can be obtained by potions. Maybe the original attribute of the item is not very good, but +10 seems to bring about a qualitative change. And even if it is +10, the financial resources required are much less than making a magic weapon. Klein took out the endurance slippers, his eyes shining. He used more than 50 pieces of the item fragments to strengthen the vanilla stone just now. And now he needs to decompose some more to replenish it. After decomposing again and accumulating the fragments again, Klein faced Zuligian. Oh no! It was the endurance slippers. And it was another hard battle. Endurance slippers have been successfully strengthened to +10, endurance slippers +10. Effect Zuligian. Reduce your physical consumption when walking by 20%. Effect God. Read the location in your memory. Automatically navigate to that place. And you will never get lost. That's it? That's it? What the hell is the use of walking navigation? Rubbish strengthening. Give me back my hard-earned money. After the profound blow of Zuligian, Klein understood that not all strengthening is useful. A strange object, just like its name, may have magical properties or strange properties. He now has other strange objects. Klein is hesitating whether to continue to strengthen a +10 strange object to see the effect and decide whether to continue to strengthen the strange object or give up the strange object directly and shift his main focus to the magic weapon. Chapter 190, I have a pair of rocket shoes. Klein glanced at the endurance slippers and the vanilla stone, and stopped at the number +10. If you can't be sure whether you will get useful attributes, why not try to continue to strengthen it? Will continuing to strengthen it give you more awesome attributes? As soon as this thought came up, Klein had a bad feeling. And this bad feeling came to him on his own. This idea is an evil thought. Strengthening will make you poor for 3 generations. And increasing will ruin your life, Klein. You must keep it steady. You must keep it steady. Although he said he would keep it steady, Klein's hand still honestly threw the vanilla stone into the synthesizer. It takes 5 pieces of strange fragments to strengthen the vanilla stone to +11. Small probability of strengthening +1. High probability of strengthening failure and strengthening level reduction. Small probability of item strengthening returning to 0. Small probability of item damage 0. The current mana recovery effect of the vanilla stone. Even if it returns to 0, I can accept it. What if it breaks? Then won't my mentality collapse? Klein was half scared on the spot. No. No! At this time, his mind was divided into 2 sides. On one side, he shouted, Go! 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 I'm not afraid of a hammer. On the other side, he was calm and didn't waste time, because the mana recovery equipment was too important. Although Klein was reckless in battle, he was usually timid when developing, so he chose to stay alive and not waste time, and honestly took back the vanilla stone. After satisfying half of his thoughts, Klein turned around and threw the endurance slippers in to strengthen it. Staying alive was a must, but strengthening was also very expensive. Endurance slippers strengthened to +11. Endurance slippers enhanced to +12. Endurance slippers enhanced to +13. Endurance slippers were enhanced all the way. What a loss. It would have been better if I had enhanced the vanilla stone before. But on second thought, maybe the vanilla stone would have broken in the first wave. Klein took a look at the endurance slippers at this time. Except for reducing the physical consumption to 23%. The endurance slippers did not seem to have any other changes. What a rip-off. No additional attributes are given. This rubbish. I must destroy it today. Then Klein chose to continue to strengthen. And he didn't feel bad if the broken shoes were broken. Endurance slippers enhanced to +14. It succeeded again. And Klein stopped again, because the next situation was a little different. Endurance slippers enhanced to +15 requires 10 wonder fragments. Small probability of success. High probability of damage. The fragments consumed for +15 were doubled. And there was no failure to drop or return to 0. If it succeeded, it succeeded. And if it failed, it was gone. There was no next step. If it didn't succeed, it would be a death. This made Klein wonder. If +15, will there be new attributes? It's not easy for the endurance slippers to rush all the way here. Should I put on 2 cushions to cushion my hand? Although many people say that cushions are nothing. The actual situation is that after you fail many times in a row, you will eventually succeed. And this is the reason for putting on cushions. But the actual situation is that in most cases, whether it is psychological reasons or actual situations, putting on cushions is definitely not as effective as cushions. Endurance slippers finally reached +14. And it feels unstable without a cushion. Klein hesitated for only 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he closed his eyes and made up his mind. He wanted a hammer cushion. And he would do it as soon as he threw the items. He had connected them before. So he took advantage of this luck and rushed, with this in mind. Clay decisively clicked on the enhancement. Enhancing. Please wait. Endurance slippers enhanced to +15. Your endurance slippers have been enhanced to the extreme. Endurance slippers +15. Grade, rare item. Effect Zuligian. Reduces your physical consumption when walking by 30%. Effect Gold. Read the location in your memory and automatically navigate to that place, so you will never get lost. Effect Rocket. Endurance slippers burst out with rocket-like impact, allowing you to perform a rocket jump or rocket acceleration, with a cooldown of 1 day. Introduction. Under the plain appearance, there is a heart that wants to soar into the sky, which turns it from a foot strength to a rocket shoe. Awesome. The special effect of plus 15 foot strength is definitely beyond the level of many magic weapons. So powerful that he feels unreal. And from the appearance, I don't know if it's an illusion. The foot strength at this time does have a plain feeling. Well, this is very nice. After putting on the endurance slippers, Klein gave up the idea of strengthening the vanilla stone. The mana recovery attribute is too important to him, and the plus 10 effect of the vanilla stone is no longer an auxiliary attribute. It has a huge effect in battle. Living in Terrella is not a game without the effect of the vanilla stone. It is equivalent to losing more than 200 mana a day. The value of more than 200 mana is about half a bottle of ethereal potion, more than 10,000 Terra, and more than 10,000 per day. He can't afford to break this kind of thing. Not to mention that it has actual combat effects. After giving up strengthening the vanilla stone, Klein set his sights on Tiny Flying Pig and the portable scabbard. The portable scabbard is really useful, but strengthening the Tiny Flying Pig is completely out of his interest. He just wants to see what attributes the Tiny Flying Pig plus 10 can produce. There is no other way. He is rich and willful. Klein decomposed all the remaining strange objects, and finally upgraded these two things to 10. Tiny Flying Pig plus 10. Effect Spiritual Mind, very obedient. A magical paper object with the ability to fly. And the speed is much faster than before. Effect Flight. The load-bearing capacity is greatly improved. At this time, it can really carry people to fly. Klein picked up the Tiny Flying Pig and could indeed fly by pulling the pig's tail. But it always feels weird for a person to fly with a paper pig that is only the size of 2 fists. I don't know if the pig's tail is strong. If it really flies high, will the pig's tail break and make him fall from the sky? Portable Scabbard plus 10. Effect Speed. Automatically change to a scabbard suitable for your weapon. Effect Ready to Go. The first slash you pull out of the scabbard has a plus 50% power. With the combat amplification effect, there is no garbage. Moreover, this effect seems to have no cooling time. You can pull it out, insert it, pull it out, insert it, and repeat it. It feels great. So far, Klein has strengthened all the commonly used items to plus 10, and the first stage of equipment strengthening has come to an end. Overall, the harvest is still very large. Basically, there is no particularly garbage effect. It seems that this way of strengthening is feasible. In the next few days, Klein's daily life is to grind materials, grind ethereal potions, make money, change magic weapons, and decompose. During this period, he also participated in several team missions, but they were basically completed by Becky and Eric. He was lazy the whole time. Sometimes he was so busy with materials that he felt a little dazed. Klein, it's done. I have to go back. Klein, who was sitting on the side decomposing materials, came back to his senses, looked at the corpses of the wind wolves on the ground, and nodded. Done? You fought well. You two have made progress. Becky. Eric couldn't stand it anymore. Brother, you are lazy like this. We are very tired. What are you studying recently? You are absent-minded all day long. Klein was a little embarrassed to be said like this. I am really too busy recently. Next time, I will definitely not be lazy on the next mission. Oh, by the way, Eric, help me try my new weapon. Looking at Klein's malicious smile, Eric felt hairy all over his body. Every time this happened, it was not good. Why do you always look for me? Because I'm a familiar person. Stand there? Yes. Right there. Klein still smiled. So far, long-range weapons? Aren't you a mage? Why do you need long-range weapons? Eric estimated that he was at least 30 meters away from Klein. At this distance, a mage would naturally use magic. You'll know if you stand there. Klein smiled and pulled out the moonlight. The light blue lightsaber made Becky and Eric stunned and said in surprise, Magic beam sword? Isn't it called a lightsaber? Just as Klein was talking and Eric was surprised, the blade of the moonlight stretched out instantly and came to Eric at an extremely fast speed in the blink of an eye. Eric swallowed his saliva as he looked at the lightsaber against his throat. You spent the past few months just to make this, a magic beam sword that can extend the distance. Its functions are more than that. Let me stab you with a sword. Don't run away. I know that blood mages are very thick-skinned. Don't pretend to be fragile with me. Eric glared and turned his head to run. But Klein's sword extended another section and stabbed him in the butt. Eric suddenly had a strange expression and made a sound that was not sure whether it was a scream or a groan. Ah! Eric originally felt quite exciting. But immediately, his expression changed. He felt his magic power was draining away and being sucked away by this sword. Fuck. Klein. What are you doing? Draw your magic. Klein felt the magic power coming from the light of the brilliant moon and nodded secretly. Although this weapon is still a magic weapon, its quality has already approached or even exceeded some miracle weapons. Moonlight plus 10. Grade, magical weapon. Attack, 20. Effect 1 Moonlight. The magic power is extremely transmitted. No matter how much power you use, as long as it touches the opponent, it will cause full damage. Effect 2 Extension. With the injection of magic power, it can be extended to 40 meters at most. Even if the length is extended, the power will not decrease too much. Effect 3 Absorbing Magic. When the moonlight penetrates into the body of another person, it will absorb the opponent's magic power and feed it back to the holder by 40%. Effect 4 Magic Sword. Increase your current magic power by 20% as the attack power of the weapon. Introduction. I now allow you to run 39 meters first. Looking at the moonlight, Klein nodded with satisfaction. Unlike the enhancement of the rare items, which did not work after several enhancements, the enhancement of the magic weapon can really be said to be an all-round improvement. Whether it is the basic attack power or the 3 effects, there are very huge improvements. When encountering an opponent, it is increased from 50% to the full amount. The length of 20 meters is increased to 40 meters, and the attenuation is also reduced. The effect of absorbing magic is doubled, and the last magic sword converts magic value into attack power. Klein's 20% magic value is more than 60, which makes the magic weapon, like the moonlight, have the attack power of a giant sword. With the moonlight, Klein is no longer short and weak in close combat. It's better to have a magic weapon. You get what you pay for. Klein took back the moonlight. He still has many magic weapons to enhance, but those things are not as big as the enhancement of the moonlight, so he can slow down a bit. Strengthening the light of the moon, Klein decomposed nearly 20 pieces of junk magic weapons and more than 90 fragments. In order to collect these resources, Klein almost vomited blood. Looking at the wolf corpses on the ground, Klein adhered to the principle of not wasting and turned all the wolf corpses on the ground into synthetic dishes. Warcraft dishes have the effect of improving attributes, no matter how small the sparrow is. It is meat. If he can't finish it, he can share it with Eric and Becky. After cleaning up the battlefield, Klein took Becky and Eric back to Jiesha. Chapter 191 Perona's Comfort Zone. In the large apartment of the Jiesha Research Department, Perona was busy debugging something on the bed, and snacks were scattered all over the bedside. Rather than saying that Perona was debugging, it would be better to say that Candlewick was helping Perona debug, and the snacks on the bedside were really eaten by Perona herself. In front of her was a black mechanical device covered with small holes. Perona was constantly injecting magic power into the honeycomb to debug the overall structure of the device. This was already the 10th day of this process. Lord Candlewick, it's not good yet. It's too boring. I want to go out and play, or go to the library to read a book. I didn't let you dare to live for the past 10 days. Did I? You've been eating all the time, and you've gained 3 pounds. How dare you urge me? You still want to go out and play? What the hell are you playing for? When you're done, go and meditate. If your magic power doesn't increase, don't even think about going out. Master Candlewick, it is wrong and impolite to say that a girl is fat. Do you know that? And you have been the one who has been doing it lately, completely occupying my meditation time. My time has been compressed by you, and you still blame me for being lazy. Do you think I want to help you? It's because I feel a dangerous atmosphere here. We need to produce technological results as soon as possible to let them see your value. Perona shrugged. Dangerous atmosphere? In her opinion, there is no place more comfortable than Jiesha, and it is where Senior Klein stays. How could it be dangerous? Candlewick must have thought wrong. You also said that you want to let them see the technological results. And you occupy my body? Do research. And practice. And don't let me sleep all day. I'm going crazy. Not sleeping is a prerequisite for being strong. You know nothing. If I don't sleep, I'll die. Master Candlewick. Most of the time, I feel you're nice. But sometimes, I feel you're more annoying than my dad. Really. As time went by, Perona and Candlewick became more familiar with each other, and they spoke less respectfully than before, and occasionally mocked each other. I'm at least 1,000 years older than your dad. I'm 1,000 years older than my dad. So what? Aren't you squatting here as a spirit of the weapon? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You want to get on Senior Klein's body, but you don't dare to. You only dare to get on my body. You're an ancient coward. Perona saw that Candlewick didn't speak for a long time, thinking he was angry, and comforted him. Master Candlewick, are you angry? I just said it casually. Don't be angry. I'm sorry. It seems that Perona's apology touched Candlewick, and Candlewick said, why should I be angry with a child like you? Okay. This thing is finished. Awesome, Lord Candlewick. I knew Lord Candlewick was the best. When Perona heard Candlewick say it was done, she immediately flattered him, her attitude changing seamlessly. Lord Candlewick, what is this thing? What is it for? Candlewick looked at the black mechanical device in front of him, and seemed to be lost in some memories. After a long time, he spoke. This thing is called a beehive. It used to have many functions, such as reconnaissance, infiltration, and assassination. But this one in front of him is just a prototype, and its combat power is not very strong. It only has some basic functions, such as making some bees with little combat power. But for now, it is enough. What is a bee? Forget it. Don't answer. It's just a prototype and has no combat power. It's garbage. Right? Then study it again. Tell me when something better comes out. Zhu Xian looked at Perona, as if he had expected her to have this expression. However, this time he made this beehive not for Perona. He had other intentions. This thing was not made for you. Your magic power is simply not enough to support an item like a beehive. And you are too stupid. Even if you have enough magic power, you can't use it well. Humph. You keep saying I'm stupid and think I have no temper. Then why don't you find someone smart, if it's not for me? Why did you make it? And you wasted so much time. Zhu Xian ignored Perona and continued. I made this thing for Klein. Perona, if you want to get started, you still need his help. Klein is very smart. He only needs some simple explanations to understand the value of this thing. When Zhu Xian said that this thing was for Klein, Perona's face changed immediately. Master Candlecore is so thoughtful. He even prepared a gift for Senior Klein. He has arranged everything for me. He is worthy of being my elder. Candlecore shook his head and said helplessly while looking at Perona, who was lying on the bed lazily. This is not a gift for Klein. Although your progress has been good recently, it is not enough. Although your own efforts are important, resources are also needed. So I have to help you plan your future development direction. Help me develop? It's quite comfortable to stay in Jiesha all day. I don't think I need to plan. Zhu Xian couldn't stand it anymore and said, can you get up from the bed and move around? Perona frowned and said, why should I get up and move around? You are a professional. Professionals should have their own development ideas and leave their comfort zone. Perona frowned again. Why should I leave when it's so comfortable? It doesn't make sense. Zhu Xian's anger began to rise. Laziness and comfort are the source of a professional's degeneration. It's wrong, Perona said in disbelief. Why am I so comfortable? This kind of happiness is only temporary. Only by becoming a strong person and reaching the peak of life can you have long-term happiness and stay comfortable. Perona nodded. Although what you said makes sense. I think it's too tiring to become a strong person, since lying down is only a short-term happiness. Wouldn't it be a solution to this problem if I lie down for a long time? Gone. Can you keep lying down when your world is so chaotic? Well, I think I can. It's good to stay in Jiesha. Zhu Xian tried his best to suppress his anger and continued to speak in a gentle voice. Sit up and try to improve yourself. The happiness brought by self-improvement is much more comfortable than lying down. I sat up, but I didn't feel comfortable, so I laid down again. At this point, Zhu Xian had lost his patience. Trash? How could there be such a waste in the world? Sit up. Perona saw that Zhu Xian had signs of going berserk and felt a little weak. Master Zhu Xian, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit down or not? I'll sit. I'll sit. Although Zhuxin was helpless, he had to stick to the host he chose, even with tears in his eyes. With his help, Even if Perona was a piece of trash, he would help Perona up, I said. This thing is not a gift. It's a deal. I want to use this thing to exchange resources with Klein to help you develop. Deal? Senior Klein and I have such a good relationship. It's too hurtful to talk about a deal. You have a good relationship with him. It's obviously you who has a one-sided love. You're still fantasizing about him all day long. You're a nymphomaniac. Why do you say that? Can't people keep some fantasies? Okay. Give this thing to Klein. There's a note inside. It says what I want. If nothing goes wrong, he should give it to me. Why don't you ask Jiesha for it? I feel Jiesha treats its members very well. You look at the delicious food and drinks. This thing is for Senior Klein. Let's ask Jiesha for the other things. We must borrow the power of Jiesha. I will give it to Jiesha in a timely manner, and they will give us enough resources. The thing on your bedside table, along with the information, is for Jiesha. I have prepared it a long time ago. But Klein is another line. This guy has great potential. This kind of transaction is a kind of relationship building and a long-term investment. Although he is greedy, he still has principles in doing things. When Candlewick said this, he remembered the scene where Klein cut each of the furniture in the villa. Thinking of this scene, Candlewick felt uncomfortable all over. Perona nodded and took out the note from the honeycomb. Oh, then let me see what supplies you want. Master Candlewick. 10 bottles of ethereal potion, methods and items to quickly increase magic power. And a defensive magic weapon. You are too greedy to exchange a broken iron box for so many things. Things like ethereal potion are very famous in the red and white society. Broken iron box? I worked hard for more than 10 days to make this thing. And you told me it was a broken iron box. Do you know how much of my magic stock this thing used up? You still have magic stock? Didn't you tell me last time that you had used it up? Can't I have a little magic stock? If you are a spendthrift like us, we would have been gone long ago. Okay. I get it. When will you send it over? In a few days. Send the things that GS Society wants over first. They have been here for several months, eating and drinking all day long. I can't give them no results. Klein doesn't need to be too anxious. As long as he's in Jiesha, he'll go to the apothecary rest area every afternoon to drink a glass of tequila. Just find a time in a few days to send it over. Perona nodded. First took a look at what Candlewick was going to give Jiesha, which was a special metal sheet, and then looked at the information next to it, which showed that this metal was a new type of material. The information described in detail the manufacturing method, function, and effect of this material, but Perona couldn't understand it. So she asked naturally, Lord Candlewick, can they agree to give such a broken piece of iron? Didn't you say that you want to make some robots similar to the magic mecha for Jiesha? Are you fooling them? You know shit. This thing is about the magic mecha. They exchanged the magic mecha technology for you. So naturally they don't want this technology. It shows that the top leaders of Jiesha have realized the shortcomings of the magic mecha. But this thing can make up for the shortcomings of the magic mecha very well. It depends on whether the top leaders of Jiesha are willing to invest. During this time, you should quickly make up for the metal science. You should learn at least 450 kinds of metals and alloys, their types, identification, and properties. Learn again? I haven't finished learning mechanics yet. And you're giving me more questions. If you tire me to death, there will be no such good host. You are a fart. In our era, we could do 40 papers a day, and each paper had 60 questions. Yours is a hammer. Perona lay on the bed with no desire to live. Compared with a broken iron piece for Jiesha, she cared more about the honeycomb in her hand. Because this thing was for Klein. I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder how he is doing recently. Chapter 192 The Transaction Between Candlewick and Klein. Gwen walked quickly towards Esmond's office, because Perona had just sent her something that was very important. Gwen was not a researcher, so she didn't know the value of this thing. But Esmond had issued an order before that if Perona had any research results, she must send them to him as soon as possible, which might have a bearing on the main research direction of Jiesha in the future. Coming to the tower dedicated to Esmond, Gwen pushed the door open and handed over Perona's iron sheet and information. Sir, this is what Perona asked me to give you. Esmond looked a little stern, took the iron sheet and the information handed over by Gwen, and looked at it carefully. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but he looked uncomfortable when he looked at it. Gwen looked at Esmond with a frown and asked in a low voice, Sir, is there something wrong with the thing, or is there something wrong with her? Esmond sighed and shook his head. No problem. The stuff is good? Gwen looked at Esmond's expression, which didn't look like he had received something good, and said in a strange way, since the stuff is good, why do you look unhappy? Esmond hesitated for a moment before speaking, because this is not what I want. Not what you want. Well, what I want is the information about the life fusion metal on Becky. But this one she gave me is obviously not that. Esmond twisted the iron sheet into a small ball. But it didn't take long for the iron sheet to recover. Magic memory metal will always restore to the state when the magic pattern was engraved before the magic power in the metal is consumed. Gwen didn't quite understand what Esmond meant. Even to her, a layman, this thing sounded very powerful. It can self-repair. So isn't it very powerful? Esmond didn't say anything. This thing is of course very good. If the Red and White Society got it, they would probably go crazy for it. Because this technology can perfectly match the magic mecha. The biggest disadvantage of the magic mecha is that it is too expensive. It is a pity to scrap it. But what if there is a mecha that can repair itself? Then the previous shortcomings of the magic mecha will be completely compensated. This technology is completely different from the self-repair technology of Jisha. Self-repair technology requires a series of things such as materials, magic, and automatic conduction systems to work together. And this memory metal can really self-repair. But Esmond has completely given up the production of magic mecha before. Is it going to be restarted now, if it is not turned on? The technology of magic memory metal will be completely wasted. Which is really a pity. Moreover, this kind of memory metal cannot be leaked. It is different from the magic mecha. Memory metal belongs to the cutting-edge technology of materials science. If other societies get this technology, they can do too many things. Let me think about it. Esmond pressed his forehead and fell into deep thought. He had a scale to balance resources in his heart, and began to weigh the current situation of Jia Society. Jia Society needs money, talents, and resources. But it needs more combat power to respond to the official call of Tyrula. Many combat forces are originally talents, and Jiesha has not yet been able to resist the military's call up. After all, many Jiesha members are students of the Imperial Academy. But once they are called up, they will inevitably consume talents. So making up for combat forces can directly reduce the loss of talents. The purpose of artificial human technology is also to mass-produce talents and combat forces. And if the magic mecha can be improved, it can also make up for this. After weighing the pros and cons, Esmond nodded. Restart the magic mecha plan. In the potion rest area, Klein was drinking tequila while reading the newspapers of the past few days. In addition to the extensive reports on border conflicts, Klein basically did not see any valuable information. He turned to the end of the newspaper and saw something that he was slightly interested in. The wife of the administrator of the East District of the Imperial Capital had a mess with several other men and women at home. When she was found, she was still unconscious and begged for friendship everywhere. For a time, he was made a laughingstock by people in this case. Is it because he has eaten too many demons? Because it involves arcane crystals. Klein is still very interested in things like demons, and has kept paying attention to them during this period. Recently, there have been more and more incidents related to demons, and the Dark Crusaders seem to have made no progress in investigating the demon incidents, and have not been able to find the source of this incident. Klein closed the newspaper and thought to himself, I don't know how Nick Fury is doing. This guy has never contacted me once. He is really patient. He hasn't been to the security department recently, and he doesn't know the situation of the Dark Crusaders. But since Jason is dead, the captain of the Imperial Capital must be replaced. Senior Klein? A voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. There was only one person in GS Society who would call him senior. He knew who it was without thinking. Perona brought an iron box to Klein and said with a smile, Long time no see, senior. Klein nodded. It was still early spring when he brought Perona back from the southern suburbs. It had indeed been a while since they last met. Yeah. Summer is almost over. Perona pushed the honeycomb in front of Klein and said a little embarrassedly, This is what Master Candlecore asked me to give you. But he said it's not a gift. It's a deal. He said it. Not me. If I can make the decision, I'll give it to you. This surprised Klein. Candlecore wanted to trade with him. It's interesting. Klein still maintained a friendly attitude towards Candlecore. The other party seemed to have a huge amount of ancient technology and knowledge, and was a good negotiating partner. And he didn't want to let a consciousness parasitize on his body. So Klein was quite satisfied with the combination of Candlewick and Perona. He took the iron box in front of him and checked the item information. Mechanical hive. Grade, magical weapon. Effect 1 worker bee. The hive will produce 1 mechanical worker bee within 12 hours, and can store up to 8 worker bees. Bees have the ability to detect, explore, and collect. Effect 2 soldier bee. The hive will produce 1 mechanical soldier bee within 12 hours, and can store up to 4 soldier bees. Soldier bees carry the ability of poison, blasting, and fighting. Effect 3 honey. Honey is made of magic power and flesh and blood, and can be carried by soldier bees. After mixing with magic power, it will cause a strong explosion. Klein looked at this thing and realized at the first time that this thing was definitely an ancient war weapon. The effect of the beehive is close to the effect of the mother nest in some science fiction novels. But the mechanical beehive is only a mini mother nest. This thing seems to be more suitable for spies or assassins to use. With secret reconnaissance capabilities, exploration capabilities, certain collection capabilities and combat capabilities. If this thing is enlarged, it is simply an automated production barracks. And it also has the ability to produce self-explosive explosives, using this thing to trade with himself. This guy Candlewick has bad intentions, however. This thing is really useful. Apart from other things, the non-consumption reconnaissance and exploration capabilities are what Klein needs very much at the moment. As for the toxicity of the mechanical soldier bee and the ability to carry explosives, he is not very anxious. Klein calmly put away the beehive and said to Perona, "Since this is a transaction, does Candlewick say he needs anything?" Perona honestly handed over the list of items written by Candlewick. It is better for her not to interrupt the conversation between the big guys. Klein glanced at the list and laughed. Ethereal potions, defensive magic weapons, magic boosters. This set was prepared for Perona. This old candle demon really cared about Perona. The Candlewick is quite black. Perona thought Klein thought it was too expensive. And when she was about to say something, Klein handed her a bag. "Take these first. I'll give you the rest when I have time." "Oh, was the deal successful?" The voice of the Candlewick rang in Perona's mind. "What are you daydreaming about? Tell him to find a way to help you improve your magic power as soon as possible. I will have something better for him." Senior Klein, Master Candlewick asked me to tell you that if you can help me improve my magic power as soon as possible, he will have something better for you." Klein narrowed his eyes. He did have a way to improve his magic power as soon as possible. But he was not short of equipment for better things at the moment. "Better things? Tell me what they are first." Perona was silent for a while, as if she was talking to Candlewick. It was not until her eyes changed that she spoke to Klein. "Help Perona improve her magic power. For every level you help her improve, I will give you a mechanical fire seed." Klein was puzzled. Mechanical fire seed? The one that transformed the O's door? That's right. Then, there's no problem with improving her magic power. The problem is how to break through her. You don't have to worry about the breakthrough. You just need to help her improve her magic power. Klein was not very clear about the specific value of the mechanical fire seed. He didn't know what effect the creature could achieve after using the mechanical fire seed. "Give me one first. I'll try the effect, and then talk about improving Perona's magic power." After hesitating for a while, Candlewick said to Klein, "No. Perona's rank is too low, and forcibly condensing the fire seed will hurt her body." This reason made Klein frown slightly. "Okay. Wait for my news." Chapter 193 The King of Decay. After Klein and Candlewick reached a deal, Klein had a rare few days of leisure. During these days, he slightly supplemented his knowledge of ancient magic. After all, he was already at the 3rd level, and some fixed spell models had changed and needed to be updated. This day, in the Jiesha library, Klein was checking the 3rd level ancient necromancy and shadow magic, and Joe, who happened to be sitting opposite him, was also flipping through the shadow books. The two of them looked at the books tacitly, and neither spoke to each other until Klein wrote down all the spell models he needed. And then he flipped through the magic books and turned to Joe and asked, "Joe, how have you been practicing shadow extension recently?" "Not bad. Do you want to try it?" Joe seemed very confident, and it seemed that he had made great progress. He lifted his hair and showed a very natural smile. But this action, combined with Joe's tone, made Klein look like O'Dowdu with fish lips, especially asking for a beating. With this expression and this action, "Do you think you can do it?" Since he is so confident, As a brother, he naturally wants to let Joe know the cruelty of society. Klein closed the book and stood up. Joe's eyes also showed a fighting spirit. Klein was his target. Now he had another chance to fight Klein, which made him a little excited. Boom! The power of shadow erupted in the ancient books area of the Jiesha library. Gwen on the first floor suddenly felt the vibration of the ancient area. But she was relieved after a little doubt. There should be only Klein and Joe in it. So it's not a big problem. It's not the first time that brothers have had a little fight. This kind of mutual exchange is a benign fight. No problem. But just when Gwen was relieved, she suddenly became confused. This time, the movement upstairs stopped in less than a minute. Gwen frowned. Aren't they too fast? Xiaobai was sitting in the corner, with a bruised face and a look of grievance. I just want to have a simple exchange with you, to show you how my shadow extension is doing. Why did you hit me so hard? Looking at Xiao's appearance at this time, Klein touched his nose a little embarrassedly. He seemed to have hit me a little hard. But who asked you to pose in front of me? I couldn't help it when I saw it, although I thought so in my heart. I certainly couldn't say it out loud. Xiao was so miserable. So I had to comfort him. Well, shadow extension is well practiced. And it has deeply understood my essence. Looking at Xiao, who still had a resentful face, Klein hurriedly changed the subject. How are your missions going recently? Also, I asked you to check the matter about the demons. Do you have any news? Joe felt that Klein was changing the subject. But he had no evidence. And he didn't dare to refute it even if he had evidence. So he could only shake his head. I heard that there were several small waves of demons in Skyrim province. And the troops of many cities were withdrawn. So our missions are quite heavy recently. If you are not injured, your rest time will be shortened. As for the news about the demons, I have heard about it. But no one knows where the source of this thing is now. Klein nodded. Lilith's work is still relatively reliable. And their team is strong. So there is basically no need to worry. Klein stood up and walked outside. Before leaving, he threw a book about double extension to Joe. You should be familiar with skeleton extension. Some of the ideas and uses of skeleton extension and shadow extension in this book are all developed by me. You can refer to it. After beating up Joe, there must be some compensation. After all, he is his brother. It's good to give him this book to calm him down. Looking at his brother's background, Joe was a little amused. The last time Klein gave him the shadow extension notes, it gave him a lot of inspiration and was very useful. I didn't expect that it had only been a few months. And he was given a new magic notebook. He just got beaten up. And he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Joe opened Klein's magic notebook. The more he flipped through it, the more shocked Joe was. What on earth is in my brother's head? Extending melee weapons. Transmitting shadow power. Skeleton mimicry. How did he come up with all these? Joe flipped faster and faster. Because with his strength, he couldn't use the skeleton extension and shadow extension in the back of the notebook. And he wanted to see what else was behind. He flipped through the last few pages, which described in detail a composite use of skeleton extension and shadow extension. A giant complete skeleton torso, commanding powerful enough weapons and defense. And the final skeleton product covered with shadow flames. A crossed out name, Susanoo? Why is it called this name? It's weird. I think it would be better to call it Skeleton King. On the last page, next to the description of the skeleton, there was a sentence left by Klein. This move is called the King of Decay. I'm ready. Wait for you. Joe's pupils shrank slightly. What this sentence meant was, when Klein came to the first floor, Gwen was staring at him. Klein, your fight with Joe was very quick. And it seemed that you won. Klein knew that Gwen had doubts about his strength. But of course, he would not admit it at this time. Joe and I did not fight. We just exchanged some experiences of ancient magic. Some of his ideas inspired me a lot. So I was going to go back and try. Gwen saw that Klein did not admit it. And did not intend to continue asking. Well, go. Klein passed by Gwen. And he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that Gwen wanted to fight him. Gwen sat down again until Klein's figure disappeared from his sight. Just now, when she asked Klein about the battle process with Joe, she clearly felt Klein's fighting reaction. Although Klein's disguise was pretty good, Gwen, a close combat master, had a stronger perception of the subtle differences in the human body than Klein imagined. When Klein lied to her, Gwen even instinctively wanted to attack. This was her physical intuition. She felt danger from Klein. Klein's information needs to be updated. Should I tell Lord Esmond? Gwen hesitated for a while, and sat back in her seat. She decided not to tell Esmond first. She wanted to find an opportunity to test Klein's strength. Not long after Klein left the library, he received a communication message from Becky. Klein? I'm here. A new mission has arrived. So soon. It's only been 5 days. And our rest period has been shortened? Klein was a little surprised. It seemed that Jiesha was really lacking in combat power at the moment. But he was fine at the moment. With enough strength and magic power, synthesis could be carried out anytime and anywhere. Yes, if you are not injured in the last mission, the interval between missions will be shortened. I see. Tell me more about it. The Platini family received a strange threatening letter a few days ago, which just said that they wanted to take revenge on the entire Platini family. Originally, the Platini family didn't take it seriously. Until yesterday, they received another letter saying that the second son of the younger brother of the head of the Platini family would die. The second young master of the side branch didn't believe it at all and wanted to go out for a walk. Who knew that as soon as he went out, he twitched inexplicably and died on the spot. The cause of death was, it was a sudden heart attack. It just so happened that the head of the Platini family, the military judge of Telrella, was in Sky Province at this time and would not be back for about a week. So this time, the mission was for us to serve as guards for the Platini family for a week. If we could investigate the truth of this threatening letter, it would be great. This is what the security department said. Okay. I got it. Gather at the door. I'll go there now. After hanging up the call, Klein was slightly confused. He was not confused about the murder case and the work of serving as a guard. What really made him hesitate was the Platini family. He seemed to have heard the name of this family somewhere. Platini, by the way. I had killed 2 retainers of the Platini family at the door of dormitory 502, and had a conversation with Colin. I didn't expect that I would have to protect the people of this family. But they are all from the imperial capital, so it's not unreasonable. After tidying up his clothes a little, Klein walked towards the door of Jiesha. Chapter 194. I am an honest man. After the 3 of them gathered, they soon arrived at a manor near the center of the imperial city. Are you sure it's here? Looking at the house in the manor that was like a castle, Eric felt very uncomfortable. These officials were richer than each other, and Jiesha was really too poor compared to them. Not only Eric, Becky and Klein also had some feelings. Although Jiesha had many advanced equipment, instruments, and technologies, it was not as rich as these officials and businessmen. Others looked like bosses, but they looked like a group of workers. Such a big house. Only 3 of us guarding it? Of course not. The main security work is done by the security department. After all, it is the family of the military judge. The security department is short of staff, so they have to come and take care of it. Otherwise the military will lose face. We were invited here mainly to protect the 3 children of the head of the Platini family. They are the eldest son Donald, the second daughter Guy, and the youngest daughter Agatha. Klein was puzzled. A little strange. The Platini family should have their own trained or hired masters, right? And even if they don't, why don't they spend money to hire more powerful masters? Eric gave an explanation for Klein's question. Do you think it's so easy to hire more powerful masters? Almost all the masters will be recruited to the front line. Quentin, the head of the Platini family, is a military judge. If something happens in Sky Province, he will definitely take a large number of family masters out. It is impossible to leave too many people behind, because compared to the border, the imperial capital is already relatively safe. According to Her Majesty, you are already level 3, 4, and 5, but you still don't go to the front line. Why are you hiding in the Empire and eating free meals above level 3? Those who hide in the Empire without any business should die. So if they don't have a very important position, most masters will be recruited by the Empire. Even the Dean of the Imperial Academy is no exception. Above level 3, those who hide should die. Klein patted his chest. Fortunately, he didn't expose himself. Klein was slightly surprised by this practice, and roughly understood why there are so few masters in the Imperial capital. The 3 of them walked to the door, and were stopped by the guards of the house. After Becky showed the documents, and the 3 of them showed the executor's mark, they were allowed to go. There are many members of the security guards outside the manor. It seems that the Prodini family is really powerful. The defense is very strict. It seems that there should be no problem. Their enemies will not force their way in. Eric muttered. Who knows? Maybe their enemies will break in at night. Bring dozens of masters to destroy the Platini family. And we will die tragically in the house. And the book will end. Is it so cruel? You just found out? The two boasted as they followed Becky to the main hall of the Platini family. An elderly elder came over to greet them and bowed slightly to the three of them. I am Seth, the butler of Platini. Are you three from the GS Society? Becky nodded. Hello, Butler Seth. We are members of the GS Society who received your commission. I am the Captain Becky. His name is Klein. And he is Eric. The old butler Seth glanced at the three people. And after his eyes lingered on Klein for a while, he nodded. Klein also noticed the other party's gaze. But he pretended not to see it. Then I'll trouble you three. As you can see, we have carried out strict defense of the entire manor. But the young master and the two young ladies still need special protection. At present, the owner of the family has taken most of the masters of the family away. And they will not be back for a week. For safety reasons, we decided to hire some security personnel. I heard from the security department that your company has strong ability to do things. So I entrusted you. This time, please be sure to protect them well. Butler Seth. Don't worry. We at Jiesha have always been conscientious and responsible in doing things. In terms of handling trivial matters, Becky did a good job. Handing over tasks, talking, and asking questions. If Klein was asked to do these, it would be a headache. At this time, several members of the Platini family also appeared from the inner hall. The leader was a woman in a wheelchair, dressed elegantly, but she looked listless and sick. Klein recognized the person pushing the wheelchair. It was Agatha Platini, who had approached him in the college cafeteria before. She was still sweet and charming with her blonde hair. Standing next to Agatha was an older woman who looked a bit like Agatha. The old butler Seth began to introduce the ladies. This is Captain Becky. This is Mr. Eric. And this is Mr. Klein. When Agatha mentioned Klein, her eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled and nodded at Klein without reservation. Her smile was still as gentle and warm as last year. Klein didn't respond much, just nodded slightly. He really wasn't pretending to be cool, but he really wasn't that familiar with the other party. After introducing Klein and the other two, Butler Seth introduced the members of the Platini family. Captain Becky. This is the mistress of the Platini family, Mrs. Celia. This is the second lady Guy. And this is the third lady Agatha. Becky nodded, bowed slightly, and greeted them politely. Hello, Mrs. Celia. But Celia didn't seem to pay much attention to Becky. She just waved her hand, left Becky aside, and said to Seth, Where's Donald? Let him come down. I've just notified the eldest young master. He will come down soon. Celia nodded, then said to Becky, I am in this state, dead or alive. It doesn't matter. So your task is to protect the three of them. I spent a lot of money to invite you here. I hope you are not a bunch of trash. Understand? The tone and attitude are very bad. Just like the two people in Klein's impression. It's really a bad family. There is a reason why such a family has enemies. Maybe it's because of their bad words that offended people. So they were killed by the enemy. While Klein was mumbling, Becky nodded in agreement. After all, they were paid. And the money was a lot. There was no need for them to argue about such things. Please rest assured. We will protect the three of you well. At this time, a short man with a high hairstyle came down from upstairs. Are these people from Jiesha? You are so young. Can you do it? Someone is targeting our family. This is very dangerous. Master Donald, a member of the GS Society, has always been very capable. Butler Seth defended Becky and the other two. You say they are very capable? Have you worked with them? I heard that I slayed a dragon myself. Do you believe it? Donald curled his lips in disdain. This look of him was exactly what Klein thought of as a dandy. The few second generations Klein had come into contact with before, whether they were rich second generations, powerful second generations, or official second generations, were basically very polite. And their manners and conversation were extraordinary. Even Myra's boyfriend who was killed by Lance. They all have good personalities, which almost makes Klein think that there are no playboys in this world. And all kinds of second generations are excellent people. However, the appearance of Donald obviously broke Klein's concept. Sure enough, there are trashy second generations and playboys in every world. Becky glanced at Donald. She knew that Klein would definitely not be able to stand his temper. So she said, In the next week, Eric will protect Mr. Donald. Klein will protect Miss Gay. And I will protect Miss Agatha. During the mission, please trust us. If we don't have enough trust between us, there will be no protection. Everyone. Is there any problem? I have a question. Miss Becky. I know Klein. Can we switch? Miss Agatha spoke directly, which seemed generous. Becky looked at Klein with an inquiring look, and Klein nodded. I have no problem. Well, I will protect Miss Gay, and Miss Agatha will be protected by Klein. Eric on the side looked at Klein with resentful eyes again. Why do you always get the girl? This is unfair. Klein also lowered his voice. Because you look too wretched. Klein, every time this happens, I feel that you are particularly annoying. Why do you think I am annoying? Just because I tell the truth? I am an honest man. Shouldn't an honest man tell the truth? Chapter 195: The Killer's Provocation. After assigning their respective escort tasks, the three of them separated. Klein followed Agatha alone to visit the huge manor and familiarize themselves with the environment here. Agatha seemed to be in a good mood because she met Klein. While introducing Klein to some of the family's situations, she also explained for her mother. Student Klein, I hope you don't take my mother's words to heart. My mother is quite strict. So sometimes she doesn't look very friendly. Sometimes she will say something offensive or hurtful to others. Please forgive me. Klein thought to himself. Your mother's attitude is no longer a matter of unfriendliness, but rather arrogance, comparing the personalities of Lady Celia and Agatha. Klein felt it was outrageous. How could such an irritable mother give birth to such a soft girl? This is unscientific. But he certainly wouldn't refute Agatha's words at this time. Wouldn't it be brain dead to refute the employer at the beginning of the mission? It's okay, Miss Agatha. Agatha's eyes were very gentle, which made Klein deeply feel the troubles of being handsome. Being handsome means being troublesome. We are classmates. There is no need to be so distant. Just call me Agatha. I didn't expect that classmate Klein actually joined the GS Society. It's really amazing. I heard that the conditions for joining the GS Society are very high. They won't invite ordinary people. Classmate Klein is really excellent. It's all thanks to my friend's recommendations. I don't have any skills. I usually play assists and paddling for my teammates. Klein was talking nonsense with a serious expression. But the tasks in the past few months were basically completed by Eric and Becky. And he was indeed slacking off the whole time. However, Agatha didn't know how to continue what Klein said. So she had to change the subject. Are you still preparing potions? Klein, I remember you are a great pharmacist. Isn't that nonsense? Preparing potions is done all the time. How else can you make money to strengthen your equipment? Well, potions are still prepared. Do you still have vitality potions and shadow power potions? Sell me some. Klein frowned. Last time, she seemed to ask him to buy these 2 potions. What's going on? You are a young lady. And you haven't bought these 2 potions in a year? But this time, Klein really has these 2 potions. He put 2 bottles of shadow power potion and 2 bottles of vitality potion on the table. And then said expressionlessly, a total of 4 bottles of potions. Sincere discount 190 telephone. Agatha's hands froze for a moment when she heard Klein's offer. And she laughed awkwardly. Klein looked at the other person and was speechless. With this expression, you don't want to get it for free. Do you? We are not familiar with each other. Agatha really didn't expect Klein to ask her for money so directly. And he didn't even have the intention to start a conversation. She said a little embarrassedly, I don't have any cash on me. Wait. I'll ask Butler Seth to give it to you. Is that okay? After all, he lives in such a big house. 190 tel shouldn't be able to deny it. Right, Klein nodded. Okay. Thank you. Klein. Klein shook his head. Nothing. I should thank you. Thank you for your patronage. Agatha. Under the cold effect deliberately created by Klein. The enthusiastic Agatha spoke less. But even so, she was still very happy, and patiently introduced and explained to Klein. Klein was so cold because he saw clearly that this was just a mission. He didn't want any beautiful encounters or any stories. When the mission was over, he left. It was best to stay cold and not develop any relationship that made him uncomfortable. But even so, Agatha kept looking for Klein to talk about the academy, various clubs, the yearning for strength, ideals and other things. Unlike Perona, a rotten girl, Agatha's eyes were much clearer, and her behavior was also very generous. Such a girl was really likable. and it could be seen that she seemed to really have a good impression of Klein. It was not until the evening that the servants of the Platini family interrupted their chat. Miss Sand. Mr. Klein? Let's go downstairs for dinner. Okay. Coke. I'll be down in a minute. Klein? I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me. Klein nodded. Okay. Not long after, Klein and Agatha walked towards the restaurant on the first floor. As soon as they turned the corner, Klein heard Eric's exaggerated voice. Donald. Let me tell you. The girls in the Royal Capital Entertainment Club are really good. Tender and soft. I've been there several times. The service is good, and the price is not expensive. The most important thing is that they give away coupons. Look, I still have several coupons here. Donald looked at Eric, his eyes full of longing and envy. Is he so amazing? My mother is too strict with me. I have never been to such a place. Eric, next time you are free, can you take me with you? Okay. Okay. You pay the money. I make the test paper. 7 in and 7 out of 7 in one night. If you are not satisfied, change it until you are satisfied. When he first came in, Donald was still acting like he was the most important person. But it was only an afternoon. How come he has become Eric's little fanboy? How could a good dude be fooled by Eric like this? Eric taught the rich second generation how to save fallen women on live broadcast? This is too awesome. Klein looked at the eldest son of the Platini family, who was fooled by Eric, and felt sad for him silently. Agatha carefully pulled Klein's clothes and whispered, Student Klein, what is your colleague talking about? Is the Royal Entertainment Club that kind of place? Klein was asked a little bit and didn't know how to answer, so he could only laugh dryly. My colleague was just joking with Master Donald. Don't take it seriously. If it's just protection, this period of time will be boring. Agatha nodded, not knowing whether she believed Klein's words. When they came to the dining table, in addition to Lady Celia and the 3 young masters and young ladies, several other people also arrived. The younger brother of the head of the Platini family, Zangel, Thorn, his wife Jacqueline, and their daughter Ollie also sat at the table. The first person killed in the Platini family was their second son. Lady Celia glanced at Thorn and the others and spoke. Where's Nicole? It's time for dinner. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Are there any rules? Thorn's wife Jacqueline hurriedly explained. Nicole has been very busy with schoolwork recently. Maybe he didn't get enough rest yesterday. Let's eat first and don't wait for him. Humph. A waste like Nicole also has a heavy academic workload. I don't even know if he can be admitted to the Royal College. A waste is a waste. Let's eat. Although Lady Celia's face was very pale, her tone and words were really not weak at all. Jacqueline lowered her head. Although her face was ugly, she didn't dare to refute Lady Celia at all. After hearing this, Klein, Becky, and the other 2 looked at each other. She was really a very strict, even a little rigid, and a very bad woman. The dishes of the big family were not very luxurious, but they were very delicate. Eric started eating right after he got his food. After eating 2 bites, he realized something was wrong. Except for him. No one else seemed to have touched their chopsticks. Mrs. Celia glanced at Eric lightly. You don't know the rules. After saying that, she picked up the knife and fork and slowly ate the food on the table. The corners of Eric's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Seeing Mrs. Celia move the knife and fork, the other people in the Platini family dared to move, and they ate very carefully. Klein was a little speechless. How powerful was this Mrs. Celia to suppress the whole family like this? After this episode, the servants began to serve everyone, except for the large portion of thick soup and fruit plate. The other dishes were 1 portion each. Klein tasted very good. The food of the rich family was really different. When everyone was halfway through eating, Ollie suddenly found a small black letter under her plate. She picked up the letter in a daze. Others also found something wrong and stopped. The envelope of this letter was exactly the same as the previous 2. They were all threatening letters to the Platini family. Several members of the Platini family looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a while. Mrs. Celia shouted directly at this time. Guards. A few seconds later, a team of security soldiers rushed in fully armed. The leading security guard, Captain Jasper, asked Celia. Mrs. Celia. What's going on? Mrs. Celia didn't say anything. Just pointed to the letter in Ollie's hand. Open it and take a look. Jasper naturally knew what happened before, and he had seen this kind of envelope before, and his face began to become solemn. Slowly opening the envelope, Jasper took out the letter inside, which contained only a few short sentences. Revenge has begun. Please taste Mr. Nichols' decapitation soup first. Looking at the contents of the letter, Jasper swallowed his saliva inexplicably, and slowly moved his eyes to the soup bowl covered by the iron lid on the table. Becky walked over, took the letter from Jasper's hand, took a look, and spoke directly. The letter said that revenge has begun. Mr. Nichols has been killed, and his head is in the soup. Becky's straightforward language made everyone's pupils shrink slightly. Klein had silently stood beside Agatha, and his hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Although he was cold and indifferent, Klein still had the professional qualities he should have. After Klein and the other two protected their targets respectively, the captain Jasper slowly lifted the lid of the soup bowl. Ah! Although they had been mentally prepared to a certain extent, when people saw a bloody head on the table, they still screamed. Chapter 196 Resurrected Corpse. Looking at the head on the table, after the crowd screamed, the Thorns and their husbands cried, "Nickel, my son." Nickel's head looked horrified, as if he had seen something incredible. Surprised and terrified, looking at his appearance. He must have seen the murderer's appearance before he died. Betsy pushed Eric. This kind of autopsy must be done by him. Eric, go and have a look. Eric glanced at Donald, who was shaking a little behind him, and showed a helpless expression. In this situation, someone has to help. Betsy glanced at the soldiers of the security department again, feeling a little helpless. These guys reacted too slowly. In this situation, they had no action rhythm and reaction ability at all. Captain Jasper, please help my teammates take care of Master Donald. He is a doctor and can check the condition of the deceased. After listening to Becky's words, Jasper finally reacted. Oh, what are you looking at? Protect Master Donald. Eric then slowly approached the head on the table. With his physique, he was not afraid of poison or something. He was afraid that the other party would hide some curses or magic traps in the head of the deceased. If these traps were not handled properly, Eric would also fall into the trap. After carefully checking the head to make sure there were no curses or traps, Eric began to perform an autopsy. The bloodstains are new, and the time of death should be less than half an hour. And it should be 5 to 10 minutes before we had dinner. But the wound on the neck is not a cut, but a strain. Combined with the fingerprints on the neck, I can basically determine that Mr. Nichols' head was twisted off by someone else. And the opponent is very strong. Listening to this very cruel killing method, the Thorns cried even louder. After Eric finished his analysis, Becky spoke. I think we should look at his room first to see if we can find other parts of the body. After hearing this, Captain Jasper and Klein rushed to Nichols' room quickly. Seeing that the door was locked, everyone's hearts were slightly drummed. Jasper kicked the wooden door open, and a strong smell of blood hit him. A lot of blood was scattered everywhere in the room, almost dyeing the whole room red. As a blood magician, Eric naturally understood at a glance that if a human's blood is to create such a splashing effect, it is necessary to drain all the blood from this person. This effect will only occur when the blood is drained. Becky walked into the room. At her feet was a torn arm. She picked up the arm and took a look. The body was also completely torn apart by bare hands. It was a very explosive and cruel killing method. It really fits the personality of the Avengers. After tidying up Nichols' body, everyone returned to the hall. The atmosphere was a little cold. Captain Jasper saw that Lady Celia had been staring at him, and he felt hairy all over his body. He hurriedly explained, "My soldiers and I have been watching the entire manor very well. We rotate patrol personnel every 2 hours. No one has ever broken into the manor." Mrs. Celia's face became even colder. No one broke in. Why was Nicole killed? At this time, Eric spoke. Maybe the person who did it was someone in the manor? The so-called Avengers could also be servants, people from the security department, or members of the Platini family. They could all be murderers, or so-called Avengers. And they are more concealed and have more opportunities to commit crimes than outside intruders. This time, even Klein couldn't help but give Eric a thumbs up. He had clear ideas and good reasons. Klein thought so too. But he couldn't say it in this environment. Klein didn't like to argue with stubborn and difficult people, which would make him very tired. And Mrs. Celia was the most stubborn and difficult person at first glance. What did you say? Some words can't be said casually. Mrs. Celia looked at Eric fiercely. Yeah. How could it be someone inside the manor? Some servants echoed. Becky stood up. Mrs. Celia, my teammate, is just explaining a possible situation. And I think what he said makes sense. Everyone in the manor is a suspect. Jasper from the security department was silent at this time. He didn't dare to contradict Mrs. Celia directly like Becky and Eric did. Celia's face was a little gloomy. Perhaps she felt that what Becky and Eric said was indeed reasonable. So she didn't continue to refute Becky. I think we can use the process of elimination to eliminate each other's suspicion. First of all, the three of us should be together with Master Donald, Miss Guy, and Miss Agatha throughout the afternoon. So we can eliminate the suspicion first. Jasper said, our members are in groups of 4. And they rotate in small teams. There is no chance to act alone. In the meantime, we have been guarding the periphery of the manor, and have not entered the villa. Butler Seth glanced at Mrs. Celia. And after seeing her nod, he directed the servants to say, you each tell us about your actions in the afternoon. And be more detailed. With the butler's instructions, the servants began to tell their alibis in the afternoon. Only 3 servants did not have alibis. But Becky went forward to test them. Their bones were very fragile, and their muscles were very loose. They were all ordinary people. It was impossible to tear a person with cultivation talent with bare hands. Butler Seth nodded and added, the servants are in groups of 3. And they can basically testify to each other. Unless they all have problems. They are unlikely to be the murderer. And I was chatting with Mrs. Celia in the afternoon and never left. Now, only the Thorne couple and their daughter were left. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Thorne said a little crazy, I can't kill my son. Can I? I already have 2 dead sons. Are you mistaken? Looking at Thorne, Becky also shook her head. In this state, basically nothing can be found. Mrs. Celia pressed her temples, and seemed to have lost interest in all this. I'm tired. Help me go back. 2 servants and several guards pushed Celia's wheelchair away. After Mrs. Celia left, Becky cooperated with Jasper to start questioning all the servants in the manor one by one. This kind of questioning and investigation continued until after 10 o'clock in the evening. And some servants were already yawning and very sleepy. During this period, Klein stayed by Agatha's side, trying to avoid any accidents. Agatha, who had been watching Becky's questioning, was also a little tired. She patted Klein on the shoulder and said, what happened today is really terrible. Klein, it's too late. I want to go back and rest. Klein nodded. Okay, I'll take you upstairs. After sending Agatha back to her room, Klein moved a chair and sat down at her door. After a while, Eric and Becky had finished their work. After each of them sent their respective escort targets back to the room, the 3 of them began to transmit information between them. The communicator developed for Jesha is better than the military batch in terms of endurance and stability. There are basically no problems in their communication, including the communication between Klein and Lilith and Joe. I can't sleep well if I do this. Eric was the first to complain. Klein also felt a little tricky, and he also expressed some of his own judgments. I didn't even hear any movement. I don't know how the murderer did it. There was no sound, and no fluctuations in magic. I don't know what kind of wizard or special ability person can have such a power. Eric continued. The guy who was dismembered looked very surprised and terrified. He probably knew the murderer. So I think the murderer should be someone in this manner. Maybe it was a self-directed drama. Becky, did you find anything? No. I have carefully questioned all the servants. Their auras give me a very weak feeling. I don't feel any strong ones. There are no problems with their behavior and answers. No clue, forget it. Let's rest first. If we can't find the murderer, I'm afraid we won't be able to rest well this week. After hanging up the communicator, Klein took out the mechanical beehive that Candlewick gave him. Because of time, he now only has 3 worker bees and 1 soldier bee. But this is enough. Their mission is to protect the 3 heirs of the Platini family. In other words, even if the Mistress Celia died, it has nothing to do with them. They just need to keep an eye on the 3 young masters and young ladies. The 3 worker bees can just check the situation of the 3 targets. Although this is a bit suspicious of peeping at others, it is all for the safety of the mission and the target. Klein opened the beehive, and 3 mechanical worker bees flew out. Because the bedroom door was well sealed, the worker bees couldn't get in. So Klein could only let them check the situation from the windows outside the house. Fortunately, the windows of Donald and Agatha were not closed tightly. So the worker bees flew in easily. And the second lady, Guy, could also see the general situation from the window. The images transmitted back by the worker bees will be displayed on Klein's hive. Although the images are small, they are completely sufficient for exploration and monitoring. After confirming that the situation of the 3 targets is relatively stable, Klein relaxed the crystals a little and rubbed the arcane crystals in his hands. After the vanilla stone plus 10, his mana recovery efficiency has increased a lot. So if it is not a very dangerous situation, he needs to keep himself in a state of consuming a little magic power at all times to avoid waste. At 2 o'clock in the night, this time is the time when ordinary people sleep the most. And most people have fallen asleep. With Klein's current strength, even if he does not rest for several consecutive days, it will not have any effect. At this time, he is flipping through an arcane book to expand his knowledge base as much as possible. On the periphery of the manor, the guards of the security department are patrolling in rotation. Although they are yawning, they still complete the basic tasks as required. On the other side, in the temporary morgue built by the security department, the bodies of Barry and Nicole are lying there quietly. Suddenly, Nicole opened his eyes, and his body, which had been separated, was gradually connected by a black silk thread, and recovered and turned into a mummy. After the body was reconnected, the mummy Nicole looked at the body of Barry next to him, opened his mouth, and made some click sounds, as if adjusting his jaw. After confirming that his body had fully recovered, Nicole gradually placed his shriveled palm on Barry's heart. Chapter 197 Dragon Roar in the Dark. Let's not talk about arcane missiles. Barrage spells are not very powerful, and can only win by numbers. I don't lack this kind of group attack magic now, so let's put it aside for now. Arcane Shock is average in power, but the advantage is that after each arcane shock, the opponent will form an arcane weakness and receive more arcane damage. You can learn it. Arcane Nova is a circular attack method similar to Arcane Shock Wave. It consumes a lot of energy and has average power. It is not suitable. These ancient arcane mages are a bit useless. I wonder if there are stronger ones. If this is the case, then arcane should be used to strengthen other magic systems to highlight the effect. Klein was reading a book and taking some notes on it. He has always been very attentive in improving his strength. At this time, in the picture of the mechanical honeycomb, the shadow part by the window suddenly became darker. The figure of the mummy Nicole had unknowingly come to Agatha's room. Nicole's footsteps were very light. Or rather, there was no sound. He approached the bed step by step, and there was a faint blue light in his lifeless and shriveled eyes. In his hand, he held a black long sword, and some liquid was still dripping from the tip of the sword. If you have some medical knowledge, you will know that the sword has been smeared with poison. Klein suddenly felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. He subconsciously glanced at the beehive. In the small picture, he found that the shadow beside the window seemed to be darker, as if there was a person standing there, which made Klein alert immediately. Oops. Klein kicked open Agatha's door, and the long sword of the mummy Nicole stabbed Agatha's chest at the same time. Agatha woke up because of Klein's sudden intrusion. Looking at the long sword close at hand, she subconsciously stepped back. Nicole's long sword pierced Agatha's abdomen, causing her to groan. Klein's extended bone hand had already grabbed the body of the mummy Nicole and pulled him away from Agatha. Staring at the shrunken Nicole, Klein drew out Huiwa and slashed with a sword, slashing out a red sword light, which was a sword light with the power of fire. The silk thread of the blazing flame drifted along the sword light and slashed towards Nicole on the opposite side. Ding! But at this time, Nicole, the waste in the mouth of Celia, was unexpectedly strong. He held the sword with both hands and blocked Klein's blazing slash with his body alone. And his footsteps did not retreat at all. A 10-point fire blast spell had gathered in Klein's hand. In such a small space, he couldn't use magic that was too powerful. Otherwise the impact and heat would hurt Agatha. The hot fireball shot at the mummy Nicole, but Nicole didn't dodge it. Instead, he stuck the iron sword into the ground and took a deep breath. As he took a deep breath, his shrunken upper body began to swell up, and the gas filled and allowed Klein to see Nicole's true face. Didn't this guy die in the afternoon? After the mummy Nicole took a deep breath, his eyes released a blue light, and suddenly he spit at Klein, and the air in his mouth turned into explosive impact. Fuss Loda. Nicole's voice was like a dragon's roar, and the huge sound waves and impact force collided with Klein's fire explosion in the room. Boom! The scorching air waves and shock waves spread in the room. The flames originally ignited everything, but the chaotic airflow extinguished the flames. The skeleton shield blocked Klein in front of him, blocking the flames and airflow, and also protecting Agatha behind him. Nickel was about to attack again with a long sword in hand. But Klein's Hui was suddenly stretched out at some point and nailed Nicole, who was caught off guard, to the wall. Klein looked at Nicole, and he was a little bit unbelievable in his heart. Just now, he saw the legendary ability. The legendary Dragon Roar? It is said that those who can use the Dragon Roar are all dragon descendants with dragon blood. Such a dangerous guy, even if the limbs are cut off, is a great threat. Plus Agatha's current situation. Klein knew that he could not waste any more time. He needed to get rid of this mummy Nicole as soon as possible and then treat Agatha, slightly lowering his center of gravity. Klein followed the sword light and came to Nicole's side. Klein's palm with disordered arcane energy had already grabbed the opponent's head. The disordered arcane power erupted in his hands. Buzz! Nicole's head was instantly filled with arcane energy, and it was completely decomposed into tiny particles in Klein's hands and fell to the ground. Even so, Klein was still not at ease. He drew out Hui and cut Nicole's legs and hands into 3 sections respectively, trying to make him lose his mobility as much as possible. After dealing with Nicole, Klein turned around and looked at Agatha, who was holding her stomach and lying on the bed, and picked her up. The seriously injured Agatha also lay in Klein's arms. It feels good to be hugged by you when I'm injured. At least we are close enough. Not as cold as during the day. You can still say such words at this time. It seems that your injury is not a big problem. Haha. Of course. I am a wizard. My recovery ability is very strong. This little injury can't bother me at all. The two chatted intermittently. But Agatha's voice was gradually getting smaller. Wizards are a very rare profession. From what you said, you are still a genius, Agatha? Agatha. Klein's face was a little ugly. The reason he kept chatting with Agatha was to make her sleep. But the effect of doing so did not seem to be ideal. Agatha could no longer maintain her will. Agatha's lips were purple at this time, and her abdomen was still losing a lot of blood. The blood almost dyed Klein's clothes red. This situation made Klein subconsciously touch Agatha's back, which was also wet. Nicole's long sword was not just as simple as piercing, but a piercing wound. Fuck. This wound is really fatal. He took out the communicator and said to Eric, Eric, get ready. Agatha is seriously injured and poisoned. Help her with treatment. Eric on the other side of the communicator was a little surprised, but he immediately got into the state. Okay. Klein's side was very noisy. The sound of fighting had attracted the attention of some people. When Klein came to Eric with Agatha in his arms, some people had already followed him. Miss Agatha, there is so much blood. What happened to her? I don't know, but I feel that her complexion is very bad. Could it be? Don't talk nonsense. We can't discuss the affairs of the masters of the family casually. The servant's discussion made Klein a little irritated, so he could only walk quickly to Eric and said to him, the wound penetrates the abdomen, and there is a strong poison in the wound. Treat it as soon as possible. Eric glanced at Agatha's injury and nodded. Find me an empty room. A servant heard that Eric needed an empty room and immediately said, Here. There are many empty rooms here. Klein walked in the direction pointed by the maid and put Agatha on the bed in an empty room. Eric immediately tore off Agatha's clothes and began to clean her wound. Klein also knew that this was not the time to talk about the difference between men and women. Although Eric is usually a big shot, it is undeniable that his medical skills are really good. He has a solid foundation in surgery. He quickly cleaned Agatha's wound and began to detoxify her wound. At this time, Becky's voice came from the communicator. Klein, what's going on over there? Klein looked at Agatha lying on the bed, expressionless. Agatha was stabbed by Nicole in mummy form, and is now seriously injured, and is being treated here by Eric. Mummy? He's resurrected? That's probably related to the murderer? Did you kill him? Well, his ability is very dangerous, and he's very strong. In that environment, it's really hard to keep him alive. At this time, Jasper and the others had already arrived at the second floor of the villa. He knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Klein? What's going on, Miss Agatha? Klein interrupted him. Mr. Jasper, do me a favor. The murderer who assassinated Miss Agatha is still in her room, but I have killed him. His identity is Nicole in the form of a mummy. Please go over and check the murderer's situation. By the way, Check if there is any problem with the place where you store the body. Hearing Klein's words, Jasper was shocked. Mummy Nicole, how is this possible? He hurriedly led people to Agatha's original room. When Jasper entered Agatha's room, the headless Nicole on the ground was already dead. Jasper checked the body briefly and confirmed that what Klein said was true. Although the head was gone, the clothes, body shape, and the broken limbs clearly showed the identity of this mummy. Quick! Go to the morgue and see if Nicole's body is still there. Ah! Yes! Eric was very skilled. It didn't take long for him to clean Agatha's wound, suture it, and inject her with an antidote, finally stabilizing Agatha's condition. At this time, Captain Jasper came in again. His face was very ugly. Looking at him like this, Klein knew that Nicole's body was definitely gone. Mr. Klein, not only Nicole's body, but also Barry's body who died before is gone. Klein and Eric were shocked. There is another enemy like this, at this time. The servant had pushed Mrs. Celia's wheelchair into the room. She looked at Agatha on the bed with a sullen face, and turned to look at Klein angrily. Your so-called protection? Is that so? My daughter was in danger and almost killed? Becky arrived at this time. As the captain, she wanted to say something, but was stopped by Klein. Let's be honest. The accident happened under his hands. So naturally, he would not let anyone take the blame for him. If he doesn't have this kind of responsibility, then what's the point of being a jerk? I'm sorry, Mrs. Celia. Miss Agatha was seriously injured. It was indeed my fault. I don't want to argue anymore. To express my apology. This week, I will be a close guard for Miss Agatha and protect her safety. Please rest assured. Mrs. Celia sighed, adjusted her mood slightly, and said coldly to Klein, you have to understand that she is not only my daughter, but also the fiancée of the second young master of the Williams family, Majero. Our two families have been allies for generations. When the Williams family and our head Zangel return together, they will get married and become a new bond between the two families. If Agatha gets into trouble, you must not only be prepared to bear the wrath of the Platini family, but also the wrath of the Williams family. I hope you can do what you said before. Until Mrs. Celia left, she did not take a close look at Agatha. She cared about the safety of her daughter not because of family affection, but because she needed a marriage for benefits. Indifference, ruthlessness, and interests first. Is this the label of the so-called family marriage? For the first time, Klein felt that these so-called children of big families, although they enjoy glory, did lose something. When things developed to this point, he knew that he could not continue to paddle, and naturally took over the command from Becky and said to Jasper, Captain Jasper, please ask your team to start searching the entire manor in groups of 2. Whether Barry's body can be found or not, this search cannot stop. Jasper looked at Becky, then looked at Klein, and when Becky nodded to him, he agreed. Okay, I'll do it now. The reason why Jasper was so obedient was not only because the safety of the Prodini family was related to his own position, but also because the enemy this time was too strange, and he had no clue at all, compared to investigating by himself. It is better to follow the people of the GS Society. At least the other party has a general direction. Klein said to Eric and Becky again. From today on, you two will also provide full personal protection throughout the process. And stay with me all the time. Will it last until the end of the mission? Klein stood up. No. Since the other party is a so-called Avenger, then this time will naturally not take as long as a week. A week later, the head of the Platini family, Zangel, will return with a large number of masters. And then the Avenger will have no chance of revenge. So, since he wants revenge, the time must be controlled within this week. So be prepared. Understood. Chapter 198 Klein's Rejection. After Becky and Eric went back, Klein sat quietly by the window. He felt that Agatha had woken up just now, but she had not spoken. Do you think people like us are not as glamorous as you imagined? Klein shook his head. You are seriously injured. It is better to talk less. Especially such meaningless words. Hee hee. Cough cough cough. I can't even control my own destiny. I have lived for more than 20 years, like a puppet. I can't even contradict my parents during puberty like children in ordinary families. Everything is dominated by me. It's really pitiful. I feel that it's better to die like this. And there will be fewer troubles. There is an old saying in my hometown, which is that it is better to live ugly than to die gracefully. As long as you are alive, there is hope for anything. There is such a proverb in Klein's hometown. Hammer market? I guess so. So what Klein means is that I am now living an ugly life. That's not what I mean. It sounds like that. Klein, you know, the most outrageous thing I have ever done was to muster up the courage to show you my affection last year. But unfortunately you rejected me. I was really sad at that time. I used to be very confident about my appearance and thought I would be successful. But you hit me hard. Then, I found out that the retainers in my family had also troubled you. And I no longer had the face to see you. Klein was stunned for a moment. Agatha actually knew about this. They didn't come back. Did Klein kill them all? Klein didn't answer Agatha's question. But Agatha didn't ask any more questions and continued. After the two of them disappeared, I asked Butler Seth not to pursue the matter anymore, on the condition that I would not look for you again in the future. Klein's expression was a little dull. Of course, he understood what Agatha meant. I have a lover. Agatha was silent for a while. Really? What's her name? Lilith. Sounds like a gentle woman. Lilith is gentle? Listening to Agatha's guess. Klein smiled rarely. She's not gentle at all. Agatha was stunned. Klein smiled. It seems that he really likes each other. Yeah. I like him very much. Klein didn't avoid Agatha's question. His straightforwardness also made Agatha silent again. And Klein stopped talking. He asked the worker bees to start patrolling the house. Since they were already close guards, there was no need for the worker bees to monitor them. Compared to the search by the security guards, the investigation by the worker bees is more secretive and may find something. That night, the so-called Avenger seemed to sense the manor's vigilance and did not continue to attack. The next day, because Agatha was injured, she could not go downstairs to eat. So she could only ask the servants to bring some liquid food to supplement some necessary nutrition. However, after these foods were brought to Agatha's room, Klein would try them all himself. And Agatha seemed to have forgotten the conversation yesterday and became talkative in front of Klein again. Klein has become very serious, which is very different from yesterday. Really? Klein has indeed become serious. Apart from being attacked by others, he still cannot stand it. Agatha would chat with Klein from time to time, because she couldn't get out of bed yet. She had nothing to do except chatting. When the topic ended, and the two had nothing to say, and the atmosphere was awkward, Agatha would take out her magic book and read it quietly. The two spent a dull day, but Agatha was in a particularly good mood. Time passed quickly, and it was approaching night without any waves. Agatha yawned with her hand covering her mouth, put the magic book aside, and sat on the bed. Klein, don't you want to eat some of the food at home? I see you didn't eat the 3 meals they sent. At times like this, we usually only eat the food we bring with us. Klein also had the synthesized wolf ribs in his bag, which tasted great and had not yet deteriorated. So food was not yet in short supply. Even if it was really not possible, he could still make bread to eat. Just when Agatha wanted to say something else, a scream came from downstairs. What's going on? Agatha looked out the door. Klein was unmoved, turned on his communicator, and said to Becky and Eric, "What's going on over there?" "Nothing happened. Everything is normal." "Okay. Protect the target and stay alert." Klein didn't care what the scream was, or who died. Their mission was to protect the 3 young masters and young ladies. The lives of others had nothing to do with them. What they need to do now is to implement this protection to the end. After a while, a soldier from the security department knocked on the door and entered. "Mr. Klein, Mr. Thorne's daughter, Ollie, was killed in the bathroom." Agatha sat up in shock. "What?" But Klein on the side nodded. "I know." The soldier looked at the two of them in a daze. "This is your reaction to someone's death?" He waited for a long time, and when he saw that Klein still had no expression, he could only quietly retreat again. "Klein, don't you need to check it out?" Klein took out his magic book, and the information he noticed appeared in the book. He closed the book and said to Agatha, "No need." It was another restless night. Jasper was so busy that he was almost exhausted, because he was afraid that Ollie's body would mutate again. Jasper sent people to take close care of the body. In addition, Jasper only had a little rest time until the morning of the 3rd day after continuing to search the manor. This made the security team leader, who usually spent his days idling, a little collapsed. "This mission is too difficult. Life is too bad. I hope it will end soon." On the 3rd day, Agatha reluctantly got out of bed, and Klein supported her. Why do you have to come down so reluctantly? Agatha waved at Klein. I am also a professional. A wizard. Not an ordinary person. I heard that many professionals conceal their blood vessels and keep fighting even if their hearts are pierced and their arms are cut off on the battlefield. What's wrong with me? Klein nodded. He just subconsciously regarded Agatha as a weak woman, which was also related to Agatha's appearance. Her words and deeds were too gentle, which always made people subconsciously forget that she was a professional. Come on, Klein. Accompany me downstairs. I want to bask in the sun. Okay. The two walked side by side to the yard of the manor. When Agatha was about to bask in the sun, she found that Mrs. Celia was basking in the sun here. Seeing her mother, Agatha's joyful mood suddenly dissipated, and she whispered with some fear, Mother! Celia looked at Agatha and said sternly, Why did you come down at this time? What you should do now is to take good care of your body, not waste it. Your life does not only belong to you, but also to the wealth of the Platini family. Agatha's face turned pale and nodded to Celia. I understand. Mother! Let's go. Klein. Klein did not comment on Mrs. Celia's behavior, but if he only talked about her as a mother, such a mother was really terrible. And Katie was better. Hey, my little sister is here too. You look well recovered. Becky accompanied Guy and walked towards Klein and the others. Second sister? Agatha simply nodded without further conversation. Klein always felt that Guy's eyes looking at Agatha were a little strange. He had clearly seen a hint of disgust in Guy's eyes when he greeted Agatha just now. Is it an internal fight between the sisters in the family? With doubt, Klein supported Agatha and walked towards the house. The moment Klein brushed past Guy's body, he felt something was wrong and thought to himself, this woman has the breath of the dead. Klein had experienced too many battles at this time. Just by simply passing by, he was sure that there was something wrong with Guy. Klein suddenly let go of his wee-wet, and Guy behind him naturally caught the long sword that fell towards her, turned around and handed the sword to Klein. Mr. Klein? I'm too careless. Sorry. I was thinking about something just now, and my hand slipped. It's okay. Klein looked at Guy's back thoughtfully, turned around and caught it without vision and without any signs. This person's reaction was very fast. Watching Klein and Agatha go back, Guy laughed and rubbed his nails. That night, Klein wrote 2 notes, tied them to 2 worker bees, and flew to Becky and Eric respectively. After receiving Klein's note, the 2 destroyed their own notes. Agatha, who was sitting on the bed, witnessed Klein tying the paper strips on the 2 bugs and asked curiously, was Klein delivering a message to his companions just now, using bugs? Yes, a kind of bug I raise. Sometimes this primitive way of transmitting information is safer than a communicator. Is that so? Klein is really careful in doing things. After a night, everyone ushered in another peaceful day. Agatha's injuries have improved a lot, and she can get out of bed and walk freely. Chapter 199 The Dragon's Roar appears again. The following time was exceptionally peaceful, and this peace lasted until the night of the 5th day. The Thorns, who had not slept for several days, were sitting in their room in a somewhat desolate manner. All 3 of their children were killed, and the 2 had been crying for too long, and they had no energy at all. What they did not notice was that at the foot of their bed, a black bee was quietly lying, looking at the 2 of them. Thorn, why are all our children dead? What did we do wrong? Can you please stop being crazy here? Thorn said impatiently. It's you. It must be because you have helped Celia and Zangel do too many evil things over the years. All our children are dead. It's all because of you. Give me back my child. You crazy woman. You are crazy. As Jacqueline spoke, she actually wrestled with Thorn, scratching and scratching him, and pulling his hair. Although Thorn had some strength, he did not want to hurt his heartbroken wife at this time. He could only let the other party scratch him. Crack! A black shadow came in from the window. Like Nicole before, it was a shrunken body, but from the clothes and body shape, the Thorns still recognized the mummy in front of them. Their second son, Barry. Barry glanced at the room vaguely, as if he was looking for something. But he didn't spend too much energy. He just took a look and retracted his gaze. His blue-black eyes stared at the parents of this body, the Thorns. Barry held the iron sword and slowly walked towards the Thorns. Barry, are you Barry? I'm your mother. What's wrong with you? Wake up. What are you going to do? Barry didn't answer them, but coldly stabbed out the long sword in his hand. Thorn had no choice but to pull his wife, who was blocking in front of him, and also drew his sword to block. But Bart in front of him was obviously much stronger than him. Both his strength and speed were suppressed. Barry's sword turned gracefully, and after making a circle, he easily cut off Thorn's thumb. Thorn, who lost his thumb, had no ability to hold the sword, and no means to fight back. He could only cover his fingers and retreat. When he retreated, he was out of the attack range of the mummy barn. But his wife was exposed in front of him. The mummy Barry held the sword and stabbed straight at Jacqueline. Jacqueline's eyes were both terrified and desperate. Their child had just been killed, and now they were about to die at the hands of their own child. Was this just God's punishment for them? Before they could scream, Barry's sword had already pierced Jacqueline's chest. Jacqueline stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Barry's face, but Barry's hand gently pushed her away. After killing Jacqueline, Barry slowly drew out his sword, walked towards Thorn, who was leaning against the wall, and opened his mouth. Huh? The cold air began to drift in front of Thorn. Looking at this blue air, Thorn seemed to have finally thought of something. He looked at Barry in front of him with some sadness. The nightmare of decades finally came. It's you. When did you know all this? Barry still didn't respond, but silently raised his sword and stabbed Thorn, just when Thorn was trapped by Barry's cold air and could only wait for death on the spot. Dang! The sparks from the collision of metals flew, and the harsh friction sounded in front of Thorn. A giant sword blocked Barry's iron sword, and Becky arrived. Looking at the mummy Barry rushing straight at her, Becky showed her hidden mechanical arm. After being charged with holy light, her power was the most restraining against evil and dark creatures such as corpse ghosts. Bang! The fist hit Barry's sword, and a fierce punch bent the iron sword used by the mummy Barry to block, and the strong force punched Barry into the wall. Barry struggled to get out of the wall, but Becky obviously would not give him this opportunity. She accelerated again and stabbed Barry's head with a big sword in her hand. Clang! The big sword was blocked by the bent iron sword, and could only pierce into the wall along Barry's ear. Some dry hair fell from Barry's ears and scattered in the breeze outside the window. At such a close distance, the weapon was already bent, and the mummy Barry could only punch at Becky. But Becky's mechanical arm was overwhelming in both strength and speed. She easily grabbed Barry's arm, and with a crack, she tore his arm off and threw it to the ground. Then another punch with holy light hit Barry's chest, and the mummy's entire protruding sternum was completely shattered under this fierce punch. Barry, who had no blood left, made a crack sound from his mouth. Becky drew out her long sword and stabbed again. When she was about to blow his head off, Barry's silence was finally replaced by a roar. Fuzzloda. The dragon roar was like a concentrated shock wave. The giant sword in Becky's hand broke into pieces. When the family heirloom was broken, she was also blown away. The broken iron sword cut a lot of wounds on Becky's body. And Thorn, who was standing next to her, was hit in the chest by the broken fragments of the giant sword and killed on the spot. Damn it! Becky gritted her teeth and stood up. But when she looked at Barry again, she found that the other party had no breath, as if the dragon roar just now had released all its power. Becky didn't expect that Klein had already given her a hint, and she had made a lot of preparations, but still couldn't stop the other party's killing. Although the strength of the mummy in front of her can only be said to be average, his ability is too unexpected. Even Becky can't stop it. Looking at the broken sword fragments on the ground, Becky's face was very ugly. Dragon's roar? At this time, Jasper had already arrived with his security guards. Looking at the tragic scene and the dilapidated house, he didn't know what to say. Captain Becky, the Thorn couple, they are all dead. Clean up their bodies as soon as possible and keep them under strict supervision. Okay, I got it. Also, let all the soldiers enter the villa and stop patrolling the manor. The murderer is the person in this room. Do you know who it is? I don't know. With the entry of Jasper and a large number of security soldiers, the whole villa became busy again. In Agatha's room, Klein put away the mechanical beehive and stood up. Just now, he had learned the result of the battle between Becky and Barry through the pictures sent by the worker bees. Agatha in bed seemed to be awakened by the fighting and chaos outside, and sat up in confusion. Klein, what happened again? Your uncle and aunt. The Thorns are dead. Uncle and aunt. Agatha seemed unwilling to believe it. She got out of bed quickly, put on a coat, and followed Klein to the scene of the incident. After arriving at the Thorns' room, Agatha looked at the bodies of the Thorns in a daze, and a string of crystals began to slide down from her eyes. She lay on the Thorns and cried silently. And Jasper, and the few people who were collecting information about the room also fell silent. So far, all 5 members of the Thorn family have been killed, and Agatha herself has also suffered a serious attack. It is difficult to explain the escort mission of their security department this time. But even so, Jasper still had to bite the bullet and carry out this mission. He walked up and patted Agatha on the shoulder and comforted her. "Miss Agatha, please accept my condolences. Mr. Thorn's body needs to be handled to avoid a similar situation to Nicole and Barry." Agatha nodded and slowly stepped back. Becky on the side shook her head at Klein. Klein had asked her to pay attention to the movements of the Thorns and to guard against possible assassins. But he didn't expect that the Thorns were still killed. Although the opponent's strength is not top-notch, I really didn't expect the last dragon roar. I had clearly broken his sternum at the time, but I didn't expect that he could still use the dragon roar. My weapon was shattered by the dragon roar, and Thorn died when the fragments of the iron sword pierced his heart. Klein nodded. He had seen the power of the dragon roar. It could match his strongest attack magic, Pyroblast. He was already a 3rd-level mage. It was normal for Becky to be unable to block it. It doesn't matter. Whether you can block it or not is meaningless. Take this first. If there is a battle later, just use it for now. Looking at the axe of destruction handed over by Klein, Becky was stunned. Is this a magic weapon? Yes, it is a magic weapon. Although it is an axe. Is it okay? No problem. Well, we are going to Madame Celia now. The so-called Avenger should be here. Becky was shocked. Is Madame Celia also in danger? It should have been okay before. But if you left, she might take action. I left? You mean Guy? Just when everyone rushed to the Thorn couple's room. Madame Celia, who was drinking tea on the first floor, also heard the noise and looked at the butler Seth and asked, "Seth, what happened up there?" After calling a servant to report to him, Seth whispered, "Madam, Mr. Thorn and Mrs. Jacqueline are dead." Celia's cup shook, and she didn't drink tea again, but put the cup down again. Really? Thorn is dead too? Mrs. Celia didn't seem too surprised. After a moment of silence, she picked up the cup and took a sip. "Seth, who do you think will be her next target? Will it be me?" The old butler Seth stood aside silently. "Madam, at this time, none of this matters. What matters is your safety." Celia sighed. "Alas, staying in this house is not safe anywhere." Chapter 200, Sins Are Heavy. Just as Lady Celia was asking questions, a crisp sound of footsteps gradually came from the shadows, making a duh-duh-duh sound. This sound was very clear at first glance. It was a woman's high heels. Yes, Mother is right. At this time, as long as you stay in this house, you are not safe anywhere. When Becky left Guy to intercept the mummy berry, Guy just got rid of Becky's following and came to Lady Celia. Although he was wearing a close-fitting combat uniform, Guy still bowed slightly and gave Lady Celia a lady's salute. "Good evening, my mother." Lady Celia narrowed her eyes. "You killed the people? I should have thought of it long ago. But you were just a baby back then. When did you know about that incident, and who told you?" "Mother wants to know, haha. Don't be so curious. Wait a minute. When everyone is here, I will tell you naturally." As Guy spoke, he pulled out a sword from his ring, kicked off his high heels, and stepped on the ground barefoot. "Before that, let me try to see if I can catch Mother." Before Guy finished speaking, the tip of the sword was already pointing directly at Lady Celia's throat. But even in the face of such a dangerous moment, Celia's eyes did not flicker. The sharp sword in Guy's hand was flicked away by Seth's fingers before it reached Lady Celia. Ding! The crisp echo rippled in the somewhat empty hall, and Guy's sword was inserted into the ground next to it. Butler Seth is indeed a hidden master. It would be really hard to catch Mother if you were here. After a trial, Guy no longer wanted to continue fighting, but drew back his sword, stepped back a few steps, and stopped. The battle in the hall soon attracted everyone, including Klein and his 3 companions, Agatha and Donald. "What's going on?" Eric was surprised. "Mother!" Agatha and Donald hurried to Silica, and Klein and his 3 companions followed behind. Before they got close, Guy sent out a sword energy to sweep towards everyone, and Klein drew out Huiwa and used Shadow Slash to seal the opponent's sword energy. and the two energies dissipated in the air. Guy looked at Klein with appreciation. It's rare for a mage to be able to seal my slash with the skills of magic and martial arts. Agatha looked at Guy and asked Mrs. Celia, Mother, what's going on? Mrs. Celia's expression was still indifferent. She glanced at Guy and whispered, Your sister wants to kill me. The Thorne family was killed by Guy. These people stared at Guy standing in the middle of the hall. They couldn't imagine that this second lady, who was usually a little arrogant, was the murderer who killed so many people, seeing that people around were watching and Celia's words. Guy laughed. And laughed a little crazy. Ha ha ha, Mother is really jealous of evil. Are you going to cut me, a murderer, into pieces? But you don't have a chance today. Everyone is almost here. Celia, I stand up today just to settle your past sins. Lady Celia smiled indifferently. Liquidation? Haha. What a joke. In this family, the only one who can settle accounts with me is Lord Zangel. Guy did not reply to Celia, but turned to the crowd and said, Everyone, do you know why I did it? Why did I kill so many people in my family? Why did I kill my mother? The reason is very simple. Just as it is written in the letter. It is for revenge, because the Lady Celia Plotini in front of me is not my mother at all, but the enemy who killed my whole family. I don't know if this reason is enough. Everyone was a little in an uproar. Not only the servants, but also the soldiers of the security department were talking about it. Donald also looked at Celia and asked in a daze, Mother, is she telling the truth? Celia did not speak, but just raised her head slightly and said to the old butler beside her, Seth, don't let her continue talking. Go and get her back. But Seth, the old butler, who had worked diligently for decades, put his hand on Mrs. Celia's shoulder and said to her in a tone that had never been seen before, Madam, please be patient. I think everyone should listen to her. The voice was not loud, but it was full of penetration, and everyone in the hall heard Seth's words. No one could understand why the old butler Seth did this. Even Mrs. Celia herself was a little shocked. Seth? You? Seth patted Mrs. Celia's shoulder again. I said, be patient. Listen to her. Looking at Celia's shocked expression, Guy's smile became even bigger, and she looked at Celia with a smile. Mother, are you surprised? It doesn't matter. When they know your past crimes, I will kill you and set you free. Everyone. My original name is Galoy Tracer. I was born in an ordinary family in Skyrim province. But I was born with extraordinary talents, strong strength and physique, which was obvious since childhood. This was not a problem, because there are many ordinary families in Torilla with very good talents. They can also start a family and make some contributions to their hometown. But all this was broken by Celia. The reason is very simple. The Plotini family and the Williams family have been intermarrying for generations. Whether it is marrying or marrying, the Plotini family needs more offspring to maintain this relationship. And Zangel is. Because Celia's jealousy didn't have more women. So as a lady, Celia had to give birth to enough children. But when she gave birth to Donald, her body began to become weak. 2 years later, Celia actually gave birth to a second daughter. But she was a child with congenital defects and died a few days after birth. Celia, who was weak and sick, had no way to continue to be pregnant in a short period of time. But she was arrogant and jealous. And even if she knew that she couldn't continue to give birth, she would not allow other women to be around Zangel. So, she had a very vicious idea to plunder a child with excellent talents and no background. Fortunately, she chose me, making me the second lady of the Plotini family. And I have lived a luxurious and wonderful life since then. But there is also misfortune. In order to keep this secret, Celia asked my Uncle Thorne to kill all my real parents and then burn all traces with fire. Guy turned his head and looked at Celia, showing a crazy smile again. Mother, you really took great pains to make me grow up healthy and strong. Everyone. You can ask the Honorable Lady Celia if what I said is true. Guy's words were a little shocking. Looking at the silent Celia, many people in the security department began to believe Guy's statement. This behavior was not only vicious, but also inhumane. Not only the people in the security department, but also some servants in Klein, and the other two were slightly shocked. There is such a story. It is indeed full of motives, Klein said thoughtfully. Big families are bloody. Eric pouted. Only Becky did not speak. Guy picked up the sword again and pointed it at Celia. Mother, from today on, the Plotini family will no longer have any glory. and will not be qualified to judge anyone again. Your behavior can only make the Platini family be nailed to the pillar of shame. Now, are you ready to die? At this time, Agatha rushed to Celia and held Celia's hand. Mother! But other than that, Agatha seemed to have nothing else to say. She looked at Seth and Guy again. Uncle Seth, why did you do this? You should have worked for our family for decades. Right? Why? And Guy, even if what you said is true and Mother really has many sins, you at least grew up at home. Right? Seth did not answer Agatha, but just stepped back silently. Guy came closer, and she swung a sword at Celia. And Agatha directly blocked Celia, trying to block the sword for her mother. Klein certainly couldn't do nothing at this time. He blocked Guy's attack for Agatha, and then stood beside him with a sword. At this time, no one could have imagined that it was the always weak third Lady Agatha who stood in front of Celia. While the eldest son Donald was silent, Celia looked at her eldest son Donald and found that he had hidden behind Eric. He was really irresponsible. She could only shake her head helplessly. Celia patted the back of Agatha's hand softly and said, Agatha, go behind me first. Pulling Agatha to her side, Celia looked at Guy again. It seems that I will definitely die today. But before that, I want you to promise me one thing. I hope you can let Donald and Agatha go. Everything was done by me, and it has nothing to do with others. Donald was still very young, and Agatha was not even born yet. They are innocent. Guy smiled. Innocent? No one in the Platini family is innocent. As for the two of them, do you think I can promise you? Hee hee. Celia sighed. I know you and Agatha have a bad relationship, but your purpose is just for revenge. Right? There is no need to drag them in. If it was only me who died, Zangel would not say much, because I don't have much time. But if they all died, Zangel would chase you to the ends of the earth, which is not what you want to see. Right? After hesitating for a while, Guy exchanged glances with Seth and nodded to Celia. Okay. I promise you. Celia pulled Agatha to her side and said, Agatha, before I die, I have something to tell you. Come here. Chapter 201 Agatha, the Dragon's Son. Just as Agatha approached Celia and squatted beside her, a somewhat inappropriate applause appeared in the hall. Pa! 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 A wonderful performance. I haven't watched a movie for a long time. It's even better than the Zon Theater I watched before. It's really a good little movie. I admire it. I admire it, Klein said while applauding. Mrs. Celia was stunned for a moment. She also didn't quite understand what Klein was doing. However, what she was about to say to Agatha was also interrupted by Klein's applause. Guy frowned and looked at Klein with a gloomy face. What are you talking about? Klein ignored him and turned to look at Mrs. Celia behind him. Mrs. Celia, the continuous situation at home seems to have made you lose your composure. You seem to have overlooked a very important point. If you really want revenge, why bother with these sad dramas? Butler Seth is their man. If they want to kill you, they would have done it long ago. Their real purpose may be revenge. But what is really important is the secret in your mouth, Mrs. Celia. The secret in your mouth is your real amulet. As long as you don't say it, nothing will happen. But if you say it, you will definitely die. Am I right, classmate Agatha? While Klein was speaking, Eric and Becky had already moved closer without making a sound. They all knew that Klein would not do such a thing for no reason. He must have discovered something. So they were ready to deal with any possible battle at any time. Agatha, who had been lying beside Celia with her head down, had her face covered by her hair, and her specific expression could not be seen clearly. After listening to Klein's words, the corners of her mouth began to slightly curl up, and she slowly stood up. She looked at Klein, and once again showed her signature weak expression. But the tone of her mouth was completely different. I almost succeeded. But your behavior made me fail, Klein classmate. Celia, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly trembled all over, and she looked at Agatha in disbelief. Agatha. You? Agatha ignored Celia. Compared with Celia, she was more interested in Klein in front of her. When did you find out? Is my acting very bad? Klein shook his head. No. Your acting skills are not the best. At least in my opinion. There is no problem with being a professional actor. I really didn't think it was you at first. But after finding out that Miss Gay was a soldier, I was basically sure that there was something wrong with you. Of course, suspicion is never achieved overnight. but accumulated bit by bit. Oh, then tell me. What things made you suspicious of me? Klein recalled for a moment before speaking. Start from the day before dinner when you went to the toilet. Although women go to the toilet longer than men. If they don't have their period, it won't be too long. I have been with you all the time. And I know very well that you don't smell of blood. So a 5-minute toilet is indeed worthy of suspicion. Joe Cole was killed by you at that time. Right? Miss Guy is a warrior. And you are a wizard. She can't kill silently. But you can use the silent barrier to eliminate the sound. After killing Joe Cole, you planted the ghoul spell and made Joe Cole your ghoul slave. Is that right? Agatha smiled and nodded. Then picked up the red wine next to the sofa and poured herself a glass. Sat on the armrest of the sofa. And said after taking a sip, hearing you say that, I feel that my flaws are big. Basically correct. Continue. At this time, Guy interrupted Agatha. Agatha. Our mission? Agatha seemed a little unhappy because of Guy's interruption. I said, let him continue. So it's better not to interrupt us again. Please shut up. Guy. Guy looked at Agatha with some fear. Yes. Agatha looked at Klein with a smile again. Okay. Klein, you can continue. What happened next was the attack of the mummy Nicole on you. In this attack, you seemed to be seriously injured and dying. But then I thought, if the ghouls really wanted to kill you and roared directly, I would not have time to save you. You should have waited for me to notice and rush in to save you before you took action. Right? A weak woman who was seriously injured and poisoned not only makes people pity her, but also perfectly gets rid of her suspicion and makes Lady Celia lose her vigilance against you. You, who were lying on the bed because of weakness, could control those ghouls more subtly. Should you do this? Agatha nodded. It's really amazing. Klein, what you said makes sense. I think I have been very careful. But I didn't expect there are still so many flaws. Is there anything else? There are 2 more. Agatha was slightly surprised. There are 2 more? So many? I guess one of them was that Klein deliberately let me see your bugs? I remember that when I killed the thorns, I subconsciously glanced at the room. Now that I think about it, that can be regarded as a flaw. What is the other one? You are the one. The other one is that you acted too sad when you were lying on the thorns. Did you touch their bodies to plant the corpse charm on them? Agatha blinked. Yes. Then why didn't you expose me at that time? Klein? Klein also spread his hands and said naturally, I didn't react at the time. Most of these are afterthoughts. Agatha sighed. Is that so? However, Klein, you have been emphasizing that you only need to complete the task of protecting the 3 of us. The lives of others have nothing to do with you. Since it has nothing to do with you, why did you save her? Klein? She really deserves to die. Klein looked at Celia, who was trembling. He didn't know why she was so scared now, when she was calm before facing death. Is your life similar to Miss Guy's? Agatha shook her head. No. I am much worse than her. After my father was defeated by the 3 generals, Zangel found the remaining members of our tribe based on some information. More than 300 people in the tribe were killed by Zangel and Williams, leaving only me as a baby. The Dragonborn at the top of the world? Yes, Dragonborn. Son of the Dragon. What a nice name. A race standing at the top of the world. But it has been exterminated. By the way, Klein, you haven't answered my question yet. Why did you save Celia? Klein slowly pulled out who he was, and a huge magic power emanated from his body. It's not to save her, but I simply want to interrupt the play you are performing. No one likes to be used as a pawn. And I am the same. I interrupted it just because I don't like being led by the nose. I feel very comfortable to destroy the play you have worked so hard to create with my own hands. After listening to Klein's explanation, Agatha laughed. Ha ha ha. So that's it. Being able to do things according to your own temperament is really enviable, classmate Klein. It seems that I had a good vision more than a year ago. Just as Agatha was laughing, the 3 of them suddenly attacked. Agatha's claws, Seth's hand knife, and Guy's long sword all killed Klein together. Klein lowered his center of gravity, held the sword with his backhand, and blocked behind his back. The 6 bone hands behind him were under the bright moon, blocking the attack of the 3 people. Seeing the battle break out, Becky and Eric also rushed up, as did Jasper and the guards of the security department. A large number of guards and Jasper surrounded Guy, while Eric and Becky teamed up to deal with the old butler Seth, standing in front of Klein. Only Agatha was left. I almost believed you when I heard you say you didn't have any skills. But after fighting with you before, I found out. Klein, you are really good at deceiving girls. The last battle ended too short and was not very satisfying. Let's have a good fight this time. Okay, then come on. As soon as Agatha finished speaking, 3 corpse ghosts attacked Klein from 3 directions. They were the dead couple Ori and Thorn. In an instant, the situation became 4-1. Klein's bone blade stabbed in 3 directions, and the iron swords of the 3 corpse ghosts had also stabbed over. The bone blade behind Klein seemed to have eyes, sweeping them away, raising the Huiwa in his hand and pointing directly at Agatha. And the sword light stretched in an instant. Ding! The light blue sword tip instantly pierced Agatha's wizard shield, stopped at the position of Agatha's palm, and left a red dot on the palm. Agatha's body was also repelled by Klein's stab. Looking at the red dot on the palm, Agatha was also slightly shocked. It's really dangerous to be able to attack suddenly at this distance. At this time, the 3 corpse ghosts had surrounded him. Agatha grabbed Celia next to her, took a deep breath, turned around and spit out a blue line at Klein. The blue line was not fast, and Klein dodged it easily with a slight dodge. Just as he was about to continue chasing, the blue line suddenly broke and turned into a diffuse blue mist. The blue mist stuck to Klein's body, gradually freezing him. Burn! The blue mist was chilling and lasted longer than ordinary ice mist. The hot flames rose on Klein's body and burned for a long time before gradually melting the blue mist. Looking at Agatha running away with Celia, Klein chased after her. She had no intention of really fighting with Klein from the beginning. Her purpose was just to escape with Celia. Klein was stopped by 3 corpse ghosts not long after chasing. He knew that if he didn't deal with these corpse ghosts, he would have no way to pursue them. Not only to deal with them, but also to fight quickly. At this time, the corpse ghost Ollie had begun to take a deep breath. Klein knew that if he didn't take action, he would face their continuous dragon roars. And then even he would be in trouble. The Huiwa in his hand slightly tilted and suddenly extended, nailing Ollie on the far left to the wall. For skeleton warriors had already pounced on them, and frantically thrust their rusty iron swords into Ollie's body. Taking this opportunity, Klein released the sword in his hand, and a larger fireball appeared in his palm than the last time. The thorns on the opposite side also put down their weapons, and took a deep breath. Fuzzloda! Boom! The dragon roar and the fireball collided again, and the violent explosion directly blew up a corner of the villa. Before the 2 corpse ghosts could react, Klein had already passed through the flames alone, and the bone blade suddenly burst out and pierced their chests. Klein didn't expect to kill creatures like corpse ghosts with one blow, but at least he had to control them. Rushing to the side of the thorns, Klein put his hands on their heads and crushed their heads with the Disorder Arcane. He turned back again and took over the hilt of Huiwa. A wisp of flame instantly passed through the sword body and transmitted to the body of the mummy Ollie. The high temperature quickly burned Ollie into black charcoal. Klein shook the sword body and shattered her body. In a quick battle, he killed all 3 corpse ghosts. After taking back Huiwa, Klein looked at the direction where Agatha escaped and chased after her. Chapter 202: The Key to the Top of the World. After repelling Eric and Becky, the old butler Seth took out his cane. Ding! 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 The cane hit the ground very regularly, and the sound waves formed a special resonance in the room. And the people staying in the villa suddenly had a buzzing sound in their heads. This kind of sound wave interference is really hard to guard against, and most people enter a trance under the guidance of the sound waves. Seizing this opportunity, Seth grabbed Guy and turned to run away. But he just jumped up and felt that Guy under his arm suddenly became heavier. Turning around, he found that it was Becky. How are you okay? I'm not the only one who's okay. Becky, who was half mechanical, had neutralized the sound wave with a metal resonance. At this time, she had grabbed Guy's arm and pulled Guy down. Just as Seth was about to attack Becky, another voice came from above, and this voice made the alarm bell in his heart ring loudly. What are you looking at, young butler Seth? Eric had taken off his priest robes, and in a red robe, his arm formed a blood sword and stabbed at Seth. Seth was originally in midair, and knew that he could not save Guy in this situation. Seeing that the situation was not good, he let go of his companions, letting Guy and Becky fall from midair together. He twisted his body slightly to avoid Eric's blood sword attack and continued to escape. Just when Seth thought he would be fine after dodging the blood sword, Eric's blood sword suddenly exploded on Seth's right. and this blow almost shattered his right shoulder. But Seth did not stop. Instead, he took advantage of the impact of the blood sword explosion to run faster and jumped out of the roof of the villa. The opponent had no intention of fighting with him at all, which made Eric, who thought he had one, stunned for 2 seconds. This guy is a wolf killer. He didn't even stop. Fuck, he can run faster than me. Becky, you keep an eye on Guy. I'll chase this guy. Okay. After getting Becky's response, Eric's body gradually disappeared, turned into a red shadow, and chased Seth. In the Platini manner, Guy fell heavily to the ground. The soldiers around him had come to their senses. At this time, she had no choice but to run. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly found that the mechanical arm that had grabbed her before was still not loose at this time. And it was even tighter than before. Asshole. Let go! Guy kicked over, trying to kick Becky away. But the sudden pain in her calf almost made her lose the strength to fight back. Holy light flashed in Becky's eyes. At this moment, she no longer had any mercy or hesitation. Now, she was like a real fighting machine. The mechanical arm with holy light clenched tightly, and the powerful holy power and mechanical pressure broke Guy's calf. And Guy screamed at the same time. Ah! As a warrior, Guy knew what happened. She roared and wanted to get up and draw her sword to chop Becky. But Becky did not give her any chance. The axe of destruction swept lightly and cut off Guy's entire sword-holding arm. Then, ignoring Guy's screams, she grabbed Guy's body and threw him heavily on the ground. Repeatedly, boom, boom, boom. The impact and inertia caused Guy's wound to start bleeding profusely. Under the double blow of pain and trauma, Guy almost lost consciousness. But Becky still did not stop. She insisted on beating the opponent to death even if she caught him alive. She stepped hard on Guy's chest. Guy's entire right chest, flesh, sternum, and lungs were crushed by Becky's blow, and he completely lost the power to fight back. Looking at Guy, who was half dead on the ground, Becky finally stopped. Jasper of the security department guard and his group of subordinates looked at Becky with complicated eyes. Second level? This is the second level reported by Jiesha. Is this still the second level? Jasper himself is also the second level. Why does he suddenly feel like a waste? Becky turned her head to look at Jasper. She knew that these people were afraid of her. And she also understood the complex emotions in the other's eyes. But these were all taken for granted in Becky's eyes. There are more than one monster in Jiesha. Even in this team. If we talk about strength. Although she is the captain, she should be the weakest in their team. Captain Jasper, please keep an eye on her and maintain her vital signs. Don't let her die or commit suicide. Jasper nodded quickly. The other party was too cruel. Okay. Captain Becky, are you going to chase them now? Becky shook her head and looked in the direction of Klein. My speed is too slow. I can't catch up with them. So I can take a shower while I have nothing to do now. Take a shower? Okay. I understand. The fake Seth, who was being chased by Eric, saw that there were no pursuers behind him. He finally slowed down and stopped on the rooftop of a small building. His right shoulder was shattered, and the escape just now had cost him too much strength. Seth was in an extremely weak state. Now he had to bandage his wounds, stop the bleeding, and restore his strength. Is this wretched man's ability blood magic? It's too powerful. You know him. Eric's voice came from behind the fake Seth. Although I am very happy that you praise my magic power, it's better not to call me a wretched man in the future. Fake Seth's hair stood up immediately, and he subconsciously swept his cane behind him. But what he swept was only a ball of red mist. The red mist gradually began to condense. When Eric's figure appeared completely, the fake Seth's cane was already in his hand. He looked at Seth, who was no longer the old butler, with a smile and said, "Are you ready?" Fake Seth was subconsciously stunned. "What are you preparing for?" "I'm a blood mage. Of course I suck blood." "You're hit by a blood sword. And you still want to run? Run." The fake Seth's blood suddenly gushed out from his shoulder and began to flow along the cane to Eric's body. After that, Seth's screams were the only sound on the rooftop of the small building. Not long after, when the cook came to the rooftop to collect clothes, she found that a sheet hung on the rooftop was red. Why is it so red? Not washed clean? Or is someone playing a prank? Carrying the red-stained sheet, the cook walked downstairs helplessly and could only wash it again. Agatha was very fast. At this time, she had already fled to a big tree in the suburbs. After opening 3 magic seals in succession, a door suddenly opened at the root of the tree, and Agatha grabbed Celia and walked underground. This is a safe house that only Agatha knows about. It is protected by a barrier and built very secretly. There should be no problem here. She threw Mrs. Celia on the ground, leaned on the sofa, and poured herself another glass of red wine. Speak, Mrs. Celia. Where is the key? After a long journey, Mrs. Celia seemed to have regained some consciousness, and Klein's words came to her mind. That's right. She can only live if she doesn't say it. If she says it, she will die. It's already this time. If I say it, will I die? Then is there any need for me to say it? Agatha smiled. Oh, getting smarter, however. Do you dare to believe what Klein said? He loves to deceive women the most. Agatha at this moment made her feel extremely unfamiliar. Celia looked at her little daughter of more than 20 years with complicated eyes. Until now, she could not imagine that everything was designed by the other party. In Celia's eyes, although Donald was her biological son, he was really a waste. Although she was very good to Donald and tried her best, Celia knew that Donald could not bear this family. Many times, she really raised Agatha as her own daughter. She also had a bigger plan, which was to use Agatha as a base to eat away the Williams family. Unexpectedly, the daughter she had been carefully raising became the one who was about to end her life. Celia asked unwillingly, "Who told you about your origins? There shouldn't be many people who know about this." Agatha drank the red wine in the glass and poured another glass. Dragons have a power called Dragon Awakening. Although the Dragonborn are called the offspring of dragons, people who truly possess the power of dragons have not appeared for many years. So some legends among the Dragonborn have been lost. But the loss does not mean that there is no such power. And I am the one who awakened the power of dragons. All the past memories are as clear as the scene that just happened. I saw you kill my mother in front of me with my own eyes. The soldiers looted the entire tribe, raped the women, and then slaughtered my people. Plotini, you are such a good family. Celia was silent for a while, then asked again, "Is Seth dead?" Agatha suddenly laughed. "Celia, are you still thinking about Seth? Do you know why I have called Seth uncle since I was a child? Do you think that you are powerful after awakening the power of dragon? Wrong. The real power is education, knowledge, and famous teachers. I just have a good talent. But what really makes me strong is the person who teaches me how to use power." Celia's eyes widened. "Is Seth your teacher?" "No. Seth is my teacher's subordinate. He discovered my difference and made me a disciple of my teacher. Of course, he can bear me calling him uncle. Do you understand?" Looking at Celia, who was still shocked, Agatha shook her head. "Okay. It's almost time to rest. Next, you can tell me where you put the key you brought back from the top of the world." Chapter 203, I really didn't eavesdrop. Although Celia was terrified, she still said very stubbornly, "I won't tell you. If I tell you, I will die." "I can't tell you. I can't tell you." Agatha frowned slightly. This situation was very troublesome. If she wasn't sure whether the other party had a defensive soul mark, she would have used the soul-devouring dragon roar. Then, "Celia, let's make a deal." "What deal?" Celia saw a glimmer of hope again. "I can promise you one thing. If you tell me, I can let your biological son, Donald, go, and if you don't tell me, I will catch Donald in front of you, tear his body into pieces bit by bit, and then turn him into a corpse ghost and kill you with my own hands." Celia took a step back. She didn't want to die, but she didn't want Donald to die either. He was her real son and her only son. Celia's emotions became complicated. After a while, she seemed to have made a decision and her emotions calmed down. "I'll tell you, but I hope you can keep your promise." Agatha laughed and held up 3 fingers. "Of course. I swear in the name of the Dragonborn." Celia nodded. She didn't doubt the authenticity of Agatha's oath, because there was no need. She herself had no fighting power, and she couldn't tell whether it was true or false. She had figured it out. She was dead today. Agatha would never let her go. At this moment, she could only try her best to save Donald's life. Celia had no choice but to compromise. The key is still at the top of the world. After hearing Celia's words, Agatha frowned. "Still on top of the world? Celia, are you kidding me?" "No. Absolutely not. What I said is true. We couldn't take the key away. When we were cleaning up the Dragonborn clan books, We found a record saying that the key couldn't be taken away from the top of the world. No way to take it away. Then where is the key now? And what about the ancient ruins? We didn't find the ancient ruins guarded by the Dragonborn at that time. If we had found them, we would definitely not have kept you alive. Because your father said at that time that only the Dragonborn with the key could find the door to the ancient ruins. So we kept your life. This is also the reason why we have been urging you to marry the Williams family. As long as you give birth to a child, the child will also have the blood of the Dragonborn. Even if you can't do it, or you rebel, your child will have the qualifications to open the ruins. Agatha really didn't know this history. But now she heard that she was alive thanks to the words her father said to them before he died. Thinking of this, Agatha sighed. So there are these things. I am really lucky to be alive. Is there anything else you didn't tell me? Celia's eyes were a little panicked. But she said with determination, No. I told you everything I know. I have no other requests. I just hope you can do what you promised and let Donald go. Okay. Agatha's eyes suddenly turned cold. She grabbed Mrs. Celia, looked at each other, and began to growl. Celia Plotini Fuda. Celia's soul began to leave her body. But at this moment, Celia's soul suddenly solidified. Her pupils turned black, and she died on the spot with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Seeing this, Agatha immediately dropped Celia's body and hurriedly stepped back a few steps. This is the curse of the turbid soul. If you touch it, your soul will be polluted. You'd better check your soul. Agatha. The sudden voice made Agatha's pupils shrink. She was nervous at first, and then suddenly laughed. Classmate Klein. Eavesdropping on others is not a polite behavior. Klein walked into the house slowly with Huiwa in his hand. The sound got into my ears by itself. Just like 2 aunties gossiping on the street. I would hear it if I passed by. Agatha's face was a little ugly. 2 aunties gossiping. What kind of metaphor is Klein using? I should have set up a barrier. How did you get in? Klein held the sword and sat on the sofa. Have you ever heard of the term academic bully? Agatha asked in confusion. Academic bully? Yes. An academic bully. A magic academic bully is one who can easily break those ordinary barriers. Curses, spiritual spells, verbal spells and the like, and can also draw inferences from one instance to another. Then Klein, you mean you are an academic bully? My barrier is the ordinary barrier you mentioned, which you can easily break, and can also draw inferences from one instance to another. Klein nodded shyly. Well, although I also know that I should be humble and low-key. Sometimes my strength really doesn't allow it. Agatha poured herself another glass of wine. Would you like a drink? No. I don't drink. Boring wizard. Agatha drank the red wine in the glass, and looked at Klein again. Her eyes no longer gentle as before. Now Celia is dead. Klein, do you still want to take me back? Klein also held the sword. He was not so absolute just now. But now it is different. He must catch Agatha. No. Not to take you back, but to catch you. I am very interested in the so-called ancient ruins. So I have to trouble classmate Agatha to take me to see what the so-called ancient ruins are. Agatha's face turned cold. If she had something that she absolutely could not touch, it must be the ruins that all her people protected. It seems that I have to fight Klein seriously. Fuss Loda. Before Klein could react, the dragon roared again, instantly blowing the underground safe house to pieces. In such a small space, Klein couldn't defend well. As soon as he rushed out of the ground, a frost dragon roar shot down. Wherever the dragon roar passed, it was ice. Not long after, the whole area was frozen. Klein stood on the treetop, looking at Agatha opposite. If you use magic that is too powerful, I can't stop it, and may kill you directly. It is indeed much more difficult to capture you alive than to kill you. Agatha looked a little strange. Are you kidding? Klein, don't you think that I have the upper hand now? Agatha rushed straight to Klein. She drew out a hot dagger in midair, and came to Klein in an instant. She stabbed several times with the dagger, but they were all blocked by Klein's Huiwa. As long as the distance is close enough, your magic sword attack will be useless. Klein looked at Agatha, who was so sure of what she said, and suddenly felt a little funny. Do you really think so? Suddenly, more than a dozen bone blades extended from Klein's back, piercing through his body one after another. Facing such an ability, Agatha could only try her best to dodge. Bone extension? She cut off several bone blades with one knife and jumped back. But before she and Klein could distance themselves, The tip of Huiyue's light sword had already rushed over quickly. Agatha could only block with the broken knife when she saw that she couldn't dodge. Ding! The tip of the sword nailed on Agatha's dagger. The huge impact made Agatha groan. The strong impact made her mouth. The corner of the head was bleeding. Klein's sword was several times more powerful than the one in the manor. Not only did he use all his strength, but he also attached shadow flames to the sword. After one blow, Agatha's short blade had a crack. She was a wizard, and she also had no way to protect her weapon with fighting spirit, so she could only resist. In close combat, there was a bone blade, which was both offensive and defensive. In long-range combat, there were magic sword thrusts and flame explosion bombardments, which made Agatha a little difficult to resist. Whether in close combat or long-range combat, Klein had almost no flaws. It was the first time that Agatha encountered such a difficult enemy. Agatha put away the short blade with some heartache and exclaimed, "Klein's strength is really beyond imagination. I haven't met an opponent in the same level. Since I can't deal with you in close combat or long-range combat, I can only start with the terrain. Although it is a waste of strength." Agatha took a deep breath and sprayed a fiery dragon roar at the ground. Dragon flame. The ground was already full of ice. The place where the two stood was full of trees. The trees were not frozen because they had no magic conductivity. At this time, Agatha's dragon flame passed over, and all the trees were burned instantly. Klein had no trees as a foothold, and could only fall to the ground. As soon as he landed, the power of ice gathered under his feet to freeze him. Klein could only extend 6 bone blades and nail them to the ground as a new foothold. However, the bone blades are also magical creations with strong magic conductivity. Otherwise the shadow flames could not be extended. The power of ice quickly spread upward along the bone blades. When it was about to freeze Klein's legs, Klein had no choice but to cut off the bone blades. Klein, who was floating in the air, knew that it would not work to land like this at the moment. So he could only take out his secret weapon from the ring. "Fly for me!" Squeak, squeak. After a puff of white smoke, Tai Feiju pulled Klein up with some effort. The scene was too beautiful. Fortunately, there were not many people here. Agatha on the opposite side was obviously stunned after seeing Tai Feiju. And then she forced herself to hold back the urge to laugh and put her hands together. Open the sky. Boom. Open the sky is a sonic dragon roar. The sound waves vibrate in the air layer by layer. Klein's ear sounded like a thunder, and he subconsciously let go of the hand holding Tai Feiju. After landing on the ground, ice attacked him layer by layer, and Agatha above him took a deep breath again. Another icy breath. If he was hit by this breath again, he would be trapped. Damn it, Dragon Roar is an ability that requires almost no magic power, and is so powerful. It's really annoying. Klein's feet suddenly spurted out flames, and the impact force carried him into the sky. A huge fireball instantly appeared in Klein's hands. Fire explosion. Chapter 2:0 For those who ride dragons or warriors. The pyroblast suppressed Agatha's ice dragon roar and flew over. Agatha couldn't understand why Klein's magic power was always so outrageous. And some of his magic power was even more powerful than her dragon roar. Is his magic power infinite? When she saw that the situation was not good, it was too late to escape. Boom! Klein did not hold back at all in this attack. The pyroblast with more than 100 magic power was enough to melt the ice under his feet in an instant. And the water vapor was also evaporated instantly. After the bombardment of the pyroblast, there was only a ground of magma melted by flames under his feet. Klein landed and looked at Agatha lying on the ground not far away. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them were at the 3rd level. And it was the first time that he met someone who could fight back and forth with him at the same level. Slowly walking to Agatha's side, when he wanted to catch her, Agatha suddenly turned her head and spit out a flame. But Klein, who was well prepared, had already stretched out dozens of bone hands to press her to the ground. The bone hands pressed tighter and tighter, pressing Agatha to the ground unable to move. Agatha finally stopped resisting and gasped heavily. The continuous battles were not only exhausting for Klein, but even she, who had the physique of a dragonborn, was exhausted. "You beat Klein. What are you going to do to me now?" I said. "I am also very interested in that ancient ruins. Now, of course, I will take you home." Klein picked up Huiyue. For safety, Klein had to make Agatha lose some of her fighting power. This woman was too dangerous. At this distance, it was enough to use Huiyue's extension to attack. There was no need to take the risk of getting closer. The moonlight in Klein's hand extended instantly. And when it was about to pierce Agatha, Agatha suddenly turned around and dodged, smiling at Klein. You really don't give me any chance. Klein. Agatha's clothes were gradually torn, and scales and wings began to grow from her body. Her rapidly expanding body instantly crushed Klein's skeletal hand. It grew bigger and bigger until Agatha turned into a giant dragon and appeared in front of Klein. Ah! But Klein didn't seem to be surprised. In his hand, there was already a fireball like the one that Sodas used to destroy the Eye of Grilla. The book of Klein floated in the air, and one of the pages of the 12 magic gradually transformed into wisps of energy and entered the fireball in Klein's hand. Agatha, in the form of a giant dragon, originally wanted to attack Klein, but when her dragon eyes stared at the fireball in front of her, she immediately stopped breathing and turned to fly into the sky. But Klein had no intention of letting her go from beginning to end. He really wanted to see what the so-called ancient ruins were. Pyroblast! A blazing white pyroblast flew into the sky. Agatha looked at the fireball flying towards her and became more and more uneasy. If she resisted this fireball, she might die. This bastard. He has used up all the dragon power he has saved for several years. Move! Agatha's body in the sky gradually became ethereal, and her huge body was forced to move a distance in the air in an instant to avoid the pyroblast. Boom! A violent explosion broke out behind Agatha. But this time Klein's attack really didn't hit her. Haha. Fight me, goodbye. Klein. Klein looked at Agatha, who was gradually flying into the sky, and hesitated a little. He knew that he had no ability to fly. If he didn't chase her, he would have no chance. Sickle monster. The sickle monster in the bottle suddenly appeared from the forest beside it. It stopped obediently at Klein's feet, bent down, and waited for its master to come. Klein walked to the back of the sickle monster and pointed at Agatha in the sky. Jump in that direction with all your strength. The sickle monster excitedly shook its wings, and the muscles in its thighs suddenly tightened. Bang! It jumped into the sky. Agatha immediately felt something, and looked back, only to see Klein stepping on the sickle monster and flying towards her, which made Agatha feel numb. This guy is just haunting. She quickly fluttered her wings and accelerated again, only to see that the speed of the sickle monster gradually slowed down, which made Agatha feel relieved. Fortunately I can fly. And fortunately he can't. Klein patted the sickle demon's head and praised it. Thanks, sighed Demon. Squeak. The sickle demon made a happy and strange sound, as if it was extremely happy because of Klein's praise. Klein stepped on the back of the sickle demon and jumped again, jumping towards Agatha. This distance is enough. Klein jumped with all his strength and landed on Agatha's back. Agatha's body twisted and she shouted in anger. How can you run on my back? Rude and shameless bastard. Get off quickly. Klein didn't know why he became rude and shameless when he stood on the dragon's back, but the violent shaking still made him unable to stand steadily and sat down. You're riding on me. Get off. Agatha seemed even more angry. Klein rode on the dragon's back, holding Agatha's neck and warning her. If you fly again, I'll have to make you get off. But Agatha under him ignored Klein at all. She kept twisting her body, and the dragon's wings swept, finally sweeping Klein down. Just when Agatha thought she had escaped, a strong wave of magic appeared behind her. Before she could turn her head, she found that a huge force had grabbed her calf. The shadow flame stuck to her calf, and there was a sizzling burning sound. In this situation, Agatha was completely unable to maintain her balance. What is this? It hurts. It's so heavy. I can't fly anymore. Agatha struggled to fall from the sky, and only then did she see what was in front of her. A huge skeleton covered in black flames, and in the center of the skeleton was Klein, who had been chasing her. What kind of magic is this? Agatha, who was already covered in wounds, could no longer maintain the form of a dragon. Her body gradually shrank and turned back into a human form. She was naked, and the rest was indescribable. Klein saw that Agatha no longer had the form of a dragon, so he retracted the shadow flame. Otherwise he would burn her to death. The two fell rapidly from the air, and Agatha was held in Klein's arms. You are so good. I lose, and it's good to be held by you now. Let's see if we can fall to death together. At this height. Do you think it's possible? No. But I've already lost the fight, and I don't want to say a few tough words? Okay. Go on. What's the name of this magic? I was supposed to call it Susanoo, but I've changed my mind now. Agatha was a little surprised. She certainly understood what Klein meant. This was a self-created magic, so he had the right to name it. But she had never seen this kind of magic. Is this your own magic? What are you going to call it now? Skeleton King form. Too tacky. Of course not. The Skeleton Emperor, who is covered in shadow flames, has the power to burn everything into decay. This is what I meant. From now on, this move should be called the Decayed King. Agatha narrowed her eyes. Klein was quite bold. He said he was a god or a demon. The world would not say anything because there were no gods or demons in this world. But if he was called a king, the nature would be different. Because there really were kings in this world. And there were 9 of them. Even a person like her teacher Prometheus was only called the Lord of Corpses. Under the true king, anyone who dares to claim to be the king is courting death. Because those who claim to be the king have all been tested in strength and have been recognized by other kings. Klein, do you know what it means to be the king? Oh, don't think too much. It's just the name of a move. The Skeleton King is also called the king. It's okay to be called the king for so many years. Isn't it? TSK. Dare to think, but not to admit. Klein chose not to respond to this topic. The short chat ended, and the corrupted king's feet landed heavily on the ground. Boom! All the bones were taken back by Klein. And Klein also returned to his original state, and put Agatha down. Take me to the top of the world and find that ancient ruin, and I will let you go. Why should I believe you? You have been lying to me all along. First, you said you had no ability, and were always slacking off on missions. And then you said you would protect me for a week. Agatha pointed to her body. I don't even have a piece of clothing. It hasn't even been a week yet. And you are protecting me like this? Is there no clothing in your ring? The ring fell off when I transformed just now. Klein subconsciously glanced at Agatha's body, took out a piece of his own clothing from the ring, and threw it to her. Is this okay now? You're just going to watch me put it on. What else? Although he said this, Klein still raised his eyes a little. At least, he didn't look at me blatantly. Agatha saw that Klein's perspective was not focused on her, and felt an opportunity. Your clothes don't fit. Wait a minute. The other hand had already begun to carve magic seals, and the silent barrier gradually enveloped her body. Klein glanced at her, and found that she was not dressed properly. He was too embarrassed to continue staring at her, so he moved his eyes upward and asked, Hurry up. But Agatha in front of him was still changing clothes. Not done yet? There was no answer. Klein suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked carefully at the figure in front of him. It was actually a magic projection, and a silent barrier. He smiled. Good technique. Agatha pulled up her pants while running. There was no way. They were too big. She was very thin. Klein's clothes really didn't fit her. After running a few steps, it was too tiring. She could only throw her pants away helplessly. This bastard only bullies women. If you don't run now, when will you run? Klein looked at the row of clear footprints on the ground, a little embarrassed, and he scratched his head. Has this guy never run away before? Run with your feet? And leave such deep footprints? Are you serious? Chapter 205 Run. Keep running. Agatha ran and complained. This guy is too powerful. I only have the magic power of silence. I don't know how he practiced. It is actually very dangerous for a wizard without power to walk alone in the wild. But Agatha has no choice. If she doesn't run now, she will have no chance. Compared to being caught by Klein to open the ancient ruins, she thinks it is better to run away first. Her magic power will recover soon, and then she will not be afraid of monsters. But sometimes what you fear will come true. Murphy's Law appears like this. If you worry about a certain situation, it is more likely to happen. So, Agatha stopped before she ran far. It was not that she wanted to stop, but she had to stop. In front of her, there was a group of bone-eating beasts. It looked like there were a lot of them. They were the ones Jason had created before. Even though everyone killed tens of thousands of them, there were still a large number of bone-eating beasts that escaped. They were used to living in groups, and most of them formed small groups of 100 to 200, hunting and surviving in the suburbs. If it were normal, Agatha would not care about these bone-eating beasts at all. Even if there were 10,000 to 20,000 of them, she could easily kill them. But now it was different. She had no strength at all. In a hurry to escape from Klein, she didn't have time to recover. Now that she encountered so many bone-eating beasts, she really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Agatha laughed dryly twice and said, Are you guys in a meeting? Sorry to bother you. I'll leave now. The bone-eating beasts stared at Agatha with their teeth bared. Agatha didn't dare to turn around, because she knew that if she turned around now, the opponent would definitely pounce on her. This was the habit of the monsters. As the opponent approached, Agatha became more and more panicked. She quickly stepped back a few steps, and suddenly stepped on a smooth stone and slipped. Although she didn't slip, this unbalanced action had aroused the ferocity of the bone-eating beasts, and they had already pounced on her in groups of 3 or 5. As a dragon wizard, Agatha's melee ability was also very good. Otherwise she would not have tried to fight Klein in close combat. However, she was really blown up by the fire explosion before, and her bones are still very loose. She wanted to fight back, but she was really powerless. In desperation, Agatha forced a deep breath. Open the sky. Boom! However, this Kaikion did not have the power he had against Klein before. It was like the muffled sound in the sky when it was thundering and raining, which only made the bone-eating beasts pause slightly before they pounced on him again. Help! Agatha knew that she could only shout for help at this time. She was still very young and didn't want to die in the mouth of the monster. Agatha retreated and suddenly bumped into something. She was startled at first. After sensing the breath behind her and finding that the bone-eating beast in front of her was no longer approaching, she was relieved for no reason. She felt that it was good to have someone who wanted to catch her. Klein poked Agatha with the scabbard. Run! Why don't you run? Keep running. Let's see how far you can run. Agatha looked aggrieved. If I hadn't been beaten like this by you, would I have needed to run? People have to bow their heads under the eaves. She turned around and said in a crying voice, Klein, you're finally here. I really didn't want to run away. I just wanted to find my space ring and change clothes. And I ended up here. Klein crossed his arms. Keep weaving. I'll let you go if you can weave a flower today. How come you don't have any sympathy for women? Agatha finally lowered her head, leaving tears of regret. Okay. I beg you. I won't run away again. Help me kill these bone-eating beasts. In fact, even if Agatha didn't beg Klein, she would have been safe, because these bone-eating beasts seemed to recognize Klein. They didn't attack, but just stared at Klein and began to slowly retreat. At this time, Agatha had thrown away the pants that Klein had given her before. After observing closely, Klein was a little angry, and he said in a low voice, I said, as long as you take me to the ancient ruins at the top of the world, I will let you go. I'll give you one last chance. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. Klein's expression made Agatha a little flustered, and she nodded quickly. I know. Klein raised Weiwei, and the tip of the sword passed through. Several threads formed by the power of shadow killed a large number of bone-eating beasts, and the remaining bone-eating beasts began to flee frantically. Klein had no intention of chasing. Warcraft was a thing that could be killed as much as possible. After all, it was a disaster. But now, it was obvious that Agatha was more important. Late at night, Klein decided to take Agatha camping in the wild. They both consumed too much energy and had to rest. Agatha's safe house had been completely blown up and could not be used. She could only sleep in the wild. Klein has decided not to go back for the time being. He has only heard about the ancient ruins from Joe and Lilith a few times. He has also looked up information, but basically nothing can be said. This time he has the opportunity to see the real ancient ruins by accident. Whether it is real or not, he can't let it go. Maybe this ruin has nothing to do with him, but by analogy, he may be able to learn some information he wants from the ruins guarded by the Dragonborn. At this time, Agatha poked Klein with her elbow. Klein, you have been in a daze for a long time. What are you thinking about? Klein glanced at Agatha. At this time, the other party was still wearing his shirt, and her pants had been thrown away. In addition, the collar of men's clothes was a bit big, so Klein looked at it twice more for no reason. Men should always have some hobbies. Does it look good? Agatha lifted her collar. Klein at this time is no longer the same as when he first entered the academy. As his physique grew, his vision had improved significantly. Just now, it was clear, vacuum, small. However, Klein did not speak, but took out a piece of clothing from his space ring and threw it to Agatha. Nothing. It's inconvenient for you to be without clothes. It's too dark now. Go back to the place where we fought tomorrow morning to find your ring. Otherwise it will be inconvenient to move. Agatha suddenly sat next to Klein. At this time, she seemed to have returned to her former gentle appearance. But Klein knew that this was all pretending. And women were all movie stars. Klein, do you think I'm beautiful? It's okay. Agatha seemed a little unconvinced. Hee. You are quite arrogant. I think I'm pretty good. My peers in the club like me very much. Why do you say it's just okay? I'm just telling the truth. And Klein was not bragging. The two had different knowledge. Just talking about appearance. He had seen too many beauties. In his previous life. He had everything from live broadcasts, short videos, TV, movies, anime, and 3D. Not only that, his computer also had 600 GB of domestic, foreign, Japanese, Korean, online, and mobile phone videos. As a senior tech geek, these were not a problem. Without some personal charm, it was basically impossible to attract Klein with just appearance. Chapter 206 Finally riding on the back of a dragon. Who is prettier, me or Lilith? Lilith, Klein said without hesitation. Agatha seemed a little angry. You looked at me so many times. And you still say that? I don't accept it. I don't believe it. You are prejudiced against me. Klein frowned and looked at her, muttering in his heart. Psycho. I have not only seen Lilith, but also slept with her. Are they comparable? Seeing that Klein didn't speak, Agatha changed the topic again, and couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Klein, you are only level 3. Right? And we are the same age. Right? Why are you so powerful? When I was level 2, there were very few level 3 people who could match me. I didn't expect that I was promoted recently, but I was defeated instead. The situation Agatha described was actually similar to the situation Klein encountered. When he was at level 2, level 3 people were basically not his opponents. But in this battle, he finally played all his cards. He used Super Pyroblast, Magic Copy, Cheating, and Corrupted King, although they had won in the end. And the Calming Flame Blast and the Decayed King were only used for pursuit. They had been used. Agatha was indeed strong. Among the peers that he had met, Agatha should be the best. Even Lilith and the others were not as good as her. However, it was impossible to explain the problem of his own strength. It would be over if he just said something nonsense. I told you that I am a top student. Top student means genius. Genius cannot be compared with ordinary people. You mean I am an ordinary person? I mean you are stronger than ordinary people. But compared to geniuses, there is still some distance. So you lost to me. Agatha was speechless. She knew her strength best. Klein's serious nonsense was obviously not willing to say it. Forget it. You all know that I am a dragonborn. A dragon wizard. And I know nothing about you. It's right to know nothing. Provoking is useless. Strength is a simple matter. It's not a disaster to the people around. Let Jiesha cut off the power. Absorb tens of thousands of bone-eating beasts and the power of a 4th level master. And then it will be raised. It's such a simple thing. The two did not continue to chat. Agatha herself was also very tired. She leaned on Klein's shoulder and fell asleep soon. Klein pushed her several times, but Agatha would always come over again. After a few times, he let her lean on him. Looking at Agatha's profile, Klein was speechless. The two of them were fighting desperately before, and now she can fall asleep on his shoulder. This woman is really bold. Klein was also very tired from the previous continuous battles, and he also fell asleep not long after. But before falling asleep, Klein summoned more than a dozen second-level skeletons and several worker bees. With these summons patrolling, it was enough to ensure safety at night. Late at night, Agatha woke up slowly. She first glanced at Klein, and after confirming that Klein was asleep, she slowly sat up. How could someone like her be slaughtered? She was Agatha, the legendary dragon wizard, who was supposed to be the strongest person in the world. How could she be easily ridden by others and still be defeated? This was very infuriating. Therefore, she still had to escape. Only by escaping Klein's clutches could she have a chance to start over. Now that he was asleep, she had another chance. It was just that ideals were full and reality was very skinny. As soon as Agatha got up, she found that the surroundings were already full of patrolling skeletons. Let alone how much strength she had recovered now. Whether she could kill these skeletons. Even if she could kill them, Klein must have woken up 8 times. You didn't even collect the skeletons when you were sleeping. And you abused your magic like this. You are so cruel. The idea of escaping was broken again. After secretly complaining, Agatha leaned on Klein again. Klein slowly opened his eyes and looked at Agatha. It was obvious that he heard her complaints just now, and he was secretly puzzled. Isn't it a basic operation for a necromancer to release the skeletons to patrol while sleeping? The next day, Klein woke up very early, but he didn't wake Agatha up. This was not because he was sympathetic to her, but because he needed Agatha to restore her magic power. And sleeping was a good state of meditation. The woman slept until noon, then slowly opened her eyes. Klein closed the book in his hand and looked at Agatha. Are you awake? If you are awake, let's go. Let's go find your ring first. It's too inconvenient for you to move without clothes. And there should be some important items in your ring. Okay. Knowing that she was about to be dragged to the top of the world, Agatha said weakly. Klein took Agatha back to the place where they had fought before. Although the previous battle destroyed a lot of terrain, it was burned into magma and hard blocks by Klein's fire explosion afterwards. Now that the magma has cooled, the entire ground is relatively smooth, so it is not too difficult to find. Klein controlled the worker bees and a dozen skeletons to search in this area. Agatha looked at Klein's skeletons and shook her head secretly. This method of using summons as laborers is really a waste of magic power. Even if they are just some first-level skeletons, it is not appropriate. The magic power should be reserved for fighting. Klein turned around and looked at Agatha, who was instructing him on magic. He was convincing, and then he answered. Oh, I told you the skills of controlling magic and saving magic power. And you said oh to me? Do you respect the dragon wizard? Agatha, who was a little unconvinced, wanted to say something else. But Klein interrupted her. Your ring has been found. Not long after she finished speaking, a skeleton ran back with Agatha's ring. See, skeletons are not only used for fighting, but also for life. And magic is something that is used, not saved. Although what Klein said seemed to make sense, Agatha still felt that he was making a crooked argument. If magic is not saved, what should we do when we are out of magic during the battle, however? Klein would not discuss the issue of magic value with others. He could talk, but it was unnecessary, for fear of offending others. After receiving this potentially valuable space ring, Klein threw it to Agatha without even looking at it. For him, finding the ancient ruins first was more important than these things. He looked at Agatha, who was changing clothes, and he would not make the same mistake as yesterday. How is your magic power recovering? Agatha felt that Klein looked at her with a strange look. It's okay. What's wrong? If you're recovering okay, then please turn into a dragon and take me there. After all, it's too far to go to the top of the world on foot. Agatha's face suddenly changed, and she said angrily, You want to ride me again? Klein was a little surprised. Why this guy reacted so strongly? What's wrong? Do you think you can ride a dragon casually? Klein nodded. What you said does make sense. I shouldn't be so casual. I should be more serious. Agatha looked at Klein, who was approaching, and suddenly panicked. What are you going to do? An hour later, Agatha honestly turned into a dragon. Although she was still a dragon, her form at this time was much smaller than yesterday. It is only about 40 to 50 nanofeet high, with a wingspan of about 60 nanofeet. At most one person can stand on its back, and two people would feel crowded. Klein patted Agatha's neck and said with a smile, That's good, let's go to the top of the world. Alleluia. Agatha flew into the sky reluctantly and warned Klein solemnly. I warn you, even if I am not your opponent, you can't move around on my back. And don't do anything weird. Strange things? Klein was puzzled. What weird things could he do to a dragon? Besides, dragons in novels are either for people to ride or for people to kill. Are there any exceptions? No. Chapter 207, Alleluia. The top of the world. With Agatha's ability to fly, the two of them moved very fast. Klein estimated that Agatha's flying speed was at least 200 kilometers per hour in the sky, which was much faster than the snail speed of the train. After more than 3 days of flying, the two finally arrived at the westernmost mountain range, the Crodian Mountains. The highest peak of Crodian is the legendary top of the world. Alleluia. Circling around Alleluia, Agatha couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect to finally return to this place. It's so high. What's so good about being high? It's so cold here. Why don't you keep flying? At Klein's urging, Agatha had to fly towards the top of the mountain. But the final top of the mountain was too high, and the wind and snow were too strong. When she reached the last section, Agatha could no longer maintain her flight and lost her balance and fell from the air. Klein saw that the situation was not good, and immediately stretched out more than a dozen bone blades to nail them on the ice wall. And the other bone hands grabbed Agatha. It took a lot of effort to get here. If Agatha died, his plan to see the ancient ruins would be ruined. With the help of these bone blades, Klein climbed up as fast as a spider. With the help of the skeleton extension, this difficult-to-climb top of the world was not difficult for Klein at all. In just a few minutes, Klein took Agatha across the last mountain road and reached the top of the mountain. The top of Alleluia is not pointed, but a huge platform. It is because of this that more than 300 people could live here. There was also wind and snow on the top of the mountain. But the wind and snow would be automatically separated after entering a certain range at the top of the mountain. I didn't expect that there was such a place like a paradise. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. But the barrier here is still maintained. I don't know how many years it has existed and what its power core is. Klein studied the barrier of Alleluia while making records in the Klein book. Agatha looked at Klein, who was recording seriously, and said unexpectedly, "I didn't expect you to like research." Klein glanced around and spoke again. "Of course. Although these studies can't improve my hard power, they can improve my soft power. When there are enough soft power, or under certain conditions, it will become hard power. Do you understand? Soft power and hard power?" Agatha murmured. Klein's skeleton had roughly explored the surroundings and reported the situation to him. "There are no bodies here. At this temperature, the bodies won't rot. They should have been thrown down the mountain." Speaking of this, Agatha's face became a little gloomy. She knew that the bodies Klein was talking about were of her former tribesmen and her biological parents. Klein saw that Agatha looked unhappy and seemed to be immersed in sadness. So he immediately interrupted her. A tool is a tool. At this time, he must do the work of a tool. Okay. The emotional topic is over. It's time to do some business. Do you have any impression of this place? Agatha was speechless. She couldn't even recall the past? I was just born when I was taken away. How much impression can I have? You think too highly of the awakening of the Dragonborn. What about the key? What is the method to open the ancient ruins? How do I know? Before, Celia said that the key cannot be taken away. So they left the key here. Think about it. Where is it easier to hide things here? Hide things? Agatha frowned and began to think. Klein did not disturb her, but summoned a large number of skeletons again and began to conduct a carpet search of the entire mountain top. It must be said that skeletons are really useful. They are even better at finding things and exploring. It is super cheap to summon, and it is not afraid of pain, cold or heat. Even in a harsh environment like Alleluia, skeletons can work normally, and they are not afraid of death, except for the weakness of strength and the need for magic to control. There are basically no disadvantages. Because he wanted to speed up the progress and the environment here was complicated, Klein summoned 31st level skeletons at once. It was not a battle, so they did not need to be too strong. The first level was enough. All the skeletons began to rummage through the top of Mount Alleluia, and basically everything they encountered would be turned up. Agatha on the side felt more and more uncomfortable, and could not help but say, "This is my home, can you be more restrained? I ask you. You don't know the situation. How can you find it if you are restrained? And why do you have to be restrained? Are you going to live here in the future?" Klein was not very happy. Although this place is very fairy-like, it is difficult for people who really enjoy life to live in such an environment. Although Agatha is a dragon, she is also a lady who grew up in the Platini family. Klein does not believe that Agatha can still live here. Okay. Stop looking. I probably know where they put the key. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wouldn't have searched your house earlier. Brothers, it's time to call it a day. Under Klein's command, all the skeletons stopped what they were doing and came to the center of Alleluia. And Klein followed Agatha to a small, but carefully decorated hut. Looking at this place, Agatha showed some nostalgia. I should have been born here. I remember that when I was about 1 month old, my father took a golden plate from a secret compartment in the room for me to play with. If there is any place suitable for hiding things here, that secret compartment is definitely one of them. Speaking of this, Agatha walked straight towards the most inconspicuous white wall in the room. She placed her palm in the center of the wall and pressed it very hard. For a long time, when Klein thought she was wrong, a part of the wall suddenly began to dent, revealing a small secret compartment. It's here. Agatha took out a piece of iron from the secret compartment. It was more like a dragon-shaped amulet than a key. Is this the key? Agatha said with certainty. Although I have never seen it before. As soon as I touched it, I was sure that it was the key. Klein took the amulet from Agatha's hand. He was a little curious about why those people said that he couldn't take the amulet with him. So, Klein took the amulet and ran out. But after a few steps, he already knew why the other party didn't take the amulet away. As he approached the barrier, the amulet began to become heavier and heavier. When he was still far away from the barrier, Klein could hardly hold it. Klein had no choice but to take the amulet back in shame. I'll give it back to you. Now that the key has been found. Where is the legendary ancient ruins? What method is needed to open it? Agatha also shook her head. I really don't know. There is no way. I can't force it if I don't know. I'd better find it myself. Klein waved at the 30 skeletons that stopped in the center. Fellow villagers, get to work. Agatha stopped Klein. Why are you asking them to move again? You don't know where it is. If you don't let them find it, how long will it take for the two of us to find it? Agatha knew that what Klein said made sense. But it was definitely difficult to accept psychologically. If you don't want to be turned over for too long, you'd better think about where the ruins are. After that, Klein took out the mechanical beehive. In this kind of exploration, worker bees are the best helper. The ground can be given to the skeletons, but the sky cannot. 8 worker bees began to circle the barrier, touching and trying to find the boundary of the barrier. After some exploration, the ground had been completely explored by the skeletons, and the barrier on the top had also been completely checked by the worker bees. It was indeed a semicircle, and there was nothing special about it. This is unscientific. Klein began to circle around the outside of the top of the mountain. After walking to the Dragonborn clan hall, he found a place he had missed. Behind the Dragonborn hall was a cliff, and this cliff area was also covered by the barrier. His worker bees had only explored the top and not the bottom. Agatha was thinking about the ruins, but she found that Klein had climbed onto the roof of the Dragonborn hall. Klein, what are you doing? Klein ignored him. Looking down from here, he couldn't see the bottom at all. With the height of Alleluia, if this cliff was at the bottom, I'm afraid the abyss would not be exaggerated. In this case, Klein would definitely not do it himself. He set all the worker bees down, and the worker bees began to touch the barrier in this area. Finally, the worker bees found a hole on the barrier wall near the abyss. This barrier is actually extending outward. If there is no trick, no one would believe it. Klein asked the worker bees to fly into the passage, but as soon as they flew over, the worker bees lost contact, and the second and third ones were the same. There's something, Agatha. Come here. Agatha was confused, and when she heard Klein calling her, she hurried over. Have you found it? I found a place, but I don't know if it is. Klein took Agatha to the roof of the Dragonborn hall. Looking down from here, there was nothing different, but Klein pointed out a direction. There is a passage about 3 meters in diameter at that location, which is very strange. There was only endless wind and snow in the place Klein pointed. But Agatha also understood that he was talking about the barrier. If there is really a passage here, then there is really a problem here. I tried it with worker bees before, and even if they can fly, they can't get through it all. The worker bees will be crushed by some kind of energy. Celia said that your father said before he died that only the Dragonborn can find the ruins. Is it because only the Dragonborn can fly through? You want me to fly through? What else? But you said 3 meters behind the passage. If I fly in like this, my wings will be exposed outside the barrier. I have tried other flying objects. Apart from this, do we have any other way? Agatha looked at Klein's expression and knew that he was serious. But this kind of circular barrier, coupled with the high altitude, and there are no known ancient ruins. If you rush over rashly, it seems a bit too dangerous, she said weakly. Or, you can try with something else? Use a fart. Come on. Chapter 208 Ancient Ruins. On the roof of the Dragonborn hall, Klein lay on the back of Agatha in dragon form and hugged Agatha's neck tightly. Can you not hug me so tightly? I can't breathe. Klein ignored her. This was a very dangerous move, so he had to be careful. Fly steadily later. Klein was a little nervous at this time. For the safety of the flight, the skeletons were all over his body. In addition, the power of shadow and the power of flame were also released outside by Klein. He made so many protections because he had secretly used a worker bee to test it just now, and another worker bee to observe. It was relatively clear to see how the worker bee was destroyed. There is a special energy inside the barrier channel, which will corrode objects and eventually destroy them. The destruction of the worker bee by energy is a process, not a moment. So Klein felt that after he made all the protections, he should last longer than the worker bee. But he didn't know if he could hold on until Agatha flew into the ruins. Just when Klein was still struggling over whether to increase the thickness of the defense, Agatha's voice came. Are you ready? I'm going. Huh? Wait a minute. Klein was about to say that he was not ready. But Agatha had already jumped off the cliff. Klein could only take back what he was about to say. He knew that now, he could only hope that Agatha could fly in, and could not give her any interference. And rushing down directly was also a good thing. Some things would have a higher success rate if they were done in one go. If he could not resist the energy in the channel, he would have to fall down. Once Agatha was released, it would mean that everything he had done before would be in vain. But it didn't matter. He was ready to gamble. A gamble. A bicycle becomes a motorcycle. A gamble. A motorcycle becomes a Land Rover. Life is a game. When you are undecided, don't hesitate. Just go for it. Agatha flew to the barrier channel according to the guidance of Klein's worker bee. As soon as she entered the channel, a pure magical energy began to erode Klein's shadow and flame, destroying the defense system he had built with great difficulty. Under Klein, Agatha herself seemed to be completely unaffected, and the blood of the dragon seemed to protect her from the energy of the channel. However, although she was not affected by the energy of the channel, the wings exposed outside the barrier were constantly being beaten by the biting wind and frost. Ah! Agatha roared while flying, and the exposed wings were already covered with bloodstains, and the wounds would be frozen immediately, which looked very uncomfortable. Klein's double energy protection had been completely destroyed, and his hard bones were also being corroded. He made a quick decision and immediately activated the shield of the soul protection amulet. A golden shield appeared around Klein, giving him a few seconds to breathe. These few seconds were enough for Klein to release a triple protective barrier of a layer of bones, a layer of shadows, and a layer of flames, so that he could hold on for a while longer. Agatha, can you speed up? I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Agatha was already at her fastest speed at this time, and the faster she flew, the more her wings hurt. Why are you rushing me? I'm already at my fastest speed. Klein saw his shield breaking, the dual attribute protection gradually disappearing, and the generation of the skeleton protection could not keep up with the speed of being dissipated by energy. Suddenly, Klein's cheek hurt, and he knew that his defense was no longer effective, and the magic energy hurt his face. At this time, the soul-protecting amulet automatically unfolded the second layer of shield, a thicker shield than before, which bought Klein some time again. Klein followed the same method, taking this opportunity to breathe, and used the triple protection for the third time, and persisted again. But as time went on, the triple protection still began to fall apart. The special magic began to erode Klein's face, skin, and hair. At this moment, Klein hesitated a little. If he persisted, it would really be dangerous. At this time, Agatha's voice suddenly came. Klein, there is a door in front. It seems to be a portal. Klein looked forward, and a special portal was swaying in the endless air, appearing and disappearing from time to time, which rekindled Klein's hope. He let go of the arm that had been holding Agatha and stood up on her back. This kind of action of standing on the dragon's back was very dangerous. What are you doing? This is very dangerous. You may fall at any time. Klein did not answer her. At this time, he had to concentrate and not be distracted. Just when Agatha was surprised, Klein's hands shone with arcane bluish-white light. Arcane collapse. There was too much energy around, and it was impossible to defend against it. Then, he could only defend against the oncoming energy. Compared with the erosion from other directions, the impact from the front was greater. Arcane decomposition is very effective. Even this unknown energy can be eliminated by arcane energy, but doing so also rapidly consumes Klein's magic power. Even with his magic power of more than 300, it is a bit too much. Moreover, arcane energy can only resist the erosion of the energy in front, and it is not a form of complete defense. Klein's hair, eyebrows, and clothes are all being eroded by the surrounding energy. His skin is burned by the magic energy and has blue magic marks. Some fragile places even expose bones. As he gets closer and closer to the door, Klein's skin is cracked more and more. The right half of his face has completely disappeared. At a glance, Klein's exposed white teeth and cheekbones can be seen. His vocal cords have begun to break. But he knows that he has succeeded. Roar! Klein roared, instantly pouring out all his magic power. And the hand of God grasped the void, forcibly opening the door to the ancient ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Agatha coughed a few times and got up weakly. Her injuries were not serious, but flying in this situation consumed too much magic and physical strength. Awake? A strange voice came from not far away, and Agatha was startled. Who was it? Is there someone else? But when she looked up, she was stunned. A half-skeleton man, with only half of his flesh and blood, was standing in front of her. The scalp and skull were exposed, and there was not much skin left on the face. All the ribs could be seen with the naked eye. One of the calves was completely devoid of flesh and blood, and there was a wisp of blue smoke coming out of his mouth. When her eyes swept over the moonlight in the other's hand, Agatha's eyes became complicated. Klein? He turned into this. Women look at men without looking at their appearance. Or rather, women pay more attention to the appearance of the opposite sex than men. And Agatha is no exception. Seeing this man she once loved become like this, Agatha's heart was still very difficult to describe. Compared with the shock and visual impact he brought to Agatha, Klein did not feel that he had lost anything. Just his appearance. When his magic power recovered, with the help of the arcane baptism, his appearance would be restored in no time. What he was really worried about now was that he had used too much magic power to fight against the energy in the channel, resulting in a great loss of strength. And Agatha was basically in a relatively good state. But the other party seemed to have not discovered this. So Klein naturally would not take the initiative to say it. The two of them just needed to explore the ruins peacefully. And there was no need to make trouble. Agatha looked at Klein and couldn't help asking, "Why are you so obsessed with the ancient ruins? There are many ways to become stronger. Is it necessary to make yourself like this?" Klein smiled. His vocal cords were damaged, and his voice became very low. "The ancient ruins do have a special meaning to me, and I have a way to restore my appearance. But the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins is fleeting. Well, if you have woken up, come and see what's going on here. Can the appearance be restored? That's good. Scared me to death." Agatha patted her chest and walked inside. Klein had a puzzled look on his face. This guy was still thinking about his appearance at this time? Their brain circuits are really different. The two were in the center of a ruins hall. This ancient ruins was not an ancient treasure or something like that. It was more like a research institute. A biological research institute. It's a bit big here. Do you want to act separately? No. We know nothing about this place. If we encounter danger, it's easier to deal with it with two people together. That makes sense. Agatha nodded. This woman is so easy to fool. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He did not choose to separate from Agatha because his strength was damaged now. This was the ancient ruins of the Dragonborn. If Agatha got something that could greatly increase the strength of the Dragonborn, it would be bad. The experimental tanks in the hall were all empty. Some were open directly, and some were broken. These experimental tanks were not big. They should just fit a human-sized creature. It was just unclear whether it was a human or something else that was placed in the experimental tank. Then they walked inside and came to a closed door. According to Klein's idea, all the places that could be explored in the ruins should be explored as much as possible to avoid ignoring some useful information. Looking at the closed door, Klein asked, "Do you have a way to open it?" Agatha looked at the door and walked forward quickly. "Let me try." She bit her finger and smeared the blood on the door of the room. After being sensed by Agatha's blood, the door seemed to restart and slowly opened. Klein looked at Agatha's back, thinking, sure enough, many things in this relic require the blood of the Dragonborn to be used. After entering the house, the two found that this was a place similar to a residential area. Some rooms were also placed with cups, toothbrushes, toiletries, etc., like a very modern dormitory. Chapter 209 Crystal Dragon. The two began to search in the dormitory. Perhaps because the ruins are a very special place. The items in the ruins are still intact after so many years. Some iron items have not rusted, and wooden items have not rotted. I really don't know how they have been preserved for so long. Klein found a small notebook on a bedside table. As soon as he got it in his hand, he felt the difference of this notebook. Rockdale's notes. Grade, wonderful item. Effect, record some experimental samples. Introduction, dragon research is too difficult. We must keep as many successful cases as possible. Klein knew that such items might not be very important information, but they often contain some useful information. So he opened this experimental notebook with great curiosity. This notebook is a miniature illustrated book of experimental dragons. Each page of the notebook records a dragon, with lifelike pictures and general information about these dragons. Silba green dragon, regular magic breath, average strength, safest bloodline, suitable for use. Nin red dragon, possessing additional fire breath, stronger physical strength, extremely dangerous bloodline, not suitable for use. Kuru's gold dragon, possessing additional lightning breath, physical strength between red dragon and green dragon, relatively stable bloodline, can be used. Tangjin black dragon, possessing dark breath, stronger physical strength than all ordinary dragon species. Bloodline is very dangerous. Do not try it lightly. Dragon synthesis often does not follow genetics, or they have an independent set of genetics. Even the combination of the most common green dragon and blue dragon can give birth to a powerful dragon, like the mist dragon. The notes probably record some knowledge of dragon research, and the contents of the illustrations are just a rough outline. Each dragon has their specific name and information on whether it is suitable for use. However, from this information, Klein has roughly understood what this laboratory is doing. This is a place to study dragons, or even to make dragons, extract dragon genes, and conduct blood fusion experiments. So, the so-called dragon descendants may not be descendants of dragons, but descendants of people whose blood is fused after injecting dragon blood, like Lance. Then the question is, this ancient relic is a product of dragon experiments. So what are the ancient relic like his and Joe's? Magic creature research structure? Joe's talent should be the will of the dead, which is a very rare ancient talent. And his predecessor's original talent is arcane precision. Arcane was once the most glorious ancient magic. According to this statement, he and Joe are still very different from dragon descendants like Agatha. If he and Joe are really ancient relics, how did their father Esmond and mother Katie give birth to them, without information and intelligence? Klein could no longer speculate. Suppressing his messy thoughts, Klein continued to flip back. Hell Dragon Trail, possessing the power of hell, an extremely strong body, and power comparable to legends. Very dangerous. Mist Dragon Archibald, a giant dragon covered in mist. A legendary dragon. Although it does not have the power to release magic, it has the power to resist magic, and a mist-like body. Very dangerous. Crystal Dragon IE, an extremely beautiful dragon. A legendary dragon. Possesses the power of prism. Very peaceful, friendly, and low in danger. The back of the notebook was torn off, leaving only a fragmentary message. Elemental Dragon Aldrich, brother of the Mist Dragon, master of elemental power. As powerful as a saint, there are several torn pages behind the elemental dragon. The pages are arranged in order of increasing power as they go back. The ones at the back are likely to be stronger than the elemental dragon. The notebook contains pictures of various dragons, and they are the kind that move. So Klein reads them with great interest, just like he did when he was a child reading a biological encyclopedia. The Hell Dragon looks more ferocious, and has a very huge body. The Mist Dragon is just a gray shadow hidden in the mist, and even its specific shape cannot be seen clearly. The Crystal Dragon is not a piece of crystal, but has reflective scales on its body, which seem to refract light, like crystal. And the Elemental Dragon is like a dragon-shaped creature that is a group of energy bodies gathered together. In addition, he also found some useful things. Legendary and Saint. These two ancient codes used to describe strength. Legendary is a title, Saint is king. With the rank, it is natural to make analogies, and Klein is no exception. But he lacks the necessary information, so he can't judge whether the two are corresponding ranks. Elemental Dragon Aldrich, Saint Strength. Sounds very awesome. Agatha walked over at this time and grabbed the notebook in his hand. Wow, I didn't expect you to really find something. Crystal Dragon IE. An extremely beautiful dragon. The person who wrote this note is really boastful. I wonder how beautiful it is. Men and women are different. They focus on different things. Klein will definitely look at the strongest dragon, while Agatha focuses on some strange things. But the description of the crystal dragon in this note is indeed a bit strange. A giant dragon, no matter how friendly it is, should be very dangerous. Right? Klein put away the note and pointed to the end of the passage. Let's go, see if there is anything else behind. Following Agatha, the two came to a big door. The other places have basically been explored. And only this direction has not been explored. Agatha put dragon blood on the door again. Nourished by the dragon blood, the magic pattern on the door gradually cooled down. But it did not open immediately. An abnormal feeling was inclined. The words appeared in Ryan's mind. His pupils shrank slightly. And he immediately pulled Agatha back. Back off. Boom. The door opened with a bang. And a fierce breath rushed out from the room. The momentum alone suppressed the two people, so that they could hardly move. The tidal strongman. Klein had seen the momentum of Kukasero, the source of the plague, so he had a deep impression of the strength of the tidal strongman. The two hit on both sides of the door, waiting until the momentum dissipated, and there was no movement inside. Fortunately, we acted together. Agatha was a little frightened by the momentum. Klein glanced at her, and after confirming that the other party was fine, the two gestured numbers and looked inside together. However, something in the center of the hall stopped them. A dragon. A real dragon. Several times larger than Agatha, who had transformed into a dragon with dragon power. Klein estimated that even if the other party's body length was not 1,000 nanofeet, it was at least 800 to 900 nanofeet. A real behemoth. It had an almost transparent and reflective body. Whenever light shone on it, the light would always be refracted into a dazzling and shining appearance, like a crystal that refracted light. Looking at the dragon's appearance, Klein had already guessed its identity. The crystal dragon in the notes. At this time, the dragon's wings, limbs, neck, and body were nailed to the ground by a great pillar. There were various magic patterns on the pillar, as if it was a sealing spell that made the dragon unable to move. Klein took 2 steps closer with courage, and the dragon's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened and looked at Klein and Agatha. This dragon is still alive. When Agatha's eyes were focused, her body couldn't help but tremble. This was a kind of blood suppression. Her dragon blood was completely suppressed by the other party. Klein saw that the situation was not good, and immediately pulled Agatha behind him to block the other party's sight. After being blocked by Klein's eyes, Agatha got a little better, but she still couldn't help trembling, and couldn't help hugging Klein from the back. She was not only afraid of the dragon opposite, but also seemed to be afraid of the pillars inserted into the dragon. The impact of these pillars on Agatha was not much worse than that of the dragon. Facing the momentum of the dragon, or the dragon's might, Klein did not give in at all. The man and the dragon looked at each other indifferently. The dragon gradually put away its momentum, stared at Klein in front of it with a pair of huge vertical pupils, and suddenly spoke in a somewhat feminine voice. I didn't expect that someone who was not a dragon could come in this place. He is so young. Amazing. Although Klein was already covered with wounds and looked like a half-skeleton, the dragon could still tell at a glance that Klein was not very old. Klein looked at the huge ceiling stone pillar on the other party, and couldn't help but speak. You are still alive, after being pierced by so many pillars. The real amazing thing should be you, Lord Dragon. Agatha was much better at this time. She stuck her head out, and looked at the dragon not far away with some fear, and said to Klein, I can feel that her power is so strong. Klein did not answer Agatha. His eyes never moved away from the dragon. The strength of the titled strongman was extraordinary. Although the other party seemed to be in a sealed state, he still could not be underestimated. Lord Dragon. What's your name? My name? Crystal Dragon. AIE? Sure enough. Crystal Dragon. A genuine legendary dragon. This guy can still burst out such a strong dragon power, even when sealed. I wonder how terrifying it would be if it was in good condition. Klein opened his eyes wide, and said a little exaggeratedly, It's the legendary Crystal Dragon. Lord AIE. How did you get trapped here? Tell me and see if I can help you. Klein's half-skeleton face could no longer show any expression, but his tone. He felt it was quite real. AIE glanced at Klein's excited Klein. A dragon that had been trapped for 1,000 years. Alone in this place. She had long lost some basic judgment, and couldn't even hear Klein's exaggerated lies. Chapter 210, Killing the Dragon with Ease. Listening to Klein's tone, she really thought Klein wanted to help her. So AIE adjusted her mood and said in a somewhat lonely tone, I was persecuted by the elemental dragon Aldrich, because he wanted the power of the prism very much. But I never gave it to him. So he imprisoned me here, saying that he would give me freedom again when I figured it out and gave him the prism. But since Aldrich left, he never came back. So I have been sealed here. Klein nodded. Although what you said sounded like the truth. I didn't believe a word of it. Is that so? Master AIE is really suffering. What can I do for you? AIE's eyes showed some hope. Your presence here has given me hope again. These seal pillars are specially made for the dragon race. Although they are very hard, they cannot withstand attacks from other races. Even you can destroy them. If you can help me get rid of the seal, I will give you dragon blood and some prisms as a reward. AIE's breath began to become very soft, making people feel very comfortable. Agatha on the side also pulled Klein at this time and said softly, "The book says that AIE is a very docile dragon and not dangerous. Prism, the legendary power that reflects all elements. Should we let her go?" Klein glanced at Agatha and smiled. If it was normal, Agatha would never say such a thing. A woman who could endure for many years and cruelly retaliate. How could a woman who was willing to continue to hide her hatred in order to find the key to the ancient ruins believe the words of an old dragon so easily? Therefore, Agatha's sudden words to him were definitely influenced by the crystal dragon bloodline on the other side. And he did not have the dragon bloodline, so he was naturally not affected by this. "Pa!" Klein turned around and slapped Agatha. Sure enough, after being hit, Agatha was still confused and did not even have a normal reaction. If it was a normal Agatha, she would have jumped up and screamed if she was slapped in the face. Looking at the confused Agatha, and then looking at the crystal dragon AIE, Klein suddenly laughed. "Ha ha, poor! What are you laughing at?" AIE stared at Klein. Compared to Agatha's previous design at the Platini family, your design is really too poor. You are outdated. Crystal dragon AIE. I don't understand what you mean. Klein gradually walked closer, observed the wound pierced by the seal pillar from a close distance, and then spoke. "Master AI, I just want to ask, do you dragons eat?" AI's eyes narrowed, and she had roughly guessed what Klein wanted to say. "What do you want to say to me when you say this? People are made of iron, and food is made of steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. I am very hungry now. I heard that dragon meat is delicious. I wonder if I will have a chance to eat it. Master AI has been trapped here for so many years. The elemental dragon Aldrich should not bring you food. Right? How did you survive?" AIE didn't say anything. The dragon crystal on her forehead moved slightly, and then she stared at Klein. Klein continued, "People need to eat. And dragons must also eat. Even if they are titled strongmen, they still need to absorb biological energy. This is an eternal truth. There is no reason for it to change when it comes to you. An ancient ruin that is very difficult to enter. A giant dragon sealed in the ruins. And all dragon descendants who come here will be affected by your bloodline and almost dominated by you. If Agatha came here alone, I'm afraid she would have become your meal. I don't know what you are talking about. This so-called ancient ruins is actually a laboratory for studying dragons. You dragons were captured or created by the people in the original laboratory. Right? I don't know what happened here later. And all the people in the laboratory died? Only some dragons and some humans with dragon blood are left? These humans with dragon blood will be dominated by powerful dragons like you. So this so-called inheritance of the dragonborn should be made for you. Right? Leave information in their inheritance memory to make them your food. You survive by eating the dragonborn. They are not only your food, but they will also release all their strength before they die to help you relieve the seal. But the dragonborn are also afraid of these seal pillars, so they can't help you remove the seal. And people without the blood of the dragonborn cannot come here under normal circumstances. So after so many years, you still haven't gotten rid of the seal. It's really sad. Lord AI. The crystal dragon. AI looked at Klein with a look that gradually became unfriendly. She did not comment on Klein's inference. It's a good story. Go on. Klein shrugged, stubbornly saying that he would say it anyway, and it wouldn't hurt a hair. The Rockdale notebook in the dormitory. You should have left it on purpose. Right? It's too obvious and too deliberate. Maybe I pay more attention to the things of the elemental dragon. But Agatha, who is also a woman, can see it at a glance. Beautify yourself into a kind dragon, waiting for someone who is not of dragon blood to appear one day to help you remove the seal. Lord AIE, you are not only conceited, but also beautiful. AIE saw Klein said this, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. So what do you want now? If you have any conditions, you can speak up, and I will try my best to meet them. She didn't want to give up this little bit of hope, even though Klein had exposed her plan. She couldn't wait any longer because he was the first person of non-dragon blood to arrive here in 1,000 years. Klein was also silent. He hesitated about the treatment of the Crystal Dragon AIE. Although he was proficient in contract magic and curses, and could sign a contract with the other party, it was only limited to the situation of equal strength. If the opponent was Agatha, he would certainly dare to establish a contract. But AIE was a legendary dragon. Its means, life force, and soul power were not something Klein could guess at now. Klein's hand had already silently grasped the hilt of the brilliant moonlight. Although it is possible to gain more by asking for something from the other party, Klein does not intend to do so, because the risk is also huge. Therefore, he chose a method that is the least profitable, but the safest way to deal with it. When the other party is sealed and has no power to fight back, he kills the legendary dragon. As long as he kills the other party, he can at least get the body of a legendary dragon, a superclass dragon crystal, and the Klein book will absorb the other party's dragon soul. The value of these things is good enough for him. He is in a very bad state now, so there is no need to take greater risks. Klein suddenly drew his sword, and Huiwa began to extend. He stabbed AIE's neck with one blow, drew out the magic sword, and dragon blood flowed down. AIE didn't know what Klein was going to do at this time. She just didn't expect that Klein didn't give her a chance to talk at all, and even didn't want anything, and just started. You humble reptile. You actually hurt me like this. I will grind you into mincemeat. Klein still chose not to answer. Since he had made a decision, he would execute it silently. He took back the light of the moon, and used the +10 sword drawing attribute of his scabbard to chop and stab AIE in the distance. As long as he could cause damage to the opponent, he was not afraid of killing slowly. Klein had plenty of time, and could slowly kill him. The attack range of the light of the moon was 40 meters. With the extension of Klein's skeleton, his attack range could reach 45 meters while ensuring the attack power. So Klein decided not to get within 40 meters of AIE, and use this as a safe distance to slowly wear down the opponent. Awing! A mighty dragon roar came out of AIE's mouth. Klein, who had already prepared for defense, did not face the possible dragon roar attack. At this time, AIE's dragon roar was really just a roar. The dragonborn of the world's top had been destroyed for more than 20 years, which means that AIE had not eaten for at least 20 years. At this time, she was extremely weak, and could not use the power of dragon roar at all, and the remaining magic of AIE had been used on Agatha. Seeing AIE's weakness, Klein's mouth curled up slightly. As long as he didn't act recklessly, and didn't get close, a legendary dragon's corpse would be in his hands. Just as Klein was happily stabbing AIE, Agatha's eyes gradually turned into a diamond state, and her sight gradually moved to Klein. Klein immediately felt the murderous aura behind him, and quickly flipped sideways to avoid the dragon roar behind him. Looking at Agatha half lying on the ground, Klein took a few steps back. Agatha. Agatha didn't respond, just staring at him intently. Klein knew that he had to deal with Agatha before killing AIE. Although Klein was not in a good condition at this time, he was not panicked. He first activated the mana recovery of the vanilla stone, and then took out the magic book on his waist. Although I don't have much magic power, many times, I don't need magic power to use my ultimate move. When Klein spoke, Agatha had already rushed over with a roar. Klein shook his head slightly. An irrational person, even if he was strong, could not pose any threat to him. Pyroblast. When Klein used Pyroblast, AIE finally laughed. You've been fooled. Kid, Prism. Facing the Pyroblast, Agatha's body gradually became as transparent as crystal. After the Pyroblast hit Agatha's body, it suddenly deflected and ejected. As the carrier of the prism, Agatha fainted on the spot. Boom! The rebounded Pyroblast accurately hit the seal inserted in AIE's arm, and the strong explosion instantly shattered the seal column. AIE's right claw finally got free. Finally, ha ha! She looked at her right claw excitedly. The seal column would restrain the power of the dragon. But for other kinds of power, it was just a relatively solid stone. Normal non-dragon descendants could not come to this place, and Klein was the exception. The seal column was destroyed by Klein's super pyroblast. Just when AIE had no time to get excited, the huge skeleton arm, holding a huge sword wrapped in shadow flames, chopped off AIE's right arm, cutting off her right arm that had just escaped. The dark shadow power burned on the body of the corrupt king. The dark giant sword was made of the light of the brilliant moon mixed with a large amount of shadow flames. Klein grabbed AIE's severed right arm and threw it aside. What the hell are you laughing at, finally with me? Chapter 211. The Crystal Dragon AIE let out a huge howl. Awing! The entire right arm was chopped off, which was something she could never have imagined. The prism can reflect magic, and Klein's physical attack is not strong. She just broke free from 1,000 years of hardship. So she was so presumptuous. Then she was slapped in the face. Not just in the face, but even her claws were chopped off. No one would believe that a high-level mage chopped off the claws of a legendary dragon. AIE looked at the skeleton giant emitting black flames in front of her. Years of sealing had made her body weak. Facing the corrupt king standing in front of her, AIE felt an unprecedented threat. Today, she might really die. Wait, we can make a deal. Before AIE finished speaking, Klein's greatsword had already chopped off her other claw. Dragon blood splashed, and the black flame giant sword chopped off AIE's left arm. Ah! AIE screamed again. She lost both arms. Even if she could escape, her strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, Klein in front of her had no intention of talking to her. The serious injury and scream of the crystal dragon made Agatha free from the control of the blood power. She covered her head and stood up, looking at Klein, who was slashing at the crystal dragon AIE, muttering, "This is a legendary dragon. How can you chop a legendary dragon like this? This guy, is he really a mage?" Because of the blood suppression, it is really difficult for the dragonborn who entered the ancient ruins to attack AIE. So this kind of behavior of slashing at the crystal dragon really shocked Agatha. Klein, who was holding the King of Decay, had a rapid decline in magic power. Although he had a lot of magic power, it was still very hard to maintain such a fighting state. The crystal dragon must die. And for the sake of safety, Klein felt that it would be best to kill her before the magic power was exhausted and the King of Decay was automatically released. Klein held the sword with both hands and jumped up suddenly. The giant sword with black flame stabbed at the head of the crystal dragon. But at the last moment of contact with the crystal dragon, a mirror-like thing appeared on the head of the crystal dragon. This mirror defense is a bit like Klein's static stance, but it is much stronger than that. AIE suddenly opened her huge mouth, carried the power of the sealing column, and forced her head out, allowing the sealing column to take away a lot of flesh and blood on her neck. But even at such a huge cost, she still resolutely bit the lower body of the King of Decay. The bite force of the legendary dragon is not something Klein can resist now. Even in the form of the King of Decay, AIE completely ignored the burning of the shadow flames, bit off the giant skeleton that extended from Klein, and tore off half of the body of the decayed king in an instant. Klein, who lost the protection of the skeleton, was already exposed to AIE's attack range. The crystal dragon did not stop and bit Poker Klein for the second time. If she wanted to survive, she had to kill Klein. However, Klein smiled. AIE used too much power to attack the Decay King, which also caused her originally weak prism to finally fail to withstand Klein's attack and shattered. Crack! The black flame giant sword broke through the mirror surface and pierced through the forehead of the crystal dragon AIE, immersing in the brain. The skeleton of the corrupted king gradually dissipated, and the shadow flames on the black flame giant sword gradually disappeared, turning back to the ordinary shining moonlight form. Klein lay weakly on the dragon head. His magic and physical strength were all exhausted, and he really had no strength at all. And in front of him was the huge eyeball of the crystal dragon. The other party's vertical pupil seemed to have lost its spirit, making Klein murmur in a low voice. The brain was pierced, so he should be dead. Right? When Klein just finished saying this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. AIE's eyeballs seemed to move. He wanted to step back, but he really had no strength. Awing! The crystal dragon suddenly raised its head, and Klein was also lifted into the sky. The last will of the crystal dragon AIE was to kill Klein, the guy who dared to kill her. When the crystal dragon opened its huge mouth, AIE's consciousness had gradually dissipated. This was her last instinct. Just when Klein was about to fall into the dragon's mouth, the little dragon that Agatha turned into grabbed his back, snatched him from the dragon's mouth, and threw Klein to the ground to the side, saving Klein's life. Thank you. Klein, lying on the ground, gasped, feeling lucky to have survived the catastrophe, and also feeling the great excitement of killing the legendary dragon. When Klein got up again, the dragon soul of the crystal dragon was turned into a puff of white smoke and gradually entered Klein's magic book. Klein quickly turned the magic book to the end, and a huge soul stone illustration appeared there. Crystal Dragon Soul Stone, Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Carrier, can be used as an excellent soul carrier, storing enough souls for Klein's book. Effect 2 Burst. Consume the soul stone at once and release all the soul power in it. The soul stone of the legendary dragon is actually unique. Not bad. Agatha walked to Klein and said, "What should we do with this corpse now?" Klein was really in trouble. The corpse was too big, and he had no way to take it all away. Regardless of so much, he had to get the most valuable dragon soul and dragon crystal first. "Agatha, this dragon corpse is quite big. As a dragon descendant, you should take a bath in dragon blood. Right? Go and take a bath with dragon blood quickly. Don't waste it, go quickly." Klein didn't dare to turn against Agatha now. Not to mention that she just saved him. He really didn't have a drop left in terms of strength. Well, she was talking about magic power, not some other strange thing. The magic in the magic book was not instantaneous, and Qi Ding had been used. If Agatha really turned against him, Klein estimated that he would be hung up and hammered. Life would be too difficult. Agatha looked at Klein suspiciously. He asked her to bathe in dragon blood? Why did this guy suddenly become kind? Something is wrong. "Klein, what are you going to do now?" Klein looked around and suddenly remembered that his sword was still in the crystal dragon's brain. So he hurriedly said, "I'm going to find my sword. You go quickly. I won't peek at you." Speaking of peeking, Agatha blushed. "Haven't you seen enough? And you have been watching openly before." But Agatha didn't refute it. What Klein said was right. If the Dragonborn can bathe in dragon blood, it will definitely be a very obvious improvement. Now there is fresh dragon blood, and it must not be missed. Then you be careful. I'll go get the dragon blood. Okay, let's go. The dragon blood will be cold if we wait any longer. Watching Agatha leave, Klein finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other party didn't seem to notice that he was already in a state of depression. That's good. Klein climbed onto the dragon's head again. Even such a simple action was a bit strenuous now. Walking to the crystal dragon's head, Klein drank a large bottle of magic potion, stretched out a few skeleton hands, and searched in the crystal dragon's head. Not long after, Klein found a hard object behind her brain. This object seemed to involve many nerves. Klein pulled hard and pulled the hard thing out. Crystal dragon crystal. Grade, miracle. Effect prism. Consume a certain amount of magic power and reflect elemental magic. Introduction. The most powerful and top-level magic material. Introduced simply. Klein's favorite is this kind of simple thing. Although it is a material, it already has a completely independent effect. Now when you hold it in your hand, you can reflect elemental magic, which is really awesome. However, it is a bit uncomfortable that Klein currently has no other miracle materials. I am so angry. If there are other materials, now the 4 miracle materials are combined. Is it possible to produce a miracle equipment? Not to mention achieving the effect of Klein's book. But even the rubbish miracle is still a miracle item. And it is very likely to have the effect of prism, elemental reflection, and the ability that the elemental dragon is afraid of. After all, I am still poor. I will go back and see if Jiesha has any cheap miracle materials. Klein's requirements were simple. First, it had to be a miracle grade. Second, it had to be cheap enough. As long as these 2 conditions were met, and the crystal dragon crystal was used as the main body, he would not care about the use of other materials because he had a synthesizer. He put away the dragon crystal with a smile and secretly glanced in the direction of Agatha. Well, that silly girl is still taking a bath. Take a good bath. You can use the dragon blood at will. Don't be polite. But thinking of the powerful effects of bathing in dragon blood or drinking dragon blood in the book, Klein suddenly wanted to try it. He stretched out the blood-sucking needle of the evil spirit gloves. He rarely used the blood-sucking needle of the evil spirit gloves because the effect of the skeleton extension was much better than this. Just when the blood-sucking needle was about to pierce into the body of the crystal dragon, Klein suddenly stopped. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the words of his mother Katie. At that time, he had only been in this world for a few days. Klein, promise me that you will not try the blood fusion of a warlock easily. That is definitely not a path suitable for you. Don't do blood fusion, now that I think about it. What my mother said at that time was more like a clear indication. Allow me to practice the abilities of a warlock. Evil energy, the power of hell, summoning demons, and void creatures. All of these are fine. The only thing I don't want to get involved in is the blood fusion of a warlock. My mother definitely knows something about my blood. and even has a certain understanding of ancient ruins. Klein decided that after returning to Jiesha this time, if he had the opportunity to go to the east to perform a mission, he would definitely go to the east territory to meet his mother. My strength is no longer what it used to be. If I ask Katie directly, I might get some answers that Klein wants. Thinking of this, Klein slowly put down his hand. Compared with his father Esmond, his mother Katie is more trustworthy, and her reminder will definitely not be unfounded. Forget it, it's better not to do that. Dragon blood is good, but my own talent is not bad. If I use dragon blood, I will lose other talents. Any one of them will be worth the loss. Chapter 212 Crystal Dragon's Mirror Fang. Klein was a little confused about how to deal with the dragon corpse in front of him. It was impossible to take away all of it. He could only take away the valuable parts as much as possible. Klein first got several large buckets of dragon blood, then sat on the dragon head and began to saw the dragon's teeth with the light of the brilliant moon. However, this thing was too hard and too big, and it was really difficult to deal with. He could only cut from the flesh and blood at the root of the tooth. Crystal Dragon Tooth. Grade, Magic Item. Introduction, Level 5 Material. Very strong. Suitable for forging magic weapons and armor. The dragon's teeth were too big, and his space ring could not hold a few of them. It would be a pity to throw them away. After all, they were level 5 materials, and were very valuable. So Klein chose to synthesize them. Klein threw a piece of dragon's teeth directly into the synthesizer, and then continued to saw the second one. According to the situation that the same type of materials can be synthesized into high-level materials, he combined these dragon teeth by himself. If he was lucky, he might really get another miracle material. However, the higher the quality of the material, the lower the success rate. It all depends on whether the crystal dragon's tooth can become a miracle dragon tooth. With this idea in mind, Klein resumed his dragon tooth extraction operation. Agatha was soaking in dragon blood. She had changed dragon blood many times. The energy of crystal dragon blood greatly increased her strength. She was very satisfied. Looking in Klein's direction, Agatha smiled. It's just a legendary dragon crystal. Do you think I would snatch it? What a stingy man. In some cases, Agatha could still see the situation clearly. Klein was determined to get the dragon crystal, so there was no need for her to conflict with him. Although she also felt Klein's weakness. What if he still had some trump cards, instead of taking risks? It is better to absorb the crystal dragon blood honestly. The value of dragon blood is just an ordinary magic item and potion material for other people. But she is a dragon descendant, and dragon blood is a real tonic that can directly improve Agatha's strength. Taking this opportunity, absorbing as much dragon blood as possible is her most correct choice. The two of them were busy, and did not interfere with each other. This situation lasted for 3 days, until Klein pulled out all of AIE's teeth. Agatha had also absorbed them, and returned to Klein. Looking at the crystal dragon corpse without teeth, Agatha was also confused. Where are the dragon teeth? You didn't leave me one? Not one? Your space ring is so big, can all the dragon teeth fit in it? Originally, she thought that even if Klein was greedy, it would be unlikely for him to take all the dragon teeth. After all, the dragon teeth are very large, and a normal space ring can't fit so many. I didn't expect it. Lao Ke, you are such a person. Klein lowered his head, a little embarrassed, and secretly took a look at the things in his synthesizer. This is what he got after synthesizing all the teeth of the crystal dragon. But he is already very satisfied with this thing. Mirror Fang of Crystal Dragon. Grade, Miracle. Effect, Destroy Magic. Introduction. Mirror Fang is a very rare tooth of Crystal Dragon. Only 1 out of every 10 crystal dragons will grow a Mirror Fang. Klein's mouth was about to burst with laughter for being able to get an extra miracle material. But he must not show it on the surface. He had to stay calm. Otherwise it would make Agatha feel embarrassed. Ahem, well, I didn't take those dragon teeth. It seems that they fell off and disappeared naturally because they were not nourished by the dragon's blood. It has nothing to do with me. Well, I only took out 1 dragon tooth before. If you want it, I will reluctantly give it to you. Klein rummaged in his space ring for a while, then took out a yellow tooth that was obviously underdeveloped and threw it to Agatha. This is his only remaining dragon tooth. The reason for preserving this dragon tooth is also very simple. The other dragon teeth are all level 5. And this one is only level 4. Klein was quite generous before. After all, 107 of the 108 dragon teeth were level 5. He didn't like the level 4 ones. Moreover, even if the level 4 ones were successfully synthesized, they would only be level 5, which is meaningless. So this level 4 dragon tooth happened to be left behind. Now it's not a big problem to use it to deal with Agatha. Agatha looked at the dragon tooth that Klein handed over. She could tell at a glance that it was a real dragon tooth. But the quality of the dragon tooth was too poor. Klein? This guy. This is too much. Klein? There are 108 dragon teeth in total, without saying too much. Give me at least 10 dragon teeth. Klein answered while cutting dragon meat. Ah, are there so many? I didn't take it. So I don't know. Agatha's temples were throbbing. Are the people in Jesha so shameless? Dragons have dragon qualities. Trees have tree qualities. People have human qualities. And you have no qualities. The verbal attack could no longer shake Klein. At this time, Klein's heart was as hard as a rock. Then he pretended not to hear and took out a dragon meat dish made by the synthesizer and handed it to Agatha. Try this first. It tastes great. Dragon rib roast. Grade, rare item. Effect, increases magic power, physical fitness, and strength. Introduction, the best taste in the world. Top quality. Top quality. Agatha originally planned to continue asking Klein for dragon teeth. But after she smelled the aroma of roasted dragon ribs, she naturally put her hand down and tore off a piece of roast meat and put it in her mouth. Even though she had been a noble lady of the Prodini family for many years, Agatha had to admit that this dragon rib was indeed top quality. Tender dragon meat, rich energy factors, extremely sophisticated roasting methods, and self-contained seasonings, all of which completely satisfied Agatha's taste buds. As the saying goes, people are soft-hearted when they eat. Although Agatha was still dissatisfied with Klein taking away all the dragon teeth, she had no good way to turn her attention to the roast meat. It's really delicious. You actually have this cooking method? Of course. I was a cooking god before I took the entrance exam for the Royal Academy. Since you don't have to pay taxes for bragging, why not do it anytime and anywhere? Not bad. It's really good. Dragon meat is a very nutritious tonic. But Klein really couldn't take it away. His ring was already full of dragon blood and a few dragon bones. Dragon meat is very valuable, but it is still far inferior to dragon blood and dragon bones. Even if it is synthesized into food, it is still the original volume. So here, you can eat as much as you can. Anyway, you can't take it away. If it tastes good, eat more. As long as you are here, you will have enough to eat until you are tired of it. In this way, Klein and Agatha rested here for 5 days. What they had to do every day was to eat dragon meat crazily, synthesize some dragon bones, and then recover from injuries at other times. With the nourishment of arcane energy and a large amount of dragon meat, the remaining flesh on Klein's body is grown out. But the skin in these parts is still red and thin, as if it will break if touched. The obvious scars made his handsome appearance more ferocious, and his hair and eyebrows grew a little bit, and the whole person looked very fierce. Not like a wizard at all. Klein took Agatha's mirror and nodded secretly. Well, this is more manly. As expected, scars are the best decoration for men. Don't be narcissistic. I haven't seen the back yet. Agatha's words interrupted Klein's self-aesthetics and returned the mirror to the other party. The two looked at the remaining dragon corpse with some regret. A large amount of dragon meat would only rot here. And in the end, only some dragon bones without magic might be left. It's such a pity to waste so much dragon meat. There's no other way. The conditions to enter here are too harsh. I almost died at the door. I can only leave it here. The two of them passed the room where the crystal dragon was sealed and walked to the back. What they didn't expect was that there were actually 5 rooms similar to the crystal dragon. But these huge rooms were empty. Only the lonely ceiling pillars on the ground gave Klein and Agatha some information. There were ceiling pillars in all 5 rooms, which could only mean that there were dragons in all 5 rooms. And these ceiling pillars were bigger and more numerous. When they arrived at the last room, the number of ceiling pillars here was almost the sum of the previous rooms. Where did the dragons here go? Agatha said with some difficulty. According to the number and size of the ceiling pillars, the dragons behind must be stronger than the crystal dragon, and may even be much stronger. Klein found something in the 3rd room. The dragon in this room left obvious traces. One area seemed to be melted by the flames. One area was completely shattered, and another area was charred. Combining this information, Klein judged, the one trapped in this 3rd room should be the elemental dragon Aldrich. Agatha also saw the changes in the terrain here and nodded. If the elemental dragon is really composed of pure elemental energy, according to the traces on the ground, it is indeed possible that he is here. Did he run away? Klein shook his head. No one can judge such things. Agatha continued. The elemental dragon is a saint level. From the words of the crystal dragon, it can be clearly heard that the elemental dragon is much stronger than her. If the saint corresponds to our king level, then the power here is a bit outrageous. Klein looked at the two rooms behind and said with mixed feelings. There are two more who are stronger than the elemental dragon. Chapter 213 Extension 4 Misty Dragon. Putting aside their thoughts, Klein and Agatha continued to walk inside and came to a room made of glass. There were a lot of broken lab dishes stored here, and the contents of some of the lab dishes were still intact. Klein picked up a metal bottle made of special material and looked at the prompt of the synthesizer. Not knowing what to say, the green dragon soul has been found. You have a legendary dragon soul stone, which can be consumed for soul extension. Do you want to extend it? Do I need to think about this? What's the use of a green dragon soul? Can it make me green? Do Chinese people like green? No, no, no. Hurry up and say no. Don't click the wrong one. At this time, Agatha also took a metal bottle and said to Klein, inside is the dragon soul. Of course I know that this thing is a dragon soul. And not only do I know it, I can also use it. But Klein still pretended to be surprised. Is the dragon soul a very rare thing? What is it useful for? Agatha looked at Klein with a confused expression and said a little embarrassedly, the dragon soul is really useless to you. But it is very useful to the dragonborn. It can pass on the skills of dragons. So these things are very important to me. Klein, can you give me the dragon soul in your hand? I want to pass on the dragon souls one by one. Green dragon soul. I don't even want it. Take it quickly. Klein threw the green dragon soul to Agatha generously. We are all friends. No problem. Take it. Thank you. Klein, thank you so much. Seeing Agatha's sincere thanks, Klein felt a little embarrassed. The two of them were still in a good cooperation, and they just took what they needed. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. All this dragon soul will be given to you. I'll find a great one later. Just don't object then. Klein continued to look for more useful dragon souls in the room, while Agatha had already opened a dragon soul, inhaled it into her mouth, and began to feel the inherited power of the dragon soul. Klein walked to the desk in the middle of the hall, and there was a handwritten paper on the desk. Because of the special environment of the ruins, this note has not decayed after thousands of years, but it is a little yellow. And it says, the outer barrier is broken. We must join the war. We don't know if we can survive this war. If we can't come back, the 6 dragons that are sealed here will be regarded as a legacy for future generations. Bados Capic, dragons are a legacy for future generations. Can it be understood that these 6 dragons are the real ancient relics here? The crystal dragon is also one of them. Then when did this place become a forbidden place for dragons? Only the crystal dragon is left. Where did the other dragons go? Klein put the note away silently. This information is a bit interesting. Dragons are gifts left by the ancient wizards. So he and Joe are also so-called ancient relics. So they are also gifts. They are not creatures like dragons. So what are they? A gene fragment? The flesh and blood left behind? Or are they tadpoles preserved from ancient times? If he and Joe are tadpoles inherited from ancient times, then isn't his father? Klein imagined some strange scenes. Thinking of this, Klein inexplicably felt that his father Esmond's head was green. Although if you want to live a decent life, you always have to have some green on your head. But if his guess is true, Klein still can't understand this behavior of putting a hat on yourself. This is too awesome. Klein scratched his head and continued to check the dragon soul next to him. Just after touching it, he felt that this dragon soul was unusual. The soul of the mist dragon has been discovered. You have a legendary dragon soul stone, which can extend the soul. Do you want to extend it? Mist dragon, it is also one of the legendary dragons. No. Let me take a look. Klein was full of energy at this time. There is no need to say more about the dragon soul of the legendary dragon. I just don't know if there is a better one. After going around this room and touching all the dragon souls, Klein finally confirmed that the dragon soul of the mist dragon is indeed the best one. It's a pity that there is no elemental dragon or a more awesome dragon soul. But with the mist dragon, Klein is already very satisfied. Holding the mist dragon soul in his hand, The reminder of soul extinction came again. He glanced at Agatha, who was comprehending the dragon's soul. This time, Klein chose yes without hesitation, consuming the legendary Dragon Soul Stone for soul extinction. Mist Dragon, the powerful power of the Dragon Soul, was injected into Klein's body. This soul power was much stronger and more outrageous than the power obtained from the previous 2 soul extensions. Under the baptism of the Dragon Soul, Klein's vision gradually blurred, and a voice sounded in Klein's ears. "You are not a Dragonborn? How can you use the Dragon Soul when you don't have any dragon blood?" Klein looked at the mist in front of him in a daze, and roughly knew that the other party was the Mist Dragon. There are too many things in this world that you don't understand, and I am tired of explaining it. Anyway, rest in peace. Brother Long. Klein put his hand on the mist, and the huge soul of the Mist Dragon began to be extracted and filtered by the synthesizer. Klein turned a deaf ear to the dragon roar and screams in his ears. These were all nutrients for his strength growth, even if you were a legendary dragon. However, what Klein didn't know was that after he absorbed the Mist Dragon soul, the power of the glass house under his feet began to repel him, and the more dragon souls he absorbed, the greater the repulsive force. Until he completely absorbed the Mist Dragon soul, his body was suddenly pulled into a space channel, and the remains of the dragon descendant were sprayed out. It doesn't matter if it is sprayed out. Klein will get out sooner or later anyway. But this is hundreds of thousands of nanofeet in the sky. It doesn't matter if it's hundreds of thousands of nanofeet. But Klein hasn't woken up yet. This is very embarrassing. When Klein was still absorbing the Mist Dragon soul comfortably, he didn't know that he was falling at a speed of 2,000 nanofeet per second. And he didn't know where he would fall. At this time, Klein, who was immersed in the soul state, received a prompt from the synthesizer with the infusion of soul power. Your magic power increased significantly by 317.9 to 429.1. This magic power increase is called a significant increase. What was the last increase? You dare to call it a significant increase when it's less than 2 points. Soul Extension 4, Mist Dragon, affect 1 mist body. Consume a lot of magic power to transform into mist, with the effect of floating and moving, and immunity to ordinary physical attacks. Effect 2 anti-magic body, after injecting magic power. Your body has extremely strong magic resistance of all attributes. Effect 3 alien body, mist body and anti-magic body cannot be activated at the same time. With this attribute, I am invincible. Agatha gradually woke up from the state of understanding the dragon's soul. She looked around and could not see Klein at all. Klein, Klein, Klein? After shouting several times and running to the front room to look for it, she still couldn't find Klein. Agatha was immediately confused. Could it be that I have been understanding here for too long, and he can't wait? Then what did he use to teleport out directly? Agatha held her chin and returned to the place where the dragon soul was stored. Looking at the dragon soul that had basically not moved, Agatha was somewhat relieved. I originally thought that after exploring the ruins, even if he didn't curse me, he would sign some contracts with me. I didn't expect that he would leave without doing anything. He also left me so many dragon souls. It seems that our daily interactions during this period of time have made him feel good and trust me. This guy doesn't say anything, but his actions are pretty good. It's worth it that I watched him for so long. No matter what. Let's comprehend the dragon soul first. In a suburb of the Western Territory, a caravan guard was fighting a hurricane wolf. This second-level monster is too fast. If they can't kill the other party, then there is no point in running away. The cruel hurricane wolf will tear the lone person to pieces bit by bit. Brother, we have lost 5 brothers. What should we do? The leading warrior stared at the wind wolf with an ugly face. He was also a second-level warrior, but his speed was too slow. The other brothers were all first-level warriors. The wind wolf was very intelligent and knew how to fight by roaming, which caused them to lose a lot of people. The morale of the whole team was also declining and on the verge of collapse. Shrink the formation. Yes, everyone. Shrink the formation. The mercenaries gradually moved closer to the caravan. Although this method was passive, it could effectively reduce casualties. In a carriage of the caravan, several mages from the Hosbog School of Magic were chattering. Teacher Delanka. Should we go to help? This teacher named Delanka was a junior teacher at Hosbog. The grading of Hosbog and the Royal Academy was different. The Royal Academy required a 3rd level to become a teacher, while Hosbog could be 2 to 3 levels, as long as the academic level was passed. Get ready. I'm afraid these mercenaries can't resist this swift wolf. Yes. A group of mages slowly got out of the car. They were a little nervous when they saw the swift wolf rushing towards the mercenaries. Hosbog is different from the Royal Academy. Although they also have war recruitment and student recruitment, the actual pressure is much less than that of the Royal Academy. Compared to the war machine like the Royal Academy, Hosbog is more like the so-called Academy. So in terms of combat quality, the students of Hosbog are often a little worse than those of the Royal Academy. Here it comes! The swift wolf roared and pounced on a mercenary. Swoosh! But at this critical moment, something suddenly fell rapidly from the sky and hit the head of the swift wolf on the spot. With a wonderful speed of 2,000 nanofeet, plus its own weight, plus the skeleton that automatically protects its master, the swift wolf was killed instantly by Klein, who fell from the sky. Klein was lying on the ground, surrounded by a large number of broken bones. At this moment, he was no longer fantasizing about the mist dragon soul, but had actually fainted from the fall. Chapter 214 Klein almost fell to death. At this time, in the suburbs of the west, a group of mercenaries were watching Klein, who had just killed the swift wolf, and the other members of the caravan, including several mages from Holzbog, were standing outside the mercenaries. A guy falling from the sky was still quite intimidating, and after he killed the swift wolf, his body was not broken, which was quite amazing. A mercenary walked to Klein's side, touched his bones and said, "All the bones in his body are broken. There is no hope. Let's go," another person said. Or, "Let's do something good and bury him. It can be regarded as repaying his kindness of killing the swift wolf." Several mercenaries seemed to be talking to themselves, and their hands were also searching for things on Klein's body. Where did all these bones come from? It feels a bit strange. It's not strange. Maybe it's his bones. Or the bones of the wind wolf. Stupid. The bones of the wind wolf are light yellow. These bones are pure white, and they are different in size. Who cares? Let's see if there is anything valuable first. Several mercenaries looked at each other, although they would not rob. Klein's things that fell from the sky were basically foreign money. The sword beside Klein and the magic book were not ordinary items, so they had some bad thoughts. At this time, seeing the wizards of Hosbog coming in, these mercenaries hurriedly said, "What do you care what kind of bones it is? The dead need to rest in peace. Hurry up. Dig a hole and bury him." Their words were a little strange and suspicious. Just as they were about to carry Klein away, a young male wizard from Hosbog pointed at Klein's hand. "No. This person doesn't seem to be dead. I saw his fingers move. You put him down first. I seem to have seen it too. Yes. If the person is not dead, you can't just bury him casually." Following the little boy's reminder, more people saw Klein move. Several mercenaries looked a little ugly, but they had no choice. They couldn't afford to offend the people of Hosbog. In the end, the mercenaries had to give up the magic book next to Klein, quietly took away Klein's moonlight, and then ignored Klein. The young male wizard saw the mercenary taking Klein's sword, but just as he was about to step forward to stop him, his mentor Delanka stopped him. "Sean, you have saved this gentleman, and these mercenaries are not weak. They are just seeking money. If you provoke them again and again, conflicts are likely to break out. Although we are from Hosbog, once people lose their minds, they don't care who you are. When you go out, safety comes first. Understand?" The young male mage named Sean nodded seriously. "I know. I was reckless just now, Teacher Delanka." After the mercenaries left and confirmed that Klein was still alive, the caravan began to get busy again. Now it was very late, and it was not suitable to move forward. The body of the wind wolf was also very valuable. The meat could be used as food, and other things were also materials. So the mercenaries and the caravan members decided to give priority to the body of the wind wolf. And for a while, no one cared about Klein, whose bones were broken. When people shouted for help, everyone would come to watch. But when it came to the rescue, everyone would ignore it tacitly. Sean looked at Klein and asked his mentor, Teacher Delanka, "What should we do now, if we don't save him? He might die." Delanka looked at Sean. This student was good in everything, with excellent grades and outstanding talents. The only shortcoming was that he was too kind. It's not that kindness is bad, but in the current Tarila, kind people usually don't live well. Let's carry him to our carriage first. I only know some simple wound treatments. I don't know if I can save him. Others can come and help. A group of mage academies responded. Okay. The little mages of Hosvog worked together to carry Klein to their carriage and settle him down. The second-level mage Delanka touched the back of Klein's head and had many questions in his mind. Klein's skull was clearly broken. Why didn't his brain fall out? The other parts of his body were in a similar state. Under normal circumstances, if a person falls at that speed, shouldn't he be smashed into a pulp? Could it be the bones from before? Although Delanka couldn't figure out why Klein was in this state. The most urgent thing was to bandage his wound. Just as Delanka was bandaging Klein's wound, a student named Ackerman spoke up. Teacher Delanka, this person looks so fierce. And he fell from the sky. What if we saved a bad guy? Delanka paused for a moment. And when she was about to answer, Sean on the side spoke up. Ackerman, the academy should have taught you that no matter what the situation is, you can't judge people by appearance. Right? Are fierce-looking people bad people? And beautiful people good people? Who told you this? The student named Ackerman stared at Sean. He was quite dissatisfied with this guy who always suppressed him. Although it is wrong to judge people by appearance. Most of the time, appearance can reflect a person's character. The teachers in the academy should have taught this. Right? Di Xiaoyan didn't speak, because he knew that Ackerman was telling the truth. Most of the time, judging people by appearance is correct, because a person's character, temper, and behavior habits really affect a person's appearance. A person's character is basically written on his face. Not to mention absolute. More than 60% of people are in this situation. And this proportion is high enough. And from a person's figure, you can see the other person's general habits and whether the other person is self-disciplined. The walking posture can tell whether the family education is good, because people who walk crookedly usually have poor family education. A person's aesthetic taste can be seen from his dress. If a person's nails are very clean, then this person is generally a very clean person. These are all judging people by appearance. But they are absolutely reasonable. And Klein now looks like a murderer because the scars on his body have not been healed. His hair is very short. And his eyebrows are weird. Such people usually appear on the wanted list of the security department. However, although Sean knew that Ackerman was telling the truth, he still didn't want to give up on saving Klein. Ackerman, maybe you're right. But at this time, we have to save the other party. Although the other party may not be a good person, you can't be sure that he is a bad person. Okay. Don't give me your reasoning. Ackerman interrupted Sean dissatisfiedly. Before leaving, his eyes stayed on Klein's magic book for a while. At night, after Dekalin bandaged Klein's wound, the carriage calmed down. These Hosvog wizards exchanged some magic knowledge and chatted about some gossip, and then fell asleep one after another. Klein, lying quietly in the carriage, could hear what these people said. In fact, he was awake when he fell to the ground. After all, he fell from the height of the top of the world. If he didn't wake up, he would probably die. He didn't speak, but it was just because he was too seriously injured and couldn't move at all. Moreover, Klein was unwilling to suppress his injuries and move when there was no danger. If these people were willing to save him, then let them do it. Klein also remembered the boy named Sean. Now that he had arrived in a relatively stable environment, Klein's magic began to stimulate the growth of his bones. And new bones quickly replaced the bones that had been completely broken. The broken bone residue was slowly discharged from his fingertips, toes, scalp, and spine. With the new bones, Klein could barely move. But every time he moved, he would feel severe pain in his body. Klein slowly opened his eyes and thought about the previous situation. I was clearly absorbing the mist dragon soul. Why did I fall from the sky? Did Agatha kick me down? Did she want to kill me? Klein was injured and had nothing to do, so he couldn't help but think wildly. At that time, there were only him and Agatha in the ruins. If something went wrong with him, it must be Agatha's doing. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, and the angrier he got. This woman, I let her go with good intentions and lived in peace with her. But she actually wanted to kill me. I can't stand this. Next time I see her, I must teach her a lesson. Agatha, who was still absorbing the dragon soul in the dragonborn ruins, sneezed inexplicably. What's going on with my physique? Can I still catch a cold? I don't know how Klein is doing, but I am a disciple of Prometheus, and I am a hostile force to him. I don't know if I will have a chance to see him again. No, He hasn't paid me the money for the dragon's teeth yet. I have to go to him to ask for it. And by the way, meet that Lilith again to see what's so special about her. Agatha didn't know that she had been accused of a murder by Klein. And the next time they met, the way of greeting would be changed to the fire explosion. Just when Klein was lying down to recover from his injuries, the student of Holzbog named Ackerman slowly came to Klein. But Klein had already closed his eyes. Looking at the broken bones beside Klein, Ackerman was a little strange. Where did these bones come from? And they are all broken. Oh! Never mind. Take the book away first. Ackerman reached out and picked up the Klein's book next to Klein, and walked away quietly. Klein, lying on the carriage, smiled slightly. These people dared to take his magic book. They really didn't know how to live or die. The last person who rashly took his things had the grass on his grave 1 foot high. Chapter 215, Holzbog leaves a line. Ackerman, holding the Klein book, just got off the carriage and bumped into Sean, who had just finished meditating. The collision also caused the magic book to fall to the ground. Sean looked at it carefully. Because of the obvious letter K on the book, he recognized it as Klein's book at a glance. This book is the one of the injured person inside? Ackerman. What are you doing? Ackerman was a little annoyed. He did not answer Sean, but grabbed the magic book on the ground and turned to leave. When Sean wanted to stop him, Ackerman pushed him away. Sean, why are you so annoying? I don't even know if this guy can survive. What's the harm of taking a look at his book? When Ackerman roared at Sean, he did not notice that the Klein book in his hand automatically opened at this time. Ackerman. Behind you. The soul of Thelysis appeared behind Ackerman. Sean pointed behind Ackerman and wanted to remind his classmates. But Ackerman did not believe it at all. Still pretending? Who else could be here in the middle of the night? Just as Ackerman turned around, Thelysis' palm pressed on his face. As Thelysis chanted a spell, Ackerman's soul flowed into Thelysis' hands through his 7 orifices. At this time, the pages of the magic book in his hand were turning quickly. Ackerman felt that his soul was being pulled out. He wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't make a sound at all. Sean on the side was just an ordinary and young entry-level mage who had not even reached the first level. He wanted to move forward, but found that he seemed to be fixed by some force. Unable to move, he could only watch Ackerman's soul being extracted by Thelysis. This extraction ended only when Ackerman's soul completely dissipated and fell to the ground in a daze. The open Klein book was closed again, and Thelysis turned his head to look at Sean, smiled at the young wizard, and then re-entered the Klein book. Sean was a little scared. Although he had never seen a high-level artifact spirit, he had read in a magic book that the most annoying thing for high-level artifact spirit creatures was offense. Ackerman offended the book and died. And he seemed to have offended the other party just now. But he didn't die, which was lucky. In Sean's astonished eyes, the magic book floated up again, and the pages seemed to be busy eating, slowly flying towards Klein. Sean didn't dare to speak again until the Klein book flew back into the carriage. A magic book that can fly by itself. The injured person inside is probably a great wizard. He looked at Ackerman's body on the ground, not knowing how to deal with it. With trembling and confusion, he boarded the carriage where Klein was resting. As soon as Sean opened the curtain of the carriage, he saw a scene that made him feel a little embarrassed. Klein was leaning on the carriage, flipping through the magic book that had just killed Ackerman, while his teacher Delenka was kneeling in front of Klein. Trembling, Sean's eyes moved between the two for a while, and then looked back at the magic book. This somewhat scary magic book was extremely docile in Klein's hands, just like an ordinary magic book. Delenka lowered her head and dared not speak. Klein's bone could suppress her. There was no room for resistance. She would be killed if she resisted, so she was very honest. Klein felt a little funny when he saw that the other party was so afraid of him. He didn't expect that Holzbog's teacher would be so timid. Don't be too nervous. Ma'am? That little brother named Sean. You sit down too. My name is Klein. I'm not a bad person. Coming here is purely an accident. As long as you don't do something stupid, I won't do anything to you. Delenka nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Sean glanced at his teacher and nodded. Sean didn't understand why Delenka was so scared, but Delenka knew that in the wild, fighting and killing between professionals was too common. The masters encountered in the wild are not like those in the academy or the city. The masters in the academy are colleagues. Even if there is a gap in strength, everyone has a colleague's affection. The strong in the city will also be restrained because of the constraints of the law and the empire. But it's different in the wild. When you meet a master in the wild, that's the real gap. You must remember one thing. The strong cannot be offended. Delanka has always believed in this. So he is so respectful to Klein. Klein was very satisfied with Delanka's cowardice. He closed his eyes and began to sense the location of the object in his bottle. Sickle monster. Come here. After releasing the information to summon the sickle monster, Klein said to Delanka again, I'm injured now, and don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. You should arrange the cause of death of your dead student yourself. As for other people, if they ask about my identity or my injuries, just say that I am a student of the Royal Academy. Okay, Master Klein. The next morning, just after getting up, someone found Ackerman's body. But under Delanka's arrangement, Ackerman's cause of death was quickly identified as being attacked by poison and suffocated by poison. No one questioned the whole process, and there was no ripple, because Delanka was originally the person in charge of medical treatment among their group. The people of Holzvog admitted that it was poisoned and suffocated, so it was even less likely that others would come to find out the truth, because unless there are really strong masters guarding, otherwise, this kind of cross-city collective action will always kill some people. Every time. After dealing with Ackerman's body, the caravan started to move again soon, and Klein was leaning on the carriage to read a book. Sean sat next to Klein. What happened last night had a great impact on him, and he was also very interested in Klein. Mr. Klein, are you also a mage? Looking at the little mage who took the initiative to remind everyone yesterday, Klein showed a relatively warm smile. What's wrong? Why can't I be a mage? That's not what I meant. I asked this because I saw that Mr. Klein's figure looked like a warrior. Klein asked with some doubt. It's okay to have a strong figure, right? When you teach students in Holzvog, don't you teach melee ability, swordsmanship, knife skills, or steps, moving steps, etc.? And Klein's doubts made Sean even more confused. Why should mages learn melee combat skills? Aren't mages cast spells? Klein was stunned. Yes, mages cast spells. But magic power is not endless. And in the process of fighting, you can never guarantee that warriors and assassins will not suddenly appear next to you. Well, mages should not act alone. As long as a large number of mages stand together to form a mage group, the threat of assassins and warriors will be greatly reduced. Klein nodded. He already understood some of Holzvog's teaching concepts. Unlike the Royal Academy, Holzvog emphasizes group combat. The Royal Academy's philosophy is to cultivate excellent individual independent combat units. Although the Royal Academy does not force mages to learn melee combat skills, mages of all departments will have the possibility of melee teaching. These courses will teach mages some melee skills and how to deal with melee professions. Because after the catastrophe, the magic power of mages generally decreased. For low-level mages, learning melee skills can greatly improve their combat effectiveness. So it is very necessary to learn. And even Klein is no exception. From this aspect, we can see the difference between the Royal Academy and Holzvog. Holzvog's recruitment frequency seems to be completely different from that of the Royal Academy. The people trained by Holzvog are more like students, while those trained by the Royal Academy are more like soldiers. However, Klein still affirmed Holzvog's concept first. After all, it is one of the 3 major academies. But he also expressed his own ideas. Mage group combat can indeed effectively reduce the threat of melee combat. But if a person wants to become stronger, complete individual ability is very important. All the strong men above level 5 are powerful individuals. If you want to become stronger quickly, you can't rely too much on the group strength. And you must have the ability to face the enemy alone. So I think that when the magic power is insufficient, practicing melee skills can effectively improve the combat effectiveness of the mage when fighting alone. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You just listen to it. Sean was a little confused. If you want to become stronger quickly, you have to go through individual training. Is this really the case? Based on my experience? Yes. I understand. Mr. Klein. Klein smiled as he watched Sean get off the carriage. He was not familiar with Holzvog, but that did not prevent him from leaving a connection here. Although he did not know whether he would have any intersection with Holzvog in the future, it was still necessary to leave a useful person behind. And it did not cost much. That night, when most people had fallen asleep, Klein reluctantly got off the carriage. At this time, The sickle demon had arrived here. It crawled at Klein's feet, and obediently touched Klein's fingers with its 2 tentacles to show intimacy. Klein touched the sickle demon's head, and attached 2 letters and a space ring to its body. Give these things to Eric and Becky. They should still be waiting for me outside the Imperial capital. The sickle monster rubbed Klein's chest with its head reluctantly. But it did not dare to disobey Klein's order. After just a slight touch, it turned and flew towards the direction of the Imperial capital. Klein looked at the flying sickle monster and smiled. The bottle thing is really obedient. Klein suddenly grabbed a handful of bottles from his space ring. A full 10. These bottles were accumulated by Klein, bit by bit in the past few months. Except for the sickle monster. He did not use any of them. These bottles will be his other trump card. It's a pity that there are 2 level 4 and 8 level 3. It's a pity that there is not even a disaster level 1. There are too few rare monsters. Klein took back the bottle and returned to the carriage to rest. He can quickly repair bone injuries, but not physical injuries. He is still very weak now. It's not time to go back. He can delay for a while. Just like traveling. Chapter 216 Letters from Afar. The southern suburbs outside the Imperial capital, after the bone-eating beast incident, became a secret base for Klein's team. If the mission is completed too quickly, go to the ruins in the southern suburbs to practice. Delay time, and wait until the end of the mission deadline to hand in the mission. The team has reduced resources due to the delay of the mission, and Klein will provide subsidies. This is the team action plan arranged by Klein before. Eric and Becky have been waiting here for 12 days. After so long, there is still no news from Klein. Eric and Becky are also a little anxious, because the deadline of the mission is 20 days. The previous mission has been carried out for 6 days. That is, the deadline of the mission will be up in 2 days. If the time is really delayed for so long, and they haven't returned to report, GS Society will send another team to search and find them. This is something they don't want to happen. So they will return to GS Society tomorrow at the latest. Becky shook her head at Eric with the communicator. There is not even a little signal. There is no signal. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the communicator is destroyed, and the other is that he is too far away from us. Too far? Where can he go? How do I know? Becky shook her head and walked out after hearing this. But as soon as she reached the door, she felt that the light seemed to be a little dim. But there was clearly nothing in front of her. Becky, be careful. Eric's reminder immediately alerted Becky and put her into combat mode. But she obviously still had nothing. So she asked Eric, "What's going on? There's a monster in front of you." "In front of me?" Just as Becky was confused, the figure of the sickle demon gradually appeared in front of Becky, which surprised Becky. Invisible monster. The sickle demon pressed its double blades to the ground, slowly lay down, and shook its wings, as if to tell the two that it had no ill intentions. Eric and Becky looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. But they still nodded to the sickle demon. The sickle demon saw that the two understood what he meant, and made a squeak sound, and then pointed at his back with the sickle blade. Eric looked at the sickle demon's movements and said, "It should be telling us that it came to find us specifically, and there is something for us behind it. Specially looking for us? Who knew we were here?" Klein knew. Becky nodded and slowly approached the sickle demon. Seeing Becky approaching, the sickle demon pressed down its entire body and let Becky take off the 2 letters and a ring behind it. "Really? There is a letter from Klein." "Huh? So this thing is Klein's pet? TSK. It's quite big." After the 2 of them roughly read the contents of the letter, they were relieved. Klein was fine, but it would take some time to return to Jesha, so they could collect 2 sets of miracle-level materials as much as possible. The requirements were simple. It had to be miracle level, and secondly, cheap, and there were no other requirements for efficacy. The funds collected were in the ring. Eric happily picked up the ring brought back by the sickle monster and said with a smile, "Let me see if Klein has brought us some local specialties from the west." Eric opened the ring and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "These ethereal potions were actually handed over to me to deal with. Klein is a guy who deserves our acquaintance. I'm touched. Oh no. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 106, 107 bottles. Klein is a beast. He clearly told me that the production of ethereal potions is very small, and he sold it to me for 20,000 a bottle before. Can't it be mass-produced? He is so skilled at pitting teammates. It's too much, don't you think?" "Becky!" Just when Eric was complaining, Becky patted him. Don't pretend. When I opened it just now, my mechanical, I had already scanned it. 120 bottles in total. Don't lie. Don't act. It's boring. Eric's face turned green immediately. Damn. I forgot that Becky has become Klein's follower. Now I can't even get a penny for the potion. Life is too difficult. My friend. I'm under a lot of pressure. Becky. You've changed. In Giesha. Esmond sat in the office and asked Gwen in front of him. Klein hasn't come back yet? Not yet. Do we need to send someone to find him? No. He's pretty good now. He should be able to take care of himself. Gwen hesitated for a moment. In her opinion, Klein's strength was more than just good. She was thinking about whether to report Klein's strength to Esmond. His strength was growing very fast. But Gwen herself hadn't tested it yet. Esmond saw Gwen's hesitation and asked, What's wrong? What's the matter? Gwen reacted immediately. This time she still chose not to mention Klein's strength. She thought that she should wait for Klein to come back and test him carefully. Nothing. Eric and Becky have returned and are reporting the mission. How will their mission be settled this time? Esmond stood up and lit his pipe. Gia society has its own rules. Their mission is to protect the 3 heirs of the Platini family. Now 1 heir is missing. 1 is seriously injured and dying. And 1 is frightened. This situation must be due to their poor protection. Of course, the mission must be considered a failure. The mission reward will be deducted. And then, they will be given a subsidy of twice the mission reward. Gwen hesitated. 2 times, sir. After we restarted the manufacturing of the magic mecha, our economic situation is not very optimistic. We can't spend any money carelessly. Although their mission rewards are not much. Once this rule is broken, the future finances will be more difficult. The intelligence of this mission is wrong. We can't handle it casually like the Royal Academy. At any time, we can't lack the resources of the frontline combat members. If the economic situation is tight, we can sell some potions and equipment to make up for the gap. We have a lot of potions and equipment reserves. So it's okay to sell some. Oh, by the way, you can deduct Klein's money and give it to Becky and Eric, and tell him that the mission failed. He made so much money by refining the ethereal potion. So this is not a big deal. Gwen thought it was a good idea to deduct Klein's money. I understand. I will give subsidies to Becky and the others. Esmond was a little surprised to see Gwen hadn't left yet. Anything else? Sir, the Imperial government has issued a document today. This year's high-level prisoner exchange will be hosted by Miss Fakis of the Imperial Academy and Her Highness Princess Qianhua. Our Jia Society needs to send a team of at least 7 people to accompany them. Esmond suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if he remembered something. He didn't answer Gwen immediately, and Gwen didn't continue to ask. Eric walked to the window and began to think. After a while, he slowly said, You lead the team in person for this matter, and let Team Lilith and Team Alvin cooperate with you. Okay, I'll go and notify them in advance. Wait a minute, and then work on it. Arrange Becky and the other 2 in the logistics of this prisoner exchange team. Gwen was slightly stunned. Logistics? The 3 of them? Esmond nodded. Betsy is a paladin, and both Fakis and Qianhua are women. There is no problem for her to enter as a female officer. Eric is a doctor himself, and the team's actions must be accompanied by medical staff. So he is also fine. Klein can be an accompanying arcanist, giving water to the team and rolling bread. Such a team must need an excellent arcanist. Gwen didn't know what Esmond wanted to do. The members arranged for this prisoner exchange were a bit too strong. In the past, such tasks would just send some people to deal with the task. But this time, not only were 2 strong teams arranged, but Klein's team was also forced in. However, as an excellent subordinate, Gwen knew what not to ask. So she just answered obediently. Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Now they can all be contacted. Only Klein is not there. Don't tell them anything yet. Just remind them not to act on their own in 2 months. Yes, if there is nothing else, then I will go back first. Lord Esmond. Go! These days, Klein has been very idle. Every day he reads books, consumes a little magic power, and then sits in the caravan carriage and chats with Sean. Mr. Klein, I have started to exercise these 2 days, but other students will look at me with strange eyes. Geniuses are always different. If you are the same as everyone else, you can only be an ordinary person. You are a genius, so you are different from those mortals. Sean was dizzy with Klein's bowl of poisonous chicken soup. Although it felt like a perverse logic, it still made sense. Mr. Klein, there is one more thing. About your sword. Klein made a hush gesture to Sean and pointed at the mercenary leading the way. Hush, I know. My sword is with him. I'll go get it later. How's your research on the principle of disordered energy going? It's still not very good. I used up all my magic power and could only create a few irregular flame particles. Klein had a good impression of Sean. And Sean was a fire elemental mage. So Klein could teach him something. Klein would definitely not teach basic theories. And if he had to teach, it would definitely be the strongest ability of the fire system, such as fire explosion. He didn't have the idea of keeping his own skills to himself. He taught him. Even if Sean really learned it, he couldn't release the same pyroblast as him. So it didn't matter at all. Klein patted Sean on the shoulder and comforted him. It's already very good. Everything is difficult at the beginning. The difficulty is this beginning. You have already made a beginning. The rest is to practice day after day. Ordinary people don't have the burning magic, the Ao Chong, and the Klein book. If they want to complete the magic of pyroblast, they can only practice to create disordered flames day after day. There is no shortcut. Mr. Klein, thank you for teaching me magic and combat skills. I feel that I have made obvious progress in the past few days. Klein shook his head. You fought for it yourself. If you didn't have my goodwill, I wouldn't have taught you. We're almost at Grisha. Mr. Klein, are you going to visit our Holzvog? I'm not a member of your academy. Can I enter? Originally, it was not allowed. But with the guarantee of teacher Delenka, it should be no problem. Klein hesitated for a moment. Although he might not get any useful information, he still wanted to see the library of Holzvog. Okay. But before going to Holzvog, I have to get my sword back. Under Sean's gaze, Klein jumped off the carriage and slowly walked to the side of the group of mercenaries. Everyone, my sword has been in your hands for many days. Shouldn't you return it to me? Chapter 217 Dragon's Might is too terrifying. Several mercenaries looked at each other. They certainly knew what Klein was talking about. The problem was that they had confirmed that the sword was an extraordinary magic weapon. And even the scabbard was a very magical object. They also knew that the person who could hold this sword was definitely not an ordinary person. But the value of such a sword was something they could not earn even if they worked as mercenaries for a lifetime. So, greed and desire made them lose their minds a little. And they had some fluke mentality. Klein fell from the sky. Maybe he was seriously injured and had not recovered? Maybe he didn't have any fighting power? This kind of self-deceiving idea kept coming out. And the mercenaries kept looking at their boss. Meaning, you are the big brother. You have the final say. Anyway, we don't want to pay it back. Although the mercenary leader was also a second level. He didn't even have a space item. At this time, Klein's Huiwa light was on his back. The light of the brilliant moon was very long and very conspicuous. Normal people could see it as long as they were not blind. However, the mercenary leader still said to Klein, I didn't take your things. We don't know what you are talking about. Klein gave a thumbs up. I thought I was lying without any care. But I didn't expect to meet someone who was even more powerful than me. According to the imperial law, if a mercenary privately occupies other people's property, it is considered plunder, and the plundered person will have unlimited self-defense rights. And you are not the one who saved me. So I don't need to be grateful to you. But I am more merciful, and will give you a chance to reform. I will count to 3. And you return the sword to me, and I will let you go. Seeing that what Klein said was true, several mercenaries immediately started to whisper. They were just ordinary mercenaries, and were definitely afraid. Brother. With his tone. He is not going to kill anyone. Is he? Why don't we return the sword? Yes, brother. I have a beautiful wife, and an 80-year-old mother at home. I can't die. Of course. There are cowards, and there are not cowards. Brother. Don't listen to them. We will get rich if the sword is sold. How many opportunities to get rich can we have in life? What a coward. Just do it. Just when the mercenaries had a disagreement, Klein's countdown was over. 3, 2, 1. I have given you a chance. Several cowardly mercenaries immediately squatted down and held their heads in their hands. Ah, wait, we don't want to do anything bad. If you want to find you, go find them. But Klein laughed. Mercenaries are mercenaries. Their quality is indeed uneven. He hasn't said he would take action yet. Besides, the matter itself was not a big deal. And he didn't want to kill people. He said this just to scare these people. However, the mercenary leader on the opposite side obviously didn't want to return the sword to him. So he must lose his temper and maintain his master's demeanor. Thinking of this, Klein felt that he seemed to be able to try out the ability he had just obtained. Dragon Might. Although he hadn't used it yet, he had seen Agatha and AIE use it. So it shouldn't be a big problem. A huge gray dragon shadow appeared from behind Klein and floated into the sky. The fierce momentum burst out, and the terrifying psychological pressure instantly swept the whole scene. This is the Dragon Might of the Mist Dragon, however. Because Klein was not familiar with the use of dragon power, and did not control the range well, dragon power suddenly passed through several mercenaries, and spread to the surroundings. Strong fear appeared in the hearts of the people. Several mercenaries were trembling with fear, holding their teeth, covering their mouths, and hugging each other, feeling like they had met Sadako at night. However, the effect of Klein's dragon power was just like this. Apart from being scared, these people did not seem to have suffered any substantial harm. Not only this group of mercenaries, but other ordinary people were also trembling with fear. But there was no substantial impact either. It was the kind of, you look so scary, and then it was gone, causing Klein to be embarrassed. A dragon's might swept over. Not only did everyone get out of trouble, but it also scared several horses to death. You know, these horses are used to transport goods for the caravan. Isn't this cheating? Klein scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He failed to pretend to be cool. Hey, that mercenary leader. Give me the sword first. The mercenary leader was very scared now. He didn't know why he was scared, but he was very scared anyway. So he handed the sword over honestly. Boss, please keep it. When Klein took Wiwa back, the leader of the caravan had already walked over. He looked at Klein with fear. But now the caravan couldn't move, so he could only speak timidly. Sir, you scared all our horses to death. Now the team can't move. Klein was very embarrassed. People came to his door. He couldn't shirk his responsibility. Right? And the other party was ordinary people. Klein didn't say that he had preferential treatment for ordinary people. But he couldn't just bully them just because they were ordinary people. He glanced at the mercenaries, and his eyes lit up. It's okay, old man. These guys can help you pull carts. They are all professionals. Strong and healthy. Pulling 10 or 8 carts is no problem. The caravan leader looked at the mercenaries, and the mercenaries immediately glared at him. Pulling carts? Isn't that hard labor? They are professionals. How can they do such a thing as pulling carts? I can never pull a cart in my life. But Klein quickly taught them how to be a person who can pull carts. Oh, that mercenary leader. You are a second level. Pull 2 more carts. Why are you glaring? Just pull when I tell you to. The caravan leader looked at the mercenaries one by one, who were driven by Klein to pull carts, and finally let the team start normal operations again. After Klein arranged the mercenaries, he smiled and said to the caravan leader, Old man, do you think it's okay? They're pulling the cart, so there's no one to do the escort work. It's okay. Leave the escort work to me. I'm very strong, and I can guarantee you to Grizel without any problem. After Klein explained, the caravan leader left with a suspicious look. Looking at the caravan, Klein laughed at himself. His behavior might be very stupid in the eyes of many masters. Even Klein himself thought so. Although he is very strong now, his style of doing things still has some shadows of his past life. Maybe in a few years, he can learn how to treat ordinary people as non-humans, at least now. He can't do it. Klein stretched out his palm, and his fingers gradually turned into a ball of gray mist. Looking at the gray mist, he frowned slightly. Agatha's dragon power looks quite powerful. But why is mine so weak? What's wrong? Just as Klein was studying what was missing from his dragon power, Sean ran to his side and exclaimed, Mr. Klein is so approachable. He is so powerful, yet so friendly. Klein was stunned. Approachable? I seem to have heard of this word when I was in school. It seems to describe some big shots. I have become a big shot without knowing it. The caravan moved forward slowly and arrived at the largest city in the west, Grizel, without any disturbance. After arriving at Grizel, the caravan members dispersed, and Klein chose to follow the students of Hosvog. On the way, he found his teacher Delenka. Miss Delenka? I heard that as a teacher at Holzvog, you can invite people from outside the school to enter your college? Then can you do me a favor and take me in? I want to go to your college library. Delenka is not like Sean. Because she saw Ackerman's soul being devoured by Klein's magic book. She has always been a little afraid of Klein. Yes, you can invite people from outside the school. It's okay to invite you. But you need to register in detail. Klein nodded. Registration is no problem. Just take me there. The group walked through the streets of Grishel. Most of these students would buy some small things to carry with them. There is a daily necessity store in Holzbog. But dolls, toys, accessories and other things are not for sale. Although Klein was pressed for time, he couldn't force people to go back. After all, it was Holzbog's territory. This kind of shopping continued until the afternoon, and the group arrived at the gate of Holzbog. Unlike the Royal College, which looks like a modern university, the gate of Holzbog is built with two huge trees, and there are strong magical fluctuations on the trees. It looks very ancient and mysterious, and Klein couldn't help but admire it. A place like this can be called a magic school. The Royal College is just like a university, without any characteristics. When Klein was observing the school gate, Delenka had already registered at the guard. Mr. Harry, I want to bring someone into the college. Please give me a registration form. It's Teacher Delenka. No problem. Are the students safe on this trip? No. Ackerman is dead. Died of suffocation caused by poisoning. Delenka didn't tell the truth. She was just an ordinary mage. She didn't have such a great sense of honor. Nor did she have a strong sense of revenge. She didn't want to provoke Klein. She just wanted to be an ordinary teacher honestly. Is that so? That's a shame. Here. This is the registration form. Okay. Mr. Harry. Delenka handed the registration form to Klein and asked him to fill it out in detail. Name. Age. Occupation. Family members. Purpose of admission. Klein Alex. Age 22. Level 2 Arcanist. Father Esmond Alex. Mother Katie Alex. Sister. Brother. After filling in all the family members, Klein wrote down the purpose of admission as borrowing books from the library. Klein almost didn't lie about this information. He thought it should be okay. Right? After Klein handed the registration form to Delenka, she looked at Klein's registration information with some surprise. Mr. Klein? Is your father Esmond Alex, professor of the Arcane Department of the Royal Academy? Chapter 218 Bread can be used as a shameful thing. Is his father Esmond so awesome here? Klein was a little surprised. Why is Esmond so badly regarded in the Royal Academy? Really, what's wrong? After knowing Klein's identity, Delenka's attitude immediately changed a lot. It's okay. It's okay. Professor Esmond came to our academy for an academic exchange last year. He is really an excellent and special mage. I also benefited a lot from listening to some of his theories. Oh, is my father so awesome? I haven't even listened to his lectures. You are so good at joking. You are his son. You must be so awesome because of what you have seen and heard. Klein laughed dryly twice and didn't refute. He was not joking. His father had cheated him several times. He also didn't teach him two things. He didn't teach this or that. So Klein didn't expect him. However, this time, he experienced the convenience of being a second-generation student. With the convenience of his father's identity, Klein successfully entered the famous magic school of Holzbog. Do you want me to take you to the library? No. I'll go around by myself first. Okay. After Klein rejected Delenka, he strolled around Holzbog alone. There are really only mages here. And the mages here are different from those in the Royal Academy. They basically wear robes and magic hats. And some even hold magic wands. Klein, who wears regular clothes and carries a sword, looks very different in Holzbog. So different that he will be discussed by people around him. After strolling around for a while, Klein couldn't stand the gazes of these people anymore. So he had to give up the idea of touring the school and followed the sign to the library. The administrator at the door of the library was also a little surprised to see Klein. He looked a bit like a robber in this kind of dress. He didn't feel relieved until Klein handed him the certificate of non-school personnel. Although Professor Esmond's son looks strange, he still needs to be respected. What book does Mr. Klein want to read? Arcane books will do. Arcane books? Mr. Esmond is also an arcane master. It seems that he has inherited his father's business. However, there are very few people who devote themselves to practicing arcane now. Turn right to the innermost of the second floor. Inheriting his father's business is bullshit. I have never seen him use arcane. But Klein still smiled and nodded. Thank you. This library is very large. larger than the Royal Academy. The difference is that most of the advanced information of the Royal Academy can only be found in various clubs. In this library, Klein could find some ancient books everywhere. The openness of magic knowledge here was better than that of the Royal Academy. Like the situation in Jiesha, the arcane area was not small. But there were really few people. Only the books on food making and water making were read by some people. And other contents were basically ignored. Klein casually searched on the bookshelf in the arcane area. Many books had been read by Klein in Jiesha. He had read dozens of books, but didn't find anything useful, which made Klein a little disappointed. Inadvertently, he found a book that was useless, but seemed very interesting. The title of the book was very long. As long as your bread is hard enough, it can be used as a weapon. This book introduces how to make hard enough bread. The hardest bread can be close to the level of iron weapons, which is really interesting. In addition to making bread into weapons, there are several articles for men and women. In the article for men, it describes in detail how to make strong and soft bread. You can use it by making a hole. The depth and size can be adjusted. It's amazing. And the article for women also describes in detail how to make tough and elastic bread. You can use it directly after you make it. It's thick and long, which is even more amazing. After reading this book carefully, Klein couldn't help but sigh that the world is so big and full of wonders. The imagination of human beings is really endless. The imagination of the Hosvog mages is obviously bigger than that of the mages of the Royal Academy. Klein put the book back. And at this time, a student also returned a book and muttered to himself, "This ability is ridiculous. How could anyone do it? It's all nonsense. The person who wrote this book is really crazy." Hearing this evaluation, Klein suddenly became interested. Could it be that he had a new idea? Klein picked up the book that the man put down with some curiosity. From the texture of the book, Klein judged that it was a modern book. Originally, Klein had no interest in modern arcane books. But he still looked at the cover of this book. Sheep Transfiguration. Opening the first page of this book, there is only one sentence. But this sentence has aroused Klein's interest. In ancient times, almost all high-level mages could perform transfiguration. If they can't perform transfiguration, they still have the nerve to call themselves mages? Rianamseti. Transfiguration is a magic that changes the enemy's form and temporarily loses the opponent's combat ability based on the theory of arcane transformation. It is a very powerful control spell. After the catastrophe, due to the change of some world rules, even if there is a way to aggregate ancient arcane energy, transfiguration cannot be used. And my sheep transformation is developed based on the theory of arcane transformation and combined with modern arcane energy research. Although it has not been successful, the theory has matured, it has not been successful. But there is a basic theory, it's interesting. Klein flipped through the book patiently. The owner of this book had an experience of herding sheep when he was a child. After becoming an arcane mage, he had the idea of developing transfiguration. But until the end, the owner of this book could only use the sheep transformation on some very small animals. Not only was it extremely consuming, but it was almost useless. But this person has always believed that this is just because his arcane energy is not strong enough. If there is a strong enough arcane mage, he can definitely complete this theory and release the real transfiguration. The list is, write down all the contents of this book. Yes, master. Klein frowned. The actual contents of this book surprised him a little. If transfiguration could really be realized, it would be a very abnormal control spell. There are geniuses among the people. Klein sighed slightly. He had also read about transfiguration in ancient books and tried it. But there was no substantial progress. He also considered that the basic theory of transfiguration might have changed after the world rules changed. And the basic theory needed to be modified. But he had too many things to do, and could not spend time studying this magic. The owner of this book has studied for decades, but only has the prototype of this spell. And in the end, it still failed. However, Klein is lucky to have the trees planted by the predecessors, and enjoy the shade of the future generations. He meets most of the harsh conditions in this book, and can find an opportunity to try it. This kind of book is placed here casually, which feels like a pearl covered in dust. I hope someone else can find it in the future. Klein put the book back. No matter what, this is Holzvog's thing, and he is not qualified to take it away. Originally, he came here just to see Holzvog's collection of books, and did not expect to find anything useful. But he did not expect that his unintentional act would also allow him to find a magic that adapts to the rules of the world again. And it is a conventional control magic. This trip is worthwhile. Originally, Klein just wanted to stay here for a few days. But now that he has gained something, he doesn't want to leave. After all, he doesn't know when he will come here next time. I wonder if my kind father will go berserk if I go back too late. With this thought in mind, Klein stayed in the library of Holzbog for a month. During this month, Klein not only read the arcane books, but also read elemental magic, necromancy, various spells, and barriers. He almost read all the magic he could get involved in. Although he did not discover the magical skills like sheep transformation, many details and techniques of casting spells made him feel quite rewarding. Because of the tight schedule, Klein ate, drank, defecated and urinated here. When he was hungry, he needed bread. When he was thirsty, he needed water to drink. When he was dirty, he went to the toilet to need water to wash himself. And when he was sleepy, he lay on the table to sleep. In a month, the story of Klein began to spread in the library of Holzbog, and he was almost nicknamed the Book Fairy. I heard that there is a weird guy outside the school in the library who hasn't been out for a month. Is it true? It's true. I went to cram the theory of elements a few days ago because I was waiting for the exam. I guess I would be the first to stay up all night. I didn't expect that he was reading when I went there. And after I stayed up for more than 30 hours, he was still reading and sat opposite me. And then I was successfully outed by him. That's not the worst. The next day when I woke up and went there again, he was still there. I knew this guy. This werewolf. Klein didn't know that he had never studied in Holzbog, but his legend had already spread here, because when many people were discussing him, he had already left Holzbog and went to the station in Gritchel. The little wizard Sean saw him off. Mr. Klein is leaving? Klein held the letter brought back by the sickle demon in his hand. It was from Becky, and the content urged him to go back. Yes, if I don't go back, my kind father might go berserk. I heard that Lord Esmond is very easygoing. Well, everyone is elegant and easygoing. Practice hard. I hope that when we meet next time, you will have learned the pyroblast technique. I will, Mr. Klein. Klein boarded the train back to the Imperial capital and waved to Sean. This kid wanted to become his teacher, but Klein refused him several times. He is still young. He will wait until he is older to accept apprentices. When I come to Holzbog next time, if Sean has already learned the pyroblast technique, then I can say that he is his teacher. That would be meaningful. Only a good teacher can produce a good apprentice. First of all, you have to be a good apprentice before I can admit that I am your teacher, little brother. Otherwise, I can't pretend to be a bee. Chapter 219 Returning to Jiesha and the royal family's order. In the Imperial Academy, the eldest princess Jinhua was sitting in the Academy conference room, and the person presiding over the meeting was the Academy's honorary professor, Miss Fakis. Gwyn was also a member of the meeting, and the Brotherhood of Steel and the Mithril Council also attended the meeting. For this prisoner exchange, we will escort 11 prisoners to Grandok. These people are either high-level spies of Grandok or very important war prisoners. So this time is also a test for Her Highness Jinhua. Our journey will pass through the east, through the heart of Grandok, and arrive at Grandok's capital Amadeus to exchange our prisoners. The main team is the Imperial Capital Security Guard, and Jiesha, Mithril Council, and Brotherhood of Steel are armed assistants. Gwyn listened to Fakis' introduction while secretly worried that they were leaving tomorrow. But Klein had not returned yet. The executive department of Jiesha is not the research department, and such unorganized and undisciplined behavior is really a bit too much. That's basically it. If you have any comments or additions, you can say them now. Fakis saw that no one spoke, so he nodded to confirm. Okay. Since everyone has no objection, we will gather at the palace tomorrow morning and set off for Grandok. After returning to Jiesha, Gwyn immediately prepared to ask Esmond for a replacement. But as soon as she entered Jiesha, she saw a familiar figure greeting Highlander. Long time no see. Mr. Highlander. Welcome back, Mr. Klein. After more than a month, Klein's hair had grown a lot and became a buzz cut. The scars on his body also faded a lot. But now, he looked more like a warrior than a mage. Gwyn observed carefully and confirmed that it was Klein. She was furious and kicked him. Klein felt the danger. He forced himself to suppress the thought of misting. He couldn't expose the ability of the Mist Dragon here. He could only turn around and block Gwyn's powerful kick with his scabbard. Gwyn's angry blow kicked Klein out and hit the wall behind him. Gwyn's eyes flashed with doubt. Is he just this level, or is he hiding? But she said something else. You still remember to come back? Have you completely forgotten the rules of Jiesha? Do you think that your father is the vice president, and you can ignore the rules of Jiesha at will? Klein quickly stretched out his hand, and pointed at his body. Hey. 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 Don't hit me. Please be merciful. I had an accident. Look. This, and this. They are all wounds. And my hair is gone. It just grew. Gwen, you don't know how much I have suffered in this month. I went through so much hardship to get back. But I didn't expect to be beaten by my own people as soon as I got back. It's too hard for me. Gwen first ignored Klein's complaints, then walked closer to look at Klein's scars, and frowned slightly. This is indeed a new injury not long ago. And it is indeed very serious. If he suffered this degree of injury at one time, he would probably be on the verge of death. Didn't he go after that Agatha Protini? Is that girl really that powerful? Is Klein really seriously injured and recuperating outside? Although Gwen doubted the truth of Klein's words, she was somewhat relieved. Get ready. Come to me with Becky and Eric in 30 minutes. Klein was a little puzzled. Gwen was usually very easy to talk to, and he didn't know why she was so angry today. Did you eat too much chili when your period came? Although he wanted to complain, Klein was still somewhat fortunate that he didn't reveal anything. After so many things, Klein has become much more sensitive than before. He had a feeling that Gwen's eyes were not right when she looked at him just now. She might not just be angry just now, but wanted to use this as an excuse to test his strength. Difficult woman. 30 minutes later, Klein, Becky, and Eric gathered at the entrance of the library. As soon as they met, Eric smiled and licked. Boss, you're here. Come on. Boss, come this way. Klein looked at Eric's expression and knew that he had cheated him a lot. But it didn't matter. As long as the job was done, money was not a big problem. You and Becky will split the rest of the money. Also, where are the things I want? Eric was immediately unhappy when he heard that he had to give half. I handled the transaction all by myself. You want to give Becky half just by asking? I don't accept it. Klein didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly, until Eric was scared by Klein's stare and could only say aggrievedly, Okay, give her half later. The things are here. Brother, keep them. After taking Eric's ring, Klein saw the two things inside and was very satisfied. Eyeball of the evil eye. Grade, miracle. Effect, makes people crazy. Introduction, miracle level material. Source poison bitter gall. Grade, miracle. Effect, immune to venom. Introduction, miracle level material. Eric's ability to do things is indeed outstanding. He still remembers that the first time he sold special potions, it was Eric who arranged it. Klein put the ring away and smiled. Very good. I won't treat my own people badly. Let's go and see what Gwen wants us to do. Becky, you go first. Becky nodded. She is still the nominal captain of the team. In Jiesha, this is even more important. Gwen looked at Becky and the other two who came in and pointed to the room next to her. Follow me. After the three entered the room, Gwen said directly, the prisoner exchange between Tarila and Grandnock, which takes place every 3 years, will be conducted in Amadeus, the capital of Grandnock. The escort team has recruited our GS society. We will gather at the palace at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to meet Her Majesty the Queen. What? Not only Klein, but also Becky and Eric were shocked by the news. The action will be taken tomorrow. And they didn't hear any news before. Klein looked at Gwen eagerly. He finally returned to GS Society and originally planned to stay in GS Society for a while and develop himself. Now his plan was completely disrupted. Klein laughed dryly. Lord Gwen, you are going abroad. You see, I have never been abroad and I am unfamiliar with the place. Can I not go? Gwen had a blank expression. No. Well, why can't we exchange prisoners in Palomia? We have to go to Grandnock. It's such a long distance. It must take a long time. Gwen looked a little strange, as did Eric and Becky. Klein subconsciously touched his face. It seemed that there was no problem. Why are you all looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Eric whispered. Klein, do you really not know? Or are you pretending? It was done in Palomia 3 years ago, rotation every 3 years. Is it fair? Klein glared at Eric. This bastard. I don't know. Don't you, as a younger brother, know how to make it up for me, and you ruined my stage. You're done. You'll lose your salary this month. Eric also understood what Klein meant from his eyes, and immediately showed an expression of brother. I'm wrong. Gwen didn't say anything, just watched them exchange eyes quietly, and didn't continue to speak until several people were honest. Have you finished your eye contact? It's over. Go on. Gwen looked at Eric and Becky. You are joining the team as logistics personnel this time. Becky, you are a paladin, so you have no problem with etiquette and can be a female officer. Eric, you were originally a medical assistant and a priest, and this time you are a traveling doctor. Klein, who was standing by, felt something was wrong the more he listened. They both had matching majors. So what was his matching major in logistics? Baker, you can't think too deeply about this. The more you think about it, the more frightening it becomes. I'm not a cook. Am I? Klein looked at Gwen with hope, hoping that it wasn't the case. But after Gwen nodded, she didn't forget to give him a few more stabs. You are an accompanying arcanist. You must not only provide safe food and drinking water for the team, but also arrange for the team's living water. After all, Her Royal Highness is also here. Klein suddenly felt like he had no desire to live. When he was on a mission for the Fire Blade cult, he was an accompanying arcanist once. It was a very unpleasant experience. It's not tiring to rub bread or water, but it's very troublesome to rub water for dozens of people. You have to rub bath water for people? Can you bear this? Lord Gwen, I would like to ask, how many accompanying arcanists are there? There are not many people. For a team of dozens of people, one arcanist is enough. How many more do you need? Can't one arcanist provide food and drink for 600 people? Gwen said it as a matter of course, leaving Klein speechless. Okay, don't complain about the bad taste of the bread I made when the time comes. Gwen ignored him and continued. Remember, during the escort, never expose your respective strengths. This is something that Lord Esmond has clearly requested. If you remember, come to the palace gate at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Especially you. Eric. If you are late, I will punish you. Eric said hurriedly. I will definitely not be late, Lord Gwen. Please rest assured. Okay. Let's all go. After leaving the library, Becky and Eric looked at Klein, thinking that Klein was going to say something. But Klein didn't want to say anything at all. Let's go. Let's go home and find our mothers. After the disbandment, Klein returned to the potion rest area with some grief and anger. Looking at Marion's cheerful face, Klein felt even more uncomfortable, because Marion's expression was obviously moisturized. Why are you so bitter? Marion looked at Klein strangely. Klein lay on the table and said expressionlessly, because your smile is too sweet. I feel choked. And you are full of the sour smell of love, which has caused tons of damage to me. Marion's face turned red. My smile is too sweet? The sour smell of love? Is it obvious? You are just short of writing on your face. I slept with someone, and now I am so happy. This bastard. Before Marion got angry, Klein had already drunk the tequila and ran away quickly. And this time he didn't pay, so he put it on Lance's account. Klein wanted to say that he was not a single dog. But why did he feel like eating dog food just now? I miss Lilith a little. Chapter 220 Dragon Tooth Ornament. Although he ate several bowls of dog food, Klein quickly regained his composure after returning to his room. Because he was not a single dog. But he had not been nourished for a long time. Now the situation has changed. Tomorrow morning, he will be forced to go to Grandok. And he will go there as a full-time arcanist logistics, which is a bit incredible. Although the job assigned to him is to do odd jobs, cook and boil water, he doesn't think he is really going there to do odd jobs. Father Esmond asked them to do odd jobs for the escort team, but did not let them reveal their strength. There must be something strange. Esmond is not a good man. Let them hide. They must be doing something shameful. You have to make more preparations yourself and prepare as many combat resources as possible to be prepared, in addition to resources such as spellcasting materials and potions. In this case, what can significantly improve your strength is the synthesis of strange-level objects. Klein took out his 4 miracle materials and threw them directly into the synthesizer. Crystal Dragon Crystal, Miracle, plus Crystal Dragon's Fong of the Realm, Miracle, plus Evil Eye King's Eyeball, Miracle, plus Source Poison Bitter Gallbladder, Miracle. High probability of getting a miracle material. Low probability of getting a miracle item. Extremely low probability of getting a miracle item. For miracle materials, only a low probability, meaning less than 50%. But he doesn't know exactly how much. If it's more than 40%, it's okay. But if it's more than 10%, it's a bit of a bummer. Because if 4 miracle materials are combined to produce a miracle material, it will be a bloodbath. Even if it was ordinary miracle materials. Once the materials were synthesized, it would be a huge loss. Not to mention that there were good things like Dragon Crystal and Fong of the Realm. However, after experiencing so many ups and downs, Klein has become much calmer than before, and can handle most things without getting excited, and with his current strength. Unless he gets another item of the level of Klein's book, a miracle equipment is at most icing on the cake. Looking at the synthesizer, although he said he didn't care, Klein still muttered something in his mouth. Brother Ma. Brother Lei. I will be dragged to do hard labor tomorrow. I recharged you so much money in the past few years, but I didn't have time to enjoy it before I came here. Especially Brother Ma. I still have several years of QQ membership to use. I don't ask for anything in return. I just want to use my 10-year QQ membership to exchange for a piece of top-quality equipment. Go. Synthesizing. Please wait 300, 299, 298. Huh? Why is it so slow to synthesize? And there's a countdown? Klein waited in some confusion. He didn't go to see it until 5 minutes later. Instead, he chose to go to the toilet first, then washed his hands and face, and then reopened the synthesizer. You have obtained a miracle item, Dragon Tooth Ornament. Dragon Tooth Ornament. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Strong Attack. Your final attack power increases by 20%. Effect 2 Bitter Gall. Poison is invalidated. Effect 3 Destroy Magic. Your melee attack will cause an additional 50% effect on magic defense. Effect 4 Moon in the Mirror. Your melee attacks have a 20% chance of initiating an additional attack with the same power as your current attack. Red, thanks to Brother Ma. It's red if no materials are produced. Klein was delighted. Although the attributes of the Dragon Tooth Ornament are too biased towards melee combat, as long as no materials are produced, Klein can accept it. Moreover, the Dragon Tooth Ornament is indeed a top-quality ornament for warriors. It is an offensive ornament with 3 effects on the attack attribute, which is really powerful, especially the attached Mirror Moon Thrust effect, which is equivalent to a 20% chance of copying an attack. Maybe the effect of using the original body is average. But if I transform myself? Hold a big sword, chop it down with 1 knife, and trigger the Mirror Moon. Wouldn't it give the enemy double happiness? Klein put away the Dragon Tooth Ornament and gave up the idea of continuing to synthesize it for himself. His equipment has been almost tossed recently, and it's time to give some equipment to his brothers. Forget about magic weapons. Klein can't afford it. But in terms of rare items, he can still try to make up for it. Eric is a blood mage, with strong defense and lethality to normal creatures. His weaknesses are mana recovery and dealing with spirits. He should need something that targets spirits and mana recovery. Becky is a paladin, with both offense and defense. There is no problem with endurance. The disadvantage is that he is too bulky. He needs acceleration items. Let's see if we can synthesize something to make up for their shortcomings. Klein felt that he was still thinking about his subordinates in his busy schedule. It's hard to find a boss like him. He is too kind. Late at night, Klein murmured. These 2 guys should be about the same. Should we give Lilith a set? Lilith is well balanced in all aspects. What does she lack? Higher. Faster. Stronger? Prepare for a rainy day. Come on. Come on. After finishing Lilith's equipment, Klein began to mutter again. It seems that Joe doesn't have it yet. His subordinates and women already have it. There's no reason not to give his brother a set. Go on. When Klein put Joe's things together, it was already dawn. Klein went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Although he had been up all night, he didn't have dark circles under his eyes. Nor did he feel listless. His energy was too strong. What a spirited young man. This won't do. I should be a 2nd-level arcane master with little strength and a little listless spirit. Klein took out a few women's cosmetics from the ring and applied the smoky foundation directly on the eye sockets. After applying it evenly, it faded a little. Then he took out a dark yellow foundation that few people used, applied it directly on his face in large areas, and wiped off a few of them. A few minutes later, a decadent young man with sunken eye sockets, listless spirit, and uneven skin color came out. Looking at himself in the mirror, Klein nodded with satisfaction. An arcane master should look like an arcane master. This feels much better. Early in the morning, Klein looked at the palace in the distance and felt a little emotional. It's been almost 2 years, and this is my first time to come to the palace. When he walked to the gate of the palace, he was stunned for a moment, because in addition to Gwen and their team, there were 2 other teams, namely Lilith and Alvin's team. Klein was still a little happy to see Lilith there, but he didn't know if they would have a chance to be alone. Lilith also glanced at the listless Klein, and turned away without looking away. She probably saw the flaw in his makeup and was laughing. As for Becky and the others, they were also surprised to see the listless Klein. And Eric whispered directly, knowing that there was something going on this morning. I didn't dare to go yesterday and stayed at home honestly. How dare you go? You are really worthy of being the eldest brother, but why didn't you ask me when you went? Klein handed the ring he had prepared in advance to Eric. Will you suffocate to death if you don't talk dirty for a day? No. But it will definitely be very uncomfortable. What's in it? It contains equipment to deal with spirits and some mana recovery. Keep it for yourself. Eric was immediately moved when he heard it. Brother, you will be my real brother in the future. It's just a matter of a word. Don't talk nonsense. When you encounter danger, just don't be the first to run away. Gwen frowned slightly when she saw Klein like this. What did you do last night? Klein said with a hazy look in his eyes. No. I heard that I was going abroad, and I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. Gwen's face darkened. She didn't understand why Esmond had a son like Klein. He didn't look like him at all. I hope you will be more serious when you find an excuse next time. Let's go. Yes. Gwen handed her ID card to the guard at the door, and the group began to move closer to Fakis's team and slowly moved towards the palace. Walking on the road, Klein felt more and more strange. If the architectural style of Telrilla is more Western style, then the architecture here is even stranger. Many circular buildings were built in a rough way, just like they were made by hand. But from a distance, they had a very rough beauty. Each palace was very large, and the color style was mainly red, with many very advanced technological equipment interspersed in between, which made the style of the entire building both ancient and weird. Klein even saw a vending machine at the door of a palace, which was very similar to the vending machine in Chiesha. He knew very well that the vending machine in the palace was definitely not for selling medicinal materials. And there were more weird places. Although he had watched very few Western palace dramas in his previous life, he had also watched several dramas like Game of Thrones. And he had seen palaces and palaces. But in such a huge palace, there should be at least guards. Right, but along the way, except for some maids, Klein really didn't see any guards. In this case, what should be done about the security of the palace, even if the Empress is very powerful? If a thief comes in, the Empress can't catch the thief herself. Besides, this palace is not small, and there is a high possibility of intruders. Klein asked Eric with some curiosity. Why are there no guards along the way? What if a spy or assassin comes in? The Empress can't catch him personally. Right? How should I know? I have never been to the palace. But it has been circulated before that people who enter the palace without permission have never been able to come out safely. Even the titled strongmen are no exception. Over time, even spies, assassins, and even thieves stopped coming to the palace. And then the guards in the palace became fewer and fewer. Klein was slightly surprised. So fierce? No one has ever escaped? Eric nodded. Yes. What was circulated before has never happened. And those spies and assassins in Grandnock have never targeted the palace. Even the assassination of the second princess was carried out outside the palace. Klein nodded thoughtfully. This situation can only mean that this somewhat rough palace has an unimaginable strong force. So strong that others feel there is no hope.